Chapter 1. Awakening of the Martial Soul. Your Highness, are you certain? My instincts are never wrong. But only Su Yun is, while the other one can also be distinguished by its appearance. Can it? The old servant does not know. Brother will not blame you for this. How is their talent? They all possess innate soul power at level 8, truly worthy of the royal bloodline. Is that so? Remember to report this to brother later. I shall take my leave now. The discussions of those around him did not disturb Su Feng at the moment of his martial soul awakening. His consciousness was transported into a peculiar realm. Various images flashed incessantly around him, and knowledge and memories surged into his mind like a tsunami, leaving him no time to attend to the outside world. To the one presiding over the awakening ceremony, it seemed as though Su Feng was stunned by the overwhelming excitement of his martial soul's awakening. Brother? Although merely 2 minutes had passed in reality, Su Feng felt as though his consciousness had endured a century's worth of experiences. The call of his twin sister gradually brought him back to his senses. A look of concern appeared on Su Yun's face, causing her martial soul to unconsciously retract into her body. Ever since their mother passed away, she had been inseparable from her brother Su Feng. Compared to her naive self, she had grown accustomed to relying on her mature brother for everything. While she was genuinely delighted about awakening her star-crowned martial soul, her brother's condition compelled her to worry. Su Feng waved his hand, forcing a faint smile to reassure his sister not to be concerned about him, before turning his gaze to the martial soul before him. A luminous orb floated serenely in the air, surrounded by ribbons of an indeterminate material. Although it appeared to be merely an enigmatic decorative object, Su Feng, armed with memories from his past life, instantly recognized the true form of his martial soul. The star artifact, known as the creator mechanism from the universe of Yu-Gi-Oh! Gazing at the subdued brilliance of the star artifact, Su Feng's thoughts were tumultuous. He was neither a morally upright saint nor a reckless villain. Upon realizing that he had traversed into the world of Douluo as the Prince of Star Luo, he had resolved to comfortably enjoy this rare new life. As long as he refrained from engaging in the struggle for imperial power and stayed away from the front lines of war, fulfilling his desires would be a piece of cake. However, fate seemed disinclined to allow Su Feng such ease. In the Douluo Continent, one's martial soul could almost define one's entire being. Possessing a powerful martial soul could elevate one to strength and nobility, while a mediocre martial soul relegated one to the status of a commoner, merely serving as a backdrop for soul masters. For Su Feng, his martial soul signified much more. It directly represented his destiny. Having been chosen by the star artifact, he was compelled to embark on a journey of exploration and self-improvement. After completing the hero's journey, he would merge with the star artifact and ascend to become a new star god. While it sounded appealing, Su Feng held no interest in becoming a deity. Setting aside whether the star god would be recognized in this world, the crucial point was that this troublesome star artifact had no successful cases to speak of. In Su Feng's recollection, only 2 individuals had undergone such a deification ceremony. The first was the scientist Lizzie, a villain interrupted by the protagonist group, leading to her collapse. The second, the hero Oram, did achieve success, but after becoming a god and saving the world, he vanished without a trace. Who knew what had become of him? Particularly since he was in another world, it remained uncertain whether deification would grant him eternal bliss or condemn him to a lifetime of servitude. Yet, with matters as they stood, Su Feng could not eliminate his martial soul. He could only choose to accept his golden finger. The sole consolation was that the star artifact would not allow him to indulge in fantasies of godhood. Accompanying the awakening of his martial soul was a vast repository of knowledge from another world, which could be likened to a dimensional assault in the still remaining Douluo world. Observing the immobile servants around him and the bewildered expression of his sister, Su Feng sighed and took her hand, leading her out of the awakening hall. The awakening of the star-crowned martial soul was exceedingly rare, which was why the star-crowned sect had constructed this palace specifically after ascending to royalty. According to the palace's records, this structure could draw in star power, enhancing the probability of awakening the star-crowned martial soul. He remained unaware of its effectiveness, but the esoteric nature of it compelled him and his sister to awaken at the time when the starlight was most potent, and this child's body was already beginning to protest against staying up late. On the way back to their residence, Su Feng meticulously contemplated the information he had gathered since his arrival, hoping to uncover useful insights. In comparison to his original world, children in this realm matured much earlier, allowing his constant reading of various texts to raise no suspicion, merely being perceived as a model of ambition. Furthermore, after Su Wei ascended the throne, even those monitoring him had vanished. Initially, he had gathered information about the continent to avoid dangers while enjoying life, but now he found himself compelled to seek out threats. This thought left Su Feng with a headache. While the star artifact generously provided knowledge, it offered little regarding training-related information. The only certainty he had was that a significant crisis awaited this world otherwise. The star artifact would not have brought him here. Su Feng's memories of the Douluo Continent had long since faded in his previous life. He had only skimmed through the first 2 volumes by borrowing classmates' books during school, with his remaining understanding limited to the incessant discussions found online. Fortunately, based on his prior investigations, he and the protagonist of the second volume, Hui Yuhao, were likely of the same age. Before the plot commenced, he still had ample room to maneuver without considering interference from the protagonists or the divine realm. With this thought, Su Feng couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He had only just awakened his martial soul, yet he was already fretting over such distant matters as the divine realm. What he should be focusing on now was how to quickly elevate his own strength. He had initially believed he would awaken a star-crowned martial soul himself, and had even researched methods to absorb star power, but it now seemed to be all in vain. As for his sister Su Yun, he had no intention of burdening such a young child with pressure, so he did not plan to begin her training just yet. Perhaps due to his overwhelming anxiety, Su Feng's steps quickened significantly compared to usual, and before long, he returned to their shared residence. After soothing Su Yun to sleep, Su Feng made his way to his study, determined to attempt cultivating his martial soul. The information received during the awakening ultimately stemmed from another world, and in order to fulfill the responsibilities bestowed upon him by the star artifact, he needed to understand how things would differ in this world. As Su Feng entered a meditative state, following a method he had simulated countless times, a mysterious aura emanated from him. This aura gradually permeated the surrounding environment, seemingly exerting a wondrous influence on the entities within it, though the effects were not yet discernible. While he was in the midst of his cultivation, most of the mysterious aura flowed toward the depths of the earth into unknown territories. Su Feng vaguely sensed something resonating with him, but compared to the aura of the star artifact, it was far too faint, and he soon dismissed it from his mind. Chapter 2. The First Attempt. A month had passed since the awakening of the martial soul. During this time, Su Jiawei had summoned them once, though he said little, merely speaking about the importance of diligent cultivation and maintaining the imperial reputation before dismissing them. In comparison to his newly awakened younger siblings, the Star Luo Empire had far more pressing matters requiring his attention. Su Feng could distinctly perceive that, following his martial soul's mutation, the attention of those around him had diminished considerably, while they placed greater emphasis on his sister Su Yun. Perhaps this was the limitation of this world. A person's future was nearly determined by their martial soul. However, it was precisely due to this limitation that Su Feng's anomalies during cultivation had gone unnoticed. After a month of cultivation, Su Feng had reached level 10 soul power and was now able to attach soul rings. However, he did not intend to disclose this to anyone, not only because of the rapid pace of his training, but also because he did not wish for anyone to witness him attaching soul rings. Upon reaching a bottleneck, the star artifact, which had remained silent since his awakening, finally provided him with information, instructing him to head to a specific location to complete his first trial. Unlike the star artifact Su Feng was familiar with, it seemed to have adapted itself more thoroughly to the changes in this world. While this intelligent adaptation spared him the trouble of figuring things out on his own, it also meant he had to avoid others to complete his advancement. According to his investigations, the location of this trial was within the Star Luo Forest, where not only century-old soul beasts were theoretically present, but 10th Sandier soul beasts could also appear. It was impossible for Su Feng to navigate this place safely with his current strength alone. He would require external assistance. Unable to seek help from others, he could only rely on resources, which is why Su Feng was currently sifting through the royal treasury. To his dismay, despite it being a royal treasury, the variety of soul tools was disappointingly scarce, and their overall quality was rather low. It appeared that even after suffering numerous setbacks due to the inadequacies of soul tools, the 3 kingdoms of Douluo still hesitated to venture beyond their comfortable reliance on Soul Master's powers. Having explored a substantial portion of the treasury, Su Feng found only a rechargeable ray gun suitable for his use. The rest were either too ineffective or had excessively high requirements for use. Although Su Feng felt that his soul power far exceeded that of his peers, attempting to leap several major levels was nothing short of a pipe dream. Is this all there is in the treasury? Su Feng set aside a device meant to expedite cultivation and turned to the steward accompanying him. With your current level of authority, this is all that you can access. The elderly steward, distinguished by his white hair, replied with utmost respect. Those permitted entry into the royal treasury were individuals of notable status, and he had naturally cultivated such a demeanor of humility. Although Su Feng was merely a 6-year-old child, his behavior exhibited no trace of disrespect. Su Feng turned to survey the treasures within the vault, feeling a twinge of frustration. Relying solely on a ray gun, it was implausible to venture into the depths of the starry forest. He might struggle even against the soul beasts lurking at its periphery. Did he truly need to enlist someone for protection, only to send them away when it came time for his trial? After all, why would the trials be placed in such perilous regions? The test of the star artifact surely would not aim to bring about one's demise. There must be a method to accomplish it independently. Since he could not rely on the soul guiding device, Su Feng realized he must have overlooked some critical information. With this thought, he tossed the ray gun he had just acquired to the side, towards the steward. While retrieving tools from the treasury seemed improbable, he still had alternative options. Previously, he had merely skimmed through the complexities of the knowledge contained within the star artifact, but now, to successfully complete his trial, that knowledge was akin to a lifeline. Upon returning to his quarters, Su Feng meticulously scanned his surroundings, ensuring no one was surveilling him before retrieving a notebook from the bookshelf. After awakening his martial soul, he had diligently compiled the knowledge bestowed by the star artifact originally. He intended to study it when he had the opportunity to leave the palace. However, it appeared he would have to expedite his plans. Without wasting much time, Su Feng quickly determined that he would create a mechanical insect. This hybrid of biological and mechanical design was relatively small, making it easy to conceal and required fewer components than other mechanical creations, merely a neural control system and a minimal amount of armor. This made it particularly user-friendly for a novice like Su Feng. Taking a deep breath, Su Feng summoned his martial soul. The notebook contained only basic principles to acquire complete information. He would need to re-enter the star artifact and undergo another information infusion. Contemplating the vast sea of data within the star artifact, Su Feng felt a heightened sense of urgency. Fainting from a mere mental shock would be manageable, but he feared that Su Yun might discover his plight, worrying for him and calling for help. He was uncertain whether the royal physician could discern his condition, but it was preferable to avoid any encounters. Since awakening his martial soul, this was Su Feng's first foray into the interior of the star artifact. Here, there was no notion of direction or distance. He could only distinguish himself from the external world, with a veil of information seemingly separating him from everything else. As he attempted to relax his thoughts, a deluge of information surged into his consciousness. Had he not been prepared, he would likely have succumbed immediately. Struggling to maintain his awareness, Su Feng began to seek out the detailed methods for constructing the mechanical insect. He initially believed this process would not be overly challenging, but he had underestimated the wealth of information recorded within the star artifact. Even the most basic mechanical insect had numerous variants, with additional forms approaching divine levels of complexity. To ensure his safety, Su Feng endured the discomfort of his consciousness and began to compare the characteristics of various mechanical insects. The divine mechanical insect was beyond his reach. Even if he understood it, he could not complete it. What he needed most were stealth and offensive capabilities. Fortunately, all mechanical insects possessed the ability to conceal themselves, significantly easing Su Feng's search. Soon, he had identified a specific design he desired, the thorn insect. After obtaining the complete schematics for the thorn, Su Feng swiftly severed his connection with the star artifact. The sudden loss of relentless informational pressure nearly lulled his mind into slumber. Leaning back in his chair, he took some time to collect his thoughts and began to scrutinize the information he had acquired. Unlike the soul-guiding technology of Douluo Continent, the technical route within the star artifact did not present significant manufacturing difficulties. Rather, it imposed rigorous demands on the power infused and the capabilities of the user, both of which were not issues for Su Feng at present. Without further ado, Su Feng promptly retrieved the materials he had amassed over the years, using both his and his sister's identities from his storage soul-guiding device, and began crafting the mechanical neural system from memory. Fortunately, the star artifact had imparted not only principles but also an abundance of manufacturing experience, greatly alleviating the challenges he faced. However, less than 10 minutes later, Su Feng set down the materials in frustration. Rubbing his temples wearily, he gathered the items around him, realizing that his expectations had grossly miscalculated. Endowing the mechanical neural system with activity proved to be no simple task. Even with a thorough understanding of every detail, the tremendous consumption of soul power forced him to halt. After a brief calculation, Su Feng swiftly concluded that achieving his manufacturing goal would require at least 6 months of dedicated effort. Unlike the matters of martial souls or trials, this was an endeavor without any shortcuts. Even if he sought assistance, No one else could complete the construction. It was only through the power of the star artifact that he could succeed. This revelation was more difficult for Feng to accept than the challenges of his trial. Setting aside the uncertainty of whether the trial's objectives would remain unchanged after such a long duration, he realized that to avoid arousing suspicion, he must inevitably demonstrate the strength of having reached a bottleneck after 6 months. At that point, the royal family would undoubtedly dispatch individuals to assist him in obtaining soul rings, thereby risking exposure of his secret. He had to devise a way to accelerate his production pace. Since his soul power was insufficient, he would have to resort to external assistance. With a finger tapping on his desk, Feng envisioned a particular tool. As it stood, that item should be under the control of the Star Luo royal family. Though it was a double-edged sword of immense value, he would not be entirely incapable of acquiring it. Chapter 3. The Spirit-Devouring Engraving Knife. To expedite his production process, the first tool that came to Feng's mind was the Spirit-Devouring Engraving Knife. According to the original text description, this knife was forged from the rarest of materials, the gold of living beings, imbued with a richness of life force that would more than compensate for his lack of soul power. He was not overly concerned about the vengeful spirits sealed within after establishing a connection with the star artifact. Feng's fate had become remarkably secure, and his spirit was as unyielding as steel. The mere presence of wronged souls attempting to harm him would be akin to an ant trying to shake a tree. Recalling the information he had gathered, he remembered that the knife was currently stored at the royal auction house, having failed to sell multiple times. As a result, the individual responsible for acquiring it had likely resigned themselves to a lifetime without promotion. Upon acquiring this cursed dagger, many arrogant soul masters believed they could lift its curse. However, nourished by the essence of living gold, the vengeful souls attached to it were essentially immortal. Even a titled Douluo could only return empty-handed. As Feng contemplated how to discreetly obtain the dagger, the sound of the door opening interrupted his thoughts. He turned to see his sister, Yun, cautiously entering the study. Noticing his gaze, she gently inquired, "Brother, did you get what you wanted today?" Observing Feng's silence, she quickly added, "Is it that your quota is still insufficient? You can use my share." After uttering these words, Yun seemed to exhaust her courage, lowering her head and fidgeting with her hands. Being young, she lacked a clear understanding of her status. All she knew was that her brother was formidable and that he had always protected her. Recently, the people around her had changed their attitude, showing her warmth, which instilled an inexplicable sense of crisis within her, prompting her to undertake actions she would not have considered before. If she no longer needed her brother's protection, would he leave her? Though still a child, Yun was remarkably perceptive of human emotions. She sensed her brother's genuine care for her and his desire to leave the palace, to keep him by her side. The only thing Yun could think of was to comply with Feng's requests, offering him her meager resources. Feng, oblivious to Yun's inner turmoil, was engrossed in his own plans. Her presence reminded him that his favoritism towards her was conspicuous within the palace, perhaps serving as a catalyst for his scheme. With Yun awakened to the royal bloodline's star-crowned martial soul while he had not, it seemed reasonable that he would desperately seek to prove his worth to prevent their separation. After careful consideration, Feng believed the likelihood of success for this plan was quite high. The recent evident disparity in treatment between himself and Yun was apparent. Even the gatekeepers treated Yun with greater kindness. In the Luo Empire, the star-crowned martial soul wielded significant influence, making Feng's anxiety entirely justifiable. Moreover, his ambition and intelligence had long been known within the palace. Targeting the fearsome cursed dagger, though somewhat sudden, was not beyond comprehension. Compared to overtly displaying an interest in soul tools or greed for wealth, a child's cleverness would be more easily accepted by adults, allowing them to lower their guard. Since his arrival in this world, Feng had already reaped numerous benefits through such cunning. People were generally more inclined to accept that which fit within their understanding, and with a little coaxing, they would assist him in crafting his deception. As Feng pondered the details of his upcoming actions, his fingers began to unconsciously tap on the table. In the quiet study, the slow and steady sound echoed in Yun's ears, amplifying her inner unease. Just as she mustered the courage to speak, the sound ceased. Feng gazed at his sister, momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had seen such an expression on her face. He had always shielded this mentally tender sister, associating her with timidity and clinginess. After a brief exchange of glances, Yun quickly faltered, her earlier courage dissipating entirely. Feng did not dwell on it. In his view, Yun needed not to do anything. As long as he gained power, all problems would resolve themselves. Adjusting his mindset, he soon adopted a seemingly pensive demeanor and remarked, "Let us go. It is already time for lunch." Su Yun responded softly, so faintly that, had Su Feng not been accustomed to it, he might have mistaken it for a figment of his imagination. He skillfully took her hand and led her out of the study. As direct descendants of the royal family, they inherited their mother's private quarters within the palace, where their needs were attended to by servants. However, to cultivate an image of anxiety, Su Feng knew he must venture out more, starting from this moment. Ignoring the servant waiting with a meal box at the door, Su Feng proceeded directly toward the imperial kitchen with his sister. Along the way, Su Yun attempted several times to ask him what he intended to do, but could not voice her inquiries. The two hurriedly made their way to the kitchen, where they encountered a flurry of servants bustling about for lunch. Upon their arrival, a higher-ranking steward approached, kneeling before them with an anxious expression, lowering his gaze before speaking. "Your Highnesses, have you come to express dissatisfaction with today's meals?" Su Feng regarded the kneeling middle-aged man, a flicker of annoyance surfacing within him. Yet, he understood that this was the nature of the world, and he refrained from speaking his frustrations. Not only was the steward an ordinary individual devoid of soul power, but even genuine soul masters often displayed such deference before royalty, regardless of being merely 6 years old. Not allowing the steward to linger in uncertainty, Su Feng spoke slowly. "From now on, I wish to elevate the standards of our meals. They must be prepared with soul beast meat." "Your Highness, are you certain?" The steward exhibited the anticipated hesitation, eliciting a sense of satisfaction within Su Feng for his compliance, though he maintained an outwardly displeased countenance. Sensing Su Feng's discontent, the steward quickly fell silent. Just as he began to ponder whether he might be dismissed from the palace for contradicting the prince, Su Feng finally spoke again. This time with a deliberate slowness, ensuring that every word was crystal clear to all present. "If I say it is what Yuner desires, would you then consent?" With that, Su Feng turned and exited without a backward glance. Before leaving, he noticed some servants whispering to one another, clearly astonished by his actions. This had already achieved Su Feng's objective. Now, he merely needed to maintain this facade for a few more days before proceeding to the next stage of his plan. Upon returning to his quarters, Su Feng gestured to the servant waiting at the door, signaling for him to bring back the meal. The back and forth had consumed considerable time. He was not truly a petulant child. He still needed to eat. Though the food had cooled somewhat, it was still quite palatable. With no outsiders watching, Su Feng felt no need for pretense and quickly finished his portion. It was then that he noticed something amiss with Su Yun. Her meal had barely been touched. Clearly, his change had affected her. The sudden transformation of her closest kin was difficult for a child to comprehend. As this realization dawned on him, a twinge of guilt stirred within Su Feng, prompting him to offer reassurance. "I am fine. None of this concerns you. Just focus on growing up peacefully." Su Feng mistakenly believed Su Yun was worried for him, yet her thoughts diverged entirely. Why did her brother speak such words? Did he sense her fears? If he truly was angry, would he leave her? Once such questions arose, they were difficult to suppress. If Su Yun had possessed the courage to voice her concerns earlier, she now found herself utterly silenced, fearing that her actions might drive her brother away, yet equally terrified that inaction would provoke his discontent. Burdened with a tumult of emotions, Su Yun hastily finished her lunch and retreated to her room. Chapter 4. Concealment. 3 days had elapsed since Su Feng's outburst in the imperial kitchen, and he could distinctly feel the increased scrutiny from various onlookers within the palace, predominantly from lower-ranking servants. Those of higher status did not take his concerns seriously. Only the common folk believed that a mutation in one's martial soul could lead to a complete loss of status. Although no one had approached him yet, Su Feng resolved not to delay any further. Today, he would acquire the spirit-devouring engraving knife. Compared to failing his first trial, some potentially suspicious actions were acceptable to him. Su Feng harbored a premonition that this particular venture was of utmost importance. The Star Divine artifact was urgently conveying information to him, and missing this opportunity would surely result in regret. After ensuring that Su Yun was settled and practicing alone at home, he stealthily departed the palace. According to the latest intelligence he had gathered, a major auction was scheduled to take place that morning in the royal underground auction house, where the spirit-devouring engraving knife was highly likely to be auctioned. He needed to intercept it immediately if it went unsold. Otherwise, no one would dare allow him to see this deadly blade. Upon leaving the palace, Su Feng discreetly activated 2 mechanical insects. Due to their non-soul energy nature, These insects would not trigger most detection devices unless a probing soul technique scanned the underground vicinity around him. Although the royal family would likely dispatch someone to protect him covertly as he left the palace, Feng still opted to deploy the mechanical insects. On one hand, he wished to test whether the insects could evade the perception of high-level soul masters. On the other, he aimed to rehearse for future actions. He would undoubtedly face perilous situations alone in the future, and these mechanical companions would be his only reliance. After linking with the sensory system of the mechanical insects, Feng quickly located a shadow guard nearby. At that moment, the guard was employing some soul technique to conceal his presence, lurking approximately 20 meters behind Feng. However, the sensory capabilities of the mechanical insects, based on fluctuations of life and extraordinary energy, rendered the guard's soul technique ineffective, exposing him even more thoroughly to Feng's awareness. Without revealing any signs of abnormality, Feng proceeded to a secluded area as per his original plan. Utilizing a special royal artifact, he transformed his appearance, quickly adopting the guise of a boy around 12 or 13 years of age. Producing a mirror to assess his new look, Feng nodded in satisfaction. For him, as long as he could effectively disguise his age to meet the criteria for entering the auction house, the remaining details were inconsequential. This artifact had performed admirably. With no further checks necessary, Feng swiftly made his way to the location of the underground auction house. Although such venues imposed minimal constraints on patrons, allowing entry even after the proceedings had commenced, he could not be certain when the spirit-devouring engraving knife would be up for bidding. Hence arriving early was prudent. Without inciting any commotion, Feng smoothly gained entry to the auction house using the royal insignia. After dismissing all attendants, he settled into a private royal box. The auction had just begun to generate an atmosphere, with the guests' emotions stirred, and the sounds of bidding and discussion filled the air. Removing his hood, Feng reclined on the sofa, exhaling a sigh of relief. Perhaps out of trust in the auction house, the shadow guard did not accompany him inside. Instead, he remained concealed outside, in a tavern-like disguise, even deactivating his soul technique. Were it not for Feng's unwavering attention to the guard's actions, he might have already vanished from sight. For the past few days, Feng had been tirelessly cultivating, pouring all his soul energy into the creation of the mechanical insects, managing to produce only 4. This endeavor had also introduced him to a different kind of fatigue compared to his interactions with the Star Divine artifact. However, to avoid arousing suspicion from his sister and those around him, he had to maintain a grim demeanor over the last 2 days. Seizing the rare opportunity to relax his mind, Feng promptly shed his disguise. After configuring the mechanical insects to alert him to any life energy, Feng summoned the Star Divine artifact and closed his eyes, entering a meditative state. He did not intend to delve into the artifact itself, but rather to receive its messages in a gentler manner. His intuition suggested that these messages held profound significance, seemingly prophetic insights from the Star Divine artifact regarding the future, demanding meticulous analysis. Yet, these prophecies were elusive. He could not discern the time, place, or even the individuals involved, compelling him to forcibly commit them to memory. As he gradually settled into this state, the visuals bestowed by the Star Divine artifact began to crystallize. He seemed to be experiencing life from the perspective of a soul beast, dashing across a desolate grassland. An indistinct sense of tension alerted Feng to the fact that he was being hunted, yet he could perceive no living creature in sight, amplifying his anxiety and restlessness. Suddenly, the shifting view came to a halt as a tentacle emerged from the ground before him. Had he reacted even a moment later, it would have impaled him. Fear, rage, and panic surged within him. Just as he prepared to flee in another direction, a searing pain shot through his abdomen. I have been slain. Feng jolted awake. Though it was merely information from the Star Divine artifact, he felt as though he had genuinely experienced death. The physical agony and intense emotions compelled him to breathe deeply. Confirming his vitality, regaining his composure, Feng began to analyze the recent vision. As always, the imagery was cryptic. The predation among soul beasts was evidently commonplace in this realm, suggesting that the focal point lay with either the predator or the prey. He meticulously recalled the details of that tentacle but could not conjure any form of soul beast that resembled it. Creatures dwelling underground were already rare, and those capable of growing to such a size were exceedingly few. More perplexing was the absence of any soul energy emanating from the tentacle, as if it were a creation akin to the mechanical insects, not belonging to this world. Pure physical strength could easily pierce a soul beast. If he were to share this notion with others, he would likely be met with ridicule. Yet, Su Feng instinctively felt this was the truth, not a matter of concealed energy, but rather an absence of soul power entirely. This absence was why he had experienced such anxiety and fear. Relying solely on the minute vibrations of the tentacle breaking the ground to anticipate its movements. Reflecting on it, the grassland itself appeared suspicious. In his perspective, he had run at least 4 or 5 miles without encountering any signs of life beyond the wild grasses, suggesting it might have been thoroughly depleted by the underground tentacles. A creature imperceptible to the senses, rivaling the strength of a millennia-old soul beast, posed a significant threat to both the humans and soul beasts of Douluo Continent. Perhaps this was the crisis that the Star Divine artifact sought to convey to him, Su Feng pondered. He had to consider the possibility that this monster, like the Star Divine artifact, had come to this planet from beyond the Douluo Continent. Should this prove true, the danger posed by this crisis would be incalculable. Just as Su Feng strained to recall memories from his past life to discern the origins of this monster, the alert from the mechanical insects resonated in his mind. He glanced up toward the auction stage, where the host was preparing to unveil the next item for bidding. Within the perception of the mechanical insects, the life fluctuations emanating from the box surpassed any recorded specimens. Even a tidal Douluo would pale in comparison. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to auction an authentic and exceedingly rare treasure, undoubtedly the most valuable item in this auction. Please do not miss this opportunity. Chapter 5. Acquisition. Thus, I declare the bidding for the soul-devouring dagger has concluded. Accompanied by the host's awkward announcement, the dagger was taken away by a nearby maid. Observing this, Su Feng promptly rose from his seat and departed the private box, making his way towards the backstage of the auction hall. In the corridor of the auction venue, numerous individuals were seen exiting in the same direction, making Su Feng's counterflow appear rather conspicuous. Along the way, he overheard discussions among the departing crowd regarding the recently auctioned item, particularly the ominous soul-devouring dagger. The auction house had long ceased to harbor hopes of selling it. The dagger was merely presented to test the waters, seeking a self-important fool who might be lured into bidding. Essentially, the mere appearance of the soul-devouring dagger signaled the end of the auction. As subsequent items were unlikely to be of any value, this had become an unspoken rule of the auction house. Consequently, it was no surprise that so many were leaving alongside him. Navigating carefully through the throng, Su Feng soon arrived at the backstage entrance of the auction house. Upon presenting his royal insignia to the maid, her demeanor shifted to one of immediate tension, and she escorted him to a designated reception room before promptly seeking out the manager to report. Su Feng scrutinized the room's arrangement. Clearly, the auction house was well-versed in accommodating guests with urgent needs. The space was filled with various soul detection devices, and he even sensed the presence of a soul beast behind a door, indicating that practical tests could be conducted if necessary. For Su Feng, this implied that the manager would be a formidable opponent, necessitating a more meticulous performance on his part. He did not have to wait long. The door to the reception room swung open, revealing a woman exuding an alluring aura. She wore a gentle smile akin to that of the maid and donned attire that appeared resplendent yet modestly concealing. With elegant strides, she took a seat on the sofa opposite Su Feng. He felt no fluctuations of soul power emanating from her, and had it not been for his ability to perceive her terrifying energy through the mechanized insect, he might have assumed her to be an ordinary individual. At this juncture, regardless of whether she could see through his guise, Su Feng had no recourse but to proceed, mustering the courage to speak. Bring forth the soul-devouring dagger. Someone within the palace has expressed interest and requires its use. Instead of acquiescing to his request, the woman simply maintained her smile and fixed her gaze upon him, causing a chill to creep down his spine. Yet, he had no choice but to remain silent. He dared not exhibit any excessive behavior, based on the mechanized insect's sensing. The woman before him was at least a soul saint. Should his ruse be uncovered, the attention drawn would be tolerable. But failing to secure the soul-devouring dagger was utterly unacceptable. The silence in the reception room lingered for nearly 10 minutes. Just as Su Feng feared his plan might falter, the sound of a door opening broke the stillness. He turned slightly to see a maid entering with a tray, upon which rested the very box containing the soul-devouring dagger he had previously encountered. Although shielded by a barrier infused with sealing energy, Su Feng was confident of the authenticity of the item within. After placing the tray down, the maid exited the room, leaving the two of them to gaze at the box in silence. Su Feng reached out to grasp it, but the woman halted his motion with a gesture. Puzzled by her intentions, he feigned irritation and inquired, "What do you mean?" "I do not mean to offend," the woman replied slowly. "However, this treasure is extraordinary and should not be handled lightly. Please allow me to examine your insignia to facilitate my report to the higher-ups." Su Feng felt a surge of anxiety. Although royal insignias appeared identical to outsiders, they were indeed distinct. While common servants might be oblivious to this fact, it was uncertain whether the woman before him shared that ignorance. Nevertheless, he acted without hesitation, producing his insignia and placing it on the table. To Su Feng's surprise, she merely inspected it briefly, confirming it was genuine before returning it without employing any special activation methods. "I wish you success in your endeavors," she said, rising to leave the room, leaving Su Feng alone with the two items on the table. After stowing away the insignia, Su Feng discreetly summoned his martial soul. Before departing, he intended to place a sealing barrier upon the soul-devouring dagger to prevent discovery by his protective shadow guards. Having accomplished this, Su Feng swiftly exited the room. Heading towards the exit, the success of such a crude plan left him with a sense of unease. Yet, tangible items do not lie. He was eager to return to the palace and confirm his acquisition. "Why do you feign unfamiliarity?" In the adjacent room where Su Feng had been, the woman in charge reclined on the sofa with her eyes closed. Upon hearing the maid's query, she merely smiled and gazed towards the direction Su Feng had departed. It was only after he had exited her perceptual range that she replied, "Why expose the truth? Did he utter a single falsehood?" The maid was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, it was the soul-devouring dagger, and should something happen to His Highness, she too would be held accountable. "You seem to regard His Highness as a mere child, incapable of tolerating his caprices. However, in my view, he is far superior to you." After a brief pause, the woman continued, "Earlier, in His Highness's presence, I felt an unmistakable sensation of being watched. I attempted to trace its source, yet the surrounding soul masters and devices did not match. Do you comprehend what this implies? If it were not for a power far exceeding mine, it indicates that His Highness possesses a means of surveillance that eludes even my detection. What do you think it is?" Before the maid could respond, the woman pressed on, "I suspect the latter. Thus, His Highness is hardly as simple as you imagine. Regardless, within the palace, a dagger would not incite significant turmoil, and there are few reasonable avenues to dispose of this troublesome matter. Wouldn't it be prudent to do His Highness a favor?" Unbeknownst to Su Feng, his identity had already been unveiled. Having just shed his disguise, he returned to his home within the palace. Su Yun was somewhat concerned about his prolonged absence, but Su Feng, lost in the euphoria of his success, offered her only a few brief words of comfort before retreating to his study. With utmost caution, he retrieved the box containing the soul-devouring dagger, and an irresistible sense of unreality washed over him. Such a treasure had fallen into his hands. Despite the myriad factors obscuring his identity and the item, it still felt surreal. He yearned to open the box and explore the power of the life gold within, but prudence dictated that he summon his stellar artifact martial soul first. Maintaining a link with the stellar artifact, Su Feng gradually unsealed the box. Instantly, a chilling aura swept through the study, causing him to shiver involuntarily. After confirming no signs of spiritual contamination, he opened the box and beheld one of the most precious treasures of the Douluo Star, the life gold, even shrouded in the thick aura of vengeful spirits. Su Feng could still sense boundless vitality within, thanks to the power of the stellar artifact. Now, the task ahead was straightforward. Su Feng could not help but utter, "Let this dagger reveal its true brilliance." Chapter 6. Purification. How to resolve the issue of the soul-devouring dagger had long been a matter of careful planning for Su Feng. According to the original text, the curse of the dagger stemmed from the indomitable, vengeful spirit within it, with its core being the essence of a titled Douluo-level evil spirit master. To attempt to lift the curse by simply annihilating it would be a futile expenditure of soul power. One must sever the connection between the vengeful spirit and the essence of life, a task deemed impossible for any soul master lacking divine or spiritual attributes. However, Su Feng was no ordinary soul master. Empowered by the stellar artifact, while his combat prowess may not have significantly increased, his knowledge was on par with anyone from the Douluo Continent. Prior to his endeavor, he had meticulously acquired knowledge on soul separation. Even within the stellar artifact, information regarding souls was exceedingly precious. Ideally, specialized stellar relics would be required for optimal results, but Su Feng had no need to preserve the vengeful spirits. Thus, employing a more rudimentary method was permissible. With the array prepared to isolate the aura, Su Feng began to delve into the dagger's interior. Like casting a red-hot iron ball into icy water, the vengeful spirits, saturated with negative emotions, erupted into turmoil. Driven by instinct, these spirits launched an assault on the foreign entity, seeking to assimilate it and lead it to corruption. Su Feng had anticipated this. He maintained a connection with the stellar artifact, allowing echoes from countless beings across worlds to clash with the vengeful spirits through his mental tendrils. Despite the emotions within these echoes having been dulled over time, their sheer volume overwhelmed the spirits. Su Feng deftly controlled the output from the stellar artifact, skillfully maintaining a balance between the two forces, preventing the spirits from touching him while also avoiding their concealment, which could complicate his separation efforts. Following the currents of negative emotion, Su Feng began to search for the array used by the evil spirit master to forge the soul-devouring dagger. Minutes swiftly passed, and Su Feng gained a general understanding of the dagger's internal structure. It was undeniable that the evil spirit master's methods were formidable. Despite being a treasure brimming with life, he had managed to cultivate a soul from life, nurturing evil through it, thereby cleverly circumventing the self-purifying power of the essence of life, transforming a priceless artifact into a weapon of malice. Nevertheless, Su Feng swiftly discerned a flaw in the array. The incompatibility between the sinister aura and vitality persisted, meaning that when the vengeful spirits were activated, their power could not be replenished. As long as he could deplete these powers, the spirits would be compelled to retreat and absorb vitality until they were once again filled. For a conventional Douluo soul master, depleting these seemingly endless vengeful spirits in one go was nothing short of a pipe dream. Only a titled Douluo-level divine, a tribute martial soul, could achieve such a feat. According to Su Feng's recollection, the holy angel martial soul from the spirit hall in the first volume should have been capable of this. But that martial soul had long since vanished, which explained why the curse of the dagger remained unsolved to this day. Once assured that he would not lose track of the vengeful spirits, Su Feng immediately amplified the echoes emitted by the stellar artifact. The endless resentments, measured in millennia and encompassing billions of beings, were ceaselessly washed and diluted. In mere minutes, the number of vengeful spirits, which had seemed inexhaustible moments ago, began to diminish rapidly, and in just a few seconds, they would be entirely dissipated. As the vengeful spirits approached extinction, Su Feng exhaled in relief. Although he merely served as a conduit, the occasional influx of memories left him feeling utterly drained. Yet, just as he prepared to separate the souls, a powerful surge struck his spirit, abruptly interrupting the correction process. Why must you eradicate us? You are merely a pompous, power-hungry wretch. Unite with us, and you shall gain eternal life and power. Sacrifice everything, and you shall receive rewards far beyond their value. I sense the darkness within your heart. You too are dissatisfied with your current state. Why not attempt to liberate yourself? Because I am myself, not a frenzied puppet. Su Feng's self-voice resonated amidst the myriad of seductive whispers, instantly overshadowing all the clamor. In Su Feng's mental vision, a chaotic black mist coalesced, nearly merging with him. To his surprise, this entity was not as formidable as he had anticipated. In fact, it was rather weak. Wholly inconsistent with the remnants of a titled Douluo-level evil spirit master, Su Feng discerned the truth upon careful reflection. Although this essence was still the core of the vengeful spirits within the soul-devouring dagger, it was no longer an independent soul. It appeared that even the titled Douluo, who manipulated souls, lacked sufficient knowledge and means, resulting in being ensnared by the very resentments they wielded. Perhaps during one of the dagger's previous wieldings, this fragment of a soul had suffered injury, losing the capacity to maintain its self-awareness during absorption, leaving only the potent grievances reminiscent of its slain master. This cycle of confusion continued, intertwining with the souls of the deceased master. Thus, when it attempted to seduce Su Feng, it was overwhelmed with numerous voices, lacking the depth to penetrate his memories before it began its enticement. Understanding the truth, Su Feng dispelled the final concern that plagued him. The absence of self-awareness rendered this task utterly manageable. With unhurried precision, he eradicated the fragment that had voluntarily detached from the soul-devouring dagger, causing the internal array to progressively unravel due to its loss of control. Severed from the essence of life, the countless vengeful spirits promptly began to dissipate. Amidst the vanishing spiritual essence, the soul-devouring dagger began to revert to its true form. The mere trace of aura emanating from it revitalized Su Feng. alleviating the fatigue of many days, while his soul power rapidly replenished. After enjoying a brief period of rejuvenation, Feng gazed at the dagger before him. It had ceased to emit any aura, yet he could still feel the invigorating influence of life coursing through him. Now, only one question remained: how to safeguard this treasured item. In the original narrative, Hui Yuhao, with the assistance of Ilex, had lifted the curse and absorbed it into his body, but Feng had no intention of following suit. Firstly, he had no multitude of souls to sustain. Even if absorbed, it would merely supplement his energy, and keeping it nearby would suffice without the need for mechanical crafting. Secondly, based on the information gleaned from the stellar artifact, although it too was a stellar entity, the path of growth and the powers acquired would ultimately shape its final form. The current essence of life was overwhelmingly potent for him. Once absorbed, his power attributes would inevitably be influenced, and he had no desire to become a mere support. If given a choice, he would prefer tangible strength. After contemplating several options, Feng failed to arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. He would undoubtedly utilize this dagger frequently. Thus it could not be out of his reach. However, with his current power, it was challenging to contain the emitted aura without affecting its usability unless he isolated it externally, as he had done now. Unable to resolve this matter, he decided to set it aside for the moment. After all, the item was already in his possession and would not elude him. For now, Feng had more pressing matters to attend to. He would reconsider these issues when it was time to leave this place. Chapter 7. Delving into the periphery of the Star Luo Forest. In this continent's largest gathering place for spirit beasts, even the outskirts pose significant dangers. Most spirit masters dare not venture into this area without companionship or guidance from a mentor. However, in the eyes of the 2,000-year-old silver ring serpent, this young human intruder has disregarded such wisdom. Although it takes over 10,000 years for spirit beasts to achieve intelligence comparable to that of humans, a creature that has lived for a millennium cannot be devoid of intellect. Years of experience have taught the silver ring serpent to refrain from rash actions. Instead, it cloaks itself among the trees, stealthily following the human. Once it confirms the human is alone, it will strike without hesitation, but until that moment, it remains patient. Silently moving through the treetops, the distance between them gradually diminishes. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. This human has now entered its attack range. The silver ring serpent adopts a poised stance, slightly parting its jaws, targeting the human's neck, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, a sharp pain radiates from its rear, causing the silver ring serpent to abandon its attack and turn to investigate. A grotesque insect dangles from a branch above, its razor-like claws stained with blood, announcing itself as the assailant. The silver ring serpent finds itself uncertain, shifting its posture to warily regard the insect. In its perception, this creature is hardly worthy of being called a spirit beast, merely larger in size, easily vanquished. Yet, how could an ordinary insect breach its scales? Moreover, how could it instill a sense of danger? Although the serpent's strength lies primarily in its venom, its physical prowess rivals that of a 100-year spirit beast in close combat. As the silver ring serpent considers retreat, another wave of pain erupts from its previous wound. This time, it no longer conceals its movements, immediately utilizing its spirit energy to vacate the area while exuding the aura of a millennium-old spirit beast in an attempt to intimidate its foe. However, upon glancing back at its previous position, a chill seeps into its core. 3 identical insects now occupy that space, while more insects emerge from the branches, shedding their camouflage and fixating their singular eyes upon it. At that moment, the silver ring serpent yearns to flee. Disregarding its earlier quarry, the serpent pivots to escape, only to be pierced by a dagger-like stinger that swiftly ends its life. From above, an insect retracts its tail spike from where the serpent fell, while in another direction, the quarry that the serpent had coveted approaches with a light step, deftly extracting the valuable parts of the silver ring serpent's body and, after rudimentary processing, storing them in a soul-guiding device. This coveted prey is none other than Feng, who is presently en route to a training site. Thanks to the golden essence of beings, he has significantly accelerated the production of mechanical insects, crafting 1,000 in just half a month. Leaving 20 behind to protect Su Yun, he has brought the remainder into the Star Luo Forest. Contrary to his initial expectations, the increase in mechanical insects has not complicated operations. Rather, they have developed a collective consciousness, greatly alleviating Su Feng's burden. Along the way, he has been able to traverse without obstruction, drawing no attention from high-level spirit beasts, only occasionally dispatching creatures like the silver ring serpent that could pose a threat. Observing the twilight, Feng decides to set up camp at this advantageous spot, where the territory boasts a small river. After instructing the mechanical insects to spread out and keep watch, he begins to erect his tent on the riverbank. Since he cannot inform anyone of this journey, he has made minimal preparations, relying solely on his own resources. Therefore, he must ensure a certain level of hunting to secure sufficient food. As he lights a campfire, Feng starts grilling the serpent meat he has just procured. Amidst the crackling sound of dripping fat on the flames, he contemplates his next actions. Based on his estimations, a mere 2-hour trek tomorrow morning will bring him to the training location. Camping here allows him to maintain a safe distance, ensuring he can reach his destination swiftly without drawing unwanted attention. Concerned for his safety, Feng has been tirelessly searching for insights since receiving guidance from the star artifact. Yet despite numerous attempts, he has gleaned nothing of value. It appears that the star artifact does not guarantee an easy path for its chosen. The only knowledge he possesses consists of obscure prophetic visions. Reflecting on these prophecies, Feng grows troubled. Most are disjointed and lack coherence. After much analysis, he concludes that the anomalies must stem from some foreign entity devoid of spirit energy. Yet, none of the visions have revealed a complete body, leaving him unable to identify any commonalities among these beings. If he were to speculate, perhaps the only shared trait is their lack of fur, but in his previous life, he encountered numerous similar creatures, making differentiation impossible. Frustrated, he thinks that perhaps the previous master of the star artifact lost control of the mechanical insects after their demise, allowing him to effortlessly complete his tasks upon encounter. This repetitive speculation aggravates Feng, prompting him to take a fierce bite of the grilled serpent meat, mumbling as he eats. If that were the case, his earlier assumptions of a daunting task requiring external aid would be unfounded. He could simply hire a guard for a trip here, eliminating the need for painstaking efforts to acquire the soul-devouring engraving blade. The serpent meat vanishes swiftly. Yet Feng remains unsatisfied. Since beginning to craft mechanical insects using the golden essence of beings, his appetite has notably increased. Perhaps the essence has accelerated his development. He can now distinctly feel his own growth. Although limited by spirit rings, the power within him continues to accumulate. Presently, Feng's energy, as perceived by the mechanical insects, rivals that of an average great spirit master. Life in the Douluo Continent is exceedingly monotonous, while he could find solace in books within the palace. The Star Luo forest offers no such reprieve, and even Feng's usually carefree demeanor cannot immerse him in the surroundings. Beyond traveling and resting, his only option is meditation and cultivation. However, today, he lacks the inclination to meditate and instead retreats into his tent to sleep. With the tireless mechanical insects obeying his command, he need not worry about night watch. Shortly after Feng drifts into slumber, a peculiar aura emanates from him. While ordinary beings remain oblivious, deep within the Star Luo forest, a three-eyed golden-furred lion spirit beast opens its eyes. Its instincts signal the presence of a life form akin to itself, yet the connection is faint and elusive, leaving it uncertain of its intuition. Emperor Tian, what is it? Do you think there could be another auspicious beast in this world? Impossible. Auspicious beasts are favored by the world's will. Unless one perishes, another will never emerge. With my protection, as long as you are here, no creature can harm you, and naturally, no new auspicious beast will be born. Is that so? The auspicious beast, though perplexed by Emperor Tian's reasoning, cannot pinpoint the inconsistency. Pampered since birth, it lacks the experience to refute, as no spirit beast dares to confront it. And even Emperor Tian would not show hostility. With no further contemplation, the auspicious beast closes its eyes. Perhaps its intuition was merely mistaken. Chapter 8 Negotiation. The next morning, as Feng awakened from his slumber, he sensed that he had missed something significant the previous night. In an attempt to uncover the mystery, he summoned the star artifact. But its feedback indicated that his feelings were unrelated to it. Furthermore, the mechanical insects reported that everything had been normal last night, with no dangers approaching. Unable to trace the source of his unease, Feng set aside his doubts. For today, he was to embark on a trial, leaving no time for further contemplation. After meticulously packing his gear and erasing all traces of his presence, he continued his journey through the forest. This time, however, he dispatched most of the mechanical insects ahead to avoid a direct encounter with his target. As he traversed the path, Feng utilized the insect's vision to survey the way forward, continuously comparing it with the guidance from the star artifact. Fortuitously, it appeared that the target had not moved in quite a while, and no ominous aura emanated from the vicinity. Occasionally, he stumbled upon peculiar, discarded corpses of soul beasts, as if some had unleashed indiscriminate slaughter. After more than an hour of movement, the foremost mechanical insect finally detected the target's presence. Feng immediately concentrated his mind, and a human figure materialized in his thoughts. Is this a human? He mused aloud. To his knowledge, the Douluo Continent was not devoid of humanoid soul beasts, however. Their aura was markedly different from that of humans, with clear distinctions in size and appearance. Yet, this figure bore no such characteristics according to the mechanical insect's observations. How could a human possibly remain in the depths of the Star Luo forest for such an extended period? Moreover, the figure exhibited no signs of breathing or heartbeat. If not for its warmth, Feng might have mistaken it for a wax statue. Maintaining constant vigilance, Feng maneuvered the mechanical insects closer to the immobile human. It was at this moment he noticed that the figure was shrouded in a strange, seemingly flesh-like membrane, which clung tightly to the skin, as if the mechanical insects perceived it as part of the being. Pondering the possible scenarios, he deduced that the individual might be a soul master who had been transformed in some cocoon-like state during the process of soul hunting. However, this raised a question: where had the soul beast or soul master that transformed him gone? Soul beasts would not kindly abandon their prey to fend for themselves, and it was implausible for a human to neglect a companion. If it was a self-inflicted predicament, being ensnared by one's own soul technique seemed excessively far-fetched. While he could not draw any conclusions yet, the guidance of the star artifact indicated that his task lay with this individual. Given that the mechanical insect still sensed a pulse of life within the figure, awakening him directly might yield the answers he sought. After arranging for the mechanical insects to conceal themselves, Feng commanded one to approach and gently slice through the membrane. As the membrane ruptured, various life signs of the human began to revive, with heartbeat and breath returning. Following a fit of coughing, the individual opened his eyes. Feng observed closely as the man reacted upon awakening. Instead of displaying shock at the presence of the mechanical insect, he immediately began rummaging through his belongings, seemingly in search of something. His self-examination concluded swiftly, and a string of expletives escaped his lips, clearly indicating that he had not found what he sought. "What are you looking for?" Feng's sudden voice startled the man, who turned to see the insect, its single eye fixated upon him, claws and tail quivering with an odd elegance. "Who are you? Did you wake me? Why are you hiding behind that insect? You have too many questions. They should come one at a time. Moreover, I find these inquiries rather trivial. Or do you suspect that I have taken something from you?" As soon as the words left Feng's mouth, the man's expression darkened, his soul power began to stir. But restrained by his inability to discern Feng's presence, he suppressed his urge to attack and continued the dialogue. "Who are you?" "Like you, I am human." That is a meaningless statement. The man's displeasure grew, his gaze darting around in search of the mastermind behind the insect. "How can you be certain I am not a soul beast? Perhaps today you fortuitously encountered a 10,000-year soul beast. Why not test your strength? Stop with the nonsense." The man took a few steps back, ensuring there were no corners to hide in, and demanded, "Return my belongings." "So, what exactly did you lose? Do you realize how long you have been lying here?" A look of confusion crossed the man's face as he asked, "What date is it?" "The 14th of May. "Impossible. I entered at the end of March." Could it be cutting himself off? The man closed his mouth, realizing he was in a predicament. "Are you deceiving me? Look around you. The changes over several days and a month are unmistakable." The man fell silent, indeed noticing the significant changes in the surrounding foliage. Unless someone had hastened its growth, the leaves could not have transformed from lush green to a deep verdant hue in just a few days. Dust had also settled on his clothing. "I saved you and answered your questions. According to the principle of equivalent exchange, you must answer mine. What did you lose? And is it related to this membrane on your body?" The man remained silent, instead summoning his martial soul, a blood-red demon spider. The 4 soul rings indicating he was a formidable soul master. The first soul ring shimmered, instantly adorning his limbs with a carapace resembling spider legs. Without hesitation, he charged toward the mechanical insect, intent on destroying the puppet and fleeing swiftly. However, fate does not always align with one's desires. In the man's view, the peculiar insect exhibited no fluctuations of soul power, effortlessly evading his attack and perching upon a nearby branch. "I advise against hasty actions. I harbor no intention of eliminating you, though I possess the capability to do so. As long as you can clarify my doubts, you shall be free to depart." "Who are you? Even if I told you, would you believe me?" "Humph." The man dispelled his soul technique and resumed scanning the surroundings, stating, "This insect is no ordinary creature. A normal person could not create such a thing. You must also belong to a sect. Why not step out and meet me? Do I appear to be a naive novice?" Su Feng speculated inwardly, yet maintained a calm and perilous tone as he replied, "Perhaps, since we are of the same kind, and there is no one to eavesdrop, we might as well extend a measure of trust to one another." With that, the man retracted his martial soul, and the fluctuations of his soul power ceased. Observing the motionless mechanical insect, he slowly approached the tree where it was stationed. "You still haven't answered my question." The answer is slowly raising his hand. The man gestured toward the mechanical insect, like this. No sooner had he spoken than his martial soul activated once again, the carapace reappearing, but this time extending longer limbs that relentlessly pursued the swiftly leaping mechanical insect among the branches. Just as the insect attempted to escape entirely, a hidden web suddenly materialized, encircling it from the direction of its flight. Caught between a pincer movement, the mechanical insect chose to descend into the web, while the limbs behind it came to a halt. "Come out. You wouldn't want the carefully crafted puppet to be destroyed so easily, would you? If we are to negotiate, then show a bit more sincerity." In the face of the man's self-satisfied remarks, the voice emanating from the mechanical insects remained as serene as ever. "You should first respond to my inquiry. Have you grasped the situation?" The man retorted impatiently. "The fact that you dare not emerge signifies that your strength is inferior to mine, or at least not significantly superior. Now that your precious belongings are in my possession, do not attempt to deceive me with empty rhetoric." "How unfortunate." "Unfortunate about what? You wouldn't be backing down so easily, would you?" "It's unfortunate that I cannot obtain the answer directly." No sooner had he finished speaking than the mechanical insects unleashed their blades, swiftly severing the web. The man, witnessing this, hastily exerted more force, attempting to weave the same web once more. Yet, several glimmers of cold light flashed around him, and before the web could take shape, it shattered. The man cast his gaze around, and dozens, if not hundreds, of mechanical insects revealed themselves, encircling him from every direction. Is this some sort of deception? The triumphant expression on the man's face vanished, replaced by one of sheer terror. By his calculations, the threat posed by a single insect was comparable to that of a battle-type Grand Soul Master, and due to its size and concealed aura, it was even more formidable. This led him to make a highly valuable assessment. Now, with so many gathered, not only would he struggle to escape alone, but even his superior, one tier above him, might not be able to depart safely. "I suspect you are now inclined to beg for mercy, but I regret to inform you." Under the onslaught of multiple attacks, the man's defenses were swiftly breached, and one mechanical insect promptly severed his neck. As he futilely attempted to staunch the bleeding with his hands, unable to emit a sound, Su Feng calmly remarked, "I am not an evil soul master." Chapter 9. Task completed. After confirming the demise of his opponent with the mechanical bug, Su Feng approached from a distance. Although he could have chosen to spare the man's life for interrogation, he knew that relying solely on the mechanical bug would not suffice, and Su Feng would never place himself in jeopardy. Thus, he was left with no choice but to eliminate him. The expression on the man's face just before death validated Su Feng's judgment. The teaching he mentioned referred to the Holy Spirit sect, and like-minded individuals implied evil soul masters. In Su Feng's vague recollections, soul masters on the Douluo Continent exhibited a blind tenacity towards their own identities, with many even disdainful of using soul-guiding devices. Such dexterous insects, in the eyes of outsiders, could only be crafted by evil soul masters, mere puppets manipulating souls. Yet, none of this concerned Su Feng. He had no intention of showcasing the mechanical bug as a display of his power. Were it not for his current weakness, he would not have opted for such a method to complete his trials. Indeed, after a thorough examination, Su Feng confirmed his suspicions. The source of anomaly had never left the man. It had merely spiraled out of control to the extent that he was oblivious to it. Under the scanning power of the star artifact, the man's body was found to be largely modified. Even his brain had been infected. Had Su Feng not interrupted this process, the man might have been replaced by some entity, returning to society and causing immeasurable repercussions. Contemplating this, Su Feng began to feel troubled. He did not believe that eliminating this one individual would eradicate the threat. Being a parasitic creature, it was impossible for there to be only one. The guidance of the star artifact merely aimed to make him aware of the looming danger. With a sense of resignation, Su Feng commenced utilizing the power of the star artifact to extract the foreign components from the man. Gradually, a peculiar mass of biological tissue coalesced from the man's body. This was evidently not its true form, but due to the interruption of the parasitic process, it had lost its ability to transform, merely retaining the remnants of its vitality. Twitching intermittently, as Su Feng successfully detached the creature, he instantly sensed the completion of his trial. The star artifact began to glow, and a unique force commenced the transformation of his body. Su Feng soon realized that the star artifact was about to assist him in advancing. With a flash of light, he was drawn once more into the star artifact's interior, but this time it was not by his own volition. The star artifact had granted him a choice. The power of choice? Su Feng pondered over the message conveyed by the star artifact, feeling somewhat perplexed, yet swiftly, the star artifact elucidated his confusion. Although the star gods had their individual inclinations, there were shared powers among them. These forces manifested the omniscience and omnipotence of the star gods, governing all things. For the brave souls undergoing trials, the powers available included fate, preservation, mandate, dominion, life and death, destruction, and wisdom. Images flickered through Su Feng's mind, granting him a profound understanding of these powers. The relics of the stars he was familiar with were, in fact, manifestations of the powers derived from the star artifact that humanity sought to obtain. After careful consideration, Su Feng devised an audacious plan and made his choice without hesitation. The power of the star artifact began to infuse his soul, while outside the realm of his consciousness, a layer of soul rings quietly coalesced, surrounded by the mechanical bugs. No creature could approach, thus Su Feng's anomaly went unnoticed. After nearly half an hour, he regained control over his body. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately perceived that the world before him had transformed. Is this the power of choice? The very nature of things could be represented in such a manner. With that thought, Su Feng instinctively reached out towards a nearby tree, and the surface bark began to move in an uncanny manner, as if attempting to morph into another form. No, something was amiss. The immense consumption of soul power jolted Su Feng back to reality. He realized he was merely a child wielding a sharp blade. The power of choice could not be manifested. Even altering a small patch of bark had proven to be overwhelming for him. What has happened to me? I did not falter even when acquiring the golden essence of life. Su Feng leaned back against the tree, chuckling bitterly. The divine power of choice truly was a maddening force. Perhaps that scientist, Lise, was also ensnared by this power. After a brief respite, Su Feng began retracing his steps. He had no intention of retrieving the man's remains, as all traces of the parasitic entity had been extracted and eliminated. Even if others were to arrive, they would simply perceive him as a soul master who had met an unfortunate fate. The Star Luo Forest, being the largest gathering place for soul beasts on the continent, prompted Su Feng to hasten his departure without wasting a moment. This undertaking had already consumed too much time, which could easily raise suspicions about a 6-year-old child. 2 days passed, and due to his prior clearing of the route, Su Feng's return journey accelerated significantly. He soon emerged from the forest, entering an area of human activity. Given its proximity to the Star Luo Forest, this border town boasted stringent defenses, predominantly inhabited by soul masters. After a brief examination, Su Feng successfully entered the town. Upon reaching the inn where he had initially stayed, Su Feng removed his hood, revealing a youthful yet strikingly handsome visage. With a blend of genuine and feigned excitement, he proclaimed, "Innkeeper, I require a top-notch room, and please bring me the finest dishes you have." The gaze of those around him was naturally drawn, only to swiftly retract. They had encountered many such ostentatious young scions before, often impulsively seeking to obtain soul rings alone, appearing solitary, yet undoubtedly backed by formidable protectors. Otherwise, returning from the Star Luo Forest would have been impossible. Su Feng was acutely aware of the dangers here, yet that was precisely the effect he desired. To facilitate his solitary venture into the Star Luo Forest, he had previously crafted a doll infused with his life essence and soul power, leaving it in the inn. For those adept at monitoring with soul power, this item would serve perfectly as a decoy. By the time they discovered the ruse, Su Feng would have long departed. And with the mechanical bugs concealing his trail, pursuit would be futile. Therefore, should they wish to avoid royal retribution, they would have no choice but to await his return. And his current objective was to ensure they recognized his presence. Although they would inevitably report back to Su's family, the mere presence of a hollow, ordinary doll would lead no one to believe their claims. The only aspect Su Feng found somewhat unsatisfactory was that his acquisition of the first soul ring would inevitably become known to others. However, within the realm of Douluo Continent, such a revelation was not particularly extraordinary, especially given his royal lineage. No one would dare question his loyalty. Utilizing the perceptive abilities of the mechanical bugs, Su Feng soon detected the approach of a soul saint dark guard, whose cultivation seemed out of place. Noticing their peculiar demeanor, Su Feng refrained from further comment, taking the key and heading straight back to his room. Although the dark guard exhibited no signs of panic or surprise, causing Su Feng to question his own significance, their failure to rush out and escort him back indicated that his subsequent plans would remain unaffected. Chapter 10. The summons after 2 days of arduous travel. Su Feng finally returned to Xingluo City. As he had anticipated, upon his arrival at the palace, he was intercepted by the guards and escorted to meet Su Jiawei. Naturally prepared, Su Feng felt no fear, though he exhibited a semblance of tension for the onlookers. After navigating through numerous guards, he once again came face to face with his elder brother. Once the other individuals in the study were dismissed, Su Jiawei regarded his precocious younger brother with a myriad of emotions swirling within him. On one hand, for the scarce star-crowned bloodline, the royal family was not as stringent as larger families typically are. Even though Su Feng had appropriated resources from his sister and leveraged the royal name to acquire the soul-devouring knife, Su Jiawei had no intention of meting out punishment. To him, his younger brother was merely a clever child who had taken it upon himself to care for his sister, naturally developing a parental mindset that led him to undertake actions he would not normally dare. Typically, such prodigies would continually attempt actions beyond their years until they encountered failure. Su Jiawei had originally planned to wait until Su Feng's research on the soul-devouring knife yielded no results before offering assistance. He had even assigned individuals to monitor Su Feng's physical condition. However, the course of events seldom adheres to one's expectations. This younger brother seemed genuinely engrossed in his study of the knife and showed no signs of abnormality. He had even successfully ventured out alone to complete a soul hunt, which astonished Su Jiawei as much as his first encounter with the soul guide devices of the Sun and Moon Empire. Compared to a 6-year-old child deriving power from the soul-devouring knife, which even numerous titled Douluo could not resolve, he preferred to believe that Su Feng was influenced by some abnormal force. Today, he had specifically invited the medical immortal Douluo to a nearby chamber. Should any signs of a curse be detected on Su Feng, he was prepared to eliminate the potential threat, even if it meant shattering his soul rings. Yet, nearly 3 minutes had elapsed since Su Feng entered the room, and Su Jiawei had not received any communication from the medical immortal Douluo. Not only was he unperturbed, but Su Feng's tension had also dissipated, replaced by impatience. Secretly relieved, Su Jiawei decided to cease waiting. Su Feng, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? I have proven my worth. I am not a defective product of martial soul mutation. I am stronger than anyone, including you adults. In stark contrast to his usual reserved demeanor, Su Feng appeared remarkably audacious, embodying the essence of a boastful child. Su Jiawei had anticipated this reaction and refrained from rebuttal, instead continuing to inquire, by what means do you conclude that you are superior to others? You have merely become a soul master. There is nothing extraordinary about that. You would not understand, which is precisely why I assert this. Su Feng's expression grew more disdainful. I have resolved the issues with the soul-devouring knife that all of you were incapable of handling. Perhaps you merely believe you have resolved it, Su Jiawei countered, shaking his head. What method did you employ? By myself. Su Jiawei was momentarily speechless, uncertain whether Su Feng was genuinely oblivious or deliberately jesting. Suppressing his impulse to summon someone for an examination, he continued to listen to Su Feng's explanation. My martial soul, simply by utilizing soul power to cleanse it, has eradicated the curse on the soul-devouring knife, revealing its true treasure. Oh, Su Jiawei's interest piqued. What sort of treasure? Noticing Su Feng's hesitation, he pressed on. President, I, in the name of the Emperor, guarantee that no one shall take it from you. At this, Su Feng finally made up his mind. Retrieving a box from his storage soul guide and cautiously unveiling it, a wave of refreshing energy wafted forth as the lid opened. Su Jiawei was initially taken aback. Then his expression grew serious as he discreetly amplified the palace's protective enchantments to contain this aura within the chamber. Once the lid was fully removed, what met his eyes was indeed a knife. However, Su Jiawei sensed no trace of a curse emanating from it, only an overwhelming vitality that stirred within him an urge to touch it. Just as he was about to speak, a side door swung open, and an elderly woman with white hair entered, striding directly towards Su Feng. Yet, upon noticing Su Feng's wary demeanor, Wang Xian'er realized her actions were somewhat reckless. She halted, maintaining a distance of 2 to 3 steps from Su Feng, attempting to sense the aura of the knife, while inquiring, Child, how did you come by that object? Who are you? Su Feng asked, somewhat taken aback, recognizing that the elderly woman's ability to directly question him while disregarding Su Jiawei signified her considerable status. This was not part of his plan. This is Wang Xian'er, the vice master of the Royal Worship Hall and the medical immortal Douluo. I have come to assist in examining your health, especially since you recently advanced alone without consultation, which may lead to some deficiencies. Su Feng suddenly understood. He did recall this individual. However, the worship hall's members rarely made public appearances, and living individuals did not have portraits, which was why he had not recognized her immediately. To his knowledge, Wang Xian'er had no affiliations with any power, solely belonging to the royal worship hall, where she devoted herself to cultivation. It was entirely reasonable for Su Jiawei to invite her to investigate any potential curses on him. Ah, so it is the esteemed medical immortal Douluo. Su Feng exuded a semblance of surprise. It is an honor to have you here today. This knife is the true form of the soul, devouring knife after I resolved its curse. Its internal vitality is boundless, and thanks to it, I have rapidly advanced to level 10 and successfully completed a soul haunt. Wang Xian'er did not respond verbally, but gradually approached, placing her hand upon the knife. Waves of soul power emanated from her, and an ethereal angelic figure with 5 pairs of emerald wings materialized behind her, equally imbued with vitality. Unlike the life energy of the knife, Wang Xian'er's soul power exuded a more vibrant essence, evoking an involuntary sense of affinity, prompting even Su Feng to restrain his instinct to summon his martial soul for a baptism. They did not have to wait long. Wang Xian'er withdrew her hand but did not dispel her martial soul. Instead, her aura intensified further. Before the watchful eyes of Su Feng and Su Jiawei, the angelic figure enveloped her, and her appearance began to rejuvenate, her eyes and hair transforming into a vibrant green. This transformation continued until she resembled a girl of 16 or 17. The shift in soul power did not cease, and as a powerful wave of life energy surged forth, Wang Xian'er regained her composure, an unmistakable joy radiating from her countenance. May I ask, is your name Su Feng? A voice of crystalline clarity reached Su Feng's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. Chapter 11. Uniqueness. In the original narrative, Wang Xian'er was not a central figure, thus Su Feng had little impression of her, and his understanding was solely derived from the information he had gathered in this lifetime. Consequently, Su Feng's knowledge of Wang Xian'er's martial soul was limited to its status as the foremost healing martial soul on the continent, possessing immense vitality. Initially, he assumed that Wang Xian'er's physical transformation was merely a manifestation of her overflowing life force, but her recent utterance suggested otherwise. Under the dual impetus of internal and external factors, Su Feng awakened his martial soul, and the star artifact began to unveil its potency. As Wang Xian'er sensed Su Feng's martial soul, he too harnessed the authority of the star artifact. Before long, Su Feng discreetly ceased his abilities. Within his perception, Wang Xian'er's age had not been reversed. It was merely an illusion created by the formidable soul power she had just attained. Although her vitality had indeed surged significantly, it had not reached the realm of youthful rejuvenation. Nevertheless, if such a transformation was possible once, it could certainly occur again, and perhaps one day she might truly achieve eternal youth. Su Feng's subtle actions went unnoticed by others, to Su Jiawei and Wang Xian'er. It appeared as though Su Feng had merely activated his martial soul without employing any soul skills. Unsurprisingly, Su Feng's soul ring was merely a yellow 100-year soul ring. Su Jiawei cast a fleeting glance before redirecting his attention to Wang Xian'er, who was currently attuned to the star artifact. From Wang Xian'er's perspective, the star artifact did not exhibit the might one would expect from a top-tier martial soul, nor did Su Feng's soul power reveal any qualitative distinction. However, she found it peculiar that her martial soul, the healing angel, seemed to exhibit signs of submission before the star artifact. It was noteworthy that she had just ascended to the realm of Super Douluo, and even a limit Douluo would struggle to evoke such a response from her martial soul, let alone a child who had only recently become a soul master. Though she had witnessed Su Feng's martial soul, Wang Xian'er's confusion only deepened. The royal family had previously summoned her to dispel the curse of the soul-devouring blade, yet she had been unable to purify it. Had Su Jiawei not mentioned it beforehand, she would have found it hard to believe that Su Feng had any interaction with the soul-devouring blade, much less the one that emanated a completely opposite aura. Originally, she speculated that Su Feng's martial soul might have undergone a divine attribute mutation, allowing it to specifically counter the curse. Yet, Su Feng's soul power showed no inclination, and his martial soul exhibited nothing at all. Not even the star power characteristic of the Luo royal family. The contrasts, coupled with the instinct of her own martial soul, led Wang Xian'er to question whether she had truly secluded herself for too long to discern the traits of a martial soul. Could you demonstrate the soul skills you have acquired? Wang Xian'er inquired, realizing that merely observing the martial soul was insufficient. Only by prompting it to further awaken could she glean any insights. After a moment of hesitation, Su Feng acquiesced to Wang Xian'er's request. He had already devised a skill for disguise, as in the world of Douluo, where martial souls were paramount, concealment could lead to greater peril. As Su Feng's first soul ring illuminated, both Wang Xian'er and Su Jiawei sensed his soul power converging toward his eyes, just as they anticipated a display of some ability. Su Feng's soul power was suddenly depleted, failing to reveal any characteristics. Su Jiawei, perplexed, was about to inquire further when Wang Xian'er had already half-knelt, placing her hands over Su Feng's closed eyes. As her soul power penetrated, her expression shifted from confusion to gradual astonishment. Exalted medical immortal, have you perhaps discovered something? His eyes are extraordinarily unusual, quite unlike those of a mere child. Su Jiawei felt a surge of anxiety, but Wang Xian'er's subsequent words left him bewildered. Your soul skill is enhancement, is it not? Su Jiawei was at a loss for words. He had distinctly felt Su Feng expend nearly all of his soul power. Yet the outcome required another to investigate to perceive the enhancement. Even if, in the future, Su Feng could maintain this ability as his cultivation progressed, it would remain somewhat trivial. To be precise, it is a permanent enhancement. Su Feng pressed through his fatigue, continuing, I can modify my body using soul power, achieving an essential leap in its capabilities. In fact, I can now clearly see objects over 100 meters away. Now it was Su Jiawei's turn to be astonished. In his recollection, while martial souls could enhance the body and many soul skills could directly improve a soul master's physical attributes, such effects were always temporary. To genuinely strengthen the body, apart from rigorous training, only rare heavenly materials could accomplish such feats. Since acquiring the soul skill, Su Feng could apply it to himself a mere dozen times, yet this enhancement rivaled that of an ordinary 1,000-year soul skill. Exalted medical immortal, is what he says true? Wang Xian'er nodded, rising and turning to Su Jiawei. This child speaks no falsehood. At least, that is my observation. Even for me. To achieve such a degree of enhancement would require months of nurturing with life force, and that is limited to individuals of ordinary physical quality. As she spoke, Wang Xian'er dissipated her martial soul, yet retained her youthful appearance. Only Su Feng could perceive the nearly imperceptible signs of aging. At this rate, it would take another 2 or 3 days for Wang Xian'er to return to her rightful age. I have encountered countless individuals over the years, treated an innumerable number of soul masters, yet I can never misjudge a person's physical state. His Majesty's brother possesses an extraordinarily rare ability. With such capability, even if there were prior risks, they are likely long resolved. His Highness Su Feng indeed possesses exceptional talent and boundless potential. His Majesty need not worry. This old one has gained much from this visit and shall not impose further. With that, Wang Xian'er hastily departed the room, leaving Su Feng and Su Jiawei to exchange glances. Observing the boy before him, Su Jiawei found himself at a loss for words. Today had brought him an overwhelming number of shocks, leading him to question whether he was truly facing his blood relative or a titled Douluo. Su Feng, reading Su Jiawei's expression, exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as there was no hostility, this trial had been successfully navigated. Momentary doubt and astonishment would not incite Su Jiawei to take any action against him. Once this tempest passed, all he possessed would be deemed reasonable, and his subsequent actions would be considerably freer. After a prolonged silence, Su Jiawei finally spoke. Since the medical immortal Douluo has acknowledged you, your abilities are indeed commendable. However, do refrain from such reckless actions in the future. As members of the royal family, we have access to abundant resources and need not take unnecessary risks. Should you require anything in the future, simply approach me or Jujian. I understand that you and your sister rely on one another and seldom interact with others. But such is the nature of royalty. I will find ways to address this issue. Although you lack your biological parents, Jiujian and I are also your blood relatives, capable of alleviating your burdens. Su Feng remained silent, sensing Su Jiawei's sincerity in his words. He contemplated numerous responses, yet chose not to voice them, simply replying, "Thank you." Watching Su Feng's retreating figure, Su Jiawei let out a bitter smile, rubbing his temples. Only by truly occupying this position did he grasp its weight. In comparison, the caprices of a few younger siblings were trivial. Chapter 12. A pause after departing from Su Jiawei's study. Su Feng swiftly returned to the home he shared with his sister. Upon seeing him, Su Yun rushed over, enveloping him in a tight embrace. As Su Feng gazed at his sister in his arms, a wave of warmth surged within him. Having traversed this world for so long, he had always acted independently, never truly connecting with anyone. Su Yun had quietly followed in his footsteps, leading him to underestimate the significance of their bond. Yet, after this genuine separation, Su Feng finally grasped the depth of his feelings. Throughout the journey, he found himself pondering how Su Yun would manage in his absence, and what would become of her if he were to meet with failure or death. Fortunately, Everything unfolded according to plan. He returned unscathed, still able to protect her. Brother. Neither spoke much. Both Su Yun and Su Feng were not adept at expressing themselves. However, after so many years together, words had become unnecessary for their communication. Su Feng relinquished the thought of continuing his training, opting instead to spend this day with Su Yun, a rare occurrence. Eventually, Su Yun released him, but continued to hold on to his arm, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, seeking a response. It's all right. I will not leave you, Yuner. Su Feng asserted, meeting her gaze with unwavering resolve. Perhaps there will be times when I must undertake solitary endeavors, but I shall always return. We are family, destined to be together for a lifetime. Though Su Yun struggled to comprehend Su Feng's words, she understood that he had not abandoned her. Allowing the weight in her heart to finally lift, they walked home, hand in hand, after having been immersed in their own worlds for so long. Su Feng had rarely dedicated time solely to Su Yun. More often than not, it had been her following his lead. Just as he found himself at a loss for what to do, Su Yun released his hand and walked toward a nearby cabinet. To his astonishment, she retrieved two somewhat roughly crafted necklaces and handed one to him. I made this using the method from the book. Su Yun spoke softly, yet resolutely. The book says that as long as we have these, we shall never be apart. Su Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. He recognized the nature of such books, yet he could not explain this to his sister. Gazing into her eyes, he accepted the necklaces. Under Su Yun's watchful gaze, Su Feng summoned his martial soul. He refused to treat her words lightly. The sentiment behind the necklaces held profound significance for him, and he wished to imbue them with strength. Before Su Jiawei and Wang Xianer, the star artifact began to radiate light, channeling divine power into the necklaces. Su Feng sensed an unknown fate intertwining his essence with Su Yun's, transcending the mere bonds of blood. Under the influence of this power, Su Yun began to transform. Her star-crowned martial soul manifesting instinctively, resonating with the star artifact. Before long, the star artifact completed its enhancement of the necklaces, ceasing to emit light. However, Su Feng and Su Yun experienced a remarkable sensation. Whenever they summoned their martial souls, they could feel each other's presence. Su Yun's face illuminated with surprise, while Su Feng wore an expression of resignation. The outcome exceeded his expectations. He even contemplated retracting this connection. The bond bestowed by the star artifact was more than mere awareness. It entangled their destinies, although their fates as twins were already closely linked. This new bond indicated that the power of the star artifact had also descended upon Su Yun. The weight of destinies carried by the star artifact encompassed the fate of the entire world. While Su Feng might protect his sister, the forces of destiny would not wane. Su Yun would inevitably become embroiled in the world's upheaval. Should Su Feng falter, Su Yun would emerge as the new hero. Observing his sister's jubilant demeanor, Su Feng reluctantly retracted the star artifact. With matters standing thus, he could only shoulder more responsibility to shield Su Yun from the artifact's fate. He spent the afternoon with Su Yun, and after finally convincing her to rest, he returned to his study alone, beginning to assess his gains. Foremost among them was a collection of resources, including the precious essence of life. Although he had maintained a low profile in the Stardo forest, Su Feng had slain numerous soul beasts, accumulating substantial materials beneficial for his current endeavors. He categorized these resources for future use, harboring many ideas he wished to explore. Next, he contemplated the powers he had acquired from his trials. Although he had initially failed during his first attempt to wield them, it had been due to insufficient soul power. A concern he no longer needed to entertain now that he possessed the essence of life. In the days to come, he must seize the opportunity to hone this newfound strength, as it was crucial for his forthcoming plans. Lastly, he reflected on the unexpected revelation that the power of the star artifact could indeed be shared with others. While the precise conditions for this remained unclear, he recognized that garnering more assistance would ease his future endeavors. As for the Emperor Su Jiawei and the healing Douluo Wang Xianer, Su Feng paid them no mind. As a mere child, if they harbored ill intentions, they would not have permitted him to leave. Their decision to let him go implied that they did not perceive him as suspicious. Thus, he need not worry about disturbances for a considerable time. Glancing at the hour, Su Feng abandoned his plan to venture out. Instead of meditating, he resolved to grant his taut nerves a reprieve. Lying on his bed, Su Feng gradually drifted into slumber. The power of the star artifact enveloped him, as it often did, guiding him anew. Su Feng's consciousness seemed to alight upon a stubborn stone, witnessing the changes before him. Due to the passive nature of his acceptance, this time, the prophetic visions eluded his clarity upon awakening. he would forget most of what he had experienced. Before the stubborn stone lay a desolate expanse, charred by the descent of a meteorite, which had drawn a crowd. Among them were soul masters, but more were ordinary folk. As the meteorite bore no extraordinary power, the soul masters departed after a mere glance, while the commoners collected fragments to take home. Time passed, and one individual who had previously claimed a piece of the meteorite returned. His movements were precise, almost mechanical, as he excavated the meteorite's pit. Neither a soul master nor equipped with tools, he nonetheless dug with remarkable speed, akin to a burrowing rodent. Before long, a shard of black meteorite emerged. Without hesitation, he seized it and left, seemingly satisfied with his find. After an undetermined interval, another soul master arrived. This one radiating a potent aura of resentment and darkness. He ruthlessly demolished the entire meteorite pit, absconding with every fragment. Could stones possess emotions? Likely not. Yet Feng felt an inkling of fear and discontent, perhaps directed at the last soul master or the meteorite shards themselves. However, as stones lack life, these emotions quickly dissipated, and Feng's perception faded into oblivion. Chapter 13. Humanity in the extreme northern region, a territory seldom trodden by humankind. The landscape is dominated by endless expanses of snow, rendering direction indiscernible and the ability to perceive the outside world nearly impossible, as all traces are concealed beneath the icy blanket. At this moment, a young boy strides across the snowfields. Unlike the other visitors to this desolate land, he is devoid of any winter gear, yet there is no sign of impediment from the blizzards that whip around him. The boy does not conceal his thoughts. The crunch of his footsteps against the snow reverberates sharply in the air, sending lowly, iceworm-like soul beasts scuttling away in fright. However, even in this sparsely populated realm, one cannot escape the territories of formidable soul beasts. A colossal ice bear, towering nearly 2 stories high, awakens from its hidden lair, regarding the intruder in its domain with instinctive scrutiny of the boy's strength. Once it ascertains that the boy is no match for it, the ice bear unleashes a thunderous roar, proclaiming its wrath. The sound reaches the boy's ears, compelling him to halt and cast his gaze toward the bear. At this moment, the nearly 10,000-year-old ice bear approaches while manipulating the surrounding blizzards to hinder the boy's movements. Rather than displaying trepidation, the boy's face brightens with excitement. In the ice bear's astonishment, the boy pivots and swiftly runs toward it. With little time to ponder why the creature has not unleashed its soul power to match his speed in this frigid expanse, the bear abandons the tempest and focuses its strength between itself and the boy. It intends to use the swirling snow to thwart its prey's escape, ensnaring it with the ice beneath, and ultimately delivering a lethal blow with its formidable might, a strategy that has proven successful throughout the years. Although it has never had the opportunity to test this tactic against humans, the ice bear is confident in its effectiveness. Unexpectedly, just as it prepares to unleash its ice prison, the boy seems to sense impending danger and halts before the trap. Without further contemplation, the ice bear approaches slowly, intending to employ the same old trick. Yet, it finds something inexplicable hindering its powers from permeating the ice surface beneath. The ice bear, not known for its high intellect among soul beasts, especially at such a young age, discards its soul technique and charges directly at the oblivious human, seeking to eliminate him with primal ferocity. The fragile ice trembles beneath the weight of the beast, yet the boy remains steadfast. As the bear's massive jaws loom to devour him, the boy leaps, narrowly evading the attack. The bear, propelled by inertia, rushes forward before coming to an abrupt halt. Fixating on the diminutive figure before it, the ice bear rises, swiping its massive paws in an attempt to crush the boy. However, the boy deftly evades the bear's claws with an unearthly swiftness. After numerous attempts, the bear realizes it cannot easily capture this agile human and slows its assault. At that moment, the boy seizes the opportunity, charging straight at the immense ice bear and leaping high before it, following the bear's arms and body. He swiftly arrives at its face, grasping the fur above its eye with one hand while brandishing a soul-guiding dagger with the other, thrusting it fiercely toward the bear's right eye. Yet, the dagger halts halfway, as a frigid soul power envelopes the bear's face, forming a solid ice armor. Without hesitation, the boy springs away, for had he delayed even a moment longer, he would have faced the same icy fate. Watching the human who has eluded him time and again, the ice bear's fury intensifies. It lets out a furious roar, dropping to all fours as fierce winds and snow swirl around it in a tempestuous display. It is determined to slaughter the human before it in the most brutal manner, indifferent to the fact that it may never feast on him. Gathering its strength, the ice bear forcefully stomps the ice, charging toward the boy. This time, the surrounding blizzards impede his movements, leaving him with no avenue for escape as the bear looms closer. Suddenly, the bear's trajectory shifts as a blade pierces through its right forepaw, halting its charge. Consumed by rage, the ice bear finally perceives something amiss. It slams its paw down against the ice, attempting to flush out the hidden foe. Ordinary ice cannot withstand such a violent impact, and soon the surface beneath the bear becomes a chaotic mess. Once again, it channels its soul power into the shattered ice. It finds nothing. At this juncture, fear begins to creep into the bear's heart, prompting it to flee. Without a moment's hesitation, the ice bear abandons the boy and flees toward its den. However, having long occupied the apex of the food chain, it fails to realize that, at this moment, it stands completely exposed to the very threats it has hunted countless times before. Before long, another blade emerges from the ice, plunging into the bear's previous wound. The searing pain elicits a primal howl, causing its pace to falter. This moment of hesitation proves fatal, as multiple blades erupt from the ice, piercing through its entire being. With a look of defiance, the ice bear collapses to the ground. As the beast breathes its last, a deep purple soul ring materializes above its corpse. Meanwhile, the boy approaches leisurely, opting not to absorb the precious soul ring. He merely glances at it, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, he had not been mistaken. This ice bear was nearing the 10,000-year mark, confirming that his path was indeed leading deeper into the extreme north. This realm is certainly no place for humans. After several days, he has witnessed no change, only snow, snow, and more snow. The boy is Feng, now 11 years old, and according to the customs of Douluo Continent, he is eligible to enter the Soul Master Academy for his studies. He chose not to accept the offer from the Star Luo Royal Soul Engineer Academy, instead applying to Su Jiawei for permission to attend Shrek Academy. For most royal families, the rationale for keeping students within their borders often revolves around pride. Who would not wish to attend a superior institution? Yet, Feng, whose martial soul has undergone a mutation, is free from such concerns. He crafts a false identity for himself, effortlessly obtaining a letter of recommendation. The plot is about to unfold, and Feng can keenly sense the shifting fate of the Douluo Continent. He must ensure that he does not miss any pivotal moments. Before reporting to Shrek, however, Feng is determined to accomplish a long-held goal, prompting him to embark on this journey to the extreme north ahead of schedule. Yet, amidst all the possibilities he envisioned, the greatest obstacle he faces in this desolate land is simply losing his way. All detection methods have faltered as he delves deeper into the northern wilds, leaving him to rely solely on his perception of temperature changes to gauge his direction. As this is his own intuition, rather than guidance from the divine artifact, he finds himself devoid of convenient means to skip lessons and must press on resolutely. After traversing for many days, Feng finally encounters his first soul beast nearing the 10,000-year threshold, signaling that he is approaching truly perilous territory. His plans can only be realized by getting as close to the core area as possible. Fortunately, the soul beasts of the extreme north are far less concentrated than those of the Star Luo forest, granting him the opportunity to venture further. Otherwise, he would find himself in mortal peril, even from the mightiest of 10,000-year soul beasts. Chapter 14. Arrival. 3 days have elapsed since traversing the territory of the ice bears, and Feng has now reached the heart of the extreme north. The temperature has plummeted to over -100 degrees. Even he, with his body having undergone numerous enhancements, must don warm clothing and wield a soul-guiding device to shield himself from the biting wind and snow. Having restored himself to optimal condition, Feng exhales deeply and summons his martial soul, the stellar artifact, creator mechanism. As he activates his second soul skill, a peculiar aura envelopes him, and dark clouds begin to gather in the sky above, heralding an inexorable will poised to descend. This extraordinary phenomenon expands, drawing the attention of the surrounding soul beasts. Within 100 miles, the soul beasts quickly recognize the ominous sign of a heavenly tribulation, the implications of which are unmistakable. Most soul beasts choose to retreat from the center of the tribulation to avoid collateral damage, while some, driven by curiosity, inch closer to witness this critical trial for soul beasts. As the aura of the heavenly tribulation thickens, the surrounding soul beasts cease their movements. To their bewilderment, no sign of any soul beast emanates from the heart of the tribulation, as if it were devoid of a target. Observing the delay in the tribulation's descent, some soul beasts begin to entertain alternative thoughts. Perhaps this is not a momentous tribulation for a soul beast, but rather a manifestation signaling the impending maturation of some celestial treasure? However, before they can confirm this speculation, a familiar pressure descends upon all present soul beasts, conveying an intent to drive them away. Upon sighting the approaching emerald eye scorpion, the surrounding soul beasts scatter. Regardless of whether there is indeed a celestial treasure within the tribulation, their opportunity has vanished. Unlike their counterparts in other regions of the continent, the soul beasts of the extreme north do not possess a fierce competitive spirit, especially when it comes to vying with ferocious beasts far beyond their prowess. Once confirmed that no other soul beasts linger nearby, the Ice Empress cautiously approaches the center of the tribulation. The surrounding clouds of calamity remain unbroken, posing significant risks for any life that dares to draw near, yet the Ice Empress chooses to advance. She sensed the emergence of the calamity clouds from the moment they formed, and according to custom, she would remain close to Su Air to provide covert protection, ensuring that the approaching 10,000-year soul beast would not be disturbed during its tribulation. However, she is perplexed that the calamity clouds merely maintain their gathered state without launching an attack, which confounds her. Even if some secret methods could suppress the arrival of the tribulation, they should be futile against one already taking shape, vigilantly nearing the sensed epicenter of the tribulation. The Ice Empress is taken aback to find not a soul beast or celestial treasure poised for ascension, but rather a human youth seated there, engaged in an unknown activity with his martial soul. The Ice Empress gazes at Su Feng from afar, momentarily unable to grasp the situation. It is not that his aura is extraordinary. Rather, she distinctly perceives him as an ordinary human soul master, lacking even a third ring. The presence of such a human at the very core of the heavenly tribulation in the depths of the extreme north leads her to question her own senses. Yet all her faculties and consciousness firmly reject that notion. After a moment of hesitation, the Ice Empress decides to approach directly. In this extreme north, she is confident that no one can threaten her. Even should the beast god himself appear, he would not be able to slay her, particularly since the youth before her exudes no formidable aura. As the oppressive force draws closer, Su Feng's body instinctively trembles, yet a smile graces his face, for it seems his objective is within reach. When the Ice Empress reveals herself from the swirling snow, he ceases his abilities, and the ominous clouds above dissipate rapidly. Greetings, Ice Empress, we finally meet. Who are you? To Su Feng's surprise, he discerns a wary expression upon the scorpion's visage. Clearly, the Ice Empress harbors no fondness for him. A single misstep in his ensuing words could lead to his swift demise. As you can see, I am but an ordinary second-ring soul master. Su Feng rises against the increasingly harsh winds, striding toward the Ice Empress. I have come here specifically to save your life. Noticing the raised tail stinger, Su Feng does not falter, continuing, you are on the brink of your next heavenly tribulation, are you not? What are your chances of surviving this time? 50%, 30%, or none at all? Upon hearing this, the Ice Empress immediately becomes vigilant. Before Su Feng can finish speaking, a surge of power encases his lower half in ice, rendering him immobile. Without attempting to struggle, Su Feng maintains a composed demeanor, continuing, I can assist you in overcoming the tribulation. As you witnessed, I successfully summoned the tribulation and dispelled it unscathed. If you are willing to cooperate, I could ensure that you never need to worry about this issue again. Who are you? A human, a soul beast, or something else entirely? Noticing the Ice Empress's tone soften, Su Feng realizes he has piqued her interest, making the subsequent dialogue simpler. I am Su Feng, a human. However, what you may wish to know is my other identity. I am the chosen inheritor of the divine. Manipulating his martial soul, he allows it to drift toward the Ice Empress. As a ferocious beast, you should sense its aura. This is the resonance of divine power. The Ice Empress hesitates briefly, using a sliver of soul power to touch the stellar artifact. A vast and sacred aura emanates from it, one that far surpasses her own and even that of the entire world. This presence is so formidable that it rivals the essence she once felt during the birth of a deity a millennium ago, lending credence to Su Feng's claims. Though she contemplates this, the Ice Empress outwardly maintains a dismissive posture, retorting, even if you are a divine inheritor, how do you intend to resolve my predicament with such meager power? If I wish to kill you now, it would pose no challenge. Do not presume I am unaware that deities cannot easily descend to the mortal realm, let alone intervene to such an extent. Ice Empress, it seems you have misunderstood something. It is not a deity who will resolve your issue, but rather I. Su Feng retracts the stellar artifact and speaks leisurely. However, before we proceed, should you not first demonstrate some sincerity by releasing me? Humph, as if you could do anything to me. The Ice Empress does not refuse, dissipating the ice that binds Su Feng. To her astonishment, he does not utilize soul power. Instead, he shatters the ice with sheer physical strength, emerging as if he were a savage soul beast rather than a human. Is this also a gift from the divine? The Ice Empress muses inwardly. Since you have not declined, may I proceed with my proposal? Suit yourself. Excellent. A smile spreads across Su Feng's face. I propose a transaction. I will resolve your tribulation issue, and in return, you shall protect me until I possess strength comparable to your own. Chapter 15. Transaction to arrive here alone. I see you have no need for protection. The Ice Emperor did not acquiesce to his request, but instead resorted to sarcasm. Moreover, I cannot enter human cities. Or do you suggest living as a spirit beast outside the city? In that case, I could accommodate your demands. Do not rush to refute. This is precisely the condition I wish to offer you. After a brief pause, Su Feng continued, I will assist you in becoming human, thus alleviating the tribulation faced by spirit beasts, allowing you to protect me within human territories. Do I appear to be a fool? The Ice Emperor's expression darkened, a trace of chill evident in her tone. The world you know is not all-encompassing. Undeterred by the Ice Emperor's imposing presence, Su Feng pressed on. This is not the situation you envision. Reincarnation and cultivation as a human takes a century, merely for a sliver of divine ascension. What I propose is a far superior method, enabling a seamless transformation between human and spirit beast without forfeiting any strength. This represented Su Feng's first acquired power, life and death, encompassing all forms of existence and consciousness, which he could control, transform, and even merge. In the realm of the Game King, such racial transformation was almost as natural as breathing and was far from a taboo power. However, for the spirit beasts of Douluo Continent, reincarnation and cultivation meant losing strength and being bound by lifespan, merely for a fleeting chance at ascension, which had long elicited Su Feng's disdain. Setting aside the risks associated with further cultivation, there was no precedent on the continent for spirit beasts achieving divinity through reincarnation. Xiao Wu merely basked in Tang San's glory. He had little understanding of how such a method had propagated among spirit beasts. To attribute it to divine realm restrictions seemed overly suspicious. Why would a majestic spirit beast, after 100,000 years of existence, relinquish its strength to dwell among humans, where it was perpetually at risk of exposure and demise before the seventh ring? The prospect of spirit rings and bones remaining unweakened sounded like an elaborate trap designed to undermine spirit beasts. Yet, the spirit beast of Douluo Continent willingly leaped into this snare, leaving Su Feng incredulous. Nonetheless, this reality presented him with a fortuitous opportunity. In other worlds, transforming into a human might not bear significant allure and would hardly be regarded as a rare ability. Yet, within Douluo Continent, his power held an irresistible appeal for spirit beasts on the verge of catastrophe. While divine trials would not select spirit beasts, he could. It would be challenging to convince a 100,000-year-old spirit beast, whose intellect rivaled that of humans, based solely on Su Feng's words. Thus, he chose this setting. Both the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor were, according to the original text, nearing calamity, lacking confidence in overcoming it. The Ice Emperor had accepted the proposal from Tianming, while the Snow Emperor had even opted to forcibly cultivate herself into a human using rare treasures. For the Ice and Snow Emperors, who had yet to encounter Tianming, his method became a lifeline they could not ignore. After listening to Su Feng, the Ice Emperor fell into silence. After a long pause, she finally inquired, how will you prove that you can deliver on your promises? To my knowledge, only under the tribulation of 100,000 years is there a chance for reincarnation. Not even the beast god is exempt. Furthermore, how can I ascertain that your method bears no hidden complications? This is not an issue. I can provide a demonstration. Any spirit beast will do, even one without intelligence. I can transform. Su Feng readily accepted the Ice Emperor's scrutiny, which was precisely what he desired. If he could win over the Snow Emperor as well, it would be even better. Unconsciously clicking her pincers, the Ice Emperor relinquished her aggressive stance. A flash of light appeared, and the emerald scorpion body vanished, replaced by a beautiful girl of around 13 or 14, with green hair tied in twin tails and golden eyes. Though she appeared to be of a similar age to Su Feng, he understood that this was merely a fade. The essence of the Ice Emperor as a formidable beast remained unchanged, displaying a form of mimicry. If you dare deceive me, you shall face dire consequences. Wait here for a moment. I shall soon discern the truth of your words. With that, the Ice Emperor conjured a table and chairs from ice and took a seat without reservation. despite the blustery snowstorm of the extreme northern tundra. Her demeanor resembled that of a young girl at a human tea party, without any sense of incongruity. The snow and wind surrounding her never ceased. Yet her hair and garments remained untouched, with even the falling snowflakes sliding off her effortlessly, as though she were the sovereign of this realm. Feng did not linger in observation and similarly approached the table to sit down, watching the Ice Emperor with her eyes closed and silent. He retrieved a barrier from his soul guide to shield them from the wind and snow. As the surroundings gradually quieted, he produced an array of pastries and teas, placing them in the center, and began to indulge himself. Upon concluding her communication, the Ice Emperor opened her eyes to see Feng leisurely enjoying himself at the table. She did not punish him for his audacity, but instead picked up a pastry and took a bite. Ugh, what is this? The moment it touched her tongue. The Ice Emperor grimaced, discarding the remaining pastry with a look of disdain directed at Feng. Not to your taste? This is my sister's favorite treat. I thought. Seeing you resemble her, you might enjoy it as well. Do you take me for a human girl? Speaking to me in such a tone. If you dare offend me again, regardless of your abilities, you shall not leave this place. This is based on reasonable analysis. You currently possess a human appearance, and your senses should align closely with those of a human. Such words only serve to cast doubt on your abilities. The Ice Emperor regarded Feng with disdain. The ice scorpion is carnivorous. Such human pastries pale in comparison to a morsel of frozen beast meat. Is this the extent of your transformation? Feng nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. The original text was limited, and many details could only be explored personally. Initially, he had assumed that the spirit beasts in the book, who had transformed, behaved similarly to humans in daily life. Reflecting now, he realized that reincarnation and transformation differed from those of ferocious beasts, though it could also be attributed to the fact that the original text featured numerous spirit beast meat dishes while these were merely pastries. As Feng pondered this, a girl clad in white, with pure white hair, approached and took a seat at the table. He had not noticed her presence until she pulled out a chair. Unlike the Ice Emperor, whose aura exuded that of a monarch in this frozen landscape, the white-haired girl blended seamlessly with the surrounding snow and wind, embodying the essence of this realm. Feng promptly recognized that this seemingly youthful girl, who appeared little older than himself, was none other than the Snow Emperor. Ranked third among the 10 fierce beasts, Feng remained silent, observing as the Snow Emperor settled beside the Ice Emperor. She gracefully picked up a pastry and consumed it with ease. Elder sister, I find this pastry rather delightful. It suits my palate. Observing the Ice Emperor's awkward expression, Feng stifled his urge to laugh, watching the two sisters engage in a conversation in hushed tones, inaudible to him. Chapter 16. Miracles. The dialogue between the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress was brief. Soon, they lifted the sound barrier surrounding Feng. Both turned their gazes towards him. And the Snow Empress spoke. Is everything you said to Binga genuine? Is there truly a way to transform ferocious beasts into humans without harm? Of course. Feng replied confidently. Otherwise, I would not have dared to come here. If you harbor doubts, I can demonstrate at any moment. This method applies not only to ferocious beasts but to any spirit beast. The Snow Empress maintained a serene expression, revealing no hint of her inner thoughts. Under Feng's scrutiny, a fainted snow fox was placed upon the table before him. I must clarify that my power does not engage with the soul. Thus this method poses significant risks for spirit beasts lacking intelligence. Will they perish? No, Feng assured. It is merely that the disparity between self-awareness and reality can drive ordinary spirit beasts to madness. He summoned the celestial artifact martial spirit and retrieved a box from his soul guide, preparing to wield his powers. Nonetheless, as long as the transformation is reverted in time, there should be no issue. As the box opened, the essence of the life gold began to emanate, capturing the attention of both the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress. The Snow Empress pondered the nature of this treasure while the Ice Empress unabashedly displayed her covetous gaze, considering snatching it should Feng fail, thus compensating for the time wasted. Under the watchful eyes of the two empresses, Feng grasped the life gold with one hand, absorbing its vitality, while extending the other towards the snow fox. As he activated his powers, the world within his sight began to transform, revealing life in its most primal form. Having undergone numerous attempts, Feng remained unfazed by the impact and directed his energy towards the snow fox. From Feng's perspective, the life essence of the snow fox was undergoing a qualitative transformation, while to the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress, the snow fox's body was undergoing peculiar alterations. Muscles and bones gradually shifted, its fur shortening until it vanished, while the hair atop its head grew rapidly, ceasing only at the waist. In but a minute, The Snow Fox was transformed into a human girl of 6 or 7 years. The Snow Empress waved her hand, draping the girl in a garment woven from ice and snow, gently cradling her before them. Filled with incredulity, both empresses grasped one of the girl's hands, meticulously examining her. No matter how they sensed, the girl exuded no trace of a spirit beast. Had they not witnessed Su Feng wield his powers firsthand, they would have undoubtedly believed her to be an ordinary human girl. The Snow Empress remained relatively composed, while the Ice Empress could not conceal her astonishment. Even seizing the other hand of the girl to continue her thorough inspection. Finding no satisfactory results, the Ice Empress resorted to forcefully awakening the girl. Upon regaining consciousness, instinctively, the girl flailed her limbs in a futile attempt to escape her bindings. Yet the attire, though merely fabric, was far beyond her strength to break free, rendering her movements a comical display. The Snow Empress could clearly discern that the girl's awareness remained that of the Snow Fox, her power still at the level of a century-old spirit beast, validating Su Feng's claims without a hint of deceit. Nevertheless, the Snow Empress still harbored a sense of unreality, struggling to believe she was witnessing the divine might of creation. This is truly astonishing, the Snow Empress spoke slowly. I have lived for hundreds of thousands of years and have never heard of any soul skill capable of such feats. Is this a gift from the divine? Indeed, Su Feng replied, adjusting from his fatigue and nodding. Provided you agree to my terms, I will assist you in transforming into humans without detriment. However, I require one of you to protect me, while the other remains in the far north. Moreover, after this blessing, you will not need my intervention. You will be capable of transforming between human and your true forms on your own. This Snow Fox lacks the intellect to harness this power, but you will not face such issues. Does this mean we are not fully transformed into humans? Will the heavenly tribulation still occur? I cannot say for certain. Su Feng answered candidly, not attempting to deceive them. After all, I have never truly transformed a spirit beast over 100,000 years old. Nor am I a genuine deity. However, I can assure you that should this attempt fail to help you through the heavenly tribulation, I will assist you in overcoming it once you ascend to divinity. This condition is quite favorable for your hundreds of thousands of years of existence. 100 or 200 years is hardly significant. Moreover, even if you do not evade the heavenly tribulation, acquiring the ability to become human is a considerable gain. Is it not? I accept. Unexpectedly, it was the Ice Empress who first acquiesced to Su Feng's terms, rather than the Snow Empress, who had been speaking earlier. Binger Schwer, I have little choice. You know my heavenly tribulation of 400,000 years is imminent. I truly lack confidence in surviving this time. Therefore, even if there is but a fraction of a chance, I must take this opportunity. I do not wish to burden you, nor do I want to leave you. Upon witnessing the Ice Empress's resolute gaze, the Snow Empress fell silent, grasping the Ice Empress's wrist. She turned to Su Feng, speaking clearly. If you can truly help Bingo survive this heavenly tribulation, I will vow to protect you unto death. But should you harbor even a modicum of deceit, I will pursue you to the ends of the earth, even against a deity. Observing the two maidens performing this emotional drama, Su Feng was momentarily at a loss as to whether he should feel fear or amusement. He could not comprehend how a transaction presenting no risk could be treated as if it were a matter of life and death. The current atmosphere suggested that it was not the two ferocious beasts in a position of power, but rather himself, who was merely at the second ring, evoking a peculiar sense of satisfaction akin to oppressing the innocent. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Su Feng nodded and said, with that, the transaction is established. I hope to expedite this process. Although for spirit beasts, particularly those dwelling in the far north, time may seem boundless, my existence as a human is rather pressing. The Snow Empress hesitated. She was reluctant to proceed with the transformation so swiftly. Once the transaction was concluded, she or Bingo would have to depart the far north, making future encounters difficult. Before parting, she wished to spend more time with Bingo. Perceiving the Snow Empress's sentiments, Su Feng once again marveled at the innocence of spirit beasts and reassured her, do not worry about the future separations. I will facilitate the transformation for both of you, allowing you to enter human society. Should you wish to meet again, simply come. If you desire to experience human life, arrangements will be made for your identities. That is satisfactory. Let us proceed with my transformation first. Since I am the one who agreed first, I shall bear the risk, the Ice Empress declared, rising and unabashedly exuding her imposing aura, fixing her gaze intently on Su Feng. After this is completed, I will depart with you post-haste. Chapter 17. Variables with no option to remain stationary. The Ice Empress and the Snow Empress rose, signaling him to depart from this place. After swiftly erasing the traces around them, Su Feng found himself suddenly transported to an ice cave. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized that this was evidently not a randomly chosen secret location. It was divided into multiple areas, and several rooms contained ice-crafted furniture. Observing Su Feng's curious expression, the Snow Empress explained, "This serves as a residence of mine, absolutely secure and concealed. Once you fulfill your promise, I shall escort you away. Should you wish to rest first, arrangements can be made." "No need," Su Feng replied, shaking his head. "The sooner, the better. My condition is not a concern. If anything, you should prepare more thoroughly if you have reservations, perhaps by setting up a barrier or something similar. There's no need for your reminders. There has always been a barrier here. You need not worry about anyone sensing our presence." The Ice Empress seemed reluctant to ease her attitude towards him. Yet Su Feng sensed that the murderous intent she had previously emanated had dissipated. "Let us commence," he stated. "Please revert to your original form first. I am not entirely familiar with the experience of transformed beings, so I ask that you refrain from resisting." With a disdainful snort, the Ice Empress released her embrace. And in another flash of light, she transformed back into the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion. Although he had seen her form only moments before, Su Feng couldn't help but marvel at her beauty, a sentiment not rooted in mere physical appearance, but rather an appreciation for a higher, more perfect life form. However, Su Feng mused, "I will surpass her in due time." As before, he connected with the golden essence of life, harnessing its boundless vitality to support his powers. The world before him shifted as the Ice Empress shed her shell and soul energy, revealing her more fundamental attributes, Frost and Scorpion. Despite having attempted this numerous times, the genuine act of transformation still induced a sense of trepidation. The Ice Empress's essence was far more potent and resilient than any life form he had previously encountered. And even in the face of his minor divine presence, she remained formidable. He exerted greater effort, and finally, the Ice Empress's essence began to distort. This change, though slight, did not escape the keen gaze of the Snow Empress, who, despite having witnessed Su Feng's demonstration, could not shake her inner anxiety. Observing the method's efficacy on the Ice Empress brought her a sense of relief. To the Snow Empress, it appeared as though the Ice Empress's shell was gradually vanishing. However, the Ice Empress herself experienced the transformation with much more intensity. Unable to fully trust a human, she maintained her focus, constantly monitoring her body with soul energy. To her surprise, even as the transformation unfolded, she could not grasp the nature of this newfound power. When she attempted to trace the changes, a sensation akin to the will of the world compelled her to halt, surrendering herself to the reshaping force. Due to the Ice Empress's superior strength compared to ordinary soul beasts, Su Feng's transformation progressed slowly. What had taken merely a minute earlier now stretched to an hour. With the Ice Empress's shell only reduced to a thin layer, akin to skin, while her form remained that of the Ice Blue Scorpion. Just as her human features began to surface, as her limbs elongated and retracted, a familiar aura descended from the heavens, capturing their attention. The Snow Empress vanished from the cave in an instant, only to return shortly with a visibly troubled expression. Su Feng remained focused, while the Ice Empress struggled to speak. "Where could it be? It is the aura of heavenly tribulation, I would not mistake it." The Snow Empress hurriedly grasped Su Feng's hand, intent on intervening. Though the Ice Empress had only partially transformed, ceasing now could severely drain her essence, and confronting heavenly tribulation in this state would surely spell her doom. Su Feng too sensed the will of the world, a sensation he had grown quite familiar with. Previously, he had never witnessed the will of the world coalesce unless he had initiated it himself, regardless of his attempts to alter life forms. Contemplating the current situation, Su Feng formed a hypothesis. Perhaps every soul beast begins similarly to humans, but after evolving for 100,000 years, they are marked by the will of the world, from which point any changes they undergo are monitored. Such a mechanism should have been implemented by the divine realm, hence he had not perceived it immediately. Fortunately, the divine realm evidently did not anticipate the emergence of an anomaly like him in the lower realm, capable of breaking the restrictions placed upon soul beasts, leading the will of the world to instinctively respond to eliminate the threat. Not lingering on thoughts for long, Su Feng quickly made his decision. The star artifact, which had previously only flickered with the first soul ring, now fully activated. His second soul skill, the second power he had acquired, began to operate in an entirely new manner, its aura swiftly enveloping the area and continuously expanding outward. Su Feng intertwined his fate with that of the star artifact, completely isolating the will of the world from this space. Though the resulting vacuum was an anomaly in itself, the will of the world was not evenly distributed across the continent, and for the selfless entity, it would not draw undue attention. As Su Feng channeled his full power, The external will of the world soon lost its target and began to dissipate. However, this unexpected event had significant repercussions. Feng could feel that the will of the world had just brushed against the Ice Empress, instigating a tendency for her to revert to the ice blue scorpion. Fortunately, Feng's timely intervention swiftly eradicated this anomaly. Yet, to ensure the subsequent transformation proceeded smoothly, he had to continuously maintain the utilization of both powers, placing immense strain on his mental state. Under the watchful and anxious gazes of the three, the remainder of the process unfolded without further turbulence. The Ice Empress's form steadily and resolutely morphed into that of a human, while the essence of the soul beast gradually dissipated. After a prolonged 3 hours, the Ice Empress sensed she had transcended a certain threshold, her consciousness regaining control of her body. Upon opening her eyes, the Ice Empress immediately met Feng's unwavering gaze. Instinctively, she wished to raise her pincers but instead extended her right hand, momentarily taken aback. However, she quickly regained her composure, retorting without hesitation, "What are you staring at? Do you believe I won't gouge your eyes out?" Hearing the Ice Empress's rebuke, Feng gradually returned to reality, realizing he was gazing at the nude girl seated on the icy surface. Unlike the transformation of fierce beasts, humans do not magically don garments, resulting in the current awkward situation. After concluding the transformation, he did not immediately relax his mental focus. Instead, he meticulously scanned the surroundings to confirm the absence of the will of the world. To the Ice Empress, it must have appeared as though he were leering at her, akin to a lascivious individual, prompting Feng to sheepishly divert his gaze. In an attempt to alleviate the tension, Feng searched for the Snow Empress, only to find she had mysteriously departed and had yet to return. Observing Feng's turned head, the Ice Empress snorted again and stood up. A wave of frigid soul energy enveloped her, and a flowing green gown materialized around her. Upon hearing the sound of fabric rustling, Feng shifted his gaze back, only to be surprised to find that the Ice Empress, who had appeared slightly taller than him moments ago, now stood a full head shorter, causing the recently fitted gown to drape down to her ankles. The Ice Empress noticed this as well, her expression becoming increasingly unfriendly. Just as Feng began to feel the chill of the ice cave intensifying, the Snow Empress reappeared beside them. She gazed at the now diminutive Ice Emperor, momentarily taken aback, yet her expression swiftly transformed into one of sheer ecstasy. "Binger, you have succeeded. You have truly become human." Observing the Snow Empress, who was moved to tears with excitement, the Ice Emperor's anger dissipated, and he instinctively approached to embrace her. Chapter 18. Intelligence. The embrace between the two did not last long, and they quickly parted ways. The Ice Emperor wore an awkward expression, seemingly shy about the recent encounter, while the Snow Emperor maintained her smile. Finally free, Feng unceremoniously took a seat, pinching the corners of his eyes. "As for the results, you should have seen them for yourselves. I have indeed sacrificed quite a few of my trump cards for your benefit. Although I am unaware of how you accomplished this, I can no longer sense the impending tribulation, not even the approaching 400,000 tribulations." "Really, Binger?" The astonishment on the Snow Emperor's face deepened. "Indeed. This human has not deceived us. Moreover, I can feel that my strength has not diminished in the slightest. In fact, I have grown closer to a new level. At this moment, I have the confidence to withstand the 400,000 tribulations." "Do not speak too soon," Feng interjected. "It is reasonable that a human cannot perceive the tribulation, but you have yet to sense the situation of reverting to your true form as a soul beast." The smiles on their faces faded instantly, yet they maintained an elevated spirit. Without hesitation, the Ice Emperor began to attune to her powers. Soon, she discovered an additional ability, akin to stretching her body. Gradually transforming, she reverted to the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, the seventh fierce beast that reigns over the far north. The ice chamber fell silent as the Ice Emperor focused on her connection with the world. Before long, she exclaimed in delight, "The sensation of the tribulation has completely vanished. It's as if I no longer need to endure tribulations, not just the 400,000 year one, but any in the future." Upon hearing this, Feng let out a long sigh of relief. His conjecture had proven correct. The so-called tribulations were not intrinsically linked to the soul beast but merely dependent on the will of the world. Just moments ago, he had decisively cleansed the Ice Emperor of any remnants within her, erasing all suspicious traces. In a sense, the Ice Emperor was no longer a soul beast of the Douluo world, but rather a subordinate belonging solely to him. As long as he did not consent, no rules could penalize her. Before long, the Ice Emperor transformed back into her human form and joined the Snow Emperor in sitting across from Feng. "The matter of the tribulations is resolved. I shall fulfill my promise to you." The Ice Emperor spoke in a considerably calmer tone, pointing to her head, but before that, could you please explain to me what is happening? Observing the now lowly Ice Emperor, Feng remained silent for a moment before responding, I am uncertain. But I have a hypothesis. How old do you perceive yourself to be? The Ice Emperor furrowed her brow and replied, 37,000 years, my true age. And how does that translate to human years? Feng inquired. What a strange question. How could one possibly convert the ages of soul beasts and humans? If pressed, it would be akin to what you have previously observed. That is the crux of the issue, Feng replied nonchalantly. The lifespan of a soul beast is something no one can truly calculate. It is not merely a matter of species, with each enhancement of power. A soul beast's lifespan increases without the prerequisite of tribulations. However, life is finite, and thus this reflects your true essence. Your origin is akin to a 10-year-old human, brimming with vitality and immense potential for growth. The Ice Emperor's expression shifted from confusion to indignation in an instant, but she restrained the impulse to strike Feng. Meanwhile, the Snow Emperor could barely suppress a chuckle. Binger, I believe this is quite splendid. You remain as beautiful as ever, and even more adorable now. As she spoke, the Snow Emperor began to pat the Ice Emperor's head as if she were a child. This treatment irked the Ice Emperor, who had always been an absolute powerhouse, never bowing before the Snow Emperor, yet now found herself harshly confronted by reality. Reluctant to oppose the Snow Emperor, she could only continue to gaze at Feng, her anger evident in her aura. It's futile to blame me. Even if you desire to hasten your growth, I am powerless to do so. If you wish to grow taller, your only option is to continue strengthening yourself. For a human, it could take a century or two, but for you, I cannot even estimate. Are you saying I must endure this appearance indefinitely? Alternatively, you could continue using your previous transformation techniques. But the aura of a soul beast cannot be concealed, and you must maintain this form in human society. What is it like to be protected by a 10-year-old girl? The Ice Emperor mocked. I cannot say yet, but I believe I can accept it. Feng waved his hand dismissively. After all, I am only 11 myself. Am I not? The Ice Emperor fell silent. Due to her prior experiences, she had instinctively regarded Feng as an equal, but now, upon hearing that he was merely an 11-year-old child, the stark contrast left her at a loss for words. However, this situation must be quite inconvenient for you. The Snow Emperor gently remarked. Having a little girl protect you will inevitably raise suspicions. If you wish to avoid unnecessary trouble, it may be best for me to protect you while Binger stays behind. Absolutely not. The Ice Emperor immediately countered the Snow Emperor's suggestion. Well, the far north cannot be without you. Furthermore, unlike me, you have a form that humans have seen. Should they recognize you, the consequences would be dire. I cannot allow you to face such risks. Watching the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor prepare for an emotional scene, Feng hastily intervened. You are both overthinking this. Even if you wish to come, swear, it is not feasible at this moment. The Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor looked at him in confusion. You both witnessed the situation earlier. In the short term, I cannot transform another fierce beast. I trust you do not wish to confront the will of the world again. As for age, it is not a problem at all. I can create an identity for the Ice Emperor, allowing her to join me at Shrek Academy for her studies. Shrek Academy? Create an identity? The two exchanged wary glances, realizing they had fallen into a web of suspicion once more. Feng quickly continued. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Feng, the son of the former emperor of the Star Luo Empire, soon to be attending Shrek Academy. With my status, arranging these matters is no trouble at all. In fact, I had prepared for this prior to my arrival, awaiting only your consent. You are remarkably confident. If we do not agree, what do you plan to do? It's merely an identity. No one will care unless an issue arises. And I am confident I can persuade both of you. By the way, how did you know I was nearing a tribulation? The Ice Emperor suddenly realized the implications. She had assumed he sensed her upon meeting, using that knowledge to convince her, which was understandable given his abilities. Yet now it appeared Feng had likely been aware of everything and had made arrangements before arriving in the far north, provoking her wariness. On this matter, I prefer to maintain some privacy. All I can disclose is that it relates to the trajectory of fate, just as I can provoke tribulations and obscure the gaze of the world's will. As he observed the two relaxing, Feng realized they had begun to trust him. In the subsequent moments, the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor exchanged thoughts, occasionally posing queries to him regarding the finer details. However, this time, they did not insulate their dialogue, signifying their genuine acceptance of Feng. Chapter 19. The Beginning. This chapter primarily serves as a condensed version of the original content. It feels somewhat peculiar not to include the opening of Huigu, yet I have no particular plans for him. Writing it would feel rather hollow. After much contemplation, I have decided to add this chapter. As Feng struggled in the far north, a young boy was simultaneously embarking on his own journey at the White Tiger Duke's estate in the Star Luo Empire. With no lingering attachments, Huiyu departed from the Duke's residence, carrying with him only a few belongings. Ever since his mother's passing, he had dreamt of escaping this place, and today, he finally possessed the means to do so. His soul power had reached the 10th level. Although Huiyu possessed an exceptional innate martial soul, he had endured a lackluster growth environment. After awakening his first level innate soul power at the tender age of 6, it took him a full 5 years to reach this milestone. Even the children of servants would not require such an extended period for cultivation, which starkly illustrated the dire circumstances he faced and the myriad challenges it imposed upon him. Typically, upon reaching the 10th level of soul power, most children would venture to obtain their soul rings accompanied by their elders. Even in humble families, a bit of financial expenditure would suffice to hire a soul master to assist. However, none of this applied to Huiyu. No one at the White Tiger Duke's estate dared to defy the Duchess's commands to aid him, and a mere child could not afford the cost of hiring a soul master. His only option was to brave the journey to the Star Luo forest alone in search of soul hunting. For an ordinary individual, the notion of venturing into the continent's most perilous Star Luo forest without assistance would be inconceivable. Yet, Huiyu sought not only the means to achieve independence but also the power to exact revenge upon the Duchess. Hence, he resolutely chose the most formidable gathering place of soul beasts within his reach. Destiny, it seems, often favors the diligent. Huiyu encountered no peril or tribulation along his path. After a week's arduous trek, he finally spotted the signpost leading to the Star Luo forest, which filled him with elation and quickened his pace. While resting by the river and roasting fish, an unseen force guided nearby youths to his vicinity. Drawn by the enticing aroma of roasted fish, a girl swiftly approached Huiyu, gazing at him with her beautiful eyes, and inquired, "Little brother, your roasted fish smells delightful. May I have a taste? I will pay you for it. No need for payment. If you wish to eat, just take some." Flustered by the close proximity to such a lovely girl, Huiyu turned his head, awkwardly responding, "Then I shall not hold back." With the helpless and indulgent gaze of the boy behind her, the girl shamelessly seized the roasted fish and began to eat. Before long, the fish was consumed entirely. "Little brother, my name is Tanya, and this is Bebe. What is your name?" "Apologies. Tanya is just that kind of person," Bebe interjected apologetically. "Did you come here alone?" "My name is Huiyu." He shook his head, not elaborating further, observing the weight of his thoughts. Bebe refrained from probing further and sat beside Huiyu, waiting for the next batch of fish to roast. Soon, they shared several roasted fish. After clearing away the remnants of their meal, Huiyu picked up his scant belongings, bade farewell to Tanya and Bebe, and continued on towards the Star Luo forest. As he departed, Bebe remarked, "He must have something weighing on his mind." "I noticed that long ago," Tanya replied. "Perhaps something happened at home. By the look of him, he's likely going to hunt soul beasts alone." "Something happened at home?" Tanya's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Does that mean he is all alone? We could recruit him into Tang's sect." "I'm merely speculating, and it's important to show a bit of empathy in such situations." "Tanya," Bebe corrected. "However, if he truly has no place to belong, he would be a perfect candidate for Tang's sect. We can only recruit children like him now. Let us not concern ourselves with such details. Time is of the essence. We should set off to find him." "No." Bebe shook his head. "Let us wait a moment. My earlier question clearly reminded him of some unpleasant memories. It's best to allow him to calm down first. We can intercept him before he enters the Star Luo forest, given the distance." Unbeknownst to them, Huiyu was presently locked in a tense standoff with a winged baboon. The baboon had suddenly attacked him, and had he not reacted swiftly, he would have surely met his demise. Despite his fervent desire to hunt for a soul ring, Huiyu was acutely aware that his strength was inferior to any soul beast. His only assets were the heightened senses provided by his spirit martial soul and the mysterious dagger in his hand. A battle between two opponents at the nascent stages of soul power would naturally lack elaborate flair. Soon enough, the wind baboon leveraged its extensive combat experience to gain the upper hand, just as it was about to deliver a fatal blow. An unseen force compelled Huiyu to channel his limited soul power into the dagger, manifesting a soul power blade. The wind baboon, unable to evade in time, sealed its own fate. Having narrowly escaped death, Hui Yuhao collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily as he gazed at the white soul ring materializing above the wind baboon's lifeless body, his heart a tumult of fear and elation. After a moment's hesitation, he reached for the soul ring. It was already a stroke of luck to have slain the wind baboon. Future encounters might not be so fortunate. Moreover, psychic-type soul beasts were increasingly elusive. In light of the uncertain future, he yearned for the power that lay before him. Just as he was about to absorb the soul ring, an extraordinary phenomenon interrupted his actions. Before his astonished gaze, a colossal ice silkworm, exuding an aura of chilling energy and immense psychic power, emerged from a fissure in the ground. Before he could attempt to flee, the gigantic ice silkworm lunged towards him. Merging with his body, a powerful psychic shock overwhelmed Hui Yuhao, causing him to lose consciousness, while the soul ring gradually dissipated. After a considerable time, Tangya and Bei finally arrived at the scene. Observing Hui Yuhao lying on the ground alongside the wind baboon's carcass, they felt a mix of concern and astonishment. Although merely a 10-year soul beast for Hui Yuhao, who had yet to become a soul master, slaying it was an unfathomable feat. This dagger is a soul guide, Bei remarked, picking up the discarded white tiger dagger and addressing Tangya. He must have used this to kill the wind baboon. It seems we have arrived too late. Whether allowing him to fight alone or merely absorbing a 10-year soul ring, it's a great pity. Regardless, I have decided, Hui Yuhao is destined for Tang's sect. With this kind of courage, I refuse to believe he is any less capable than others. Unaware of the events transpiring outside, Hui Yuhao was presently engaged in digesting the flood of information he had just received. The ice silkworm before him was the only million-year soul beast on the continent, and it had become his soul ring? Such an extraordinary development was nearly incomprehensible for someone like Hui Yuhao, who had lived in the White Tiger Duke's estate without formal education. Yet, this very confusion left him devoid of doubt regarding the honesty of the presence before him. As the saying goes, ignorance breeds fearlessness. The words of Tianming had not frightened him. Rather, they filled Hui Yuhao with uncontainable joy. If he were not being deceived, then avenging the Duchess might no longer be mere fantasy. With an exhilarated heart, Hui Yuhao unleashed a torrent of questions, yet Tianming remained silent, only reminding him that someone awaited him outside, ultimately expelling Hui Yuhao from the Sea of Spirits. After completing this, Tianming cast a worried glance at the faded gray remnant soul hidden within Hui Yuhao's body alongside him. Even with his formidable mental strength, Tianming found himself unable to budge even a fraction of this lingering soul, which instilled a sense of dread within him. However, he swiftly adjusted his mindset. The plan had commenced, and retreat was no longer an option. As Hui Yuhao gradually opened his eyes, Tangya's face immediately brightened with joy. She grasped Hui Yuhao's shoulders and pulled him up, exclaiming, "Hui Yuhao, will you join Tang's sect?" Tang's sect? Hui Yuhao was momentarily taken aback by yet another unfamiliar term, having just been overwhelmed by a barrage of names from Tianming. "It is our sect," she continued. "You must not have decided your future path yet. Why not join Tang's sect? We were once the most powerful sect on the continent. Surely, you have heard of our ancestor, Tang San. He was our first sect master." "Stop trying to lure him with deceptive means," Xiaoya, Bei interjected, pulling Tangya away from the bewildered Hui Yuhao and sitting down in front of him. While it is true that Tang's sect was once the mightiest sect on the continent, now it consists only of Xiaoya and myself. She is the current sect master. Though we have fallen from grace, Tang's sect still possesses considerable heritage. If you choose to join us, you will be able to learn our sect's techniques. And both Xiaoya and I will assist you with your future soul hunting endeavors. Most importantly, we can grant you admission to Shrek Academy." Shrek Academy? Hui Yuhao's astonishment was palpable as Bei nodded with a smile. "Indeed, it is the very Shrek Academy you envision, the strongest soul master academy on the continent. Though Tang's sect has diminished, it was founded by the esteemed Tang San, and we still receive one enrollment quota each year, since it has never been utilized. We can offer it to you if you are willing to join Tang's sect." "All right, I accept your offer. I wish to join Tang's sect." For Hui Yuhao, the prospect of obtaining a spot at Shrek Academy eclipsed all previous concerns. The notion of million-year spirit beasts and becoming a deity felt too distant and incomprehensible. But the prestige of the continent's foremost institution was tangible. The opportunity to study there would bring him one step closer to his aspirations. As Hui Yuhao spoke, the fate energy that had enveloped him since leaving the Duke of the White Tiger's estate began to quiet, awaiting the next pivotal moment. Neither the exterior trio of Hui Yuhao nor Tianming, situated within the Sea of Consciousness, noticed this transformation. Only the faint gray remnants of the soul trembled imperceptibly before quickly regaining its tranquility. Chapter 20. Shrek. Is this Shrek City? The largest metropolis of your kind? Not the largest, at least not in comparison to the royal capitals of various nations. However, in terms of power, it is indeed the foremost among humanity. So, the mightiest among you reside here, then? At least, that is the public perception. Do you not know this? Why should I? The Ice Emperor withdrew her gaze from the carriage window, casting a curious look at Feng. I assumed that even a soul beast would be at least somewhat interested in the changes among human powerhouses. Especially since it is said that the Star Luo Forest has an agreement with Shrek Academy. Star Luo is Star Luo, and the extreme north is the extreme north. Their agreements bear no relevance to me, the Ice Emperor retorted disdainfully. The extreme north has always maintained a distance from the outside world. Moreover, humans, much like the ice silkworm, appear and vanish without a trace when left unattended, having lived for several 100,000 years. Do you expect me to concern myself daily with the affairs of beings who live a mere few hundred years? At present, it is necessary for you to do so. Feng replied, shaking his head. You ought to be cautious with your words. Such statements are hardly befitting of a young human girl. For now, only I can hear what you say, so it matters not how you express yourself. However, it is different with others. Refrain from frequently referring to you humans. You need not remind me. I am well aware of my boundaries. I have no intention of forming any connections with humanity, the Ice Emperor declared, turning her gaze back to the window, prompting Feng to shake his head. Despite her outward disdain for humanity, the Ice Emperor's actions revealed an earnest curiosity toward the world beyond. Nevertheless, he had ample time to cultivate a rapport with her, gradually opening her heart to him. The carriage soon arrived at the entrance of the academy. As they disembarked, Feng gazed at the 2 rows of statues ahead, feeling a surge of emotions. Having traversed this world for so long, he was finally encountering the very core of it. Despite having heard countless jests from netizens about this place, the miraculous sights here were undeniably authentic, deserving of his utmost respect. In stark contrast, the Ice Emperor displayed little interest. Though Feng had inundated her with knowledge of human customs prior to their arrival, such theoretical understanding could not compare to first-hand experience. She merely cast a fleeting glance at the statues of the so-called deities before averting her gaze, impatiently nudging Feng. How much longer will you gaze? Did you not just claim to have seen enough? Where has the courage you displayed in seeking me gone? The present is the present, and the future is the future. At this moment, I find myself inferior to him. Let us proceed to report in. Remember to remain discreet. With that, Feng set forth, guiding the Ice Emperor away from the entrance of Shrek Academy. Feng, 11 years old, male, from Luo City of the Luo Empire. Su Bing, 10 years old, female, from Luo City of the Luo Empire. Indeed, here are your student badges, uniforms, and dormitory keys. You may now proceed to your dormitory. Thank you. Feng accepted their belongings from the staff member, nodding in acknowledgement before departing from the registration area. The exorbitant tuition fees that were a burden for the original character, Hui Yuhao, were merely pocket change for him, and he handed them over without a second thought. Feng felt a desire to critique Shrek's exorbitant fees. 10 gold soul coins seemed a mere trifle for the Academy's expenses, yet excessively burdensome for commoners. However, after contemplating the flawed economic system of the original narrative, he opted to refrain from delving deeper, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications. These garments are rather unappealing, and the material is quite ordinary. Not to mention, they pale in comparison to the attire you provided me. Even my own creations surpass these. Before posing such a question, you ought to recognize that neither of us is ordinary, and this is merely the standard of living expected of a typical soul master. I have cautioned you repeatedly against voicing such naive inquiries. They may raise suspicions. Feng found himself once again explaining the intricacies of their situation to the Ice Emperor, regretting his decision to bring her to Shrek. While he was confident that no one could possibly uncover her true identity, it seemed she was perilously close to exposing herself. With a huff, the Ice Emperor fell silent, walking quietly alongside Feng along the path. The first-year dormitory building was located behind the teaching block, and they soon arrived there. Upon observing an elderly man resting in a rocking chair with his eyes closed, basking in the sunlight, the Ice Emperor immediately became alert. In her perception, this elder's strength was on par with hers. A confrontation here might not guarantee her victory. Feng noticed the Ice Emperor's unease and subtly shifted to shield her clenched fist, after signaling her to remain calm with his eyes. They passed the elder's position and entered the dormitory building. After checking the room numbers, Feng found himself assigned to room 119 while the Ice Emperor was in 415. He handed her belongings to her, indicating they should part ways for the time being. Upon entering his own room, Feng surveyed the sparse decor and fell into silence. He had initially assumed the original description was exaggerated, yet the reality was indeed stark, even dust settling visibly in layers. With no other option, Feng began to unpack and tidy up the room. The modest space was soon cleaned, and he placed his belongings neatly before settling down to await the Ice Emperor's return. However, after nearly half an hour of waiting, the absence of any activity outside began to concern Feng. What if the Ice Emperor had already caused trouble on her first day? He would find it challenging to cover for her. With this thought, he stepped out of his dormitory and looked up towards the 4th floor. With Feng's keen eyesight, he could clearly observe the situation on the 4th floor. He felt a slight sense of relief upon noticing that there were no signs of freezing or chaos, indicating that the worst had not yet come to pass. His concern was not that the Ice Emperor would be bullied, but rather that someone might provoke her, endangering his own life. As if sensing his thoughts, the Ice Emperor emerged right behind Feng. She had already donned the Shrek uniform and approached the corridor to scrutinize her surroundings. Soon, she spotted Feng waiting below, and before he could utter a word of caution, she leaped from the 4th floor, landing gracefully before him. Where shall we go now? Nowhere in particular. Classes have yet to commence, and I have no plans for this interim. Additionally, I previously advised you to maintain a low profile. Could you not simply use the stairs? Boring, the Ice Emperor scoffed. Why did you summon me, then? Merely to ascertain that you had encountered no difficulties. There will be no issues. When I arrived, my roommate had already tidied the room. That girl may appear small, yet she is remarkably quick. Due to the arrangement of dormitories and classes based on registration order, the Ice Emperor was fortunate to benefit from another's efforts, thus avoiding any conflict. Feng nodded slightly, leading the Ice Emperor away from the dormitory building. As noon approached, this was the perfect time to familiarize themselves with the layout of the academy before lunch. Chapter 21. The start of a new term as expected by Feng. Those who arrived early for registration were assigned to Class 1 of the freshmen, and the protagonist, Huiyuhao, was no exception. Over the past few days, with the new students gradually arriving, they began to familiarize themselves with one another. However, Huiyuhao remained reticent, choosing to seclude himself in the dormitory, dedicating his time to cultivation. If it were not for Feng's attentive observation, one might hardly notice that a peer like him existed in the same year. Yet, no matter how diligently Huiyuhao practiced, it was confined to his personal time. Today marked the first class of the semester, and he had to attend. Therefore, Feng decided against monitoring Huiyuhao further and, accompanied by Bing Di, made their way to the classroom early. Once seated by the window, Feng closed his eyes and began to meditate, while Bing Di was incessantly engaged in conversation with her roommate, Xiao Xiao. Delighted by the rare encounter with a classmate of similar height, Xiao Xiao soon deemed herself to be close friends with Bing Di. Upon learning that Feng and Bing Di were siblings, she became even more persistent in following their lead. To Feng's surprise, Bing Di exhibited no signs of rejection towards Xiao Xiao. Instead, she tolerated her presence and occasionally responded, which made Feng question whether his own social skills were lacking, even in comparison to a young girl. With the ringing of the bell, Huiyuhao rushed through the back door of the classroom just in time to take his seat. The elderly female homeroom teacher at the front cast a disapproving glance in his direction but refrained from commenting further. Striding purposefully onto the podium, she addressed the students below. From today onward, I am your homeroom teacher for Class 1, Zhou. The first thing I must convey to you is that my expectations are exceedingly stringent. Shrek Academy is a school that cultivates exceptional individuals, and it will not tolerate the presence of mere idlers. If you cannot accept this, you may leave now, transfer to another class, withdraw. It is entirely your choice. You may also choose to lodge a complaint against me, but that would only serve to prove that you are cowards unworthy of this challenge. Her words sent a wave of silence across the classroom, which clearly pleased Zhou. Clearing her throat, she continued in a more composed tone. Those who have engaged in fighting since enrollment, please stand. Observing Huiyuhao and Wang Dong rising from the back row, Feng regarded them with keen interest. Huiyuhao's expression was one of determination, while Wang Dong wore a defiant look. Notably, Wang Dong's action was slightly delayed, suggesting he stood only after noticing Huiyuhao's movement. Very well, aside from the two of you, everyone else is to leave and run 100 laps around the Shrek Square. Predictably, Zhou's announcement incited a stir among the students, but she merely snorted, unleashing her 6 soul rings, instantly imposing her presence upon all present. It is not those two who deserve punishment, but rather all of you. You have 1 minute to vacate the classroom. Do not force me to expel you. Remember, 100 laughs. You have but 1 hour to complete this task. Do not think of delaying. As Su Feng exited the classroom with Bing Di and Xiao Xiao, he glanced back to see Shoei indeed lecturing Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, witnessing the unfolding events reminiscent of his prior experiences. Su Feng couldn't help but marvel at the force of fate, although he had heard of such occurrences many times. The prospect of running laps still induced a sense of tension. For him and Bing Di, this exercise was trivial, yielding no real challenge. However, for the majority of ordinary students, it was akin to a form of torture, as exemplified by Xiao Xiao. At that moment, Su Feng and Bing Di flanked her, maintaining pace with her speed. Bing Di even released a modicum of soul power to create a cooler atmosphere around them, allowing Xiao Xiao to run with greater ease. Before long, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong joined the ranks. Wang Dong unreservedly summoned her martial spirit, swiftly overtaking the majority with the enhancement of her soul power. Observing this, other students began to strategize, employing various means to accelerate their own pace. The playground soon divided into 2 groups, one racing ahead with martial spirits, while the other, constrained by their own abilities, trudged along on foot. Su Feng and Bing Di remained with Xiao Xiao in the latter group, where Xiao Xiao began to display signs of fatigue. Nevertheless, Bing Di's soul power alleviated her discomfort and reduced air resistance, helping her maintain balance. Yet, Hui Yuhao was not as fortunate. His martial spirit offered no enhancement to his physical abilities, and his innate constitution was weak. Before completing even half the required laps, he was on the verge of exhaustion. At that moment, Su Feng sensed a pure icy soul power emerge from Hui Yuhao's body, preventing him from collapsing. He turned to Bing Di, who showed no indication of awareness, completely oblivious to the fact that her long-pursued target was so near, even as she unwittingly aided him. Since she had not noticed, Su Feng chose to keep the information to himself. Although the issue regarding Bing Di's tribulation had been resolved, and Tianming had lost all power, he could not guarantee that Bing Di would relinquish her intent to eliminate Tianming, thus he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Though 100 laps seemed a daunting task for students who had already cultivated their soul power to meet Shrek Academy's standards, it was certainly achievable. Before the hour had elapsed, several students began to finish and rest on the sidelines. Zhou nodded slightly towards them before continuing to observe those remaining in the square. In the final quarter of an hour, only a handful remained on the playground. Su Feng focused on Hui Yuhao, anticipating the outcome he desired. Soon, he felt the force of fate emanating from Hui Yuhao, inspiring a competitive spirit among the others, who began to match his pace. Much of this energy gravitated towards Wang Dong, and to everyone's astonishment, she suddenly rose, summoning her martial spirit. Beautiful butterfly wings sprouted from her back, and in an instant, she swept Hui Yuhao into her arms, soaring around the square. As in the original narrative, it was Wang Dong who ultimately aided him in completing the task, prompting Su Feng to nod in approval. He could clearly see that this incident had significantly strengthened the bond between Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao, intertwining their destinies. Choosing not to delve deeper, Su Feng closed his perception of fate, wishing to avoid drawing Tang San's attention for the time being. Subsequent events unfolded as anticipated. Zhou mercilessly expelled a few who had attempted to cheat and appointed Hui Yuhao as the class monitor. Although the significance of this position eluded some students instinctively, they hesitated to oppose it, particularly in light of Wang Dong's formidable display of power. Even if they managed to defeat Hui Yuhao, the opportunity would hardly fall into their hands. Observing the absence of dissent, Zhou appeared somewhat uneasy but nonetheless led everyone back to the classroom. Chapter 22. Self-Introduction. You have already experienced my lesson, and I trust you have grasped my expectations. I shall not elaborate further on this matter. We will now proceed to the self-introduction segment. When I call your name, please rise and state your martial soul and spirit power level. If anyone wishes to share any particular talents or has predetermined inclinations for development, feel free to do so. And Ning Ning. Here, my martial soul is the Long Mane Lion, and my spirit power is level 19. Baizhu. I possess a plant-type beast martial soul, the Shadow Moon Bamboo, with a spirit power level of 20. In our class of 100, the recent fright induced by Zhou led everyone to merely utter a brief statement before swiftly passing the turn, until it was time for Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao. This time, Zhou raised her head, gazing at the frail boy. I have a psychic martial soul, the Spirit Eye, with a spirit power of level 11. As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes immediately turned toward him, incredulous whispers cascading through the room. Silence. I am aware of your curiosity regarding how he, who has not met the admission standards, is seated among you. In truth, Hui Yuhao is a specially invited student, exempt from certain requirements for direct admission. However, his privilege is limited. Should he fail to meet the Academy's standards in the forthcoming assessments, he too will be expelled. Zhou Yi surveyed the classroom with a piercing gaze and continued, "This applies not just to him, but to all of you. Do not presume that entering Shrek Academy guarantees your success, nor should you indulge in fanciful dreams of rapid ascension. Each year, countless students are eliminated. Only those who are truly elite can remain to continue their studies. The high standards are the very foundation upon which Shrek has maintained its position as the premier academy on the continent for millennia. Be seated and remember my words. Your recent performance was commendable, allowing me to overlook your past. However, within this academy, regardless of your background or any unspeakable burdens you carry, I shall treat everyone equally." Having said this, Zhou Yi lowered her head and continued calling the names of the students, but the attention of the others remained fixated on Hui Yuhao. Feeling the weight of the surrounding skeptical gazes, Hui Yuhao silently resolved to strive diligently in his cultivation, determined to earn the respect of his peers. "Xiao Xiao, here." Xiao Xiao, striving to stand out, responded with a clear voice. "My martial soul is the three-life soul guardian cauldron, with a spirit power of level 21. Su Bing. I am the iced blue scorpion, with a spirit power of level 33. Her words instantly captivated the attention of the entire classroom, even drawing Zhou Yi's gaze. For their age, achieving the second ring is considered a mark of genius, yet this young girl has already reached the third ring of Spirit Venerable. The incredulity among the students was palpable. Even the famed Shrek 7 monsters would likely not have attained the third ring at such a tender age. Are you truly not deceiving us? Have you really achieved level 33? Not only the students, but even Zhou Yi found it hard to believe. It is worth noting that in her nearly 10 years of teaching, she had never encountered such a situation. Sensing the doubtful glances from those around her, Su Bing snorted lightly and swiftly unleashed her martial soul. A stunning, half-meter-long scorpion, shimmering like a diamond in emerald hues, materialized, causing the classroom temperature to drop several degrees. The yellow, purple, and triple spirit rings encircling her martial soul testified to her prowess. Su Feng, listening to the surrounding murmurs, had no intention of intervening. Rather, this was precisely the effect he sought to achieve. To garner Shrek's attention, he needed to display a certain level of strength. Yet, he did not wish to be excessively scrutinized. Thus, he chose to let Su Bing take the spotlight to shield himself. As long as the Academy's instructors were not fools, they would undoubtedly recognize the extraordinary martial soul and unparalleled cultivation talent of Su Bing. Consequently, Su Feng, associated with Su Bing, could seamlessly integrate into the Academy's core training team. Su Bing merely validated her claims before promptly retracting her martial soul and returning to her seat. Su Feng distinctly felt that all attention remained focused on this scene, including Hui Yuhao, who had just been emphasized by Zhou Yi. Several students in the front row even turned to engage them in conversation. Once more, Su Feng sensed the stirring of fate's influence. Yet he found himself floundering like a headless fly around Hui Yuhao, unable to locate Su Bing. This force was continually swaying the emotions of those nearby, resulting in an escalating din within the classroom. Zhou Yi, recovering from her astonishment, rapped the podium decisively, serving as both a warning to the students and a means to steady her own composure. Wasting no further time, she continued calling the next name. Su Feng. Here. Upon hearing his name, Su Feng replied, "My martial soul is the support-type weapon martial soul, the Star Cup, with a spirit power of level 29. I am Su Bing's elder brother, and my abilities are specifically chosen to assist her in battle." Another near third-ring prodigy. The classmates were beginning to grow numb to such revelations. In any academy throughout the Douluo Continent, they would have been specially cultivated, yet here, they felt as ordinary individuals, prompting them to question their own existence. "Star Cup?" Zhou Yi murmured, "You bear the Su surname. Could there be a connection to the Star Luo royal family?" At this, the surrounding gazes grew eager. Although Shrek was reputed to hold a status equal to that of any nation, it remained distant from their reality. The true royal family was still a far-off entity for them. To my knowledge, no. Perhaps an ancestor had some trace of the Star Crown clan's bloodline, but we have no ties to them. At least, I have had no interactions with the royal family, Su Feng replied candidly. For the Douluo Continent in this era, conducting a population census was still a formidable task, let alone a martial soul survey. Not to mention the various issues stemming from conflicts among spirit masters. Many hidden sects do not heed the commands of the three great empires. In this regard, The current Douluo Continent is even less organized than it was 1,000 years ago, when the martial soul hall could extend its influence into sections. Thus, Su Feng opted to fabricate this identity for himself and Su Bing. Even if Shrek harbored suspicions, they would not delve deeply due to the unspoken rules established over the years. After all, the Outer Academy cannot encroach upon the core of Shrek. Furthermore, if every martial soul had to be scrutinized, how could the continent's talents be persuaded to come here for their education? It is crucial to understand that martial souls are inherited through bloodlines. Even if a sudden mutation occurs, there is a high probability that it stems from an illustrious ancestry, potentially linked to historical events. Maintaining this tacit understanding and refraining from probing too deeply is the optimal scenario for both the academy and its students. Zoe refrained from further inquiries and continued to call the remaining students. After over 90 self-introductions, nearly an hour had passed. Though she did not gain comprehensive insights, Zoe had formed a general understanding of the class, and she was very pleased with their overall potential. Now that everyone should have some understanding of one another. For the next 3 months, all of you will follow me to complete the foundational courses. I can directly inform you that, after 3 months, you will undergo your first freshman assessment, which will decisively determine your future paths. If you do not wish to face elimination like those few just mentioned, you must fully obey my commands and seize every opportunity to enhance yourselves. Now, this morning's class is concluded. You may leave. Wang Dong, Wu Yuhao, Xiao Xiao. Su Bing, Su Feng, please remain behind. Chapter 23, Concealed Strength. As the classroom emptied, only Shou Yi and a few selected students remained. Once gathered, Zhou Yi began her inquiries without preamble. Wu Yuhao, I am aware that you entered Shrek by virtue of Tongmin's recommendation, so I shall not delve into your past. However, I wish to understand what abilities you possess that instill you with the confidence to remain here. With a hint of excitement, Wu Yuhao immediately unleashed his soul skill. Mental detection sharing. The intricate details of everything within a 10-meter radius unfolded vividly in Zhou Yi's mind, leaving her utterly astonished. Undoubtedly, the value of this soul skill was sufficient to compensate for Wu Yuhao's inherent shortcomings. Yet soon, Zhou Yi perceived an anomaly. Within Wu Yuhao's field of detection lay a void, devoid of any information regarding Su Feng and his companions. This peculiarity prompted her to turn her gaze towards Su Feng. In her view, Su Feng had summoned his martial soul, enveloping them in soul power, effectively severing Wu Yuhao's mental probing range. Wu Yuhao had detected this irregularity earlier. Yet out of politeness, he refrained from immediate inquiry, patiently awaiting Zhou Yi's response. According to what the dream told him, with his million-year cultivation, there should be no area impervious to his mental penetration. Reluctantly shifting her consciousness back to the tangible world, Zhou Yi regarded Wu Yuhao and, in an unusually gentle tone, asked, Your soul skill is impressive, but does it possess any limitations? I can scan everything within a 20-meter diameter centered around myself, and as my cultivation increases, this range will continue to expand, the effects being as you have observed, Wu Yuhao explained. He then turned to Su Feng, hesitatingly adding, I have never encountered an obstruction before. Perhaps there are limitations to my soul skill that I am unaware of. Zhou Yi followed his gaze towards Su Feng, her eyes silently requesting a response. My second soul skill is repulsion, capable of rejecting anything I wish to exclude, including mental attacks. I sensed a strange aura earlier, which prompted me to activate it. I hope the teacher can understand. Upon hearing Su Feng's explanation, Wu Yuhao experienced a moment of clarity. While Zhou Yi pondered further and inquired, to what extent can you reflect an opponent's attack? It is possible, but the cost outweighs the benefits. This is not a defensive soul skill. Rather, it is designed to eliminate invading forces, such as the mental power I sensed earlier, or poisons and curses, Su Feng clarified. I see. Zhou Yi's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of disappointment. Nevertheless, the ability to neutralize any form of attack still held significant merit. Since we are discussing you, let us continue with your situation. Zhou Yi bypassed Wang Dong and directly questioned Su Feng. You possess considerable talent, yet I wish to understand your specific intentions. You mentioned that your abilities are all aimed at assisting your sister. What does that entail? Just as you surmise. I intend for all my soul skills to complement Binger in her selection, Su Feng replied. My first soul skill is restoration, a blend of healing and enhancement. The second soul skill, repulsion, aids her in countering unavoidable attacks. An excellent strategy. In essence, your sister is a battle soul master, while you serve as her support, correct? To consider teamwork even before enrollment speaks to a foundation stronger than I anticipated. Su Feng nodded, tacitly agreeing. Naturally, he would not divulge that these soul skills, including his martial soul, were fabrications. However, as long as he could fulfill what he claimed, others had no grounds to question him. Much like how Hui Yuhao concealed the fact that his mental detection and sharing were, in reality, two distinct soul skills. And you, Su Bing, I previously wondered why you enrolled a year early. It seems your goal was to stay close to your brother. Indeed, the Ice Empress replied coldly. All my soul skills are offensive. As long as I can eliminate my opponents, the rest shall be handled by him. While such an extreme development path may not bode well for soul masters, Zhou Yi surmised that it should not pose an issue for them. She begrudgingly acknowledged their responses, but promptly followed up with another question. Your martial soul is the Ice Blue Scorpion. Are you certain? Of course, the Ice Empress replied, her impatience evident. Is there a problem? Given that the Ice Blue Scorpion was a rare martial soul previously unseen, Zhou Yi adjusted her glasses and continued. As far as I am aware, the Ice Blue Scorpion ranks at the pinnacle of the food chain among soul beasts in the extreme north, and thus, your martial soul must be exceptionally powerful. I must inquire, does your martial soul possess ultimate characteristics? Listening to Zhou Yi's flattery, the Ice Empress's mood slightly improved. Yet she maintained a cool demeanor as she replied, naturally. Splendid, Zhou Yi exclaimed, but quickly became aware of her own lack of composure. After clearing her throat to mask her embarrassment, she explained, your martial soul holds immense significance for the Academy. However, I am currently unable to disclose the specifics. Your task is to focus on your studies and training, successfully completing the upcoming assessments, though I believe you need not worry about failing. It is your turn, Xiao Xiao. Your martial soul is the 3-life town soul cauldron, and your soul power cultivation is quite commendable. However, that alone does not warrant the Academy's attention. Can you share any additional characteristics that might pique the Academy's interest? Xiao Xiao had initially intended to keep this secret until a pivotal assessment, using it as a trump card. However, Zhou Yi's words left her startled, as if someone at the Academy had already uncovered her secret. After much contemplation, Xiao Xiao chose to reveal, my martial soul does not possess hidden abilities, but what I did not mention is that I have another martial soul, the 9 Phoenix Flute. Dual martial souls. Zhou Yi exclaimed involuntarily. This time, Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao shared the same astonished expression as they turned to Xiao Xiao. For a talent deemed among the highest on the Douluo Continent, even they, who prided themselves on their own prowess, could not help but regard her with newfound admiration. Feeling a bit shy, Xiao Xiao glanced at Su Feng, who displayed no sign of surprise, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. Excellent. I did not expect to encounter such promising talents this year. I am eager to see how Mukajan's class can surpass mine. Zhou Yi's joy was unmasked as she turned her gaze to the last individual, hoping for yet another delightful surprise. And you, Wang Dong. Although you did not mention it earlier, like Hui Yuhao, you entered the academy without examination, utilizing the Haotian sect's quota. As far as I know, the Haotian sect has remained reclusive for thousands of years. What brings you to Shrek? Wang Dong's gaze began to shift uneasily. This matter was not entirely clear to her. But according to her uncles, coming here was of utmost importance. Not wanting to arouse suspicion but struggling to find a suitable reason, she stammered. It's because of my martial soul. You see, the Haotian sect specializes in hammer techniques, and no one has ever trained in a different martial soul. To avoid hindering my cultivation, my family sent me here to study. Not obtaining the desired answer left Zhou Yi feeling somewhat disappointed, but she quickly dismissed her concern. Today's revelations were unprecedented, leading her to believe in the favor of destiny. After dismissing the others, Zhou Yi departed the teaching building with Hui Yuhao. One need not concern oneself with the affairs of others, yet it is imperative to seize the soul guide prodigy, Hui Yuhao, at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 24. The confrontation. Upon exiting the classroom, Su Feng and his companions were just about to have lunch when Wang Dong called out to them. Under Su Feng's puzzled gaze, Wang Dong unhesitatingly pointed at the Ice Emperor and declared, I challenge you. Su Feng's expression grew increasingly perplexed, while the Ice Emperor remained unresponsive. Observing this, Wang Dong continued, do not presume that having a higher soul power makes you formidable. Today, I shall prove that I am the strongest in our class. Let it be known, you are not allowed to retaliate. In a one-on-one match, I can easily defeat you. Watching Wang Dong, who was directing his challenge at him, Su Feng began to ponder whether his strategy had been overly aggressive, prompting even this true princess to vie for the spotlight. On the other hand, he lamented Wang Dong's choice of opponent. Why must she challenge the Ice Emperor? Although the Ice Emperor appeared younger than everyone else and had to suppress his own power, defeating any student from the outer academy posed no challenge for him. Wang Dong's exuberance might soon lead to her downfall. That said, Su Feng had no intention of intervening. After all, avoiding the confrontation would likely do little to quell Wang Dong's competitive spirit. The Ice Emperor, too, showed no inclination to evade the challenge and nodded in acquiescence. Soon enough, they arrived at one of the most common facilities on the Douluo Continent, the soul-fighting arena. After paying the usage fee, Wang Dong and the Ice Emperor took their positions on opposite sides of the arena. With the referee's whistle signaling the start, Wang Dong sprang into action. Summoning a pair of butterfly wings and soaring at high speed towards the Ice Emperor, a surge of soul power coalesced in her right hand, ready to unleash her strength. However, to Wang Dong's surprise, the Ice Emperor neither gathered soul power nor made any attempt to evade. He simply stood calmly in place. Given the arena's 50-meter diameter, Wang Dong's speed rendered the distance negligible. In just 2 seconds, she found herself before the Ice Emperor, faced with the motionless figure before her. Wang Dong instinctively chose to temper her force, swinging her fist towards his shoulder. Yet, events did not unfold as she had anticipated. Her fist halted a mere 10 centimeters from the Ice Emperor, blocked by an ice barrier that had materialized from seemingly nowhere. This sudden obstruction made Wang Dong acutely aware that something was amiss. Her cultivation level should have allowed her to sense the Ice Emperor's movements, yet she had felt nothing. With little time to ponder, Wang Dong instinctively retreated. Observing the stationary Ice Emperor, she resolved to alter her strategy, darting around to exploit her speed advantage. Occasionally swooping close to search for an opening. 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, and Wang Dong began to feel fatigued. She was not at her full strength to begin with, and maintaining such a high-speed maneuver had drained her soul power significantly. Throughout these 10 minutes, she had made numerous attempts to locate a weakness in the Ice Emperor's defenses. Yet to no avail, his ice consistently intercepted her attacks with pinpoint precision. In stark contrast to her relentless exertion, the Ice Emperor effortlessly neutralized her strikes, clearly possessing ample reserves of strength. Realizing that continuing in this manner would yield no chance of victory, Wang Dong's anxiety grew. Without conscious thought, she glanced towards the audience. Su Feng sat there, his demeanor serene, seemingly unconcerned for his sister's plight, while Xiao Xiao, who had initially shown worry, now appeared relaxed, even engaging in light-hearted conversation with Su Feng about future plans. This only fueled Wang Dong's frustration. Noticing Wang Dong's gaze, Su Feng shook his head in resignation. Everyone could see that the Ice Emperor was toying with her, yet only Wang Dong remained fixated on how to secure a win. Seeking to bring this farce to a swift conclusion, Su Feng called out loudly to the arena, "There's cake." Instantly, the Ice Emperor turned her head towards Su Feng, and Wang Dong seized upon the distraction. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed her maximum speed, launching herself at the Ice Emperor without holding back. This time, she successfully breached the ice barrier's confines, her fist poised to strike the Ice Emperor. But an intense pain radiated from her neck, halting her in place, forcing her to retract her fist. Wang Dong struggled to look down, finding the Ice Emperor's right hand had transformed into a massive green claw, gripping her neck tightly. A wave of icy soul power emanated from it, dulling her pain and leaving only fear in its wake. Instinctively, her danger sense peaked, and a small black hammer materialized in Wang Dong's hand, crashing mercilessly against the giant claw that held her. This strike nearly drained her of the last vestiges of her soul power. As the claw shattered, Wang Dong collapsed to the ground, her martial spirit dissipating. The Ice Emperor cast a curious glance at her before turning to Su Feng. The referee approached, announcing the Ice Emperor's victory, without any intention to linger. The Ice Emperor exited the arena, leaving a breathless Wang Dong behind, still reeling from the encounter. For a fleeting moment, she truly believed she would perish there. After some time, Wang Dong regained her composure in response to the referee's calls, departing the arena in defeat. She had clearly given her all, even resorting to using the Haotian hammer, yet had only managed to shatter one of her opponent's soul skills. Perhaps she should have fought openly from the beginning. Her outcome might have been more favorable, yet she still believed she would have lost. The gap between her and the Ice Emperor was not merely one of rank. Meanwhile, Su Feng and the others remained unconcerned about the situation. Su Feng was well aware of the Ice Emperor's prowess, as long as she did not intend to kill. Even if she encased Wang Dong in ice, it would not provoke Tang San's wrath. However, following this duel, the Ice Emperor's reputation would undoubtedly begin to spread. "Where's the cake?" Su Feng replied casually. "You never used to like sweets this much," the Ice Emperor remarked. "Less chit-chat," she retorted. Her cheeks slightly flushed as her expression turned stern. "So, you do like cake? I noticed you always chose fish and meat." And I thought you had no taste for pastries, Xiao Xiao remarked curiously. She had been closely following the Ice Emperor for days, but had never seen her indulge in anything aside from meat dishes. Because cake is a rarity. The Ice Emperor turned to Xiao Xiao and explained earnestly. Su Feng couldn't help but laugh, but quickly silenced himself as he noticed the Ice Emperor's clenched fist. How could that be? The cheapest bone soup you order daily could buy you several cakes. Have you never bought any for yourself? The Ice Emperor realized something and shot a fierce glare at Su Feng. I do it for your sake. Too many sweets are harmful to your health. Su Feng said with utmost seriousness, and for me, desserts are quite scarce. One less is one less. Now, immediately, hand over all your sweets, the Ice Emperor said. Suppressing the urge to punch Su Feng, enunciating each word with intensity. Chapter 25, changed the minor upheaval at the beginning of the semester swiftly subsided. And everyone's lives returned to normalcy. Wei Yuhao navigated between the Seoul Guidance Department and his class, effortlessly extracting funds from students each afternoon by selling grilled fish. Wang Dong transformed from a carefree spirit to a dedicated scholar, diligently practicing and intentionally avoiding Su Feng and his companions. Su Feng's life was even simpler. Physical training came easily to him, and he had already self-studied most of the material covered in class. The Ice Empress maintained her aloof demeanor, communicating only with Xiao Xiao and occasionally dispatching any student who dared to challenge her. Thanks to her recent victory over Wang Dong, Su Bing had become somewhat of a celebrity within the academy, with many upperclassmen having heard of this prodigious girl. Among them, Xiao Xiao appeared to be the most grounded, adhering to her daily training regimen and approaching her studies with great seriousness. For her, attending Shrek Academy was a genuine aspiration. And the intimidation from Shou-Yi kept her from slacking off. With Su Feng's discreet assistance, her only weakness, physical fitness, was rapidly improving. With merely a week left until the freshman assessment, Zhou-Yi announced the team assignments. As anticipated, Su Feng, the Ice Empress, and Xiao Xiao were grouped together, while Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao's team included an unfamiliar student, presumably a support-type soul master, though Su Feng was uncertain of their specific abilities. Not overly concerned by this minor discrepancy, Su Feng continued his endeavors. Over the past months, he had thoroughly explored every accessible area of the Outer Academy. But aside from some anomalies surrounding the statue of the original seven, he found nothing of particular interest, which left him somewhat disheartened. Although destiny often congregates around specific beings, it was disconcerting that Shrek, the continent's premier academy, had not amassed any tangible power over millennia, revealing its significant superficiality. In contrast, although he had not ventured directly to see God Island, its ominous aura was distinctly visible within his destiny vision, far beyond any human capabilities. Understanding these matters was sufficient for Su Feng at this juncture. He did not currently require the strength of Shrek, unless a crisis were to arise unexpectedly. The Ice Empress's prowess was more than adequate to clear any obstacles in his path. His cultivation progressed slowly, after acquiring the second power of the star artifact. It had nearly stagnated. According to his earlier conjectures, his strength might indeed need to evolve with the world, as a peaceful realm does not necessitate a savior. He had also speculated whether the crisis had already been stifled in its infancy by the inhabitants of Douluo Continent, but the feedback from the star artifact refuted this notion. The crisis remained ever-present, never truly dissipating. That said, Su Feng now enjoyed a rare moment of leisure, allowing him to fulfill Xiao Zhao's request and prepare for the freshman assessment. Presently, he found himself in a situation akin to Hui Yuhao's original narrative, standing alongside Xiao Xiao against the strongest of their trio. However, Wang Dong's capabilities paled in comparison to the Ice Empress, so even when Su Feng showcased his utmost potential, the Ice Empress remained utterly undeterred, and Xiao Xiao could not inflict even the slightest damage upon her, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. She momentarily ceased her assault. Observing the defeated duo, the Ice Empress approached slowly. After she moved from her original position, the surrounding ice did not melt but rather began to spread, freezing everything in its vicinity. This scene caught the eye of someone lurking behind the trees at a distance, causing a gleeful smile to bloom upon her face. There's no point in continuing. It's utterly futile, Xiao Xiao lamented, kneeling on the grass, her disappointment palpable. We are teammates. We want to clash with one another. The stronger we are, the better, Su Feng replied nonchalantly, leaning against a tree. That's true. But the thought of doing nothing and merely following you to win the assessment feels a bit unsettling. Then shall you lead? What do you mean? Xiao Xiao inquired, perplexed as she glanced at the Ice Empress. I need not intervene. You two may participate in the assessment alone. This is Xiao Xiao hesitated. She held confidence in her abilities, knowing she was among the elite of the freshmen, yet she lacked absolute certainty when it came to facing other competent teams. In the stages of Soul Master and Great Soul Master, each individual possessed few soul skills, and battles often devolved into straightforward brawls. Thus, it was not guaranteed that superior martial souls or higher cultivation would result in victory, with one as a control type and the other as a support type. Both being weapon martial souls, they could easily fall victim to a close combat soul master. TCH, the Ice Empress expressed her disappointment. Over the past few months, she had faced no less than 20 challengers. Initially, they were her peers, but soon upperclassmen from the second, third, and even fourth years joined the fray. However, this posed no challenge for her, and she quickly grew weary of the charade. What exasperated her most was that each time, she could see Feng leisurely observing from the sidelines, igniting a desire to defy their agreement and give him a good thrashing. Yet, according to the narrative, she was assigned to the role of combatant, while Feng, devoid of any combat ability, was cast as the supportive companion, their bond portrayed as inseparable. Unable to escape her obligation to participate in the battle, the Ice Empress lost her motivation to speak and settled down beside the two, instinctively producing sweets to indulge in. Ever since she learned that these treats were not luxuries, she had spent all the money she obtained from Feng on them. What once seemed unpalatable during her time as a soul beast now held an inexplicable allure for her, as Feng put it. This was a primal affinity for specific dietary needs inherent to different forms of life. The Ice Empress cared little for such concerns. She was forthright, never concealing her preferences. To Xiao Zhao's eyes, she had transformed into a bottomless pit of a girl, consuming sweets without ever seeming to gain weight, causing Xiao Zhao to feel a twinge of envy. As the three engaged in conversation, a tall girl clad in red approached, her fiery hair radiating an undeniable aura of formidable soul power, igniting the surroundings with an almost palpable intensity. Yet, as the girl stepped onto the icy surface left by the Ice Empress, the restless soul power receded, retreating back within her. The long-awaited sense of ease compelled the girl to pause. Since her martial soul had awakened, she had never experienced such exhilaration. After closing her eyes to savor the moment, she suddenly opened them wide and dashed towards the Ice Empress. You are Su Bing, the new student with the ice blue scorpion martial soul? Yet, life often unfolds in unexpected ways, and the girl's fervent gaze upon the Ice Empress compelled a reaction from her, despite her initial indifference. Chapter 26. The malevolent fire. The chilling voice of the Ice Emperor rendered the young girl momentarily speechless. However, she soon regained her composure and continued, You cannot deny it. The traces of your recent battle linger. You must also perceive that my soul power is of the fire attribute. I have always held confidence in my martial spirit. Yet I find myself suppressed by someone of far inferior cultivation. Such soul power is unparalleled within the entire academy. So, shall we engage in combat? Though the girl had mentally prepared herself for many scenarios, she was nevertheless taken aback by the Ice Emperor's peculiar thought process. Of course not. It would be too humiliating to challenge a freshman. Then leave me be. Do not disturb my meal. No, fighting and eating are not the priorities. Shaking off her earlier strange thoughts, the girl grasped the Ice Emperor's shoulder and added, I am your senior, Ma Xiaodao. I wish to propose a transaction. One that is exceedingly simple for you. I shall bestow upon you rewards that far exceed your imagination. The moment Ma Xiaotao's hand touched the Ice Emperor's shoulder, he reacted instantly, enveloping her in a thin layer of ice that severed her soul power and swiftly quelled the flames. Compared to the remnants of her aura, the Ice Emperor's formidable soul power enveloped Ma Xiaotao in an unprecedented sense of comfort, eliciting an involuntary moan from her. The sound mingled with the chirping of birds reached the ears of several onlookers. Feng and the Ice Emperor remained unperturbed. But Xiao Zhao's face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, unable to look further, realizing what she had just done. Ma Xiaotao quickly closed her mouth but continued to cling tightly to the Ice Emperor. This sensation, free from the malevolent energy of her martial spirit, was utterly irresistible to her. Although the transaction had not yet been established, she was reluctant to relinquish the current experience. You may not know me, but if you inquire with anyone other than a freshman, you shall discover my identity. I'm a student of the Inner Academy and a current member of the Shrek 7 Monsters. Engaging in a transaction with me is a rare opportunity for you. Not interested. What would I have to offer for your assistance? Wealth? Power? The Academy's attention? I can secure anything for you, provided you agree to help me suppress my martial spirit. Ma Xiaodao's urgency was palpable, She had endured torment for nearly a decade and was on the brink of despair. The appearance of a lifeline was not a mere superficial remedy. She was willing to sacrifice everything. Disinterest is disinterest. I have no inclination to assist you in suppressing your martial spirit. The Ice Emperor replied coldly. I am here solely for my brother. I do not care about your past suffering or what may lie ahead. Ultimately, these are merely your self-perceived sacrifices. You are entirely self-centered. With that, the Ice Emperor abruptly broke free from Ma Xiaodao's grasp. Observing the Ice Emperor's unyielding demeanor and the pleading expression on the senior's face, Xiao Xiao hesitated, torn between words. However, seeing Su Feng rising to leave, she suppressed her desire to plead and followed suit. Why did you not agree to Senior Ma Xiaodao's request? Why should I? Xiao Xiao was momentarily speechless. In retrospect, she had indeed never witnessed the Ice Emperor engage with anyone outside of herself and Su Feng. It seemed he was truly indifferent to others, but she appeared so pitiable. Moreover, she claimed to be a member of the Shrek 7 monsters. She could fulfill many of your requests and might even facilitate your entry into the Inner Academy. Do I need that? The Ice Emperor's implication was that he had no interest in entering the Inner Academy, yet Xiao Xiao interpreted it differently. Upon further reflection, it became evident that even among her peers, many upperclassmen would not match her prowess. Gaining entry into the Inner Academy and joining the Shrek 7 monsters should indeed be an effortless endeavor, rendering assistance unnecessary. Let us not dwell on such matters. It feels as though we are on the verge of the Inner Academy's assessments. We must focus on the upcoming freshman evaluations. While there may be little suspense, we should still prepare diligently. Su Feng interjected, interrupting their conversation. Meanwhile, the despondent Ma Xiaodao slowly rose to her feet, returning to her path like a soulless being. Observing the once renowned evil fire phoenix now in such a state, passers-by instinctively steered clear of her, unwilling to attract misfortune. Before long, Ma Xiaodao arrived back at the Inner Academy on Sea God Island. Noticing her disheartened demeanor, Yin Xiaozhi was taken aback and quickly escorted her to her room. After a moment of hesitation, he finally inquired, Xiaodao, what troubles you? After a prolonged silence, Ma Xiaodao responded in a low, mechanical voice, I am beyond salvation. What do you mean? What has transpired? I mean, I am beyond salvation. My martial spirit issue cannot be resolved, and I will never be able to cultivate again. How can that be? The Academy has just found a suitable candidate who can thoroughly resolve your problem. I know, Ma Xiaodao replied, enunciating each word. I sought her out just now. She can indeed resolve my issue, but she is unwilling. No matter what price I propose, she shows no interest. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaozhi was momentarily speechless. He recognized that his disciple was rather straightforward, but he had not anticipated that she would bypass the academy and seek out Su Bing directly. It was important to note that the latter was merely a newly admitted student, regardless of Shrek's illustrious reputation. Persuading her to undertake such a task would inevitably cause hesitation, especially given that Ma Xiaodao approached her as an individual. I have told you before, there is no need for concern regarding your issue. The fact that the ultimate ice martial spirit has arrived at Shrek indicates that fate is on your side to help resolve the malevolent fire problem. Yin Xiaozhi endeavored to maintain a gentle tone, acknowledging that this was their first meeting. Given her caution, it was only natural for her to be wary of such impetuousness. Trust in the Academy's capabilities. Though Su Bing has not yet recognized the Academy, as long as she continues her studies at Shrek, she will undoubtedly be swayed by its ethos. At that point, you will both be part of the Academy, and assisting you in suppressing the malevolent fire will come as a matter of course. Ma Xiaodao's eyes regained a glimmer of hope as she looked up at Yin Xiaozhi and asked, Is that true? Of course. Why would I deceive you in such matters? Yin Xiaozhi chuckled, albeit exasperated. You should not always try to tackle everything alone. The Academy is your home and your strongest ally. However, after this incident, your impression in her mind will surely diminish. Until I resolve this matter, refrain from seeking her out. Your recent demeanor has been overly restless. Even considering the influence of your martial spirit, it appears rather abnormal. For the time being, refrain from cultivation and instead meditate in the Sea God Pavilion to refine your spirit. The issue with your martial spirit can be rectified, but a troubled heart and mind are the most challenging to heal. Chapter 27. The assessment begins. The affairs of Ma Xiaodao did not sway Su Feng's plans. He had anticipated such a development when he resolved to bring the Ice Emperor to Shrek. Shrek would never relinquish the Ice Blue Scorpion. And regardless of Ma Xiaodao's disappointment, the elders would surely find a way to mend the situation. As long as he did not overtly exhibit malice toward Shrek, he would not become a target himself. Indeed, it was impossible. For millennia, Shrek's only adversaries on the continent had been evil soul masters. Even the citizens of the Sun and Moon Empire harbored an unquenchable longing for this place. In keeping with the original narrative, the new student assessment adopted an elimination format, where half of the students would be dismissed. Such a brutal system left Su Feng in awe. After collecting tuition fees, students were casually instructed, only to be expelled later under some pretext, with no refunds on their fees, a system reminiscent of a pyramid scheme. To his knowledge, Shrek was the only academy on the entire continent bold enough to implement such a practice. However, Su Feng harbored no intentions of championing the cause of those who would be expelled. After all, even if he intervened, he would likely be met with the rhetoric of Shrek's ancient glory. What was more disheartening was that the majority would not side with him, but rather uphold Shrek's absurd regulations. Each person's fate is their own. Su Feng could only extend his wishes for the well-being of Shrek and the people of Douluo Continent. Though he bore the title of an unknown savior, the internal issues were beyond his capacity to resolve. More crucially, Su Feng found himself comfortably ensconced in the malevolent upper echelons of society, relishing the benefits derived from the exploited failures below. Due to the Ice Emperor's formidable reputation, their opposing teams all conceded without contest, lacking even the inclination to attempt a challenge. Were it not for the necessity of other opponents to compete normally, they would have likely departed the examination venue the moment they arrived. Bored to tears, Ice Emperor lamented that it was far less entertaining than when others had challenged her. Typically so eager for a fight, how was it that now no one dared to engage her? Reclining against Xiao Xiao in the lounge, she idly conversed to pass the time. In ordinary matches, a loss bore little consequence, merely the cost of venue rental and medical expenses. However, this was the Academy's assessment, and facing them offered no meaningful advantage aside from needless exertion. Should any team member sustain severe injuries, it would effectively signal expulsion, and thus, they dared not take the risk. Is this all? Ice Emperor scoffed, deriding her opponents as timid souls who only dared challenge her when assured of victory. Mere opportunists. Less formidable than even a mere ice silkworm. Let us not be too harsh, Xiao Xiao weakly countered. Everyone has worked hard to seize this opportunity at Shrek. No one can accept leaving so soon. I didn't agree to take risks by letting you sit out, did I? You're timid as well. Ice Emperor retorted without mercy, but I suppose I'll allow you to bask in my glory. Having grown accustomed to Ice Emperor's sharp tongue, Xiao Xiao could only muster a resigned smile, refraining from further argument. Ice Emperor team, the 5th round of the competition is about to commence. It is your turn to take the stage. Since it's a guaranteed win, I shall not participate, Ice Emperor replied nonchalantly. The teacher who summoned them wore a peculiar expression, stating, "This time it may be different. I've inquired, and your opponents do not intend to concede." Upon hearing this, Ice Emperor finally sat up, her gaze scrutinizing the teacher. This time, their opponents were equally formidable, boasting an unblemished record, and their teamwork was commendable. The teacher continued, "Moreover, from what I have observed, they likely have hidden strengths yet to be revealed. They preserved considerable power in prior matches, so they wish to challenge you. After all, this is the final match of the day. They may wish to exhaust their energy without concern. Thank you for your reminder. We shall proceed." Su Feng nodded in acknowledgement before turning to Ice Emperor. "You claimed the other students were timid. Now a spirited opponent has arrived. Who knows? They might genuinely pose a threat to you? Is it amusing to jest like that?" Ice Emperor huffed coldly. "Let us go. I'd like to finish this and leave." Strolling leisurely to the arena, Su Feng beheld their long-awaited opponents. A tall male student, seemingly the main assault force, stood alongside 2 identical blue-haired female students. This trio sparked a memory within Su Feng, prompting him to murmur, "What a coincidence. I am Huang Chutian, and these are Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo." He proclaimed with a confident smile, "In this match, we shall give our all. I hope you will show no mercy." Su Feng, Su Bing, and Xiao Xiao. "I trust you have heard of us," Su Feng acknowledged with a nod, accepting their challenge. This was a rare opportunity, and he yearned to witness the effects of a fusion of martial souls he had never encountered. "We will remain vigilant," he assured. As all were prepared, the teacher, acting as the referee, declared, "The match begins." Without hesitation, Huang Chutian bellowed, unleashing his martial soul, his physique soaring to that of an adult, muscles bulging as if about to burst through his uniform. Not only that, his appearance began to transform. His skin darkened to an iron hue, canines protruded, and his hair lengthened, resembling an ape. Behind Huang Chutian, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo's hair rapidly extended, reaching lengths of several meters, floating aimlessly in the air. awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Without needing Su Feng's encouragement, Ice Emperor advanced directly towards the trio, and wherever she tread, the ground crystallized with thick frost. Huang Chutian opted not to engage directly, maintaining his vigilance as Ice Emperor approached. Only when she entered the reach of their hair trap did he roar, propelling himself toward her with a forceful leap. Ice Emperor regarded Huang Chutian with disdain, lifting her right hand as her icy pincers effortlessly intercepted his punch. Given their size disparity, the equilibrium of the confrontation astonished Huang Chutian, though he quickly accepted the reality. He would not assume that the Ice Emperor's formidable reputation was merely fabricated. Sustaining the stance of trading blows with Ice Emperor, Huang Chutian augmented his strength. The two sisters, understanding the cue, circumvented the standoff and swiftly raced towards Su Feng and Xiao Xiao. Su Feng discerned their intentions. To them, it seemed that 90% of their combat prowess resided in the Ice Emperor. If they could restrain her, the sisters could swiftly eliminate Su Feng and Xiao Xiao, rendering a 3-on-1 scenario favorable for victory. Having remained passive until now, Xiao Xiao finally took action, splitting her 3 lives Jinhuan Ding into 2, blocking the incoming hair traps from Lan Susu and Lan Luo. However, to her astonishment, the blue hair net dispersed just before colliding with the 3 lives Jinhuan Ding, circumventing her defense. As thick strands of hair threatened to ensnare both Su Feng and Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao swiftly activated her soul skill. 2 resounding booms emanated from the ding, the shockwaves sending surrounding strands of hair swirling uncontrollably, while the sisters momentarily staggered, dazed by the sudden assault. Yet, they had not made direct contact with the 3 lives Jinhuan Ding, and soon they recovered from their stupor, the hair strands converging once again. Observing this, Xiao Xiao made a remarkable decision. She withdrew the 3 lives Jinhuan Ding back to her side. Amidst the astonished gazes of all, the cauldron instantaneously expanded, enveloping both Su Feng and her within its grasp. No matter how fiercely the blue sisters outside assailed, not a single tremor was felt. Chapter 28. Overpowering. Observing the 2 individuals before her, who were retreating like turtles, Lan Susu and Lan Luo clenched their teeth in frustration. This was the most significant flaw of their martial spirits: insufficient strength. Under normal circumstances, if they were to execute a strategy of division and conquest, their roles as control-type fighters should have involved restraining the Ice Emperor. However, upon careful analysis, they quickly abandoned this plan. Even within the realm of their original martial spirits, their hair was deemed the weakest aspect, let alone facing off against a top-tier beast martial spirit head-on. If they were to confront the Ice Emperor, they would likely be frozen solid before they could even approach, rendering any deliberate sabotage unnecessary. Thus, they had no choice but to adopt a different strategy, allowing the most potent fighter, Huang Chutian, to engage the Ice Emperor while they swiftly dealt with the other 2 adversaries. Unexpectedly, Su Feng did not fall for their ruse. He neither seized the opportunity to attack nor worried about his sister being ambushed from a distance. Instead, he calmly awaited the outcome of the battle with the Ice Emperor. Without a moment's hesitation, Lan Susu and Lan Luo immediately altered their course and dashed toward the area where Huang Chutian was contending with the Ice Emperor. At that moment, the tide of their battle began to shift. Huang Chutian distinctly felt his body being encased in ice. No amount of soul power or reinforcement could halt this transformation. He realized that if they continued to struggle, he would undoubtedly be the first to succumb. Seeing the Lan sisters come to his aid, he let out a mighty roar, channeling all his strength to propel himself away from the Ice Emperor. Encircling the Ice Emperor in a triangular formation, Huang Chutian knelt on the ground, panting heavily. He had already exerted nearly 70% of his power, yet his opponent displayed no signs of strain, as if she were not a petite girl but a colossal soul beast instead. After assessing his physical condition, Huang Chutian's expression darkened. Even having disengaged from the fight, the icy power lingered, continuing to corrode his body. He understood that his opponent's martial spirit was extraordinarily formidable, yet he could scarcely believe he could not expel even a fraction of the residual soul power. However, he was still situated on the battlefield and had no luxury of time to recuperate. He gazed at the Ice Emperor, whose expression remained impassive, as if the recent skirmish had been a mere casual affair, requiring no effort at all. This unfathomable aura instilled within him a sense of retreat. Yet, Lan Susu and Lan Luo did not share this sentiment. Though they acknowledged their inferiority to the Ice Emperor, they considered themselves among the elite of the new students. harboring aspirations to shine in the competition. Surrendering at this juncture would undermine their quest for recognition from the academy. Exchanging glances, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo quickly reached a consensus. They swiftly embraced one another, and as they came into contact, their martial spirits gradually began to merge, their momentum steadily escalating. A surge of soul power, far exceeding any previous fluctuations, emanated from them. Above their heads, a colossal net woven from their hair rapidly took shape, descending towards the Ice Emperor. Their all-out strike seemed to yield results, as the net did not disintegrate immediately. Instead, it resolutely ensnared the Ice Emperor's massive claw. Witnessing the Ice Emperor temporarily restrained, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo finally displayed expressions of delight, shouting towards Huang Chutian, "Now's the time." Wasting no opportunity created by his teammates, Huang Chutian charged forward without reservation. This time, he unleashed all his soul power, his form surging beyond 2 meters. With no thoughts of mercy, he clasped his fists together and struck heavily at the Ice Emperor's back. Just as Huang Chutian believed he was on the verge of success, he noticed the Ice Emperor slightly shifting her stance, raising her left hand to summon another massive claw. With impeccable precision, the Ice Emperor effortlessly intercepted Huang Chutian's full-powered strike. As the thunderous sound dissipated, the three of them stared in despair at the Ice Emperor, who remained unscathed and had not even taken a single step back. Soon, as their soul power dwindled, their martial spirits began to fade, leaving only the Ice Emperor, enshrouded in an aura of icy coldness, gazing coldly at them. "We concede." With their hands raised, the referee promptly declared the match concluded. Although the outcome was anticipated, the referee remained astonished at the Ice Emperor's unwavering composure in a 1 versus 3 scenario, seemingly retaining energy to spare. It was worth noting that Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo had employed a martial spirit fusion technique, a skill that could rank among the top 5 among all newcomers, yet they could barely contend with a single hand of the Ice Emperor. Without lingering any longer, the Ice Emperor quickly departed with Su Feng and the others, leaving only the instructors to maintain the battlefield marred by their clash. As he sensed the frigid soul power permeating the ground, he shook his head, feeling fortunate that he did not belong to the same generation as the Ice Emperor and was spared from battling her. He could not envision any scenario in which he could prevail. The results of the first day's competition were soon announced, with Su Feng's team undoubtedly occupying the top position, sharing this distinction with only a handful of teams that had also achieved 5 consecutive victories. After all, true talent is rare, and it was challenging for newly enrolled students to create significant disparities among themselves. If misfortune struck, as it had for the Lan sisters, even the strongest would face defeat. However, the first day's contest merely served to eliminate the less capable students. The matches that would genuinely influence rankings were set to unfold on the following day. Undeterred by the surrounding newcomers, they naturally made their way toward the cafeteria. Yet, events unfolded dramatically. Upon entering the cafeteria, they unexpectedly encountered Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao, who were animatedly discussing their celebration plans. Upon seeing the girl etched in his memory, Wang Dong fell silent. For months, she had been diligently avoiding the Ice Emperor, not merely because of the embarrassment of her previous defeat, but also with the intention of redeeming herself. To this end, she had even resumed rigorous training after a long hiatus, elevating herself to the 3rd ring, all for the chance to face the Ice Emperor once more in the assessment. Yet, this chance encounter was entirely unforeseen. After winning 5 battles with relative ease, she was in high spirits and had decided to generously treat her teammates to a grand feast. Who would have thought she would run into the one peer who had bested her? Momentarily, Wang Dong froze, uncertain whether to speak. To her relief, the Ice Emperor appeared not to notice her and proceeded directly to the 2nd floor, with only Su Feng casting her a brief glance, yet saying nothing. While relieved, a sense of dissatisfaction surged within Wang Dong. In her view, she was undoubtedly a prodigy. Despite her prior defeat, the Ice Emperor should not have disregarded her completely. The look in the Ice Emperor's eyes made her feel as though she were merely a faceless bystander. This situation could not persist, Wang Dong resolved. For the past few months, she had not allowed herself a single day of complacency, all in preparation for tomorrow's revenge match. This time, she was confident she could defeat the Ice Emperor and prove herself as the rightful top newcomer. Chapter 29. Destiny. What exactly do you intend to do? A slight disturbance affected Xiao Zhao's spirit, causing her to instinctively disregard both herself and Su Feng. The Ice Emperor, filled with intense dissatisfaction, directed her inquiry towards Su Feng. Nothing at all. This response evidently failed to appease the Ice Emperor, who snatched the roasted meat Su Feng was about to consume and stuffed it into her mouth. Is playing house truly amusing? Spending every day with these children, I am nearly forgetting why you sought me out. Moreover, my part in this is not akin to that of a servant being ordered about to feign bullying these children. This is not something I compelled you to do. You have willingly accepted every challenge presented to you. Are you implying that I should concede defeat? Ultimately, why am I the one responsible for combat? Surely, you could easily vanquish them as well. Yet that does not elucidate your reasons for forming a team with me. Su Feng swallowed his food and cleared his throat before responding. According to human customs, two heavy assault types do not typically team up. You possess no supportive abilities. Thus I must begrudgingly assume that role. Momentarily rendered speechless, the Ice Emperor realized she was indeed ill-suited for roles beyond direct combat and unfamiliar with the various unspoken rules of humanity. However, she swiftly redirected the conversation. And what about you? Why have you insisted on attending school here? I cannot believe that the teachings here can possibly rival the inheritance of the divine. Eschewing the previously perfunctory demeanor, Su Feng set down his actions and countered. Do you believe in destiny? What do you mean? Answer my question. Furrowing her brow, the Ice Emperor hesitated before responding. I used to believe, with the heavenly tribulations serving as the best proof. However, I am not so certain now. But I believe. Su Feng gazed earnestly at the Ice Emperor, not due to phenomena such as the heavenly tribulation, but because I can genuinely perceive the existence of destiny. Though you may be reluctant to accept it, humanity is indeed a race favored by destiny. You must know of the existence of the Emperor's auspicious beasts. In my view, every human embodies such a creature. There is no need for years of arduous training. Simply by adhering to the proper path, one can swiftly attain the strength that surpasses most soul beasts. Everything about soul beasts seems designed to contribute to humanity, only to await the day they are slain by those who require soul rings, even sacrificing their lives for a mere chance at a soul bone. Even a formidable beast like you, in the eyes of the world's consciousness, likely pales in significance compared to a titled Douluo who may live only 200 to 300 years. Are you attempting to argue with me? No, merely stating a fact. With that, Su Feng extended his hand towards the Ice Emperor. Do not resist. A surge of soul power flowed from Su Feng's hand into the Ice Emperor's eyes, inducing a sensation of dizziness. Upon reopening her eyes, she suddenly discovered an abundance of thread-like entities surrounding those nearby. This is the perspective of destiny. Each thread influences the development of the world. The thickness of each thread signifies the closeness of the connection, while those entangled with more threads wield a deeper impact on the world. Stunned, the Ice Emperor gazed around, quickly noticing the anomaly. Among the students, who generally exhibited only a handful of clear threads, two were nearly enveloped entirely. Do you see? This is why I am here. They are the true children of destiny. Each of their actions influences the future of the world. I believe I have seen them before. Not only seen them, but we are also classmates. The first one you encountered here was her. The Ice Emperor's astonishment quickly dissipated, as the disparity from children of destiny to defeated adversaries rendered her unable to summon any respect. Recalling her earlier curiosity, she turned to Su Feng and was taken aback to find that he bore remarkably few threads, only 6, one of which connected to her. Following the thread, the Ice Emperor found her situation even more perplexing. Aside from the single thread linking her to Su Feng, there were no other marks. Connecting this to Su Feng's prior explanation, she realized that her circumstances must have deviated from the norm. Let alone, it is impossible to lack a connection with the Snow Emperor. What have you done? Simply put, I have assisted you in clearing away some dangers. The soul beasts are bound by the world's constraints. The only way to address this issue is through a decisive approach. However, you need not worry about any hidden perils. Destiny is destiny, and people are people. Detaching from destiny allows you to genuinely make your own choices. Skeptical of Su Feng's words, the Ice Emperor could indeed sense the absence of the world's oppression, yet she felt as though she were ensnared within his verbal trap. No, wait. The Ice Emperor suddenly realized something she had never contemplated. Their agreement only stipulated the protection of his safety, and the concealment of her identity as an additional clause seemed reasonable, yet it did not necessitate her behaving so submissively. Isn't my persona that of a haughty young lady who looks down on others and possesses a terrible temper? With this realization, the Ice Emperor's thoughts expanded instantaneously. Observing the rapid shifts in her expression, culminating in a squinting smile, Su Feng felt a sudden surge of unease. In truth, I have long desired to do this. Before he could react, Su Feng saw the Ice Emperor's delicate hand reaching toward him. A flash of cold light enveloped him. and he found himself encased within a beautiful emerald-like block of ice. The ice was not lethal. Su Feng's body felt no chill. Yet, gazing at the Ice Emperor's smile, a shroud of coldness began to envelop his heart. He harbored a strange premonition, as if such occurrences would frequently befall him in the future. And not solely with the Ice Emperor. In the moments before losing consciousness, visions of several girls closely connected to him in this world flashed through his mind. Could it be? Su Feng murmured softly before losing awareness. Chapter 30. The Bet Before Nightfall. The news of the Ice Emperor's confrontation with Su Feng had already spread throughout the first-year cohort. After all, the sudden appearance of an ice sculpture in the bustling cafeteria was no trivial matter. Fortunately, no bystanders were affected, and the teachers were quickly diverted by their fabricated sibling rivalry. Nevertheless, Xiao Xiao could feel the intensified scrutiny directed at her as she walked through the halls. Much like her peers, she was utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. One moment she was absorbed in her meal, and the next, chaos had erupted. After finally dismissing the inquisitive teachers and classmates, she watched as her friend, seemingly unfazed, nonchalantly carried the ice block back to their dormitory. Throughout the journey, Xiao Xiao felt as though she were being roasted over an open flame. Once they returned to their dormitory after disposing of Su Bing, they finally had a moment alone. As soon as the door closed, Xiao Xiao pivoted to interrogate her companion. "Binger, what were you thinking? Why did you freeze your brother? Everyone was staring at us." "I was mortified. He angered me, so he deserved to be punished." "It's only fair," the Ice Emperor replied nonchalantly. "When did he provoke you?" Xiao Xiao looked at the Ice Emperor in confusion. "Even so, you didn't have to go this far. The entire academy must be discussing us now. It's so embarrassing. This is a private matter between us, and I was very gentle. He'll be awake in no more than 2 hours. It won't affect tomorrow's assessment. I hardly care about the assessment anymore. My first taste of fame has come from walking beneath a teammate's ice sculpture across half the academy." How did it come to this? Xiao Xiao held her forehead, realizing that despite having grown accustomed to the Ice Emperor's peculiar temperament over the past 3 months, she still did not fully understand her. "What do I care about others' opinions? Let them talk. They pay attention to me every day regardless of this incident," the Ice Emperor stated, exhibiting an indifferent demeanor. "For me, it's equally juvenile." "Juvenile? As if you possess any maturity. Binger, you are the youngest freshman this year. Even so, it doesn't change the fact that their behavior is quite childish. I don't even know what to say to you." Xiao Xiao found herself both amused and exasperated by the Ice Emperor's words. "Well, I was prepared for notoriety in the academy anyway. I suppose this is just an early preview." The next day of the freshman assessment, having already navigated the elimination round, the focus shifted to ranking competitions. To ensure fairness, the order of combat was determined by a lottery. Clutching the number 3 draw, Su Feng returned to the resting area. The events of the previous day still haunted him, prompting him to take charge of everything, even answering teachers' inquiries on behalf of the Ice Emperor. Perhaps having vented her frustrations the day before, the Ice Emperor refrained from any further retorts, waiting calmly for the assessment arrangements. The results were soon revealed. Their first opponent was a team that had not appeared in the original narrative and was relatively unknown. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing the announcement, the opposing team displayed discontent and promptly declared their forfeit, advancing directly to the resurrection round. However, before they could even glimpse their opponents for the second round, Wang Dong approached them, pride emanating from his gaze. "I've seen the brackets. The third round will be our duel. This time, I shall defeat you and prove that I am the strongest freshman of Shrek, and our team is the most formidable among newcomers." Having been alerted by Su Feng the day prior, the Ice Emperor recognized this individual. While she could not yet perceive the trajectory of fate, she remained curious about what made him noteworthy enough to capture Su Feng's attention. "Are you Wang Dong?" she inquired, observing how dismissively he regarded her. "Indeed. Remember this name." "I shall be the opponent you can never surpass," he retorted, anger flaring in his cheeks. "You appear no different from the rest, incapable of defeating me." "That's because I was merely considering the feelings of those around me, intentionally slowing my cultivation," Wang Dong protested, his face flushed. "Now, I am also a soul master at the third ring. Without the advantage of cultivation, I can easily defeat you." "How dull," the Ice Emperor remarked, disappointment growing in her chest. Even without discussing strength, she saw no qualities in him that could surpass her. Yet, her words struck Wang Dong as particularly aggravating. "If I win, you must publicly admit that you are my defeated opponent." Intrigued, the Ice Emperor responded, "And if you lose?" "I cannot lose. No one can triumph over me at this level." "Such confidence is misplaced," she stated, shaking her head. though she, too, possessed a proud nature. She would not be so arrogant as to utter such words. Since you've made a request, shouldn't you offer a corresponding condition? This caused Wang Dong to hesitate momentarily before he said, if I were to lose, I could provide you with a treasure equivalent to the Xin Shui Dan. What is the Xin Shui Dan? The Ice Emperor queried, puzzled. It's a pill worth thousands of gold, yet scarce in availability, as I understand it. This elixir is highly beneficial for low-ranking soul masters, capable of refining one's body, akin to 2,000 or 3,000 years' worth of Han Bing Sui, Su Feng explained. And what is Han Bing Sui? Others chimed in, equally perplexed. Only found in extreme cold regions, this treasure is invaluable for soul masters with ice attributes. Due to her unique constitution, this is the only treasure that would benefit her, Su Feng clarified. Wang Dong understood. Realizing that with the Ice Emperor's ice blue scorpion martial spirit, common treasures likely wouldn't yield significant improvements. Rest assured, I shan't let you suffer loss. If you lose, you only need to admit in front of everyone that you are inferior to me. However, if I lose, I will ensure you receive a piece of Han Bing Sui. Agreed, it's a deal. Though ordinary Han Bing Sui would only serve as a snack for the Ice Emperor. She was genuinely eager to engage in this bet with the Child of Destiny. She wished to ascertain whether the so-called potential could indeed surpass the chasm of strength that separated them. Isn't this wager somewhat unfair to you? Su Feng remarked, watching Wang Dong leave with a smug expression. You know full well that even with only level 30 soul power, he could never injure you, let alone defeat you. Isn't it your fault that we find ourselves in this predicament? The Ice Emperor scoffed. Regardless, I intend to find some amusement in this. You may choose to intervene later, but do not attempt to stop me. Though concerned about the potentially unpredictable consequences of this event on their fates, Su Feng ultimately decided against interfering, silently hoping that Wang Dong would indeed strive to improve if he were to be bested, rather than resorting to invoking divine intervention. Chapter 31. The genius in the eyes of Wang Yin, the chief examiner, Su Bing was, in fact, the least noteworthy candidate. On one hand, her matches were devoid of suspense, leading most opponents to forfeit outright. On the other hand, as an instructor of his stature, he was privy to privileged information from the upper echelons of the academy. Undoubtedly, the 3 members of Su Bing's team would receive focused training, with Su Bing herself being earmarked for a position among the Shrek 7 monsters. In the presence of the academy's higher-ups, his attention seemed rather superfluous. However, to Wang Yan's astonishment, several esteemed elders did indeed attend the assessment today. They made no grand announcements, seemingly there merely to observe the students' performances. Wang Yan felt a thrill of excitement. Showcasing potential before these venerable figures was a rare opportunity, beneficial for both the promising students and for him as their instructor. Once Wang Yin departed, the elders shed their amiable facades, scrutinizing one another without restraint. Though Shrek was often likened to a family, the elders were still human, harboring their own ambitions. Faced with a once-in-a-millennium talent wielding an extraordinary martial soul, they momentarily cast aside their reserve, eager to take on apprentices. The moment the news reached them, many elders harbored thoughts of making an early move. Yet, Yin Shaozhe, well aware of their dispositions, had forewarned them. Elder Mu had been closely monitoring the new students' development from the outer academy, compelling them to bide their time. Following the new students' assessment, tradition dictated that they would be formally recognized as members of Shrek, leaving Yin Shaozhe and Elder Mu with no grounds to obstruct their intentions. In truth, they understood that the vice president would likely welcome this development. Hastening the integration of Su Bing into Shrek would facilitate the resolution of Ma Xiaodao's troublesome issues. Unaware of the elders' true sentiments, Wang Yin focused solely on performing well in front of them. He glanced at the competition schedule, pondering the matches ahead. This year's new students were indeed exceptional, featuring 2 teams of successors to the 7 monsters, alongside promising talents like Wang Dong. Yet, overshadowed by the brilliance of the ice blue scorpion, their accomplishments seemed diminished. This trend was evident not only among the faculty, but also among the students. Wang Yin sensed that the seed teams were consciously conserving their strength. While it was possible they simply recognized their inferiority and resigned themselves to defeat, he preferred to believe they were strategically withholding their abilities to challenge Su Bing. The new students in the audience were largely engaged in anxious strategizing or recovering their soul power, yet some remained emotionally unperturbed. Wu Yuhao, seated in his place, observed Wang Dong's jubilant return and recalled their conversation from a few days prior. Brother Tianming, have you ever encountered the ice blue scorpion? Of course, I have. In the far north, there is nothing that your brother Tianming does not know. Tianming replied with a knowing smile, reclining on the beach chair of the Sea of Consciousness. amused by Hui Yuhao's rare inquisitiveness. Then you must be well acquainted with the ice blue scorpion's characteristics? Hui Yuhao pressed eagerly, since the format of the assessment had been confirmed. Wang Dong had insisted that he must defeat Su Bing to redeem past failures. However, based on what he gleaned from teacher Fan Yu, the outlook seemed grim. Are you hoping to assist your good friend through this ordeal? Tianming teased with a mischievous grin. Of course, Wang Dong has supported me greatly. I do not wish to disappoint him. Hui Yuhao's gaze bore determination. And I, too, do not wish to concede so easily. I knew you would never give up. Tianming remarked, taking a sip of the illusory juice. Though I must admit, I believe your team's chances of victory are nil. Even 3 against 1 would not change that. What? Without gathering intelligence, you douse me with cold water? Hui Yuhao's spirits plummeted instantly. The ice blue scorpion is an ultimate martial soul. One of the mightiest species even in the far north, far surpassing humans. If she unleashes her full power, encasing you in ice in an instant is not out of the question. How could that be? We possess mental detection, and her speed is not extraordinary. Even if there is a gap, being instantaneously defeated is impossible, right? Hui Yuhao questioned, perplexed. Do you believe she has ever gone all out? Tianming's expression turned reminiscent. The ice blue scorpion is virtually devoid of weaknesses, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities in ultimate ice. Even without comparing raw strength, mere contact would be unbearable for you. From the intelligence you've gathered, you likely assume her soul skill merely enhances her arms into scorpion pincers and allows her to create ice constructs nearby? Isn't that the case? The ice blue scorpion's soul skills are far more intricate than that. Not to mention, her body can be enhanced without relying on soul skills. Why would she need to utilize soul skills to create ice constructs? You surely have not observed the ground beneath her feet. Each time she employs her soul skills, the surrounding terrain swiftly becomes encased in ice. I suspect her second soul skill is a domain-type ability, which is indistinguishable without her unleashing its full might. Let alone the third soul skill she has never revealed. How do you propose to win? However, after a lengthy pause under Hui Yuhao's expectant gaze, Tianming added, this does not mean you cannot overcome her. With my assistance, the odds may shift. To defeat the ice blue scorpion, listen closely to my forthcoming instructions. Wabin? Zhu Lu observed her silent boyfriend with concern. She understood the source of his anxiety. As successors of the Shrek 7 monsters, they held no privileges within the academy, often bearing greater mental burdens. The White Tiger Duke's lineage was notoriously rigorous, compelling Dai Huabin to maintain a strict self-discipline. Failing to achieve a commendable rank in the new student assessment would undoubtedly shatter his confidence. Yet this year's cohort included that formidable talent. Despite watching her battle time and time again, Zhu Lu found no chink in her armor. Begrudgingly, she had to acknowledge that Dai Huabin was inferior to her. Responding to his girlfriend's call, Dai Huabin shook himself from his reverie, revealing a rare tender side. It's all right. We will definitely win. No matter how strong Su Bing is, she is but one person, and we have each other. Indeed, Zhu Lu affirmed his thoughts, regardless of the circumstances. Conceding defeat before stepping onto the stage would render further assessment unnecessary. Moreover, they had yet to unveil their trump cards. With powers surpassing Soul Sovereign, they would surely triumph. Little Master, don't be so hard on yourself. The results of this assessment won't affect anything. Ning Tian sighed, glancing at the indifferent Wu Feng. Indeed, the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile School, being an auxiliary martial soul, fostered a remarkably relaxed atmosphere due to its inherent limitations. Her presence at Shrek was less about learning and more about recruiting talent. The only expectation from her sect was to secure a battle soul master of a similar age, preferably to marry. For millennia, the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile School had upheld this policy, and Ning Tian held no grievances. However, they were, after all, attempting to poach from Shrek. Regardless of their deep-rooted connections, it was unlikely that Shrek's elders would look upon her favorably. Currently, her most promising option was the one wielding the ultimate ice, Su Bing. Yet, it was evident that Shrek would never relinquish her, even if Shrek were willing to compromise. Ning Tian could not conceive of what she could offer to entice Su Bing. Was she to gamble on a forbidden romance like Wu Feng? However, even if one can accept it, how should the issue of reproduction be resolved? At this thought, Ning Tian suddenly entertained a ludicrous idea. Why not recruit her brother? Given their sibling bond, it would effectively bind Su Bing to the chariot of Jiobao Liuli's sect as well. Shaking his head, Ning Tian momentarily abandoned this notion. He had only just begun his studies and would remain at the academy for at least 6 more years. Perhaps in the coming classes, there would emerge an even more suitable choice. After all, since the pinnacle of ice had already appeared, who could confidently assert that there wouldn't be a subsequent pinnacle of fire or thunder among the students. Chapter 32. The resurgence. The first and second rounds concluded swiftly, and it seemed that by design, several seed teams did not encounter one another. Instead, they faced opponents who were not insignificant, showcasing commendable strength and coordination for the newcomers. However, that was where it ended. In the third round, Feng and his team finally encountered their first battle of the day. Observing the spirited Wang Dong on the opposite side, along with the eager Bingdi by his side, Feng anticipated the forthcoming events. Yet, considering that Bingdi had just erupted in fury the previous day, Feng realized he had indeed pressed her too hard. It was time to allow her to unwind. He would never admit it was because he thought, a friend's demise is preferable to my own. With the protection of the Tang God King and the favor of fate, Wang Dong would undoubtedly serve as a punching bag without issue. Glancing towards the audience, Feng noticed a few elderly figures surrounding the referee's area, their attentive gazes fixed upon the arena. A moment's reflection revealed the underlying circumstances. In the original tale, Yan Xiaojia and Xian Lao had attended to select core disciples. Now, it was simply a larger assembly. Although he found it peculiar that the higher-ups of Shrek were only now showing interest, it still aligned with his plans. With the stage and audience poised, only the commencement remained. When Wang Yan announced the start, Wang Dong did not rush forth immediately, but instead turned to grasp Hui Yuhao's hand. A surge of pure soul power flowed between them, amplifying and gradually coalescing within Wang Dong, causing her aura to ascend. To onlookers, it appeared as though Hui Yuhao had bestowed some form of enhancement upon Wang Dong. Before long, she released his hand and confidently soared towards Bingdi. With her martial soul unleashed, her butterfly wings radiated a brilliant golden light upon the arena. In an instant, she was before Bingdi. Her right arm raised as a blade formed from her wings and swiftly descended upon her opponent. Without evasion, Bingdi unleashed her reliable Ice Emperor's claw, meeting the strike head-on. To everyone's astonishment, the winged blade did not shatter immediately. Instead, its brilliance intensified, almost overpowering Bingdi's frigid soul power. Watching Wang Dong engage Bingdi in a fierce confrontation, Hui Yuhao felt a surge of elation. He had heeded the suggestion from Tianming, allowing Wang Dong to manifest their fused soul power in her technique, and indeed, it resisted the oppressive chill of the Ice Emperor. Without that terrifying icy attribute, Wang Dong's attacks appeared effortless, and due to her speed, she began to gain the upper hand. Although he did not understand why the remaining two opponents had yet to engage, he seized the opportunity to employ his mental detection to sense the distant battle. Unsurprisingly, his mental energy could not penetrate within a meter of the two. However, this time was different. Through his fusion with Wang Dong's soul power, he could distinctly perceive the fluctuations of their energy. If he could disrupt their critical moment in battle, the tide would undoubtedly shift in their favor. At last, Wang Dong paused her assault, executing the signal they had previously agreed upon. Her martial soul fully activated, and her butterfly wings emitted a dazzling radiance. As her soul power peaked, she shouted, "Now!" Bingdi's focus remained fixed on Wang Dong, failing to comprehend the reasoning behind such a conspicuous attack. But Hui Yuhao understood. The moment he heard Wang Dong's voice, he poured all his mental energy into his spiritual eye, employing the purple extreme magic eye to unleash his most potent mental assault. The simultaneous actions of both sides filled Hui Yuhao with confidence that the opponent would be unable to regain their composure in time, and under the mental attack, they would surely falter, unable to withstand Wang Dong's strike. Yet before he could proceed with the next action, an excruciating pain surged through his mind, causing him to collapse to the ground. Bingdi intercepted Wang Dong's attack with one hand, turning to regard the fallen Hui Yuhao. She sensed that he had unleashed a mental attack, but the outcome was evident. He had failed and suffered a backlash due to the immense force exceeding his own mental capacity. Despite concealing her strength to enroll alongside Feng, she could not be held accountable for the counterattack since the opponent had initiated the assault. After all, who could have anticipated that a 10-year-old soul master possessed such terrifying mental prowess? Seeing this, Feng could only shake his head. With the fusion of their soul powers, Wang Dong could have stood on equal footing with the current Ice Emperor. Victory was not beyond reach. Yet, with this turn of events, their team had been thrust into a disadvantage. Observing an anonymous teammate tending to Hui Yuhao, Feng unreservedly released his martial soul. The Star Cup form of his martial soul gradually emanated soul power towards Bingdi. With this assistance, Bingdi's soul power output surged, overpowering Wang Dong's butterfly wings. Feeling the dwindling fusion soul power within her and the shift in Bingdi's offensive stance, Wang Dong's anxiety deepened. She was oblivious to the issues Hui Yuhao faced that had led to his downfall. A flicker of worry crossed her handsome face, gritting her teeth. She swiftly retreated from Bingdi's assault to regroup with her teammates. At that moment, Hui Yuhao, under the care of his allies and the protection of Tianming, began to awaken. Realizing the gravity of the situation, despair etched across his features. Tianming's plan had faltered. He and Wang Dong were destined to become stepping stones for the opponent. Witnessing Hui Yuhao's expression, an unnameable fury surged within Wang Dong, and she reprimanded him loudly. "Why do you look so lifeless? Didn't we agree to prove our strength together? You were the one who assured me you had a way to counter them. Now you falter at the first setback?" A minor setback, Hui Yuhao chuckled bitterly. This had been his strongest attack, yet the opponent had shown no sign of being affected, only a testament to their superior mental cultivation. Faced with an opponent stronger in soul power, cultivation, and mental prowess, he could not fathom a path to victory. Wang Dong gritted her teeth, grasping Hui Yuhao's hand, declaring, "We still have a chance. Do you remember that feeling from before?" Hui Yuhao recalled their initial realization of soul power fusion and understood Wang Dong's intent. Their fate hinged on this decisive moment. Gazing into Wang Dong's resolute eyes, Hui Yuhao felt his spirits lift, shaking off his despondency as he nodded firmly in affirmation. All right. With that, they embraced, and before the astonished eyes of all, their martial souls began to merge, forming a colossal golden eye above them. Even the teachers and elders in the audience were taken aback, their attention drawn to the extraordinary sight. After a minute of fusion, their soul power reached its zenith. And simultaneously, Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao shouted, unleashing the power of the eye. A blinding golden light surged forth, nearly obscuring everyone's vision as it shot towards Bingdi. Under the gaze of all, Bingdi did not attempt to evade. Instead, she finally summoned her martial soul, her second soul ring radiating brilliantly. Frost rapidly spread beneath her feet, coalescing 2 meters before her into a formidable ice wall. Amidst the eager anticipation of the spectators, the golden ray collided with the ice wall. A brilliant explosion ensued, accompanied by a deafening roar, as steam billowed forth, obscuring the view. Have we succeeded? With overwhelming exhaustion weighing upon him, Wang Dong knelt upon the ground. They had never actually employed their martial soul fusion skill in combat before, leaving its true potency an enigma. From his own visceral experience, he surmised no soul elder could withstand such an assault head-on. Yet the referee's voice remained conspicuously absent, seeding ominous conjectures within Wang Dong's mind. As the mist upon the arena gradually dissipated, a colossal ice wall stood resolute at its center. Though significantly eroded, it had ultimately withstood the onslaught unscathed. Upon closer inspection, the faint remnants of golden light upon the glacial surface were steadily being devoured by the encroaching frost, undeniable proof of their disadvantage in this confrontation. Peering through the translucent barrier, Wang Dong beheld the Ice Empress, her countenance as impassive as ever, betraying not the slightest hint of exertion. Chapter 33, The Outcome in this Round of Competition. The Ice Emperor's team emerged victorious. Observing the despondent expressions of Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao, Wang Yin hesitated no longer and announced the results of the match. While the children perceived their defeat, from Wang Yan's perspective, it was, in fact, a commendable outcome. Unlike most teams, they were able to showcase their full capabilities, even garnering the attention of the elders, which could be deemed quite favorable. Simultaneously, Wang Yin marveled once more at the prowess of the Ice Emperor. His understanding of the ultimate martial soul was limited to the pages of books, had it not been for the Ice Emperor's emergence. He might not have sought to comprehend such a trait. The ultimate martial soul is a once-in-a-millennium phenomenon on the continent. Throughout the 10,000-year history of Shrek, only 3 individuals have possessed it. With his insights, it was evident that the martial soul fusion techniques executed by Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao had indeed reached the zenith of martial soul quality, their power surpassing even that of soul sovereigns and soul Douluos. Yet, they still succumbed in direct confrontation. Although factors such as Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong's suboptimal condition played a role, the rapid depletion of their golden soul power indicated that even in peak condition, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. Nevertheless, this was sufficient cause for pride. Wang Yin could clearly see that several elders exhibited interest in these 2 children. Should they gain the elders' endorsement, it would be a foregone conclusion that they would become core disciples and enter the inner academy. The elders shared this sentiment. While all had come in pursuit of the ultimate ice, ultimately, only one could take on a disciple. The fusion technique demonstrated by Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao truly astonished them, prompting further scrutiny. If they could not secure Su Bing as a disciple, perhaps these 2 students might suffice? However, after careful consideration, the elders promptly abandoned this notion. The shorter boy possessed merely level 14 soul power, which, at his age, could be deemed significantly lacking in talent, even if he managed to remain at the academy for the time being. The widening gap in cultivation between the two would inevitably diminish the efficacy of their martial soul fusion. Yet, the elders, mindful of their status, refrained from outrightly dismissing a student. After exchanging glances, they swiftly reached a consensus to place these two on the observation list and monitor their development. How do you feel? Do you now believe what I said? Feng approached the Ice Emperor, who remained motionless, seemingly lost in the aftermath of that last strike. Quite intriguing, she mused. Although to others she appeared composed, the Ice Emperor was acutely aware that, irrespective of the Ice Blue Scorpion martial soul, even a true Millennium Ice Blue Scorpion would struggle to withstand that recent blow unscathed. Had they encountered anyone but herself, victory would undoubtedly have been theirs. Now that you've vented, perhaps you should temper your approach in the upcoming matches. Did you notice how the eyes of the other freshmen widened in disbelief when you were unharmed? Feng's assertion was no exaggeration. The expressions of the newcomers were indeed distorted. They had gradually come to terms with their non-elite status after entering Shrek, but that last strike had transcended their expectations. For the first time, they realized that the chasm between geniuses was even wider than that between soul masters and ordinary individuals. This was particularly shocking for the other seed teams. Lan Susu and Lan Luo wore expressions of relief, grateful that they had only lightly tested their opponents the previous day, avoiding the full force of the Ice Emperor. Otherwise, they might still be bedridden. Ning Tian's expression was particularly revealing. As the young master of the 9 treasure glazed tile sect, she had devoted her youth not only to cultivation but also to the art of discernment. She prided herself on her ability to assess a soul master's trustworthiness, temperament, and potential future at a glance. This skill had led to her internal conflict upon entering the academy. The individuals worthy of her allegiance were already taken, while the remaining students either did not suit her preferences or lacked the requisite talent. Yet, she began to doubt everything she had learned. Although the 9 treasure glazed tile sect had never possessed the ultimate martial soul, records of its power existed. If previous generations had not concealed the truth, then Su Bing's talent must far exceed that of an ordinary ultimate soul master. What does this signify? An ultimate martial soul among ultimate martial souls? Abandoning futile musings, Ning Tian began to earnestly contemplate the possibility of recruiting Su Bing. While Shrek undoubtedly recognized her potential, the academy was vast, brimming with students. It was improbable that they could devote their full resources to nurturing just one individual. The 9 treasure glazed tile sect, however, sought only to safeguard its own interests. And should the opportunity arise to concentrate an entire generation's resources on a single individual, they would not hesitate. Meanwhile, Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu, both heirs of the 7 monsters, wore expressions contorted with distress. Were it not for their cultivated patience since childhood, they might have been compelled to leave the arena. It's all right, Huabin. To bolster her boyfriend's spirits and her own confidence, Zhu Lu clasped his hand firmly. We will win. We possess a flawless martial soul fusion technique, unlike their half-hearted efforts. Yes, we will win. Dai Huabin's response was uncertain, and the two instinctively avoided meeting each other's gaze, finding solace in this self-deception. As he observed the still figure of Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao on stage, Wang Yan sighed. As their teacher, he could view this assessment from a more objective standpoint. However, for the newcomers, especially these prodigies, accepting their defeat must have been exceedingly difficult. Yet, regardless of their struggles, the outcome had already been determined. To spare everyone from lingering in uncertainty, he needed to promptly rouse them from their reverie. A commanding shout resonated clearly in the ears of the two on stage, and Wang Dong finally emerged from her stupor. She gazed at the Ice Emperor, her expression shifting through various emotions before settling on one tinged with reluctance and regret. Having lost to her opponent twice, even her pride could not concoct an excuse. I will honor my promise, Wang Dong said in a barely audible voice, before grasping Hui Yuhao's arm and heading off the stage with her head bowed. Hui Yuhao, however, was not as disheartened as he appeared. After all, this had never been his goal, and he had grown accustomed to the reality of his shortcomings. His lack of outward reaction was due to the incessant barrage of information from Tianming. Tianming was the one who found it most challenging to accept this outcome. While others lacked understanding of the Ice Blue Scorpion and the Ultimate Ice, how could he not? His confidence in guaranteeing victory stemmed from an unshakable conviction. With his own soul power bolstering him, he had no need to fear the ultimate characteristic suppression, the greatest threat posed by the Ultimate Ice. No matter how gifted his opponent, they could not possibly possess a method for cultivating spiritual power. As long as he seized the opportunity, victory was assured. Yet, That single miscalculation proved disastrous. When confronted with the mental assault, rather than faltering, his opponent had countered, resulting in Hui Yuhao's backlash. Although he hadn't engaged directly, he was well aware of Hui Yuhao's spiritual cultivation level. It was inconceivable that he could fail against a mere girl. As he observed Tianming drifting in the sea of consciousness, muttering to himself, Hui Yuhao felt compelled to offer guidance. However, after several attempts to speak, he realized Tianming was entirely unresponsive, leaving Hui Yuhao to patiently await his eventual understanding. I understand now. Tianming abruptly halted his movements and shouted at Hui Yuhao. Understand what? Hui Yuhao inquired, perplexed. She is not human. Hui Yuhao was momentarily taken aback. While Su Bing was indeed extraordinarily powerful, such an insult seemed unwarranted. That is not an appropriate way to speak, Tianming. No, you have misunderstood my intention. Tianming grasped the shoulders of Hui Yuhao as spiritual entity and shook him, saying, she is not human at all, but rather a soul beast that has undergone transformation over 100,000 years. Thus, your spiritual attack suffered a backlash. And it is why she could attain the rank of soul master at such a tender age. I was previously perplexed as to how an ultimate martial soul could be born by a human, especially one with such overwhelming traits that could even suppress your martial soul fusion technique. She ought to have been frozen first. There is only one explanation. She need not endure it because the ice blue scorpion is intrinsically her own. How could there be any talk of adaptation? Hui Yuhao was taken aback. Although he had gleaned considerable knowledge about soul beasts from Tianming, the notion of 100,000-year soul beast transforming into a human to attend school was utterly astonishing. As he spoke, Tianming halted his movements, self-doubting. Yet that doesn't seem right. How could a soul beast dare to be so audacious in Shrek, with so many titled Douluos present? Is she seeking her own demise? Moreover, I have yet to detect any aura of a soul beast emanating from her. Hui Yuhao breathed a sigh of relief. The idea of a soul beast lurking among his classmates was rather too stimulating for him. Exactly, Brother Tianming. If she truly is a transformed soul beast, how could the teachers have failed to notice her? However, this did not elucidate other matters, so the explanation of transformation seemed more plausible. Tianming cradled his head, momentarily uncertain of which side to believe. Wait, Tianming suddenly recalled something he had overlooked. The ice blue scorpion, by nature, is exceedingly proud. Even if it could not transcend the tribulation, it would never choose to undergo transformation. Furthermore, with the Ice Emperor present, how could it permit its kin to engage in such actions? Could it be that some calamity has befallen the extreme north? Yuhao, we must ascertain her origins. In comparison to this matter, failing the assessment is hardly significant. Chapter 34, Doubt for Others, the most crucial assessment had concluded. However, for Hui Yuhao, what lay ahead was far more significant. From the words of Tang Ming just moments ago, he grasped the peculiarity of the situation. If it were indeed a soul beast reincarnating, while he harbored no animosity towards soul beasts, indeed, thanks to Tang Ming, he held a favorable view. There was no guarantee the creature felt the same. Should it harbor ill intentions towards Shrek Academy, not only would his classmates be at risk, but he himself could hardly escape unscathed. Yet, for reasons unknown, Tang Ming had dissuaded Hui Yuhao from reporting the matter to their teachers, although he claimed it was for his own good, to avoid instilling a sense of jealousy in their mentors. Hui Yuhao keenly sensed that Tang Ming's true intentions were not as benign. Nevertheless, the situation had not yet reached its nadir. He lacked direct evidence to confirm that the entity was a 100,000-year soul beast. Thus, he acquiesced to Tang Ming's suggestion and resolved to investigate on his own. After concocting an excuse to leave the lounge, Hui Yuhao stealthily approached the vicinity of Ice Emperor and her companion's quarters. He relinquished control of his spiritual entity, allowing Tang Ming to take over. A wave of potent, concealed spiritual energy radiated from Hui Yuhao, pervading the lounge. As Hui Yuhao contemplated inquiring whether Tang Ming had uncovered anything, a voice suddenly emerged from behind, nearly causing him to stumble. What are you doing here? The tone was neither harsh nor severe, rather calm and gentle. Recognizing the familiar voice, Hui Yuhao quickly turned around, feeling a pang of embarrassment. Hello, Su Feng. I suspect your teammates might not share your sentiments. Su Feng shrugged, continuing, what brings you here? Our competition has concluded. It's because, Hui Yuhao stammered, his anxiety palpable. Su Feng, noticing Hui Yuhao's unease, concealed a smirk. He had sensed something amiss from the outset and had intentionally approached to engage in conversation. Tang Ming's spiritual energy was unmasked, radiating with confidence that none could surpass him in this domain. Revealing the Ice Emperor's identity at this juncture would pose significant complications for Feng, prompting him to immediately sever all sensory connections, ensuring that neither Tang Ming nor the Ice Emperor could detect each other. In Tang Ming's perception, the lounge was enveloped in an unusual force, neither akin to soul power nor spiritual energy. Yet, under this enigmatic influence, his spiritual energy was entirely obstructed, rendering any attempts to bypass it futile. At this moment, he realized that his suspicions were likely correct. These two were no ordinary freshmen, intensifying his eagerness to delve deeper while disregarding Hui Yuhao's predicament entirely. He surmised that the method preventing his spiritual energy from penetrating was entirely distinct from Su Feng's soul abilities, thus assuming it bore no relation to him. "Are you referring to the wager?" Su Feng queried. "Wager? What wager?" Hui Yuhao felt a surge of elation at Su Feng's initiation of conversation, though he masked his excitement. Whatever the reason, he needed to maintain the dialogue to prevent Su Feng from uncovering any anomalies. "Wang Dong did not mention it to you." Su Feng mused aloud, then answered himself, "Of course, she likely did not consider the possibility of losing, wanting to keep it from you for a greater surprise. She wagered with Ice Emperor. If she lost, she would have to produce a piece of ice marrow over 1,000 years old. While our only requirement for losing was for Ice Emperor to publicly concede her superiority in strength. Clearly, she intended to keep you in the dark, probably to avoid causing too much commotion. It may not be ideal for me to divulge this to you, so I hope you will keep it confidential." "I will," Hui Yuhao replied, reflecting on Wang Dong's character. He could certainly envision her engaging in such a wager, and he suspected that mentioning it in her presence would elicit an irate response from her. "Since it is not about the wager, what is your purpose for being here?" Hui Yuhao's forehead glistened with sweat, but he quickly reassured himself that Su Feng would not detect Tang Ming, so he was merely being discreet and not in danger. "Well, it is because our team lost, and we are somewhat intrigued by you. For instance, how did Su Bing manage to withstand our assault just now?" "Nothing extraordinary. It was merely a case of overwhelming strength," Su Feng replied, shaking his head, which was indeed true. Given the Ice Emperor's prowess, no combination of a 3-ring and a 1-ring Soul Master could hope to best her. To defeat her current display of strength would require at least a Soul King. And even then, only with a top-tier martial soul. "I can see that you have not employed this skill extensively, and your condition at that moment was less than optimal," Su Feng added. "Although you may not have realized, I was restoring Su Bing's soul power during the match. She was effectively at full capacity. So losing to her under such circumstances is nothing to be ashamed of." "Is that so?" Hui Yuhao realized the truth. He had previously wondered why he and Wang Dong, despite being completely drained of soul power, had found their opponent seemingly unperturbed. Now he understood it was due to Su Feng's intervention. "You likely have not undergone systematic tactical training, nor do you comprehend the dynamics of Soul Master cooperation," Su Feng observed with a smile. "While your feigned assaults were relatively decent, the first principle of combat is to avoid the opponent's strengths while targeting their weaknesses. The Academy's team arrangements are intentionally designed with this in mind. Each team generally includes a control-type Soul Master and restricts the number of attack-type Soul Masters to 1, to prevent matches from devolving into mere brute force confrontations. Yet, it is evident that your focus was entirely on Su Bing, fixated on defeating her, thus rendering the match a tedious war of attrition. Your abilities are inherently suited for battlefield control and tactical arrangement. Although the Academy will eventually teach you these concepts, recognizing them now will prove invaluable in your upcoming matches." Listening to Su Feng's insights, Hui Yuhao felt a pang of guilt. Here was Su Feng, offering him well-meaning advice, while he had been harboring doubts about them. "What are you two doing?" A haughty female voice interrupted Hui Yuhao's thoughts. Confronted with the very person he had been suspicious of, he found himself at a loss for words. "Nothing much, just discussing the previous match," Su Feng stated, his expression enigmatic as he regarded the Ice Emperor, who scrutinized the two with a discerning gaze. Hui Yuhao's eyes darted around, unable to meet her gaze, while Su Feng wore an infuriatingly inscrutable smile. Su Bing's sudden departure had raised her suspicions, and the spiritual energy Su Feng had emitted only confirmed her doubts. Indeed, having fully trusted Su Feng's assertions, the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor remained convinced that the power of the star artifact was divine energy, and they had not encountered a higher echelon of power. After waiting in vain for Su Feng's return, impatience began to surface in the Ice Emperor, who followed the two's connection here, eager to ascertain what they were up to. "Do you know of the extreme north?" Hui Yuhao abruptly abandoned his evasive demeanor, fixing his gaze upon the Ice Emperor, speaking bluntly. Su Feng's eyes narrowed, realizing that Tang Ming had taken full control of Hui Yuhao's body. The extreme north? Why do you inquire about that? Upon hearing a term that should not have crossed Hui Yuhao's lips, the Ice Emperor's demeanor shifted to one of caution. Regarding this destined child with a scrutinizing gaze, Tang Ming faltered. He could hardly directly ask if she were a reincarnated soul beast with others present. Nor could he elucidate the reasoning behind his question. He is likely intrigued by the ice scorpion. After all, it is a rare and exceptional martial soul, Su Feng interjected. Unfortunately, we do not possess any knowledge about it. A martial soul is merely a martial soul, and we only have records of the ice scorpion's inherent characteristics. Having spoken, Su Feng approached and embraced the Ice Emperor's shoulders, resolutely guiding her towards the lounge, while addressing Tian Ming behind them. If you truly wish to comprehend the far north, you ought to consult the instructors at the academy. We are merely students. Students, indeed? Tian Ming murmured, observing their figures vanish behind the door. In the end, she found herself bereft of any useful information, her confusion only deepening. Su Feng's martial soul was that of a weapon, which unequivocally indicated his humanity. Initially, she speculated that he might be coerced or deceived by Su Bing, masquerading as siblings. However, their recent display of intimacy suggested otherwise. Su Bing appeared quite compliant with Su Feng, casting doubt on her earlier suspicions. The perplexity in her mind grew more profound as she relinquished control of her body, retreating to the sea of her consciousness to ponder. Meanwhile, Hui Yuhao, having narrowly navigated his own tribulations, exhaled deeply, shedding his previous wariness. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to return to his team's lounge. What do you intend to do? He thought. You advise me to avoid provoking them, yet you initiate conversation yourself. Moreover, he inquired of me, so why do you respond on my behalf? What are you concealing? I am merely concerned about this very matter, Su Feng sighed. You were poised to interrogate him about his interest in the far north, which hardly befits a young girl. As for the reason behind his inquiry, I possess a semblance of understanding, yet I shall not divulge it to you. What precisely do you wish to achieve? She retorted. You claim to be saving the world while entangling me and Shui Er in your schemes, engaging in these utterly unproductive endeavors. If you can only speak in riddles, I must reconsider my stance towards you. Everything I do is for a reason, Su Feng asserted, gripping the Ice Emperor's upper arm, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Perhaps you cannot fathom it, but my intentions are not peculiar, nor do I harbor any desire to harm you. One might say my actions are for your benefit. The reason for my presence here is that the fate of the world has yet to reach a decisive moment. When the time is right, I shall elucidate the purpose of my actions. The Ice Emperor was taken aback. It was the first time she witnessed such a demeanor from a human. Even during her attempts to persuade herself and the Snow Emperor in the far north, he had not been this earnest, stirring something within her. After a moment's hesitation, she chose to trust Su Feng, having witnessed firsthand his efforts to save her, even risking his life against the heavenly tribulation. Very well, I shall trust you. But only temporarily, she stated, her tone softer than usual. Since you claim you will prove your words, I shall await the arrival of that day. Chapter 35. The finals. Despite Wang Yan's utmost efforts to commentate and capture the attention of the veterans, the freshmen remained just that, freshmen. In a team where the average strength barely reached 2 rings, it was challenging to witness any remarkable confrontations, particularly after being awestruck by the Ice Emperor's prowess. Many students lost their fighting spirit, deliberately tempering the intensity of their battles. Soon, the semifinals arrived, and several seeded teams finally clashed. The final matchup saw Su Feng's team facing Ning Tian's squad, while Dai Huabin took on Xie Huanyu's team. To their surprise, Ning Tian opted for combat. In comparison to the other teams, their synergy with the Ice Emperor was notably poor. The primary attacker, Wu Feng, wielded fire attributes, rendering him nearly ineffective against the Ice Emperor. Yet, Ning Tian displayed no signs of anxiety, walking onto the stage with an air of calmness. Wang Yan announced the commencement. But neither side made a move. Wu Feng stood with his arms crossed, and the Ice Emperor showed no inclination to strike first, resulting in an eerie silence enveloping the arena. Just as Wang Yan contemplated a potential concession, Ning Tian stepped forward, approaching the Ice Emperor. What did she intend to do? Wang Yan found himself perplexed. If they had no intention of fighting from the outset, why bother stepping onto the platform? Now, with a support-type character taking the stage, did she aim to persuade a surrender? After pondering, Wang Yan concluded that this was not an impossibility. Many were aware that Ning Tian was the heir of the 9 Treasures glazed tile school, a fact that positioned her as the wealthiest among the freshmen. If she sought victory through bribery, though it might lack honor, it would not breach any rules. In truth, Shrek Academy did not prohibit such harmless tactics. Rather, they somewhat encouraged their students to employ them. The rampant gambling on soul battles within the academy was largely due to the institution's indulgence. As some faculty members would say, this was merely a rational allocation of resources. Feng shared this sentiment, recalling that his only impression of this peripheral character in the original story stemmed from the forced conformity of La La by the Tang God King. His other memories mostly consisted of the defeated and the wealthy. Choosing not to engage in direct combat evidently indicated a desire to achieve victory through unconventional means. Are you attempting to persuade our surrender? Feng inquired. No, Ning Tian shook her head. However, if you wish, I can concede right now. Oh? Feng's interest piqued. What is your motive? I wish to inquire if the three of you have joined any factions. If not, what is your impression of the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile School? The Nine Treasures Glazed Tile School? What is that? The Ice Emperor's inquiry momentarily stunned Ning Tian. She had envisioned numerous possible responses, yet never anticipated that her counterpart would be unaware of the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile School. It is the sect of Ning Rongrong, the Nine Heavens Goddess, one of the original Shrek 7 monsters who ascended to godhood, Feng clarified. The Ice Emperor suddenly enlightened. Expressing newfound curiosity, does your sect possess divine inheritances? What knowledge do you have of the divine? I believe there are, but I have yet to witness them. Ning Tian felt a wave of melancholy from the Ice Emperor's starkly contrasting attitudes. While the other party recognized her ancestor, they were oblivious to the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile School, evoking profound emotions within her. Despite bearing the name of Nine Treasures, no one had surpassed the confines of martial souls to reach the 8th ring in millennia. With the continent's ever-increasing strength and rapid development of soul-guiding devices, their status gradually diminished, leaving them with little more than the title of a divine sect. However, this was unrelated to my purpose for being here. I have come to invite you to join the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile School. If you agree, all the sect's resources will be available to you, sufficient for your cultivation up to the level of a titled Douluo. You would only need to guarantee that you are willing to protect the sect once you have matured. Are you seeking guardians as well? Are there many threats on the continent? Ning Tian questioned, feeling somewhat bewildered. Had any sect already extended an invitation to them? This thought ignited a sense of competitive urgency within her. Nothing of the sort. This is our first invitation from a sect, Feng quickly interjected, addressing Ning Tian. However, we are still young and will not consider our future paths just yet. The Nine Treasures Glazed Tile School has a stellar reputation, and I am indeed interested. If an opportunity arises, I shall certainly pay a visit. You may take your time to deliberate. However, as a member of the sect, I must caution you. Ning Tian employed a secret method of private transmission, speaking solely to the three of them. Shrek will undoubtedly promise you significant cultivation opportunities. Yet, unlike the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile School, Shrek's targets are far too vast, and the responsibilities are immensely burdensome, especially once you enter the inner academy. Nearly every task will be life-threatening. If you do not wish to become mere stepping stones for Shrek's reputation, it is wise not to accept lightly. Before they could further inquire about the tasks, Ning Tian immediately raised her hand, calling out loudly to Wang Yin, "We surrender." Due to her lower cultivation and the distance involved, Wang Yin could not clearly hear their previous conversation, but since someone had voluntarily conceded, he could only accept the outcome. On the other side, Dai Huabin's match against Xie Huanyu concluded with Dai Huabin's victory. They felt relieved that they had not utilized their soul fusion techniques, preserving their strength for the upcoming finals. As the most crucial match approached, the Academy forbade retreat but hoped they would unleash their full potential. Consequently, they were allotted half an hour to rest, during which the Academy arranged for dedicated instructors to aid in their recovery. The brief respite flew by, and just as Dai Huabin was about to depart, he noticed Chueji hesitating behind him. "Boss, are we really going to fight?" she asked, glancing at Dai Huabin's stern expression. "I'm not saying you are inferior to Su Bing, but you must be exhausted. Your eyes are bloodshot. They have barely fought over the past 2 days, and their condition is far superior to ours. This hardly seems fair." Chueji's words left Dai Huabin momentarily speechless. All day, he had tried hard not to look at himself in Zhu Lu, striving to deny his own fear. Yet, now the bloodshot veins in his eyes were glaringly obvious. Even his teammates recognized that he was merely holding on. Continuing to deceive himself served no purpose. "No. You needn't worry about my feelings. I truly feel uncertain." He exhaled heavily and continued, "To be honest, I do not believe I can win, but I cannot concede. How could the Duke of the White Tiger tolerate a descendant who falters before the battle even begins?" Zhu Lu, Let us go. Dai Huabin turned towards the exit, resolute. Even if I lose, I shall give this match my all. With that, he stepped forward without hesitation. Zhu Lu and Chuiji exchanged glances. A mixture of resignation and surprise at his return to form. Without further words, they promptly followed suit. Chapter 36. The Dean. In a surprising turn of events during the final match, the figure seated at the judges' table was not Wang Yin, but rather a venerable elder with flowing white hair. Upon seeing that both teams had assembled, the elder finally spoke. You may not yet know who I am, and I understand your confusion at my unexpected substitution for teacher Wang Yin. I am Yin Xiaojia, the current dean of Shrek Academy and also the head of the Soul Master Department. As his words echoed, the new students below erupted into a chorus of excitement. To them, he was an undeniable figure of immense stature, one whom even royal families from various nations held in high regard. The fact that the dean, whom they believed they would never meet until graduation, had now appeared during their assessment filled them with exhilaration. I suspect many of you have speculated about my presence here. Initially, I too shared that sentiment. However, having observed your performances today, I have come to realize that each of you is equally deserving of Shrek's recognition. Frankly speaking, you are the finest cohort of students I have encountered in nearly a century, regardless of the outcomes that lie ahead. I hope you will all take pride in your experiences at Shrek, for your brilliance is likewise worthy of being recorded by this esteemed institution. I am merely an old man and should not monopolize your time. Henceforth, I encourage you all to exert your utmost efforts and prove your talents and diligence to everyone. Yin Xiaojia cast a benevolent smile towards the two teams on the stage. In contrast to the excitement radiating from Dai Huabin and his companions, the Ice Emperor exhibited an air of impatience, which left Yin Xiaojia feeling somewhat helpless. It appeared that the opposing team was so consumed by pride that they exhibited little interest in his identity. Yet, he too had once been arrogant, only learning caution after facing setbacks and mistakes. Given the youth of the opposing team, such hubris was, in some respects, understandable. Without further ado, Yin Xiaojia declared the commencement of the final match. Dai Huabin, having emerged from his self-deception and recognized his own strength, refrained from acting rashly. The sole advantage of their team over the Ice Emperors lay in their balanced capabilities, with every member possessing formidable combat prowess. Not only did he, as a soul master, and Zhu Lu hold their own, but even Chuiji could enchant and defeat numerous adversaries. To avoid being instantaneously vanquished, targeting the two liabilities on the opposing side would be the wisest course of action. The three exchanged glances, their long-established rapport allowing them to grasp Dai Huabin's intent immediately. Without hesitation, Dai Huabin summoned his martial soul, his physique transforming as the features of a white tiger emerged, a royal insignia gradually appearing on his forehead. The other two also summoned their martial souls. Zhu Lu's form elongated and curved, her fingers sprouting claws, although her aura was not as potent as Dai Huabin's. Her movements possessed an ethereal quality. Chuiji's body rapidly matured, exuding the allure of a young maiden in her mid-teens with every gesture. With a mighty shout from Dai Huabin, Yi and Zhu Lu surged forward in unison, their paths unwaveringly directed toward the Ice Emperor. Yet, to their astonishment, the Ice Emperor remained motionless, standing calmly in their path, devoid of any fear in the face of the approaching beasts. Just as they prepared to strike, a colossal cauldron unexpectedly materialized between them and the Ice Emperor, looming ominously as they were about to collide with it. With no time to evade, Dai Huabin charged directly toward the obstruction. A thunderous crash ensued as his claws slammed against the San Shengzhen Hunding, the tremendous tremor causing him to stagger back several steps, while Xiao Xiao, positioned at a distance, crumpled to the ground, her martial soul dissipating. Unfazed by this minor setback, Dai Huabin pressed onward. This time, the opponent finally reacted, transforming one hand into a massive claw to meet his assault. Just as he believed he could leverage the opponent's arrogance to secure a victory, his advance was abruptly halted. The cold emanating from the Ice Emperor's hand was accompanied by an overwhelming force that felt nearly equal to his own, a realization Dai Huabin found intolerable. While he could console himself with the notion of soul power suppression, failing to overpower the opponent in a contest of strength would imply that the evil Eye White Tiger was wholly inferior to the Ice Scorpion. Observing Dai Huabin's incredulity, Yin Xiaojia could not help but sigh. Many individuals, swayed by preconceived notions, mistakenly believed that Su Bing's strength stemmed solely from his mastery of extreme ice. How could the Ice Scorpion, the ruler of the far north, rely solely on frigid dominance? Every soul beast in the far north possesses ice attributes. While they may not rival extreme ice, they hold significant advantages in cold resistance. Relying on freezing prey to secure victory is effective only against lower-tier soul beasts like ice silkworms. The true strength of the ice scorpion lies in its all-encompassing prowess. With power and defense that are on par with other top bloodline soul beasts, Dai Huabin was evidently falling victim to this misconception. Initially, he had not exerted his full strength to suppress the opponent and found himself gradually at a disadvantage once the contest of strength began. Meanwhile, Zhu Lu displayed no inclination to assist. After the appearance of the Sanxingzhen Hunding, she deliberately diminished her presence, waiting for everyone's attention to be diverted. Finally, seizing the moment, she stealthily maneuvered behind Su Feng and the others. Timing her approach perfectly, Zhu Lu dashed towards Su Feng, her claws aimed at his back. Intent on forcing him out of the match, the strike was executed with such swiftness that she was confident he would not have time to react. However, just as she believed victory was within her grasp, she noticed Su Feng turning his head toward her. Without the luxury of time to reconsider, Zhu Lu found herself unable to halt her attack. Her palm struck down, sending Su Feng flying. Yet, to the astonishment of all, Yin Xiaozhi did not intervene to provide aid. Seeing Su Feng soaring through the air, Xiao Xiao panicked, disregarding her recent backlash injury, and summoned 3 Sanxingzhen Hundings to crash into Zhu Lu. Yet, Zhu Lu was a swift attacker, her speed and reflexes far surpassing Xiao Xiao's, allowing her to evade the assault effortlessly. Zhu Lu accomplished her objective, secretly reveling in her success. With Xiao Xiao having just suffered backlash and now forcibly activating her martial soul, she deemed her a negligible threat. With this thought, she resolved to return to Dai Huabin's side and assist him in subduing the Ice Emperor. However, when Zhu Lu glanced toward the center of the arena, she was momentarily stunned. There stood Su Feng, as if unscathed, leisurely brushing off the dust from his attire and smiling back at her. A chill surged within Zhu Lu. She was acutely aware of the power behind her earlier strike, and a support-type soul master should not have been able to withstand it. Is it so surprising? Su Feng began, addressing Zhu Lu with a measured tone. I once mentioned to my teacher that my soul skill could be used for defense, albeit with a low cost-effectiveness. However, there are times when one must make less than profitable trades, otherwise, I would have likely been eliminated just now. It seems that, despite exhausting a significant portion of my soul power, my choice was ultimately quite astute. Chapter 37. Shock. Certainly, Su Feng's words were fabricated. With his current physical prowess, he could easily engage in hand-to-hand combat with a Millennium Soul Beast without issue. Zhu Lu's palm strike had not inflicted any harm upon him. However, such an extraordinary claim would likely be met with skepticism. Explaining it through the lens of soul skills, however, would be far more palatable to the inhabitants of Douluo Continent. For instance, the instructors on stage, particularly Shou Yi and Wang Yin, exhibited expressions of understanding and were quite pleased with Su Feng's quick thinking. Yet, Zhu Lu and her companions found this assertion rather unpalatable, for it implied that if Dai Huabin refrained from intervening, they would struggle to eliminate even the 2 burdens before them. Moreover, in light of the opponent's intentional defenses, closing the distance would prove to be an arduous task. At this moment, Zhu Lu found herself engulfed in hesitation. She had not expended much soul power, whereas Su Feng's forceful deployment of soul skills to counter the attack must have drained a considerable amount. If she chose to pursue aggressively, she might be able to overcome him, albeit at the cost of significant time. Should the battle prolong, Huabin would expend too much energy. And even if they could still utilize their martial soul fusion technique, its potency would likely diminish drastically, rendering it as ineffective as the attempts made by Wang Dong and his companions. On the arena, Zhu Lu had no time for further contemplation. A glance at her teammate revealed Cui Ji discreetly signaling to her, and she instantly grasped the intent. Rather than retreating, Zhu Lu continued to maneuver around Su Feng and Xiao Xiao. They had regrouped, with Xiao Xiao rotating the Sanxingzhen Hunding around them, on guard against Zhu Lu. Before long, a light chuckle echoed from a distance, accompanied by Cui Ji's distinctive soul power, drawing the attention of all present. Seizing the opportunity to capture their focus, Cui Ji resolutely unleashed her soul skill, enchantment, fixing her gaze upon Xiao Xiao in an attempt to control her. As Cui Ji's soul skill successfully activated, an expression of genuine confusion emerged on Xiao Xiao's face, causing the Sanxingzhen Hunding to come to a halt. Not missing her chance, Zhu Lu, who had been circling, darted past Xiao Xiao's defensive perimeter. By the time Cui Ji realized something was amiss and attempted to intervene, Zhu Lu had already positioned herself before the two. In that instant, a cunning smile flashed across Xiao Xiao's face, dispelling any semblance of being under control. Cui Ji's soul skill had failed to affect her due to Su Feng's protection. Furthermore, Cui Ji's enchantment was not as immediate as Hui Yuhao's mental impact. Its effects would not manifest swiftly against someone with a formidable spirit. By the time she grasped the situation and sought to warn Zhu Lu, it was already too late. The Sanxingzhen Hunding materialized before Zhu Lu, and despite her frantic efforts to halt her momentum, she could not avoid colliding with it. Unlike the anticipated clash with Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu was unprepared for the force, and the impact nearly shattered her body. Xiao Xiao showed no signs of restraint and immediately executed Ding Zhizhen, subjecting Zhu Lu to a violent jolt that sent her hurtling backward. The abrupt turn of events left everyone stunned. A single miscalculation had transformed Zhu Lu's condition from intact to worse than Su Feng's. Although the Sanxingzhen Hunding was not a combat-type martial soul and thus inflicted less damage, the sensation Zhu Lu experienced was still more agonizing than enduring Dai Huabin's attack head-on. She felt her internal organs jostled, and her mind was engulfed in a cacophony, rendering her unable to hear her teammates' calls. Witnessing Zhu Lu's dire state, Dai Huabin grew frantic. Ignoring his own physical condition, he summoned an immense force beyond his limits. Pushing the Ice Emperor back several steps, once separated, he rushed to Zhu Lu's side, grasping her hand and calling out repeatedly to ascertain her condition. After a significant interval, Zhu Lu regained her consciousness. Although her soul power remained abundant, she was racked with excruciating pain, lacking even the strength to summon her martial soul. Upon opening her eyes, her first instinct was not to assess her own state, but to force herself to survey her surroundings. Dai Huabin was beside her, evidently drained. Chuiji appeared relatively unscathed. But since her previous soul skill had failed, it was reasonable to surmise that the opposition possessed the ability to resist mental assaults, significantly diminishing her effectiveness. Su Feng and Xiao Xiao remained together, maintaining their stance of non-engagement. The Ice Emperor exhibited an unusual expression of anticipation as she watched them, seemingly awaiting their next move. Zhu Lu's expression tightened as she realized her options were severely limited. With resolute eyes, she turned to Dai Huabin and spoke. "Huabin, let us act. We have no choice left." Concern, guilt, and self-reproach flickered across Dai Huabin's face as he looked at Zhu Lu, yet ultimately he matched her determination with an unwavering gaze. All right. With that, both of them instinctively summoned their martial souls. Just as in countless previous experiences, their souls began to merge, culminating in the transformation into a colossal white tiger. In that moment, the white tiger's eyes lacked the majesty of a ruler. Instead, they bore expressions of anguish and resolve, letting out a mighty roar as it charged towards the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor resumed her impassive demeanor, having become desensitized to such peculiar spectacles. All she desired was to conclude the match swiftly and return to her dormitory for a restful slumber. The white tiger's charge, though not swift, exuded a sense of overwhelming pressure due to its massive size, causing the audience below to feel a tremor. However, even with this, neither the instructors nor the freshmen sensed any tension. Ning Tian sighed, though she was not the one facing imminent defeat. The sense of helplessness emanating from Dai Huabin and his companions reached her. The opposing side had yet to launch a serious offensive, and her team was already compelled to unveil their final trump card. The eventual outcome was all too predictable. In truth, the Ice Emperor did not hesitate this time. As the white tiger formed, she unleashed her maximum available power. In an instant, the entire arena was encased in ice, and the white tiger had scarcely taken a few steps before its movements were obstructed by the freezing blocks. The frost rapidly spread over its limbs, reaching its knees in no time. With the controlling consciousness of Dai Huabin struggling fiercely, he bellowed in an attempt to break free from the constraints. However, even the corporeal form created by their martial soul fusion technique could not compare to the ultimate chill of ice. As the frost spread, the white tiger found itself unable to muster any strength, merely watching as its combat capability dwindled. By the time the Ice Emperor rose, only the head of the white tiger remained above the surface, its breath feeble. Had it not been for the last vestige of belief, the martial soul fusion technique would have likely dissipated, though the outcome was unmistakable. The decisive and efficient defeat of Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu's martial soul fusion technique still took many by surprise. It was not until Yan Xiaojia's voice broke through the air that everyone regained their senses. I hereby declare that the victors of this match and the champions of this year's freshman assessment are the Su Bing team. Given that everyone is exceedingly fatigued, the award ceremony will take place tomorrow. All students may return to rest. Yan Xiaojia regarded the Ice Emperor with a benevolent gaze, but she paid him no heed, departing the scene and rendering his carefully prepared remarks moot. Oh well, the awards will be presented tomorrow. There is no need to rush. Observing his goodwill failing to elicit any emotional response from the Ice Emperor, Yan Xiaojia felt a moment of awkwardness and could only mutter to himself. Chapter 38. Cultivation Plan. I hereby announce that the aforementioned students will become core disciples of the Soul Master Department, enjoying the Academy's specialized cultivation program. Yan Xiaozhi's words elicited expressions of excitement and joy from several teams on stage, yet there were some exceptions. The Ice Emperor and Su Feng remained indifferent, while Ning Tian merely bowed politely to Yan Xiaozhi without displaying any surprise. In contrast, Wang Dong and Dai Huabin, who had previously been defeated by Su Feng and his team, wore bitter expressions. For them, becoming core disciples was of little significance. The resources offered by the Academy might not surpass those available at home. Although it was evident to discerning eyes that their losses to the Ice Emperor were not due to weakness but rather the strength of their opponents. Such reasoning was difficult for those accustomed to standing at the pinnacle. Fortunately, Dean Yin did not linger to accept individual thanks, with a slight wave of his hand. The badges symbolizing their status as core disciples gracefully floated into their hands. Now, please allow Su Bing's team to accompany me. As the most outstanding batch of newcomers, the Academy has prepared special rewards for you. Amidst the envious gazes of the other freshmen, Yan Xiaozhi led them away from the square towards the office building of the Soul Master Department. Yan Xiaozhi seldom visited the outer academy. Most matters were handled by the Director of Education, Du Weilan, thus his office was only the size of an ordinary teacher's room. After arranging for Su Feng and the others to sit, Yan Xiaozhi suddenly approached them and bowed slightly to the Ice Emperor. Here, I would like to apologize on behalf of my impolite disciple for any distress you may have experienced earlier. Seeing the dean bowing before her, Xiao Xiao hurriedly stood up, gesturing frantically. No, Dean Yin, what are you doing? We were not frightened at all. You are the esteemed Dean of Shrek. How can you apologize to us? Is it regarding Senior Ma Xiaodao? In contrast to Xiao Xiao, who lacked much information, Su Feng remained composed and responded calmly. Indeed? Yes, Yan Xiaozhi straightened, stroking his beard with a look of embarrassment. Xiao Tao is my direct disciple. Perhaps because of this, she has been rather spoiled by the teachers at the academy, which led her to make such demands of you. However, her nature is not malicious. She is merely a bit reckless. And I hope you do not hold it against her. I'm not interested. Su Bing, does this mean you are willing to forgive Xiao Tao? No, I simply do not care. I have no intention of taking any action against her, nor does her choice concern me. Observing the still indifferent Ice Emperor, Yan Xiaozhi sighed. This was his greatest concern. While he could address likes and dislikes in a conventional manner, the pride of such geniuses dictated that they would not easily overlook the matter. Nor would they accept mediation from others. Perhaps this is for the best. Let Xiao Tao understand the consequences of her actions. Time was fleeting, and Yan Xiaozhi did not wish to waste it on persuasion. Let us discuss your matters instead. The rewards I announced in the square are indeed genuine. To begin with, the Academy has prepared a soul bone for your team. Soul bone, Xiao Xiao exclaimed. But upon noticing her two companions' lack of reaction, she quickly closed her mouth. I trust you are all aware of the value of soul bones. However, due to their rarity, the Academy seldom retains them without assigning them for use. This particular soul bone was recently acquired by the Academy as a token of recognition for your outstanding performance. It is a left leg bone produced by an illuminated magic leopard and is guaranteed to provide an offensive skill, which all of you can integrate. Not needed. The Ice Emperor replied immediately, setting aside the fact that she, as a soul beast, did not require a soul bone to provide skills. The strength of this soul bone was inferior to her own physical prowess. Integration would be detrimental. I apologize, Dean Yin. My sister has made it clear that she will only fuse with top-tier ice attribute soul bones, and this one is indeed useless to her. As for myself, I do not intend to hone my combat abilities. Even if I were to acquire this soul bone, I would likely not utilize it. Please assign this soul bone to Xiao Xiao. Eh? Looking at the two who unhesitatingly relinquished the soul bone, Xiao Xiao felt a mix of astonishment and gratitude. She had always been the one carried along in their team and shared no familial bond with them. Now, as they offered to leave such a precious treasure to her, she was at a loss for how to respond. Since you have made your decision, then Xiao Xiao, you shall take it, Yan Xiaozhi stated without further ado, directly handing the box containing the soul bone to her. Although you did not participate much, each of you displayed remarkable performance. Moreover, Xiao Xiao, you possess a twin martial soul, which means your resource needs will be even greater. Receiving the soul bone now can be seen as a small assistance from the Academy. As Xiao Xiao gratefully accepted the soul bone, Yan Xiaozhi nodded. This was the reaction he had anticipated. Shrek Academy has always been generous with resources for promising students without backgrounds, as their eventual contributions to the Academy will far outweigh the investments made. The soul bone was merely a portion of the rewards. what followed was truly prepared for you. Yin Xiaozhi cleared his throat and continued. Su Bing, Su Feng, Xiao Xiao. Are you willing to accept the Academy's specialized cultivation and, upon graduation, join the Academy to serve? What does specialized cultivation entail? Are we not already core disciples? Xiao Xiao asked, somewhat perplexed. Core disciples are merely a temporary designation. It only indicates the Academy's recognition of your talent, and it does not guarantee your entry into the inner Academy. Yin Xiaozhi stroked his chin and smiled. However, should you accept the Academy's cultivation plan, it not only assures your entry into the inner Academy, but also designates you as the next generation of the Shrek 7 monsters. The Academy will spare no resources in nurturing you until you are capable of standing on your own, and you will also become a part of the Academy, contributing to its development. We appreciate the Academy's goodwill, but we do not intend to join any factions at this time. Contrary to Yin Xiaozhi's expectations, Su Feng promptly rejected the offer as soon as he finished speaking, causing Yin Xiaozhi's smile to falter. Then, I will need to consider it. Xiao Xiao, uncertain, echoed Su Feng's sentiments. Could you elucidate your reasoning? Thank you for your kindness. Su Feng placed his right hand on his chest and slightly bowed in apology. My sister and I do not wish to make hasty decisions about our future. In fact, after graduating from Shrek, we plan to journey across the continent to witness its diverse landscapes. Perhaps at that time, we will accept the Academy's invitation. Yin Xiaozhi displayed a hesitant expression before soon appearing at ease. Very well. Traveling the continent is a valuable experience and choice for everyone. To be candid, many of the Academy's alumni undertook similar journeys in their youth, myself included. It was through witnessing the continent's landscapes and transformations that I ultimately decided to remain at Shrek. However, this does not conflict with the Academy's cultivation. In fact, the Academy will support your endeavors. You may be unaware, but many alumni have recognized your talents and are eager to take you under their wings. If you wish to avoid being bound by the Academy for the time being, how about accepting the guidance of an alumnus? No need. Su Feng resolutely declined. If the Academy has no other arrangements, please allow us to take our leave. With that, Su Feng grasped the Ice Emperor's hand and departed the office. Xiao Xiao hesitated for a moment, but seeing them leave, she hurriedly followed suit. Yin Xiaozhi helplessly gazed at the now empty room, letting out a bitter laugh. Always saying Xiao Tao is impatient, am I not appearing equally eager? Indeed. Their ability to refrain from acquiescing is a testament to their remarkable composure, surpassing even that of this old man. It is noteworthy that all three hail from ordinary families, yet have cultivated such resilience, which is truly commendable. Su Feng hardly resembles a child, whereas Su Bing exhibits a certain arrogance reminiscent of my youth. Nevertheless, Su Bing does appear to be quite obedient to her elder brother, which is indicative of an enviable family dynamic. The elders are all eagerly anticipating the opportunity to take on disciples. However, judging by today's circumstances, it seems unlikely. I must remind them upon our return to the Sea God Pavilion to avoid further tarnishing the Academy's reputation, although they did not consent. It is imperative that we extend the appropriate courtesies to them, as this reflects the Academy's regard for their potential. Affection is not cultivated in an instant, and doing so may enhance their likelihood of remaining at the Institute in the future. Yin Xiaozhi continuously murmurs to himself in his seat. Su Bing is undeniably crucial. If nurtured properly, her exceptional martial soul could secure the Academy's stability for the next century. It is regrettable, however, for Lu Xian and Bei Bei. Yet, talent is a matter beyond anyone's control. Elder Mu, too, views this positively, and perhaps we can devise alternative means to compensate them later. Chapter 39. The Future Su Feng. Why do you refuse Dean Yin? Outside the office, Xiao Xiao hurriedly approached the two and whispered, do you remember how Binger turned down our senior? Because she didn't need it. Xiao Xiao suddenly realized. You mean we don't require the Academy's special training to achieve these feats? What can the Academy offer us? Su Feng replied bluntly, showing no mercy. Some precious materials to enhance our cultivation, and soul bones like the one we just encountered? These are merely external aids. Only those with insufficient talent would be reliant on the Academy's charity. You should avoid merging with that soul bone. Su Feng continued. Once merged, it cannot be replaced. 1,000-year soul beast bone may seem advantageous to us now, but what about after becoming a title de law? Its abilities will become trivial. Xiao Xiao was momentarily taken aback by Su Feng's calm demeanor as he spoke these words. In her eyes, Su Feng had always been gentle, and she never imagined he would express such arrogance, confidently asserting that he could indeed reach title Douluo. It was at this moment that Xiao Xiao recognized the striking similarity between the two siblings, an unwavering confidence and a condescending gaze toward everyone around them. Unable to contain herself, she remarked, "You two are truly identical." Identical. Bing Di immediately turned to face Xiao Xiao. "Just this confidence," she replied. "I've never seen a classmate claim they would definitely become a titled Douluo. This is not mere confidence, but a reasonable judgment." Su Feng laughed. "Xiao Xiao, you two possess the potential. You are a rare twin martial soul. Is it not destined for you to become a titled Douluo?" Xiao Xiao hesitated. "I never considered such distant aspirations. My parents' martial souls are hardly top tier. They aren't even soul saints. In fact, it is my lack of belief in my own abilities that brought me to Shrek. It is never too late to contemplate." Su Feng replied. "As long as the academy is not foolish, they will not let you squander your talent. The next generation of Shrek's 7 monsters, even without predetermined selections, you have a significant chance of being chosen. The 7 monsters of Shrek." Xiao Xiao tightened her grip on her arm. "What happens after becoming one?" "Most likely, you will represent the academy in the Soul Master Tournament, graduate to the Inner Academy, and thereafter, it is up to your own choices." Su Feng continued. "I have some understanding of the dangers of the Inner Academy that Ning Tian has spoken of." "Dangers?" Xiao Xiao inquired, her face reflecting confusion. "Disciples of the Inner Academy must complete 30 surveillance missions before graduation. In simpler terms, it involves maintaining peace across the continent." Su Feng observed her bewilderment and elaborated. "Typically, missions requiring Shrek's intervention involve capturing notorious criminals, or even evil soul masters. Even disciples of the Inner Academy may not survive." Seeing Xiao Xiao's astonished expression, Su Feng added, "However, this is merely a standard for graduating from the Inner Academy. Shrek would not allow its students to perish unnecessarily, and the resources for training will be abundant. It is a double-edged sword. We do not deny the merits of the Academy, but we also refuse to risk our lives for the sake of the Academy's reputation against evil soul masters. Therefore, we must reject Din Yan's request. You should also consider what you wish to pursue in the future, to protect your family, or to aim for greater aspirations." Upon seeing Xiao Xiao rendered speechless, Su Feng fell silent. He held a fondness for this resilient and charming girl. For him, saving even one person from their predetermined fate was worth the effort. However, despite having declined Shrek's invitation, Su Feng was not without his own peril, which was no less than facing evil soul masters. Through his efforts over the years, he had gradually discerned the crises plaguing the continent. What troubled him was that a local force in Douluo had discovered this situation ahead of time and eradicated all traces of it. If it were an ordinary force, it would be manageable, but recalling the evil soul master he had encountered, Su Feng had to consider the possibility that the Holy Spirit Church had detected this foreign entity. If such a dangerous being fell into their hands, the threat would only escalate. In Su Feng's hazy memories, if the Holy Spirit Church were to focus solely on the power of soul masters, they would undoubtedly rank as the strongest on the continent. Were it not for the ties with Mu In and the collective resistance of the various nations, Yi Shi Shui and Long Xiaoyao would be virtually unstoppable in their collaboration. What kind of person is Yi Shi Shui? Su Feng racked his brain, trying to recall scant memories. Aside from her romantic inclinations and twin martial souls, he could not think of any notable traits. Yi Shi Shui had joined the Holy Spirit Church at an early age, fading from the continent's spotlight. And even the records of the Star Luo royal family contained little information about her. However, her animosity towards the nations of the continent was undoubtedly genuine. Otherwise, she would not have tolerated or even cultivated so many evil soul masters. If such parasitic beings fell into her hands, she would certainly not destroy them, but rather hoard them as a trump card for the Holy Spirit Church. With this thought, Su Feng felt a headache coming on. Given his current strength, even summoning both Bing Di and Shui Di might not guarantee a victory against a dual-limit titled Douluo. Let alone the fact that he was unaware of the Holy Spirit Church's stronghold, only knowing they were currently linked to Su Tianran. All he could do now was wait, for the guidance of the star artifact, for Muin's passing, and for the moment when the continent's contradictions could no longer be suppressed. At which point the Holy Spirit Church would emerge from the shadows. The next narrative juncture would likely be the Continental Youth Soul Master Tournament, taking place in Star Luo City, essentially Su Feng's home ground. If he was not mistaken, although he could not participate, the Holy Spirit Church would likely send high-ranking members to observe, as this event was one of the continent's rare grand gatherings. Speaking of this, Su Feng recalled the infamous evil soul master known as the Messenger of Death. Although merely a soul king, he had achieved what could be considered the strongest record in the original narrative. Considering the world's corrective forces, It was highly probable that the academy would take them for training. At that point, delicately warning others to be cautious of the corpse explosion would also pose a challenge. Or perhaps he could simply refrain from interference. Su Feng felt a surge of frustration, but this would necessitate that he and Bing Di act as a reserve team. He had not yet disguised his appearance. Although he was not particularly famous in Star Luo City, members of the royal family would certainly recognize him. Despite having informed Su Jiawei, the situation regarding Bing Di remained outside his knowledge. Given her extraordinary talent, Su Jiawei would undoubtedly seek her out, regardless of Su Feng's privileges. Having focused solely on matters related to the star artifact, Su Feng had not encountered any issues stemming from his identity. However, reflecting on it now, his identity had become a source of complications. Unable to find a suitable rationale, Su Feng abandoned the torment of his thoughts. After all, the ship would naturally sail straight when it reached the bridge. There was still a whole year until the tournament, and there might very well be a solution by then. Chapter 40. Foreshadowing. After the new student assessment, the remaining students were to be reclassified according to their departments. Ice Emperor and Xiao Xiao were assigned to Class A, while Su Feng was placed in the third class of the auxiliary department, alongside Ning Tian. To be honest, Su Feng himself found it hard to comprehend what specialized teaching could exist within the auxiliary department. After all, based on the original narrative, most individuals merely needed to stand still, cast buffs, and rely on others for protection. However, since the academy had established this classification, there must be a rationale behind it. And Su Feng decided to listen attentively. Unfortunately, the content of the class swiftly disappointed Su Feng. The homeroom teacher of the auxiliary department appeared to be a rather pedantic old scholar. For several days following the reclassification, the instructor lectured on how to enhance concentration and meditate more efficiently, with scarcely any mention of combat-related content. Eventually, Su Feng could endure no longer. When the teacher once again instructed them to meditate, he brazenly laid his head on the desk and succumbed to sleep. To Su Feng's surprise, the teacher did not admonish him, instead appearing quite accustomed to such behavior. The other students were oblivious, except for Ning Tian, who cast a glance at him before quietly resuming her meditation. After class, before Su Feng could leave, Ning Tian called out to him. "Are you dissatisfied with the academy's curriculum? What does it concern you?" Su Feng retorted. "Before you explicitly rejected the invitation from the 9-treasure glazed tile school, your actions were related to me," Ning Tian replied candidly, revealing her concern without reservation. "As a fellow auxiliary spirit master, I am curious about how you have progressed to such a level, nearing spirit ancestors so swiftly. After all, even I have expended considerable resources from my family. Surely, it cannot be solely due to daily meditation." Su Feng shrugged. "I mean, surely the 9-treasure glazed tile school and the academy wouldn't just have us meditating every day, right? What kind of spirit master is that? It would be more straightforward to rely on potions to accumulate cultivation. But what else can the auxiliary department do?" Ning Tian gazed at Su Feng in confusion. "If you wish to enhance your combat abilities, you should have chosen the control system. Yet, as far as I know, you did not. Combat for spirit masters is not solely dependent on spirit abilities. This should be fundamental knowledge," Su Feng countered, perplexed. "Doesn't your 9-treasure glazed tile school also purchase hidden weapons from Tang's sect for self-defense? You actually know this history?" Ning Tian found herself at a loss regarding Su Feng. The 9-treasure glazed tile school had previously engaged in commercial dealings with Tang's sect, a history that had faded with the rise of soul-guided devices as mainstream military equipment. If it weren't for the fact that every member of the 9-treasure glazed tile school must remember the grandeur of a millennium past, she herself would have forgotten the name of the now dilapidated Tang sect. "I have specifically studied the history related to the original 7 monsters," Su Feng stated. "Then you should understand that the experiences from a millennium ago are no longer applicable. Just look at Tang's sect, obsessed with cultivating blue silvergrass. What have they become? They no longer even possess their ancestral land," Ning Tian lamented. "In comparison to soul-guided devices, the potency of Tang's sect's hidden weapons is negligible, and they are even less convenient to use. Once we advance to higher grades, the academy will introduce courses related to soul-guided devices, which is a much more viable method for our auxiliary department to enhance combat power." "And what now? Are we merely to waste our time?" Su Feng questioned. "Is there anything wrong with that?" Ning Tian retorted, her anger flaring at Su Feng's provocation. Being a clever individual, she understood that Su Feng's assertions were correct, which made them all the more hurtful. If the current trend continued, it was likely that the 9-treasure glazed tile school would ultimately not even qualify as a second-rate sect. In her impatience, Ning Tian slammed her hand on the table and stood up, glaring at Su Feng. Yet Su Feng showed no sign of retreat, continuing to regard her with disdain. Ning Tian wanted to articulate a rebuttal, but her rationality reminded her that Su Feng was not mistaken, leaving her in silence. "Young master, what are you two doing?" Soon, the tense atmosphere was shattered as Wu Feng, who had been waiting outside the classroom for quite some time, could no longer restrain herself and entered Class 3. Upon entering, she immediately observed Su Feng and Ning Tian in a standoff. Whether out of duty or concern, she felt compelled to intervene. "I did nothing to her. She was the one who initiated the topic and became upset on her own," Su Feng asserted. Wu Feng clearly found Su Feng's words hard to believe. In her memory, Ning Tian had always maintained a calm and gentlemanly demeanor, whereas Su Feng seemed to be known for inciting discord. "Nothing is wrong. I will take my leave," Su Feng stated, preparing to exit. "No." Wu Feng instinctively grasped Su Feng's arm. To her astonishment, Su Feng met her gaze directly. His expression devoid of emotion, resembling a statue. An inexplicable fear surged within her. In that moment, she felt as though she were facing a being far superior to her, rather than a frail auxiliary spirit master. Ning Tian, realizing what was transpiring, attempted to stop Wu Feng, only to find that Wu Feng had already released her grip. Retreating involuntarily a few steps. "Have you finished your quarrel?" A cold voice emanated from the doorway, drawing everyone's attention. Ice Emperor leaned against the doorframe, holding a bottle of beverage, her expression one of impatience. "Nothing at all. We are leaving," Su Feng replied, his smile returning, though Wu Feng dared not look again. Ning Tian still wished to converse with Su Feng, but seeing Wu Feng's demeanor, she had to temporarily abandon that thought. "Is teasing a little girl amusing?" "Your assertion makes me sound like a pervert, but I assure you, I have done nothing," Su Feng corrected her. "If one must say, I do enjoy subtly influencing certain individuals. You may consider it my attempt to alter the trajectory of fate." Humph. Ice Emperor remained noncommittal. Su Feng's covert manipulation of others intrigued her. She too was curious to probe the depths of Su Feng's true nature. However, neither of them felt an urgent need to pursue this curiosity, and thus their banter remained lighthearted. "By the way, where is Xiao Xiao? Is she not usually with you?" The control department was retained today. The instructor mentioned there are special classes to complete. Su Feng furrowed his brow. This event did not occur in the original narrative, leaving him uncertain whether it was a consequence of his own butterfly effect or simply a common occurrence overlooked in the original. If it were a course in the martial soul department, he could leverage Ice Emperor's identity to investigate. However, his rapport with Xiao Xiao was not sufficient for the teacher to make special accommodations for him. With this in mind, Su Feng discreetly activated the star artifact. As always, the star artifact remained silent, showing no signs of any extraordinary events. Su Feng chided himself for being overly suspicious, even disregarding Shrek's security measures. If something truly were to go awry, it would hardly be the responsibility of a group of new students. Rather than obsessing over every action of the academy, it would be more prudent to take a moment to observe the developments across the continent. Due to his recent enrollment, he had not tracked the changes in the continent for quite some time. In a particular underground training facility, Xiao Xiao listened attentively to Wang Yan's explanation alongside her classmates. "The cage behind me contains the subject of this special course, a peculiar species recently discovered by the academy." All eyes turned to the cage behind him, where an oddly shaped entity, resembling a geometric figure more than a living creature, was restrained on the experimental table. The origins of this creature could not be disclosed by the academy. They could only reveal that it was confiscated from a highly dangerous individual. The academy had conducted comprehensive testing, revealing that it was neither a soul beast nor possessed even the slightest trace of soul power. In all other respects, be it intelligence or strength, it is not at all inferior to the millennia-old soul beasts. Currently, the Academy has encountered a bottleneck in its research, with no means yielding further insights into this creature. Given that certain unique soul techniques may invoke different reactions, it is imperative that each of you attempts to engage it individually. The responses from the newcomers vary. Some exhibit curiosity, others fear, while the majority remain perplexed, yearning for further explanations from the Academy. However, Wang Yin, with a stern expression, shook his head, refraining from addressing their inquiries. In truth, he had never encountered such a species himself. The Academy, recognizing his theoretical prowess, had previously afforded him opportunities for research, yet he had gleaned nothing of value. Tian Dream. "Have you ever seen such a creature?" he inquired. "Strange, I have never heard of such a monster," Tian Dream murmured. A thin wall could not hinder his spiritual probing. His findings revealed no trace of soul power, resembling that of an ordinary beast. Yet, how could a mere beast evolve into such a form? Tian Reem sought to delve deeper into the creature's spiritual essence, but oddly, the fluctuations of its spiritual energy bore no resemblance to any life form he had previously encountered, rendering him incapable of deciphering its internal information. The only certainty was that this creature bore no attributes indifferent to notions of good or evil. Otherwise, he would have sensed it instantly. Next, I called upon the students whose names I mentioned to join me in attempting to utilize your soul techniques. It is crucial that you do not attempt to approach it closely, and it is preferable that your martial souls do not make direct contact. A lesson learned by the Academy. Wang Yin wore a serious demeanor, reluctant to subject students to such perilous experiments. Nevertheless, under the directive of the Sea God Pavilion, he had no choice but to comply. Fortunately, with an elder present to oversee the proceedings, it was assured that the student's memories of this encounter would be erased through mental suggestion afterward, allowing him to reluctantly acquiesce to the Academy's request. Chapter 41. The Beta Minor incident was swiftly forgotten by all, and life at the Academy pressed on. A year passed in the blink of an eye, marking the end of the first academic term. According to the Academy's regulations, everyone was free to choose whether to leave or remain for further training, as individual advancement assessments awaited them upon the new term's commencement. The Academy naturally wished for the Ice Emperor to stay, as the rare talent of ultimate ice was prone to attracting danger. However, Feng politely declined the Academy's entreaties, bidding farewell to a few acquaintances before departing from Shrek. Feng was not returning home to visit family. The Soul Master competition was imminent, and he would need to remain in Star Luo City for at least a month, granting him ample time. The true impetus for his departure was that he had reached a bottleneck at level 30, signifying it was time to face the next trial. Surprisingly, the location for this trial was quite nearby, in a small town at the border of the Heavenly Soul Empire. Less than a day after leaving the Academy, Feng and the Ice Emperor arrived there. Upon donning disguises, Feng led her into the town. "Is this the important location you mentioned?" the Ice Emperor inquired, gazing at the market devoid of soul masters, somewhat perplexed. "Indeed, this is the place," Feng replied, taking a deep breath as he summoned the star artifact to employ his powers. In his vision, many of the townsfolk, while maintaining human forms and behaviors, had their cores replaced. Yet, this was evidently not the reason the star artifact had guided him here. With so many hosts being parasitized without causing any commotion, there had to be a puppeteer behind it all. His task was to identify the controller and eliminate all foreign entities before the crisis in this town erupted. "Where is the most powerful individual in this town?" he asked. "There is no one particularly powerful, if I must say. There is a soul master who does not exceed the second ring, though I doubt he is the one you seek," came the response. "Is that all?" Feng frowned. In his estimation, this place should serve as a site for the Spirit Hall to experiment on foreign beings, and one would expect a high-ranking official to oversee operations. A mere second-ring individual could hardly be the decision-maker. He was likely just an oblivious passerby. "Should we expand our search?" Feng pondered. The progenitors of these creatures could not possibly be in the hands of ordinary people. If he could not locate that high-ranking official, the task would only become increasingly difficult. However, searching the vicinity would inevitably alert the enemy, making it even less likely he would uncover the truth. If I were the one in charge, what would my thought process be? Feng attempted to think in reverse. The Spirit Hall assigned him this task, undoubtedly with numerous stipulations such as concealing his whereabouts and acquiring experimental data. Given that the town was operating normally, it would be prudent to observe from a secure location. However, it was impossible for the enemy to remain hidden indefinitely. When the biological changes in this town occurred, they would inevitably come to investigate. With this realization, Feng made a decisive choice. He seized a passerby who had been parasitized, directly invoking the powers of the star artifact. As the individual was about to speak, a peculiar wave emanated from him, taking control of his body. The man's expression gradually faded, his eyes turned pitch black, and his movements became rigid. Satisfied that the parasite within had been activated, Feng released his grip. Under the gaze of Feng and the Ice Emperor, the man continued to walk with his head down, clearly having lost his sense of self. According to Feng's calculations, by midnight, the man would fully complete his transformation and would begin to attack the normal inhabitants of the town. "Let us find a place to settle down for now," the Ice Emperor said, her expression grave. With the recent activation, she too sensed something amiss with the man. Though he possessed no soul power, the instincts of a beast made her feel an imminent threat, not to mention the obvious changes in the man that anyone could detect. After scrutinizing further, It appeared that a similar fluctuation resided within the townsfolk, albeit concealed too deeply for her to notice. "What is that entity?" she inquired. "I cannot say for certain. Someone has erased many traces before my arrival. Had it not been for the guidance of the star god, I too would have remained oblivious. This is merely the tip of the iceberg of the crisis I have long feared. Is this the reason you summoned me for protection?" she asked. "No. While the parasites are indeed dangerous, they do not specifically target me, and I am confident I can outpace their growth. The current issue is that someone has hidden the source, and it must be an entity of at least the super Douluo level. You must have noticed that this entire town has been corrupted. An ordinary person could not achieve such a feat, let alone do so without being detected." Su Feng's words were truthful, yet incomplete. He was certain this was the work of the Spirit Hall. For no other force on the continent would engage in such inhumane practices. He refrained from revealing the situation regarding the Spirit Hall to the Ice Emperor, as doing so would necessitate an explanation of how he possessed such profound knowledge of a sinister soul master sect. Eliminating these monsters was not particularly challenging, but it would sever the tenuous lead he had painstakingly obtained. Now that he had laid the bait, all that remained was to wait for the fish to bite. "Do you truly believe everything will proceed as you envision?" she pressed. "Certainly. In this regard, I am confident. While both I and the Spirit Hall operate in the shadows, I possess memories from my past life. They may be wary of Shrek or the Empire's members, but they will never be suspicious of a few travelers." Observing the skeptical expression on the Ice Emperor's face, Su Feng ceased his explanations, taking her hand as they walked toward a nearby inn. Although his plan was audacious, the Spirit Hall's capabilities and average intelligence would likely dismiss such minor doubts. "A room with a view of the square, please. Additionally, I prefer not to be disturbed," he instructed. The innkeeper regarded the youthful pair with a knowing expression, readily accepting the extra tips Su Feng offered. "The second room on the right on the top floor. Rest assured, our rooms have excellent soundproofing." Watching the innkeeper wink at Su Feng, the Ice Emperor felt an inexplicable chill. She did not comprehend human innuendos, yet instinctively sensed she had been taken advantage of. Once in the room, after closing the door and setting up a barrier, the Ice Emperor turned to Su Feng, who was preparing to lie down and sleep. "What did that human mean earlier?" she asked hesitantly. "He misunderstood a few things, but it works in our favor. Now hurry and rest. We have important business tonight." Su Feng was obviously dodging the question, but the Ice Emperor had come to understand his temperament over time. While he often preferred to keep things to himself, he rarely lied or deceived those around him. Since he did not divulge the answer on the first inquiry, it was clear he would not tell her. Having lived a sheltered life at the academy for a year, the Ice Emperor could not fathom the complexities of human encrypted conversations and ultimately decided to abandon the effort to overthink. After all, she would not return to this place, and any misunderstandings the innkeeper had were inconsequential. Coming to this conclusion, the Ice Emperor shed her disguise, unreservedly lying beside Su Feng and pulling the only blanket entirely over herself. Unlike before, she no longer shied away from his proximity and even engaged in affectionate gestures, as if genuinely embracing the role of a sister. Su Feng, who had not yet fallen asleep, opened his eyes, looking helplessly at the Ice Emperor beside him. He knew she did not require rest. Rather, she was indulging in actions that made him uncomfortable, yet he refrained from commenting. After retrieving his own blanket from the storage soul guide to cover himself, Su Feng finally drifted off into a peaceful slumber. Moments later, the Ice Emperor too, remarkably, fell into a genuine sleep. Within the room, unnoticed by anyone, the star artifact began to operate autonomously. As waves of power flowed from Su Feng into the Ice Emperor, she experienced a rare dream. In this dream, she was the protagonist, yet she bore no resemblance to her current self. Gone was the arrogance that once blinded her. Instead, her gaze was resolute, as though she carried a profound burden. The Ice Emperor's hazy consciousness began to align with her actions in the dream, seemingly in search of something on the continent, crafting something of significance. At last, she appeared to have discovered her objective, a peculiar cabinet. She yearned to approach and examine it, but the dream abruptly ended. Chapter 42. As Su Feng's consciousness gradually awakened, he faintly sensed that something was pressing down on him, neither heavy nor uncomfortable, but rather cool to the touch, providing a peculiar sense of comfort. Accustomed to lingering in bed, he contemplated dozing off once more. However, the object upon him began to stir, compelling him to react. Instinctively, Su Feng raised his hand to embrace the object, intending to roll over and continue his slumber. Yet, the movement of the entity in his arms intensified abruptly, sending a jolt of pain through his abdomen, which instinctively caused him to release it and curl up. Simultaneously, The entity broke free from his grasp and distanced itself. Slowly opening his eyes, Su Feng beheld the Ice Emperor sitting beside him, and he instantly comprehended the recent events. It seemed that, in a state of slumber, they had inadvertently tangled together, and upon awakening, the Ice Emperor had immediately extricated herself. "Do you wish to perish?" Su Feng exclaimed as he observed the Ice Emperor conjuring an icy blade in her hand. He hastily retreated, only to stumble off the bed moments later. Glancing around, he swiftly regained his composure and declared, "Look closely. It was you who came over, not I." Furiously, the Ice Emperor surveyed her surroundings. She found herself situated in the middle of the bed, with Su Feng's blanket draped over her lower legs and feet, while the cover that had originally rested on her had fallen to the floor on the opposite side. Judging by their positions, it appeared she had indeed burrowed into Su Feng's blanket and had been rather comfortable lying atop him. The Ice Emperor began to recollect the events leading up to this moment. After seizing the only blanket and settling in, she had somehow drifted into a deep slumber. She had little awareness of her subsequent actions, merely feeling a familiar presence and instinctively gravitating toward it. Upon awakening, she found herself sprawled across Su Feng, with one of his arms encircling her. Without a second thought, she delivered a punch to him, harnessing her soul power to teach this interloper a lesson. Realizing the situation was of her own making, the Ice Emperor's fury dissipated, and she awkwardly cleared her throat. She could not fathom why she had slept so soundly, so unceremoniously resting upon Su Feng, yet it was out of the question for her to admit fault. "Even if I did lean in, you did not move at all. Do you not bear any responsibility?" After spending considerable time with Su Feng, she had acquired a knack for clever arguments and quickly added, "Not to mention you held on to me." Caught off guard by her sudden punch, Su Feng was momentarily dumbfounded. The Ice Emperor's brazen demeanor genuinely stunned him. Was this the innate double-standard talent that everyone possessed in the Douluo Continent? However, the dissipating ice blade revealed her true sentiments, and it was evident she had come to realize her misstep. Not wishing to dwell further on the prideful Ice Emperor, Su Feng chose not to pursue the matter. For the being before him was a genuine celestial entity, with a physical and psychological age spanning millennia, capable of vanquishing him with but a flick of her finger. Rising to his feet, he brushed off his clothes and gazed out the window. This quaint town was by no means a significant city. It boasted few soul masters, let alone any widespread illumination soul devices. Hence, the outside world was enveloped in darkness, devoid of any human activity. Yet, this nocturnal stillness posed no challenge for the two of them. Su Feng could clearly discern the scattered stalls along the street that had yet to be collected, as well as the occasional nocturnal creatures scurrying about. Estimating the time, he recognized that the seeds sown during the day would soon burst forth. With little time to squander, Su Feng promptly adjusted his focus, scrutinizing every detail of the town. The Ice Emperor, having emerged from her earlier blunder, observed Su Feng's serious demeanor and donned her mask once more, positioning herself beside him. "What is your plan?" "That depends on the strength of our adversary," Su Feng replied without turning his gaze. "Based on my assessment, the individual responsible for this area will most likely be a sole Douluo accompanied by some inconsequential subordinates. There is a slight chance it could be a title Douluo. If it is the former, you are to seize them immediately, ensuring they have no opportunity for self-destruction or to relay messages. If it is the latter, eliminate them swiftly. We cannot afford to extract information from a title Douluo, as they would be of no use to us." "That sounds agreeable." After a year of repression at the academy, the Ice Emperor had nearly forgotten her ferocious nature. With a rare chance for battle at hand, she had no intention of holding back. "Remember, time will be of the essence. Whatever I instruct you to do, do not hesitate. Act decisively." The Ice Emperor replied with a hint of impatience, not taking his words to heart, yet Su Feng was burdened by unspoken concerns. He refrained from disclosing to her that the Holy Spirit cult cared little for the lives of commoners, let alone parasites. Once combat erupted, the town would inevitably face destruction, and Su Feng himself might be compelled to act. Though their mental states diverged, both remained vigilant, keenly observing the unfolding circumstances. Thus, the peculiar occurrences did not escape their notice. In the stillness of the night, sounds of furniture colliding emanated from a nearby clinic, rousing a few townsfolk. Accompanied by a series of eerie howls, a humanoid creature burst through the wall. Its body was enveloped in a thick layer of biological matter, devoid of eyes and mouth, with a disproportionately heavy head and light body, lending it an absurd appearance at first glance. However, to the terrified onlookers, this monstrosity was anything but endearing. Even without mentioning the creature's bizarre psychic waves, its colossal form was sufficient to send them fleeing in all directions. Yet, moments later, their frantic movements came to a halt, as if drawn uncontrollably toward the creature. As the throng grew, the monster's presence intensified, advancing along the street while its roars and psychic waves activated the parasitic entities dormant within the townsfolk. Is this what you desired? The Ice Emperor instinctively recoiled at the sight of the grotesque beings. They are beyond salvation. It would be better to end this swiftly, Feng replied slowly. I could indeed restore some of them, but not all. Even if I had the time, those orchestrating this would not idly watch as I intervened. They would surely silence me to conceal the truth. Humans are merciless even to their kin, the Ice Emperor lamented. For the scarce Ice Scorpion clan, she was fiercely protective, holding every member's life in high regard. Yet, the population of this town undoubtedly exceeded 10,000, and all could perish due to the decisions of a few soul masters. Ultimately, the sheer number of humanity rendered any sense of collective identity exceedingly difficult. After Feng's declaration, silence enveloped the two. However, the external situation soon shattered the tense atmosphere. A figure radiating potent soul power approached swiftly from the outskirts, halting above the gathering of monsters. It appears to be a titled Douluo. Your plan for intelligence gathering may be thwarted. Let us wait a moment longer. I must ensure that no one escapes. Chapter 43. Detonation. Cursed be it. Why did it erupt prematurely? Feng gazed perplexedly at the creature beneath his feet. Upon discovering this organism's capacity to parasitize human hosts, the church's leader resolved to explore its potential. That said, many elders exhibited little interest for the purpose of blood rituals. There was no discernible difference between a parasitized human and an ordinary one, if the aim was to cultivate puppets. The creature's mental prowess was so bizarre that even the soul masters found it impossible to penetrate. Although some of the matured beings exhibited strength rivaling thousand-year soul beasts, their inability to produce soul rings or bones rendered them meaningless. The sole reason the church did not abandon this initiative was perhaps the hope of frustrating several empires someday. Feng's qualifications were not exceptional. Attaining the rank of titled Douluo was purely a result of his ruthless ambition, and thus he was acutely aware of his limitations. There existed no camaraderie within the Holy Spirit Church. Once one incurred dissatisfaction, abandonment was merely a matter of time. Consequently, he accepted this seemingly futile task to demonstrate his loyalty to the leader. However, the current situation exceeded his comprehension. It was his first encounter with a creature exhibiting autonomous movement, seemingly possessing its own thoughts and even intelligence. It appeared that long before dawn, all parasitic entities would be activated, making any anomalies here evident to all. Without further contemplation, Feng swiftly made a decision. The situation below had evidently spiraled out of control. Should he reveal the plan to the forces on the continent, none would spare him. His only course of action was to eliminate everyone in the town, disguising it as an attack by soul beasts. With this thought, Feng immediately summoned his martial soul, the man-eating wasp, preparing to eradicate all life. Though he was not adept at large-scale assaults, the absence of powerful soul masters in the vicinity meant he could reduce the power of his soul techniques and enhance their speed, likely completing the task within half an hour, and he was well versed in concealing traces, allowing him to depart before dawn. However, plans never withstand the test of change. The poisonous needles he launched at the creature were deflected mid-air. Realizing the anomaly, he instinctively sought to flee, but how could Feng allow him that? The Ice Emperor, already prepared, raised a hand, and towering ice pillars surged from the ground, ensnaring Feng in their midst, rendering him immobile. Confronted by the unidentified man and woman before him, Feng promptly abandoned any thoughts of escape, expending all his soul power to create a small space for his face. He pathetically surrendered, exclaiming, "I yield. I am willing to testify against the malevolent deeds of the Holy Spirit Church. Please, spare my life." The Holy Spirit Church? I have never heard of such a name, the Ice Emperor replied, puzzled. It is a sect composed of evil soul masters, united in their struggle against the surface powers of the continent, he stammered. Observing the spineless titled Douluo, Feng's uncertainty grew. According to his memories, the Holy Spirit Church had no slogans for brainwashing, nor was there a notion of withdrawal. Having attained the rank of titled Douluo, he should possess some understanding of the Church's strength. Such a swift surrender raised suspicions. Yishi Shui might not grant him a swift death. What is your identity? She inquired. I am called Feng. I was coerced into coming here. I have long wished to ally with Shrek. It is the vile Holy Spirit Church that has bound me, forbidding proximity to any external forces. Now that you both are here, I can finally be liberated. Feng's expression grew increasingly peculiar. It seemed this man had long prepared for surrender, The sincerity on his face nearly deceived him. Had he not perceived the heavy blood debts weighing upon the man, he might have been led to believe that he was merely a misguided soul. Do you know what you are doing? I do not. They force me to act thus. These creatures, I know not whence they came, possess no soul power yet can parasitize humans. It is terrifying. To be frank, I intended to assist the continent in eradicating these abominations before they could harm humanity. Feng refrained from further questioning, having discerned that this man was merely spinning tales to survive. Nonetheless, the information he provided sufficed, at least proving that the Holy Spirit Church indeed harbored intentions of cultivating these parasites. Someone approaches, the Ice Emperor interrupted his thoughts. Though Feng's perception was not as acute as hers, her warning indicated that the incoming individual was at least a titled Douluo-level soul master. Although this locale was on the periphery, the vicinity near the Star Luo forest and the Shrek stronghold was still patrolled by titled Douluos. It was likely that the disturbance caused by the Ice Emperor had attracted their attention, freeze the entire town, leaving no survivors. Upon hearing this, Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. He had assumed the other party to be at least a righteous fool or a force to be reckoned with, someone who would hesitate to take lives. Yet it seemed they regarded the lives of the townspeople with utter disdain, willing to slay thousands at will. Though he wished to struggle, the Ice Emperor had already acted. A surge of soul power emanating from her far surpassed any soul master he had encountered, leaving him too stunned to speak. Cold calamity. As the Ice Emperor's words floated through the air, frost rapidly spread from the ice pillars, enveloping the entire town in an instant. All beings below, be they fleeing or pursuing, ceased their movements. Under the dark night sky, a suffocating silence prevailed. Feng felt the cold gnawing at his body, his soul power and life force swiftly draining away, yet he was powerless to resist, even struggling to articulate a word. As he watched the two figures before him gradually distance themselves, he yearned to call out to them, but even that thought began to fade. Soon, within the icy prison, Feng succumbed to death, leaving behind only a shell stripped of all traces. What transpired here? Shortly after Feng and the Ice Emperor departed, nearby titled Douluos arrived leisurely. Gazing upon the horrific scene, shock gripped them, a mix of regret for their tardiness and relief at having evaded the perpetrator of this carnage. We must report this to His Majesty the Emperor at once. The man produced a specially crafted signaling device, although it was intended for emergencies at the border. He deemed the present crisis on par with a beast tide or an army's encroachment. Such a grievous incident was rare, even amidst the millennia-long blood feud between the Douluo Three Kingdoms and the Sun Moon Empire. The adversary's strength was formidable beyond his comprehension. Upon receiving the Soul Guide alert, he sensed a singular fluctuation of soul power, and though the town was modest in size, it spanned several miles. To freeze such a vast area in one blow was a feat that even a typical Super Douluo might struggle to accomplish. Feng is dead. When did this occur? Just moments ago. His soul card shattered without any warning. No message left behind? None. It was likely a single lethal blow. Investigate. Be cautious not to leave any traces. It would be best to recover the results of the plan. Understood. Chapter 44. Turmoil. Lu Qinwu gazed solemnly at the ice statue before him, while the reporting title Douluo beside him breathed cautiously, fearful of incurring the other's wrath. As they walked and observed, they soon arrived at the heart of the town's anomaly, beneath a towering ice column. Since receiving the news, this column showed no signs of melting. Instead, it emanated a chill that compelled both to use their soul power for protection. Are you suggesting that this was caused by a person? Indeed, and it was executed swiftly. From the moment I disowned the situation to my arrival, no more than half an hour has elapsed, and the perpetrator's traces have vanished. I surmise that they immediately incapacitated the individual at the core of the ice column, then dealt a fatal blow to the entire town. At this point, the man hesitated but continued, if I am not mistaken, the individual above is the evil soul master. Feng, a formidable soul Douluo. Lu Qinwu remained silent, having also glimpsed the face of the person encased in the ice. What perplexed him was the serene expression, void of anger or fear, appearing as if the individual had passed away peacefully, devoid of any suffering. Not lingering on this sight, Lu Qinwu turned his attention to a pile of ice statues on the ground. Judging by the surrounding structures, this monstrosity was the primary cause of the disturbance, and it seemed the person had intervened solely to eliminate them. However, despite exhausting his knowledge, Lu Qinwu could not fathom the nature of this creature. Human-shaped soul beasts were exceedingly rare, yet none matched the being before him. Strangely, he sensed no residual fluctuations of soul power. Had the assailant anticipated even this detail? With this thought, Lu Qinwu advanced closer, placing his right hand against the ice statue's face, channeling his soul power to probe. As his perception sharpened, his astonishment morphed into dread, culminating in an uncontrollable fury. These vile evil soul masters dared to commit such shameless acts against the citizens of the empire. The man beside him, initially confused, quickly grasped the situation. Lu Qinwu, with a swift motion, severed one of the creature's hands, revealing a human form beneath the outer biological layer, obscured by the surrounding matter. Is this cultivated from humans? The man found it hard to believe. He had never overestimated the moral standards of evil soul masters, yet transforming living humans into monstrosities for manipulation rendered him nauseated. You must depart at once, summoned Shrek immediately. Such inhumane actions must no longer be tolerated. Do they presume the Heavenly Soul Empire is devoid of defenders? Indeed. The defenses of the Heavenly Soul Empire had grown alarmingly lax. Flying in the embrace of the Ice Emperor, Su Feng spoke without a hint of shame, guiding her direction. Though unaware of the circumstances, their escape from such a commotion suggested that the Heavenly Soul had not faced a crisis in quite some time. Enough idle chatter. How much longer must we travel? We shall arrive shortly, just ahead in that mountain. After acquiring the biological material from Feng, Su Feng made no alterations to the scene, allowing the Ice Emperor to carry him away from the Heavenly Soul Empire. Following half a night of flight, they traversed the Star Luo Forest, reaching the territory of the Star Luo Empire. The mountains before them appeared unremarkable, yet within, Su Feng had transformed it into a fully functional experimental base. Since its establishment, he had relocated most of his clandestine activities here, including a portion of the mechanical insects. To prevent detection, after establishing a connection with the underground network of mechanical insects, Su Feng signaled for the Ice Emperor to land. As their feet touched the ground, the grass beneath them began to tremble. Soon, a passageway was constructed before them, leading into the depths of the earth. Did you create this? Indeed. For research, a quiet and undisturbed environment is preferable. The Ice Emperor furrowed her brow, discomfort by the fleeting insects, reminiscent of the monstrous transformations of humans, which Su Feng had never mentioned. After a moment's hesitation, she followed him inside. She sensed no human presence, and the insect's movements appeared clearly under Su Feng's control, leading her to believe he was not a madman. Due to the makeshift nature of the passage, they tread cautiously. The Ice Emperor glanced back, observing the insects systematically dismantling the passage, leaving no escape route. Is this how you always enter and exit? It is discreet and secure, Su Feng replied without looking back. If a little effort can mitigate exposure risks, I am willing to do so. The Ice Emperor fell silent, once again sensing the aloofness Su Feng consistently exhibited. His demeanor was genuine, yet there remained an invisible barrier between them. In crowded spaces, it was bearable, but in their solitude, this discord left her with an inexplicable unease. Within the confines of the passage, the atmosphere thickened. Su Feng found the Ice Emperor's unusual silence curious yet chose not to address it. The forthcoming actions concerned his greatest secret, which he intended to reveal entirely to her. At this juncture, he had no time to probe her true feelings and could only choose to trust. What are your thoughts on this matter? During a long-awaited assembly of the Sea God Pavilion, Yin Shaozhe announced the recent news brought by the Heavenly Soul Emissary. Whether it be the evil soul masters using humans as a breeding base or the unknown entity that eliminated them, both issues warranted serious consideration. I recall no tidal Douluo capable of instantaneously freezing a radius of several miles. Did Lu Qingwu truly exaggerate? Could it be some prearranged formation? The Tianmu Douluo has no need to deceive Shrek. I leaned towards believing his words. Yin Shaozhe refuted the elder's doubts. However, he had not witnessed the individual in action, leaving room for possible auxiliary methods. Regarding the tidal Douluo wielding ice, does anyone have any insights? Silence enveloped the room. Ice is not a common martial soul attribute. If such a person existed, there should be some intelligence available. Yet, despite their recollections, none could identify a fitting candidate. What if the assailant was not human? Yin Shaozhe frowned at the source of the suggestion. Qian Duo seemed to have an idea, rising to address everyone. What do you mean? Fixed soul-guided artillery shells can indeed strike silently and erupt instantaneously, aligning with the described circumstances. Given the right power seed, crafting one with ice attributes is not insurmountable. All present fell into contemplation. They had always held a dismissive attitude towards soul-guided devices, hence instinctively overlooked this direction. However, upon reflection, it seemed more plausible than the emergence of an entirely unheard-of tidal Douluo. Can soul-guided devices truly possess such immense power? Even if we account for everyone present, the capable individuals would be few, questioned an elder, skeptical of Qian Duo with certainty. The power of a level 9 soul-guided device rivals that of a tidal Douluo. and a concentrated explosion from fixed soul-guided artillery shells would possess even greater destructive capacity, making it trivial to freeze a radius of several miles. I can guarantee this. Could it be the work of the Sun-Moon Empire? However, they have traveled a great distance not for fame or fortune, but instead expended 9-grade soul-guided cannonballs merely to eliminate a malevolent soul master. This soul master holds the title of Douluo, and Yin Xiaozhe pointed out the elder's oversight. According to the words of the heavenly marshal Douluo, upon his personal inspection, he discovered that the sinister Feng had unexpectedly broken through to the 9th ring. Nevertheless, even with this advancement, he was unable to mount any resistance and was swiftly slain. Surprise etched itself upon the faces of all present. Although the rapid ascension of the malevolent soul masters results from their cultivation methods, leading to an unstable foundation, their power remains formidable. Among those present, only a handful could claim the ability to effortlessly eliminate a titled Douluo. Even Qian Duoduo began to question his own judgment. A titled Douluo possesses the capacity for flight. The fixed soul-guided cannonball, while capable of instantaneous detonation, generates significant activation waves that would have provided ample time for him to sense danger and escape. Could it be the Snow Emperor's intervention? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the elder chastised himself for his foolishness. Setting aside the considerable distance from the extreme north to the incident's location, one must ponder what animosity could drive the Snow Emperor to pursue a human with such fervor. It is futile to debate this matter here. An aged voice resonated from the upper dais, prompting everyone to immediately fall silent, including Xuanzi, who humbly bowed his head in anticipation of Elder Mu's directives. Regardless of the circumstances concerning the spirit hall and the lives of thousands, Shrek cannot afford to remain passive. Xiaozhe, you are to lead a team of students to meet Qingwu. It is imperative that you collaborate with him to uncover the truth. Yin Xiaozhe hesitated, questioning why it was necessary to bring students along when he alone would suffice. The current atmosphere within the academy is too lax. I have even observed some inner courtyard students treating their supervisory duties with disdain. It appears that our decision to withhold information 10 years ago has inadvertently harmed the academy. With a rare battlefield of titled rank emerging, it is essential for the students to witness the formidable dangers present on the continent. Otherwise, the spirit of the academy may falter before my departure. Though Yin Xiaozhe found Elder Mu's concerns somewhat perplexing, he suppressed his inquiries and respectfully replied, "Yes, I shall prepare at once. P.S. I will be venturing into the deep dreams of Aspirin tomorrow to meet my brother-in-law. Updates may be delayed." Chapter 45. Alien insect Su Feng remained oblivious to the fact that Shrek had dispatched individuals to investigate the clues they had left behind. Even if he were aware, he would not have cared. Despite the rarity of the ultimate ice, they could never fathom that a mere girl, the Ice Empress, could wield such destructive power. At present, Su Feng was engrossed in the acquisition of the parent body, which, to his astonishment, was not a living organism but rather a fragment of a meteorite. Had it not been for the star artifact, he would have never discovered that the source of so many parasites was this lifeless entity. Upon summoning the star artifact, Su Feng immediately felt the immense information encoded within the meteorite fragment. At that moment, although no living beings were present to undergo transformation, it was still slowly and imperceptibly transmitting information, beckoning potential life forms to approach. Taking a deep breath, Su Feng immersed his consciousness into the star artifact. Although he had acquired power, it did not imply that he was fundamentally different from humanity. Should he be recklessly transformed by this entity due to his research, he would likely become a deity met with the most absurd demise. Su Feng deftly manipulated the star artifact to extract the information from the meteorite fragment. In an instant, a vast expanse of images surged into his mind. Had he not possessed prior experience, he would have likely been assimilated by the will contained within. After overcoming the initial shock, the information within the meteorite fragment began to organize itself spontaneously. Su Feng traced back through time, entering the perspective of the meteorite. From its exploitation by the Holy Spirit Church to the moment it descended upon the planet, he followed its memories back to the time it drifted in space. The cosmos was so vast that, in the majority of the meteorite's memories, it merely floated aimlessly. Su Feng sensed that it had been tasked with locating a living planet to conquer. Growing somewhat impatient, he quickened his pace. Different star systems flashed before his eyes, occasionally revealing planets inhabited by life, though none were vibrant enough. As time reversed, the meteorite's activity intensified, yet Su Feng found himself increasingly bored. Just when he thought he might have to wait until the dawn of the universe, the meteorite's perspective rapidly descended towards a colossal planet. Feng realized this was the origin of everything, and his focus sharpened. Piercing through the thick, dark clouds, Feng finally beheld the planet's true form. The surface was teeming with monstrous beings, yet amidst the chaos, there existed an unusual order. In his perception, several golden centaur-like creatures were directing their subordinates to forge fragments resembling themselves and hurl them into space. A sense of familiarity stirred within Feng. Though he could not articulate it, he felt he had encountered these monsters before, yet the memory was shrouded in a veil, preventing him from drawing any conclusions. However, there was little time for contemplation, as Feng's consciousness returned to the moment of creation. His awareness connected with the entire race, and in this bizarre perspective, he finally witnessed the ultimate ruler, the colossal life form at the core of the planet, the mother body connecting all the monsters, alien insect Zero. With a resounding cry, Feng's consciousness was abruptly thrust back into his own body, startling the Ice Empress beside him. "What did you say?" Feng did not respond, furrowing his brow. One hand pressed against his chest in an attempt to calm his spirit. Deities are not to be profaned or gazed upon. Had it not been for the protection of the star artifact, he would have been transformed into a member of the alien insect upon witnessing Zero. The Ice Empress sensed something was amiss and reached out to redirect Feng's attention, but her movement halted midway. She gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Her curiosity mingled with apprehension regarding Feng's transformation. The star artifact emitted a dazzling yet gentle light, illuminating the entire room. Having just reclaimed his self-awareness, Feng once again attuned himself to the rhythm of the star artifact. He immediately understood that he had completed this trial and was about to inherit the next power. Though his condition was subpar, Feng had prior experience, and the advancement process proceeded without error. After more than 10 minutes, the brilliance of the star artifact dissipated, and before the Ice Empress's astonished gaze, a soul ring materialized above Feng. "Is this also the legacy of a deity?" the Ice Empress inquired eagerly, observing Feng as he opened his eyes. "One could say that," Feng replied, rubbing his temples, not immediately testing the newfound power. In comparison to the information gleaned from the meteorite fragment, his own enhancement felt trivial. He finally comprehended the true nature of the crisis the star artifact had long warned him about, a creature from the depths of the universe poised to annihilate all remaining life. The alien insect, a malevolent force from the first phase of the Yu-Gi-Oh! DT universe, possessed nearly infinite reproductive and evolutionary capabilities, ultimately capable of entirely consuming a planet. While he was unaware of what transpired on Douluo Star that led to their evolution into parasites, it was merely a temporary compromise. They would inevitably revert to their original form as grotesque, crawling creatures. In terms of card decks, the alien insects were devoid of distinctive features aside from the alphabet family, and they had only gained a fleeting advantage in battles within the DT world, ultimately leading to the demise of even the summoned alien insect Zero. However, this did not indicate the weakness of the alien insects. On the contrary, it underscored that without external intervention, occupying or even destroying a planet was not a daunting task for them. If it were merely the alien insects, the entirety of Douluo Continent could potentially engage in battle. Yet the final form of alien insect Zero, devoid of divine powers, still possessed godlike strength. Its planet-sized form alone was sufficient to instill despair in all. Should Douluo Star's position be exposed, attracting multiple alien insect Zeros, even the divine realm might be incapable of salvaging the situation. Contemplating this, Feng felt a surge of agitation within. For the first time, he recognized the considerable trouble brought about by the backward society of Douluo Continent. It was not merely the people's lack of ambition and propensity for infighting that posed a problem. Their indulgence of evil soul masters had inadvertently granted the alien insects an opportunity to develop, depriving him of the chance to extinguish the source. Now, even if he and Mu-Un were to divulge everything, it would likely be impossible to recover all alien insect samples from the Holy Spirit Church, let alone the fact that any fragment of a meteorite could allow the alien insects to proliferate anew. To thoroughly resolve this issue, divine power would be necessary to cleanse the entire planet. Why does your expression appear so grim? Have you been forsaken by the deities? Not at all. Feng disregarded the Ice Empress's taunt, murmuring, "If I were to tell you that this planet is on the brink of destruction, what would you do?" "What do you mean by planet?" Feng was momentarily speechless. He understood that Douluo Continent had yet to be enlightened. But he was astonished that even a ferocious beast that had lived for hundreds of thousands of years remained so naively innocent. I mean our world, where a deity-level adversary is likely to come to obliterate all life here. What would you do? Observing that Feng did not appear to be lying, the Ice Empress's expression turned serious as she began to contemplate the possibility earnestly. I would probably fight with all my might. Since you mentioned it concerns the entire world, we actually have no choice. There is nowhere to escape. Rather than displaying a desperate and ugly demeanor, it would be better to prove the significance of our existence in the end. Yet, all of this is ultimately meaningless. Deities do not care for the struggles of mere ants. They may not even recognize the existence of such ants. Feng replied with a bitter smile. What do my intentions have to do with him? Do you think I fight solely to inflict pain upon my adversaries? The Ice Empress's tone turned frigid, her expression growing increasingly disdainful. Why so despondent, my friend? Do you not possess some divine heritage? Feng finally turned to the Ice Emperor, letting out a long sigh as he spoke. I am not disheartened. Rather, I am moved to tears by the folly of my companions. What should have been a simple resolution has now compelled me to confront adversaries akin to deities. Nevertheless, these alien insects have yet to reach their ultimate moment and cannot amass the power to summon the divine. For now, my only recourse is to mitigate the provocation of the Holy Spirit sect, lest they resort to desperate measures. Chapter 46. An unexpected turn. Although Shrek began preparations promptly upon receiving the messenger's communication, it took a full day for the inspection team led by Yin Xiaozhi to arrive at the scene of the incident. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after their arrival, individuals from the Spirit Hall also made their appearance. However, due to the lack of concrete information, Zhongli Wu only sent a common elder to assess the situation. As Yin Xiaozhi approached the outskirts of the city, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The limitations of written language could not convey the full extent of the environment, which remained shrouded in an icy grip. Despite the summer season and the midday sun, the ice had not melted. Instead, it was slowly expanding. Even with his formidable strength as a super Douluo, he could not fully withstand the chilling aura, and many of the students behind him had already begun to shiver. Without deliberate maintenance, soul skills should not last this long, a feat Yin Xiaozhi knew he could not accomplish. Yet, it was too late for concern. In the past 2 days, a tidal Douluo could have traversed the continent in any direction, making the pursuit utterly impossible. Suppressing his inner shock, Yin Xiaozhi sternly addressed the students behind him. I suspect some of you may have been dismissive upon receiving the Academy's mission, but now you should recognize that our adversary is unprecedentedly powerful, one that even I may not be able to confront. Though the Academy is the strongest organization of soul masters on the continent, there are always those who surpass us. Apart from the sect master, no one can claim invincibility, let alone any of you. The sect master can only be one person, bound to remain at the Academy to oversee the continent. When you are out on missions, your only reliance is upon yourselves. Do not assume that carrying the name of Shrek grants you unbridled freedom. In this town of thousands, the enemy cannot simply be slaughtered at will. Reflect for a moment. If you had been here at the time, how would you have ensured your survival? Yin Xiaozhi's words, coupled with the disastrous scene behind him, were profoundly persuasive. Although most students had faced evil soul masters before, they had either been of lesser power or hesitant to engage fully. Rarely were there confrontations with the inspection team that ended in victory. Oftentimes, the casualties suffered by the inspection team were not due to a lack of strength, but rather from underestimation and information disparities, issues that most would not take seriously until they faced them directly. Yet, the terrifying force they now witnessed shattered their preconceived notions of evil soul masters. If such malevolent forces truly existed on the continent, what peril lay ahead for Shrek standing? Yin Xiaozhi chose not to elaborate further, believing that many lessons must be learned through personal realization. This time, they were merely here to assist in the aftermath. Should they find themselves at the front line of war against the Spirit Hall, even with experienced elders leading them, it was uncertain whether they could protect everyone. Before the students could ponder too long, representatives from the Heavenly Soul Empire arrived to escort them. Their expressions mirrored the gravity of the situation. Even the arrival of Shrek's representatives could not alleviate their concerns. Please follow me. The city is currently under lockdown. We have established a camp outside, where the esteemed Tianwu Douluo awaits your arrival, one of the representatives stated. Yin Xiaozhi nodded and followed the attendant to the camp of the Heavenly Soul Empire's investigation team. Upon entering the tent, his gaze immediately fell upon the individual in charge, El Qingwu. Yin Xiaozhi's arrival did little to divert El Qingwu's attention. as he remained engrossed in examining a peculiar biological specimen laid out before him. Lord Tianwu, the inspection team from Shrek has arrived, Yin Xiaozhe announced. Elchenwu acknowledged him with a nod, gesturing for the attendant to leave. Soon, only he and Yin Xiaozhe remained within the tent. I anticipated Shrek would take a keen interest in the evil soul masters, but I did not expect you to be the one in charge, Director Yin. Lord Tianwu, you flatter me. I too am a part of Shrek and cannot turn a blind eye to the tracks left by evil soul masters. Witnessing the devastation here only strengthens my resolve. Shrek cannot tolerate the existence of those who disregard human life. Elchenwu shook his head, interrupting Yin Xiaozhe. Director Yin, you are mistaken. The ones who encased this place in ice were not our enemies. On the contrary, they acted to eliminate the evil soul masters. A look of confusion crossed Yin Xiaozhe's face as he inquired, Lord Tianwu, what do you mean by that? Take a look at this, Elchenwu replied, motioning for Yin Xiaozhe to observe the peculiar biological specimen on the table. Due to its incomplete state, Yin Xiaozhe initially struggled to grasp its essence. However, upon channeling his soul power, a familiar sensation triggered vivid memories within him. Not long ago, the Sea God Pavilion had dealt with something akin to this. Where did you acquire this? He pressed. We discovered this creature at the epicenter of the attack. No, it should be referred to as a human. Elchenwu's fist slowly clenched upon the table, forcing him to relive the nauseating imagery of those evil soul masters using humans as breeding grounds to cultivate these monsters. If no one had intervened, the Empire might not have realized the truth until all were parasitized. Yin Xiaozhe was taken aback. The biological entities Shrek had encountered were already fully formed. Due to the nature of the aberrant creatures, they were unable to analyze their origin. Now, learning that such monstrosities were created at the cost of human lives ignited a fierce anger within him. Yet, realization dawned upon him, prompting an urgent inquiry towards Elchenwu. So, what you mean is that the one who intervened was not an enemy? Indeed, you have understood correctly, Elchenwu replied, meeting his gaze with unwavering seriousness. Every individual in this town has already been implanted with the seeds of these monsters. The one who eliminated them likely understood this truth. Yin Xiaozhe found himself momentarily speechless. Even with his extensive experience spanning over a century, he had rarely encountered such inhumane experiments. While 10,000 lives might not seem significant, especially compared to the casualties from the ongoing wars among the three great empires and the Sun Moon Empire, the difference lay in the choices made by individuals. To be unwittingly transformed into a breeding ground for monsters by evil soul masters, unaware of when they would be supplanted, represented the direst of fates, one that surpassed even dying in a beast tide. Current deductions suggested that the evil wind was exploiting the townspeople to cultivate these monsters. However, his luck had run out, as a powerful individual discovered his malevolence, subsequently eliminating him and the creatures, thereby granting everyone liberation. Yin Xiaozhe furrowed his brow. Elchenwu's reasoning aligned closely with the available information, yet an unsettling dissonance lingered, as if someone had meticulously orchestrated events to lead them to this revelation. Why had such a formidable being suddenly appeared here, coincidentally uncovering the evil soul master's experiment? Most importantly, while records existed for the evil wind, Shrek's inquiries had yielded no trace of an ice-type super Douluo on the continent. Elchenwu shook his head, equally perplexed. Yet, reality stood as it was. The corpse of the evil wind was irrefutable evidence, unless one posited that the spirit hall colluded with this unknown powerhouse to expose their own schemes. Why would they suddenly undertake such actions? Perhaps the perpetrator was not human at all? Chapter 47 Speculation. Is this not the doing of Shrek? Not far from the temporary camp of the Heavenly Soul Empire, Yiming secretly observed their actions. He had heard Yin Xiaozhe's admonitions, and it appeared that Shrek was equally oblivious to the situation here, while the Heavenly Soul Empire seemed unprepared. This revelation rendered the circumstances particularly intriguing. The experiment here was not of significant importance to the Holy Spirit cult. Had it not been for Xie Feng's unsolicited offer, they would have dispatched merely as Soul Douluo. After all, titled Douluos remained crucial combatants for the Holy Spirit cult, and undertaking this mission would be a sheer waste. Yet, ironically, the most inconspicuous experiment they underestimated had been neutralized, and Xie Feng had not even been afforded the opportunity to send a message before meeting his demise. Although his strength was not formidable, every evil soul master was adept at fleeing. In the hearts of every evil soul master, their own survival was paramount. Yiming did not subscribe to the notion of coincidence. The Holy Spirit cult had ascended to its current power under the noses of Shrek and the Douluo Continent through careful and prudent actions, never placing themselves in perilous situations. Given the current circumstances, it could either be that Feng had voluntarily exposed himself, or someone had already discovered their movements, leading to a swift and lethal strike. Thus, the question arose, what significance did this experiment hold, warranting such a response from the opposition? Compared to other elders, Yuming was less influenced by the martial soul's on mental faculties, allowing him to better comprehend the thought processes of ordinary individuals. Any person with even a glimmer of hope would refrain from employing such drastic measures, aside from the members of the Holy Spirit cult. He could not fathom who else could arrive at such a decision. However, attributing this to an insider was equally nonsensical. The titled Douluos of the Holy Spirit cult were few, and none possessed the characteristics associated with ice, let alone leaving everything behind after the deed was done. As he pondered, Yuming furrowed his brow, sensing that the deathly aura and lingering souls in the town had yet to dissipate. These were exceptional materials for cultivation for anyone within the cult, leading him to conclude that there was no insider. Otherwise, they would not have been left behind. Yet, what puzzled him was the absence of any significant resentment, as if all had peacefully succumbed to death. This was implausible. Even those who died of natural causes would instinctively struggle for life and harbor lingering attachments and grievances, let alone in the face of such an unforeseen disaster. Unbeknownst to Yuming, the power of the Ice Emperor, once transformed by Feng, bore the characteristics of a star artifact, which had witnessed countless cycles of destruction and rebirth. The mere grievances of ordinary individuals could not compare to the echoes of world annihilation. The lingering attachments within the remnants of souls were almost entirely dissolved upon contact with the Ice Emperor's soul power, leaving only the purest memories. Could it be that a soul master with divine attributes had intervened? Once this thought took root, Yuming could not cast it aside. Although he held no loyalty to the Holy Spirit cult, merely seeking camaraderie for warmth, he was not among the wrong devotees. His martial soul was genuinely of an evil nature. Should a soul master with divine attributes truly emerge and reach the level of titled Douluo, they would nearly completely counteract all of them, which could also explain why Feng had been slain without the slightest resistance. Under the deliberate exclusion of the Holy Spirit cult, they had not encountered a soul master with divine attributes for a considerable time. Yet, if such individuals were merely hiding akin to the Holy Spirit cult, it would spell the direst news for them. A report must be promptly delivered to the cult leader. Yuming resolved to act, but he did not set off immediately. Before returning to headquarters, he needed to collect samples of soul power to aid the cult in identifying the enemy responsible for this incident. Ideally, he would eliminate all traces. But with Yin Xiaozhe and El Chengwu present, revealing their strength would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, he had to settle for a less favorable option. Unaware that the very instigator he sought was lurking nearby, Yin Xiaozhe focused intently on studying the monstrous limb before him. Compared to the unawakened samples and the fully formed entities, this transitional stage would undoubtedly unveil more information. Yin Xiaozhe attempted to permeate the limb with his soul power. Typically, when life imbued with evil essence encountered the presence of light's soul power, it would erupt instantaneously. Yet, this limb exhibited no response. This outcome did not surprise him. He had previously utilized the power of light for exploration within the academy, and since the fully formed entities did not react, it made sense that the semi-formed ones would not either. However, unlike the fully formed entities, this limb had evidently not completed its transformation. Although its exterior no longer resembled that of a human, the muscle and bone had yet to undergo full metamorphosis. After a futile probing, Yin Xiaozhe intensified the output of his soul power, aiming to stimulate the still active tissues. This time, the limb before them finally reacted. In astonishment, they witnessed a portion of the tissue that had come into contact with his soul power begin to absorb the light soul power, gradually emanating a light aura akin to that of Yin Xiaozhe. If there was any distinction, this limb still bore no sensation of soul power and did not exhibit fluctuations indicative of mental energy. Yet, the notion that mere flesh could possess light attributes was hard for both to accept. Yin Xiaozhe's countenance grew grave as he halted the infusion of soul power, while El Chenwu remained tense, though his proximity betrayed his inner turmoil. If a mere severed limb displayed such remarkable adaptability, would a complete monster not be able to directly immunize itself against numerous attributes of attack? In truth, their concerns were unwarranted, in most cases. Aberrant creatures would not squander their power on adapting to the external environment. As long as they evolved sufficiently, they could naturally resist various threats. The organism before them exhibited assimilative traits primarily due to the absence of a dominant consciousness to guide it. The Holy Spirit cult had possessed aberrant creatures for many years without uncovering this fact. as fully formed aberrant entities did not frequently adapt and evolve. Lord Tianwu. How many such monsters exist? According to my investigation, nearly all the townsfolk have been implanted with this seed, but only one has undergone a transformation. It remains unclear whether the change is too slow or if other factors are at play. Not everyone has been parasitized? Does this imply that these monsters have some limitations? El Qingwu shook his head, responding, it is still unclear. It is neither a matter of strength nor vitality. Soul masters can also be parasitized. If one does not scrutinize closely, many would likely remain unaware of their abnormalities. Yin Shao's expression darkened further. They were utterly ignorant of this entity and lacked any means of prevention or treatment. Should the Holy Spirit cult choose to disseminate it at this juncture, the consequences would be unthinkable. However, conducting a thorough investigation was utterly impractical. The continent's population was vast, and even if all titled Douluos were to mobilize, they might not manage to inspect everyone, not to mention that not all titled Douluos could probe with precision. For now, it was imperative to contain the information. They could not allow the general populace to panic. Yin Shaozhi spoke gravely. This matter can only be disclosed to the high-ranking officials of various nations and titled Douluo-level individuals. We must conduct a thorough examination of those around us. We cannot permit these monsters to infiltrate indiscriminately. El Qingwu hesitated. Seeking assistance from Shrek was already a significant concession. And disseminating information to more individuals would only expose their vulnerability, diminishing the prestige of the Heavenly Soul Empire. If Lord Tianwu is unwilling, Shrek will still share intelligence with everyone but will refrain from mentioning this matter. Yin Shaozhi perceived the concerns weighing on his counterpart's mind and remarked, yet, a fire cannot be contained within paper forever. This matter cannot remain concealed indefinitely. Even if we can contain the information here, will the evil soul masters of the Holy Spirit cult comply? They would revel in chaos. For the sake of the continent's populace, I implore you to consider this earnestly. I take my leave. Chapter 48. Introduction to the Alien Insects. The name given to these creatures. Of course, I am unaware of what they call themselves. The name is unfamiliar. The Ice Empress leans against her chair. Although these monsters appear repulsive, their strength is not formidable enough to warrant her concern. So why mention this? Because they could very well obliterate our world. Feng is not surprised by the Ice Empress's dismissive attitude. In fact, it would be peculiar if she took it seriously. No matter how I describe the horror of these creatures, you likely cannot comprehend it, so I shall be more direct. Feng cleared his throat and conjured an illusion upon the table. This is what we are to confront. The Ice Empress did not pay much mind to the spherical illusion until Feng manipulated the perspective to draw closer, revealing the true nature of the orb. The pulsing surface and the unique luster of biological matter confirmed that this strange sphere was indeed alive. However, Feng's manipulation did not cease. As the view continued to zoom in, the Ice Empress finally discerned the dust upon the sphere's surface, which turned out to be peculiar, grotesque crawling creatures. The Ice Empress did not grasp Feng's implication, but soon recognized something familiar, a creature resembling a large-headed doll. Identical to the form of the human she had encountered the previous day. Is this the lowest tier of alien insects, just like those we have observed? Feng affirmed the Ice Empress's speculation, a realization that genuinely shocked her. By proportionality, could this orb of life not be larger than the entire continent? You are not attempting to deceive me with some fictitious tale, are you? Do you believe your narrative more credible than fairy tales? A scorpion that has lived for over 300,000 years? I am not jesting. I assure you, I am not. Feng's rare seriousness silenced the Ice Empress's impending retort. Currently, we have only witnessed the most rudimentary of alien insects, but this is a result of my catalysis. Given more time for evolution, their strength would undoubtedly surpass this. These creatures are not the savage spirit beasts of Douluo Star. They possess civilization, capability, and not only the power of spirit beasts, but also the wisdom of humanity, coupled with an unparalleled speed of reproduction and evolution. Should even a single individual lose control, within 2 years, they would escalate to a level we could not manage. The Ice Empress remained silent, somewhat skeptical of Feng's assertions. While she wished to trust him, the existence of such monsters surpassed the limits of her imagination. Observing her expression, Feng sighed deeply, abandoning the intention to further elaborate on the alien insects. At this moment, such contemplations are indeed futile. We cannot eradicate the Holy Spirit cult. So we should concentrate on the matters at hand. Once this holiday concludes, our lives will become quite troublesome, and there are many things I must clarify with you. This place serves as my private base. You are the first to arrive here, and we will likely frequent it henceforth. Many of the items here can be regarded as soul-guiding devices, crafted from my own power, including some creatures you will encounter. Xu words sparked a realization in the Ice Empress, prompting her to inquire, are those insects included? The correct term is mechanized insects. I believe you are not particularly interested in the specifics, so I shall refrain from elaborating. In the absence of your assistance, I have relied on these little beings to gradually amass my resources. Do not underestimate them due to their lack of soul power. Each mechanized insect possesses combat capabilities that rival century-old spirit beasts, and when they cooperate, even 10,000-year spirit beasts can be slain. So, well, for you, it may not hold much significance, but these mechanized insects possess high intelligence. You can utilize them as servants in your daily life. However, these are merely the most elementary mechanized insects. With sufficient power infused, they can continuously evolve, ultimately becoming entities comparable to deities. This is indeed the case. Since meeting you, I feel my identity as a fierce beast is akin to that of an insect, the Ice Empress quipped. Moreover, they are all insects, making it seem as if all life on Douluo Continent pales in comparison to a horde of monsters. Strictly speaking, alien insects belong to the category of reptiles. While mechanized insects fall under insects, they cannot be conflated. Moreover, to put it bluntly, are you not also an insect? Accepting these is far easier than accepting humanity. Is it not? I do not consider myself akin to these monsters. Classifying by race is a rather limited perspective. Have you not also transformed into a human? Feng casually remarked. Speaking of which, I have long wished to inquire about your transformation technique. Is it used for socializing among fierce beasts? It is of no concern to you. I lead my own life. Seeing the Ice Empress's reluctance to speak, Feng did not press further and continued to convey other matters. In summary, from now until we return to the academy, we will reside here. If you wish to venture out, simply inform me, and do not expose this location. The next part is crucial. Feng straightened his posture, leaning slightly forward to gaze at the Ice Empress, stating, upon our return, the Soul Master competition will commence immediately. Given the strength we have displayed, the Academy will undoubtedly select us as team members, and we will participate. To my knowledge, the Shrek Battle Team often engages in actions that skirt the edges of the rules. They may sometimes request your cooperation, but do not heed them. Only when I instruct you should you act. For example, to eliminate obstacles for the upcoming competition, for instance. At this point, Feng chuckled lightly and added, in any case, strive to minimize your involvement. Refrain from exerting effort unless absolutely necessary. Will this not incite dissatisfaction from the Academy? However, your compliance will provoke my discontent. So heed my words. At this juncture, Feng produced a portrait and presented it to the Ice Empress. Remember the individual depicted here. I forbid you from harming her and from standing idly by should she be in danger. There is no need for you to assist overtly with your abilities. It should not pose a challenge to discreetly mitigate some dangers. Who are they? The Ice Empress inquired, observing the two girls leaning against each other in the portrait. They're my family. The Ice Empress's interest piqued as she scrutinized the individuals in the portrait. The shorter girl bore a striking resemblance to Feng, her expression shy. The other girl appeared 3 or 4 years older, her demeanor resolute yet infused with a hint of tenderness. After all, they belong to royalty. They should also participate in the competition. To what extent am I permitted to act? I presume I need not deliberately avoid conflict. Feng nodded, responding, you may act freely. But aim to keep your martial soul information concealed. It is best to engage solely with cold energy. What an odd request. We have more pressing matters to accomplish during the competition, and you will have your chance to showcase your strength, to prevent others from associating your dual identities. Distinctions must be made. Ideally, you would directly manifest your true form, but specific arrangements will depend on the circumstances. Chapter 49. Research now that the true nature of the monster has been unveiled, Feng can make some targeted arrangements. Within the star artifact, there is no record of the alien insect species. It remains unclear whether this absence is due to rebirth or a mere lack of encounters. Feng must rely solely on his memories. Since he began his cultivation, his mental strength has continuously strengthened, allowing him to recall even the most obscure fragments of information. The alien insect species made its debut in the Yu-Gi-Oh! DT world, as the antagonists at the onset of the DT storyline. The alien insects were vanquished before the conclusion of the first series, rendering their record a disgrace among the myriad insect races. However, this does not imply that the alien insects are weak. On the contrary, the superficial powers in the DT world are insufficient to contend with them. In fact, The complete form of the alien insect, 0, never materialized, or else the war god and the trident dragon would not have had the chance to battle. According to the lore, the alien insect society is hierarchically structured, with status determined by evolutionary advancement. The lower-tier alien insects are akin to the fierce beasts that Feng has encountered. Upon further evolution, they acquire various abilities, dramatically enhancing their strength. Ultimately, the apex of their evolution produces a ruler capable of controlling all, not only possessing immense power, but also commanding lower-tier alien insects to fight as a legion. Imagine a creature with intelligence vastly superior to that of humanity, capable of multiplying through slaughter. No army could hope to rival them. Fortunately, the emergence of the highest-tier alien insects is not commonplace, and the lower-tier variants are easily contained. Feng speculates that the Holy Spirit cult has likely not obtained higher-tier alien insects. Otherwise, they would not have opted for such a loose experimental scheme, assigning only one individual to oversee it. However, unbeknownst to Feng, the Holy Spirit cult has indeed acquired evolved alien insects, yet due to their racial characteristics, the Soul Masters, whose abilities are rooted in soul power, are utterly helpless against them, limited to confinement or extermination. This predicament also applies to Shrek. Had these creatures exhibited any malevolent aura, Shrek would have likely annihilated them without a second thought. Feng, however, harbors no such reservations. The star artifact is all-encompassing, bestowing upon him powers applicable to any life form. He is currently attempting to extract genetic information from meteorite fragments to relay to the mechanical insects for reconnaissance across the continent. The process is progressing smoothly, as the unconscious meteorites cannot resist the analysis of the star artifact. Yet, when it comes to relaying this information to the mechanical insects, Feng finds himself at an impasse. Though the intelligence of the mechanical insects is commendable, they must maintain a certain level of collective awareness to emulate human-like intelligence. Otherwise, they merely execute commands mechanically. Should they be discovered by the denizens of Douluo Continent during their search, it would inevitably lead to unnecessary complications. To resolve this issue, he must either increase their numbers or reduce the search area, steering clear of cities inhabited by soul masters. Yet this would complicate locating the Holy Spirit cult. Feng ponders, tapping his fingers on the table, contemplating alternative methods. Starting with the alien insect's genes is surely futile. His operational speed cannot keep pace with the alien insect's adaptability. What are you contemplating? How do you intend to locate the Holy Spirit cult's base? Ice Emperor disdainfully addresses his predicament. Why must you seek them out yourself? This hardly aligns with your covert scheming style. Because we must act before them, Feng realizes mid-sentence, his expression gradually easing. Indeed, why should I be the one to find the Holy Spirit cult? They are currently the ones with less knowledge. Due to the memories of his past life, Feng instinctively places himself in the protagonist's perspective. In reality, he need not follow the narrative of the novel's hero, obediently confronting the Demon King, rather. It is the Holy Spirit cult that must uncover the whereabouts of the two adversaries privy to their secrets. As his thoughts shift, Feng's mind expands, and he discovers numerous strategies to draw out the malevolent soul masters. One such strategy involves the alien insects, with their experimental site recently obliterated. The sudden appearance of a creature beyond their control would undoubtedly prompt investigation. Should Feng catalyze the emergence of a higher-tier alien insect and present it to the world, it would likely incite widespread unrest. Another tactic involves the Ice Emperor. The traces she has left are extraordinarily distinctive, not easily fabricated. The occurrence of two powerful beings using ice in a short span would render any doubts regarding coincidence implausible. Both strategies hinge on the premise of the Holy Spirit cult's vengeful nature. Should Yi Shishui truly possess such restraint as to not confront Mu Un until his demise, Feng retains one last resort. However, this course of action may invite trouble for more than just the Holy Spirit cult. For now, however, he need not resort to such extreme measures, as the first two methods suffice. The Soul Master competition is fast approaching, perfectly timed to align with his previous plans. Would you like some ice to cool down? No, why would I? Feng turns, puzzled, to the Ice Emperor. I observe you oscillating between distress and joy, leading me to believe you are succumbing to a fit of anxiety over your gains and losses. The Ice Emperor bluntly replies. Had you not been seated so comfortably, I might have taken matters into my own hands. Our contract does not stipulate that you must play the role of my physician, and turning you into an ice block is hardly an ideal solution, regardless of the circumstances. Upon the mention of the contract, the Ice Emperor falls silent. A year has passed, and she has grown accustomed to the comforts of human life and the routine of cohabitation with Su Feng. Were it not for Su Feng's reminder, she might have forgotten that her primary purpose was to safeguard his safety. Then you need not undertake so many tasks on my behalf. With that, the Ice Emperor departs the laboratory. Her uncharacteristic behavior leaves Su Feng bewildered, and even she fails to comprehend her own actions. An inexplicable sense of irritation stirs within her, along with dissatisfaction towards Su Feng, prompting her to retort instinctively. Regretting her words, the Ice Emperor's nature prevents her from apologizing. She hastens away to avoid further awkwardness. What talk of contracts? As though I am overly concerned about his affairs, unaware of who has tethered me to him to exploit my presence daily, she murmurs to herself. I am the seventh fearsome creature of the continent. Even titled Douluos must tread carefully around me, having aided him so extensively. I now find myself begrudging the terms of our contract. Returning to her room, the Ice Emperor throws herself onto the bed, burying her head beneath the covers. In this solitude, she finds the freedom to be unguarded, free from the need to maintain any pretenses. Her days now consist solely of eating and perusing the multitude of novels that Su Feng has collected, transforming her into a complete recluse. And the environment has fostered a sense of security within her. After a while, the Ice Emperor peeks out, conjuring a palm-sized statue of herself from snow using her soul power. Hesitating momentarily, she creates a likeness of Su Feng as well. Cradling the two ice figures to her chest, she closes her eyes. Meanwhile, Su Feng remains oblivious to the Ice Emperor's sulking. He is not one to procrastinate. Having devised a plan, he sets his intentions into motion. Su Feng produces the gold of life and harnesses its power to conjure a higher-tier alien insect from thin air. The biological tissue begins to grow gradually, and soon, the Douluo Continent shall witness the birth of its first highly intelligent alien insect, while its denizens remain blissfully unaware of the impending developments. Chapter 50. Variables. While the students diligently practiced for the impending assessment, Hui Yuhao chose to spend his time otherwise. He declined Fan Yu's request to assist him in obtaining a soul ring and ventured alone to the far northern reaches of the continent. Brother Tianming, are we truly here to acquire the second soul ring? Hui Yuhao asked, shivering in the ice house after enduring 2 days of extreme cold. Of course. Would I lead you astray? This time, we shall not only obtain your second soul ring, but also assist you in acquiring the critically important second martial soul. Do you not envy the talents of others? Soon, you shall surpass them, Tianming replied with confidence. Observing Tianming's self-assured demeanor, Hui Yuhao hesitated, ultimately choosing to remain silent. Despite being praised by Fan Yu as the most formidable soul master genius he had encountered, he felt insignificant in comparison to Su Bing. Lacking sufficient accomplishments and the validation from others, Hui Yuhao remained as sensitive, suspicious, and insecure as he had been upon leaving the Duke's mansion. Tianming sensed the complexity of Hui Yuhao's emotions but paid them no mind. He was unwavering in his confidence regarding his plan, certain that Hui Yuhao would eventually understand his intentions and open up to him. In the frigid north, there was no time for leisure. Hui Yuhao could only afford brief moments of rest before they had to delve deeper. Under Tianming's guidance, they reached the heart of the extreme north, a location that Su Feng had taken half a month to discover in just a few days. With Tianming's assistance, Hui Yuhao concealed himself deep within the ice, several meters below the surface, completely masking his presence. Watch closely. This is the true strength of your brother Tianming, he proclaimed. After enduring numerous setbacks, Tianming finally had the opportunity to display his prowess before Hui Yuhao and unleashed his essence without reservation. The pressure emanating from the ancient soul beast spread throughout the center of the extreme north, causing soul beasts within a 1,000-mile radius to feel the terrifying aura and flee in panic. Connected to Tianming's senses, Hui Yuhao also perceived the fear of the surrounding soul beasts, beginning to believe in Tianming's grand claims. Yet, the plan still required one final and crucial step, and their awaited participant had yet to appear. I have returned, Ice Empress. Why do you not dare to meet me? Tianming's provocation went unanswered. And just as Hui Yuhao felt he could no longer endure, a figure finally emerged from the snow and ice. As relief washed over Hui Yuhao, Tianming's expression grew grave. The Ice Empress's prolonged absence was already peculiar, and according to his plan, the individual before him should never have appeared before her. You are Tianming? As the figure drew closer, Hui Yuhao finally discerned her appearance. Dressed in pure snow-like hues, her azure eyes radiated an irresistible allure. What puzzled Hui Yuhao was that her visage was entirely human, devoid of any indication of a soul beast. Snow Empress, Tianming murmured, unable to fathom why this unacquainted sovereign of the extreme north had come. Suppressing his rising anxiety, he inquired, "What brings you here? You have stirred such a commotion in the extreme north. Do you expect me to turn a blind eye?" The Snow Empress's voice was ethereal yet laden with authority, as if any misstep in Tianming's words would result in his immediate downfall. "This matter pertains to me and the Ice Empress. It is of no concern to you." "Matters concerning Bingo are my affairs," the Snow Empress countered, shaking her head. "Moreover, she cannot meet you at this time." "Why?" Tianming asked, bewildered. But soon a dreadful possibility struck him. Could it be that the Ice Empress's tribulation has arrived? What has happened to her? In his urgency, Tianming momentarily forgot to maintain his disguised aura, revealing his anxious expression. Chapter 51 Negotiation. Who are you? The voice of the Snow Empress revealed a deep-seated wariness. Just as the dream had been suppressed by her soul power moments ago, she too found herself at the mercy of this enigmatic figure's strength. However, given the Snow Empress's formidable cultivation and innate talent, only the Beast God and the Evil Emperor were her superiors on the continent. And even they would not dare to claim they could easily counter her soul techniques. "My identity is of little consequence. What matters is my intent." The old man regarded the sword that the Snow Empress had just materialized with an expression of calm, showing no trace of fear one would expect when facing the continent's third most fearsome beast. "There is no need for such tension, like the great bug. I am currently bound to this child's body and pose no threat to you. If I had ulterior motives, I would not have revealed myself so readily. For the great bug has his own means of rescuing this child." In the distance, the dream cast a deep gaze at the old man. He alone understood the power of his remnants, and even Hui Yuhao was oblivious to it. Yet, this stranger was able to articulate it, compelling him to exercise caution. He had deduced that this was the lingering soul that had entered Hui Yuhao's body with him, and his internal turmoil rivaled that of the Snow Empress. However, given the urgent circumstances, the dream had to maintain silence to avoid revealing his own facade of authority. "Why would you choose to inhabit this human? It is indeed peculiar." The Snow Empress probed, unable to discern whether the old man's apparent lack of power was genuine or a deliberate disguise. The current situation reminded her of the time when Feng had arrived, another seemingly weak human with an unusual trump card that demanded her attention. "I am merely a wisp of a remnant soul, unable to exist independently," the old man replied, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "There is no enmity between us. Why resort to violence? Would it not be better to simply allow us to leave?" The Snow Empress remained silent, her mind weighing the potential ramifications of this encounter. Her understanding of the dream was limited, leaving her uncertain about his stance. If the stranger were to disclose the peculiar state of the Ice Empress, it could undoubtedly incite human avarice. The dream was no longer a soul beast. No one could guarantee that he would remain aligned with the northern extremes. The old man was unperturbed, patiently awaiting the Snow Empress's decision. Hui Yuhao and the dream dared not move, fearful that any misstep might provoke the Snow Empress and bind them eternally to this place. "Can you assure me that you will not undertake any actions that may threaten the northern extremes, me, or Binger?" "Of course. Otherwise the great bug would not have brought only this child." His thoughts are simply naive. He was unprepared. "If you permit us to leave, who can guarantee that we won't return for vengeance one day? Your current strength is minimal, and the future is uncertain. Since no violence has been initiated, what enmity could there be?" The old man countered calmly. "If you remain unconvinced, we could formalize an agreement, vowing not to pursue today's matters. A contract holds no binding power for beings such as us. Do you presume that I, as a soul beast, am ignorant of human deception? I see. So a contract is ineffective," the old man mused softly, seemingly struck by an idea. "If you are still uneasy, we can offer a more valuable assurance. This child is alone, without anything of worth to present to you, save for his identity. Should we breach our oath, you may exact retribution at any time." The Snow Empress hesitated, recognizing that she had no intention of battling an unknown adversary. A graceful exit was indeed preferable. Moreover, if Feng had not deceived her, she could transform into a human, making her integration into human society seamless. "Very well." The old man nodded and spoke. "This child's name is Hui Yuhao. His martial spirit is the Spirit Eye. He is currently enrolled at Shrek Academy and is unlikely to leave for the next few years. As for what happens thereafter, I cannot guarantee, but you may seek us out for renewal of the agreement." "No need. You may depart now." Upon hearing the name of Shrek Academy, the last vestige of the Snow Empress's concern dissipated, and her expression grew peculiar. The Ice Empress was currently with Feng at Shrek. Even if they managed to evade her pursuit, would they intentionally avoid their classmates? "Thank you for your kindness. The old man nodded slightly and then turned his gaze to the dream behind the Snow Empress. As she acquiesced to his request, the power maintaining the ice prison dissipated, allowing the dream to escape at any moment. Let us go, Great Bug. Remaining here serves no purpose. We must devise another plan for Yuhao. The dream circumvented the Snow Empress and returned to Hui Yuhao's side, casting a deep glance at the old man before journeying back into Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea. However, the old man did not follow suit. Instead, he lingered outside Hui Yuhao. Child, let us depart. You have endured much suffering this time. We owe you an apology. Hui Yuhao remained silent, his negative emotions purified by the radiant aura, yet the memories lingered, leaving him uncertain of how to respond. Under the watchful gaze of the Snow Empress, Hui Yuhao struggled to crawl from the ice cave, retracing his steps. Moments later, when he glanced back, the Snow Empress's figure had vanished without a trace. Now we can converse freely, cannot we? Within Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea, observing the vigilant dream, the old man expressed no dissatisfaction. Upon introspection, even he would not easily trust an unknown remnant soul, particularly one whose strength was ambiguous. In the days following their departure from the northern extremes, Hui Yuhao and the dream scarcely exchanged words, save for a brief interaction when the dream guided him in capturing an ice silkworm. Who exactly are you? I do not know. The old man replied with a hint of wry amusement. At the time, it was not my intention to conceal the truth. I too am uncertain of my identity. I am merely a remnant soul, my memories fragmented. The only clarity I possess is that I hail from another world, having perished in atonement for my sins. What I can share is that I am a necromancer, and also a child of light. A necromancer. The dream and Hui Yuhao exclaimed in unison. In their minds, those who toyed with the dead were invariably malevolent beings, with personalities more extreme than the last. Yet, the old man had exhibited none of the traits typical of an evil soul master. Rather, he had deployed the power of light to resolve numerous hazards within the spiritual sea. More intriguingly, the radiant power he wielded was the purest form of illumination. A force irreconcilable with that of an evil soul master, yet it manifested within a single individual, leaving them in a state of surreal disbelief. I speak no falsehood. It is your understanding that is limited. The old man seemed prepared for their astonishment and continued. Necromancy is not inherently malevolent. Rather, it is often employed by individuals to achieve wicked ends. Even you, Great Bug, and I, in our current forms, could be considered a type of undead. Do you truly believe yourself to be evil? The dream was momentarily at a loss for words. As a paragon of unearned fortune, his life experiences paled in comparison to Hui Yuhao's. He found himself ill-equipped to counter such philosophical musings. My strength is of little significance. What is paramount is you. Especially you, Yuhao. Me? Hui Yuhao pointed at himself, perplexed. Indeed. The old man nodded and continued. The Great Bug intends to forge your second martial soul. Yet it appears that he will not be able to locate the Ice Empress. If I am not mistaken. The second martial soul he offers you must merge with an external entity to truly take form, and typically, ordinary soul beasts certainly cannot meet your requirements. Brother Tianming. Is it truly so? He is indeed correct. In order to realize our plan, your second martial soul must be as formidable as possible. Any soul beast under 100,000 years holds no significance whatsoever. However, with my current capabilities, I have no assurance of capturing any soul beast of that age, let alone coercing it to become your martial soul. The elder's face displayed an expression of confirmation, and he then spoke. From my observations, it seems that a martial soul does not necessarily have to be a living organism, nor does it require a tangible form. Indeed, Tianming looked at the elder, somewhat puzzled, and inquired, but what implications does that hold? In other words, the second martial soul to be bestowed upon Yuhao need not exclusively be sourced from soul beasts, correct? How could that be? Ordinary tools cannot compare to a soul beast of 100,000 years. Even the so-called 9th grade soul guide crafted by humans pales in comparison. Not to mention that for us, acquiring high-grade soul guides is even more challenging than obtaining a soul beast of that age. You may find it elusive, but that does not render it unfeasible, the elder remarked with a hint of a smile. What if I could provide such a solution? Chapter 52. The pseudo-deity. How could it be? If there truly existed a tool capable of surpassing a 10,000-year soul beast in quality. The only thing that comes to mind is an artifact. Tianming, realizing the elder's intent, half uttered his thoughts with a mix of excitement and disbelief. His voice trembling slightly as he inquired, "Do you possess an artifact?" "I regret to inform you that I cannot present an artifact at this moment," the elder replied. shaking his head and dispelling Tianming's conjecture. Rather than merely speaking of it, why not witness it with your own eyes? With that, the elder's figure began to dissipate, and Tianming swiftly followed him out of Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea. Hui Yuhao shifted his consciousness back to his body and opened his eyes to see Tianming and the elder floating beside him. As Hui Yuhao regained his awareness, the elder turned to Tianming and said, "I shall borrow your power for a moment." Before Tianming could agree, the elder directly extracted Tianming's essence and began to manifest his abilities. A dark vortex materialized out of thin air, and within the astonished gazes of the two, a staff slowly emerged from it. "Take hold of it." Upon hearing the elder's command, Hui Yuhao instinctively extended his hand to grasp the staff, which, upon fully entering this world, caused the vortex to vanish. Hui Yuhao examined the staff closely. It was immense, nearly his own height. The intertwining black, white, and gold colors etched strange patterns upon it, while the top featured a white crystal shaped like a skull, imparting an eerie sense of sanctity. In Tianming's perception, the dormant power within the staff was terrifying, its totality of both light and elusive death energy comparable to some 10,000-year soul beast he had encountered. This staff was my weapon in life. In my hazy recollection, it was not my most powerful weapon and had not undergone special refinement. Yet that does not imply it lacks strength. I wielded it for most of my life, and my experiences and knowledge are embedded within it. I can confidently assert that anyone who possesses it will face no hindrance before achieving godhood. Godhood? Tianming echoed the elder's words, his expression shifting to one of urgency. If you are so certain, does that mean you were a deity in life? No, I am not a deity, that much I can affirm. Though my memories are foggy, the notion of deities recalls many things. Becoming a deity signifies death. Since I can still leave behind a remnant soul, I cannot be considered a deity. Becoming a deity signifies death, Tianming exclaimed in shock. His entire plan revolved around achieving godhood, and now the most crucial objective appeared to be flawed, causing his anxiety to swell. Indeed, in my memories, attaining godhood necessitates complete mastery over certain rules, yet how can a human soul encompass the essence of such laws? In the instant one becomes a deity, both body and mind dissolve and merge into the fabric of those laws. Impossible. I have never heard of such a thing. Deities have appeared on the Douluo Continent, and I see no signs of their assimilation into the rules, Tianming retorted immediately. I cannot speak to the nature of the deities you refer to, but my memories cannot be erroneous. Perhaps the rules of this realm differ. Or the deities you speak of are entirely different entities from what I described. Tianming remained silent. His plans were merely fanciful dreams, entirely reliant on the precedent of achieving godhood a millennium ago. Thus, he could not outright dismiss the elder's claims. Discussing this further bore little significance. Yuhao's cultivation was still far from contemplating such a step. When the moment arrives, he will naturally discern whether his future lies in eternal life or dissolution. Regardless, by my standards, this staff is merely a refinement of rules away from being an artifact, and as Yuhao's second martial soul, it is undoubtedly sufficient. If you, Tianming, have no better options, then this staff is my proposed solution. Time waits for no one. You must make your decision swiftly. At that moment, Tianming hesitated, still clinging to a sliver of hope regarding the Ice Emperor. Furthermore, unlike soul beasts, objects can directly wield their power even without fusion. However, before he could make a decision, Hui Yuhao spoke up, his hands firmly gripping the staff as he gazed resolutely at the elder. I wish to fuse with it. Tianming wanted to object, but the words caught in his throat. The elder looked upon Hui Yuhao with a satisfied expression and said, "Very well. Having inherited my staff, you are now my successor. From this day forth, I shall teach you how to wield this power, and you must choose the right path, never committing evil deeds. Otherwise, I shall personally cleanse the path." The Ice Emperor stood silently beside Feng, observing as he tinkered with the peculiar creature before him. Ever since their quarrel that day, they had not exchanged a single word, yet the Ice Emperor remained by his side, quietly watching him work. It's complete. With Feng's declaration, the creature before them came to life. Newly imbued with consciousness, it flailed its tentacles wildly, struggling to adapt to its body, and began to thrash about in the containment chamber, on the verge of breaking free. Don't just stand there, control it. Feng turned to the unmoved Ice Emperor, his face betraying his urgency. Witnessing the indifferent Ice Emperor and the impending shattering of glass, Feng could no longer contain himself. He grasped the Ice Emperor's arm with one hand while reaching toward the creature with the other. The power of the star artifact was fully unleashed, momentarily slowing the creature's movements, but it soon resumed its advance. This time, however, Its actions bore a distinct intelligence, heading straight for them. Finally, at the moment the glass shattered, the Ice Emperor sprang into action. An extreme cold spread rapidly across the floor, and soon, the creature transformed into a statue of ice. As its movement ceased, its consciousness gradually faded into silence. I almost thought I was done for. Feng withdrew his hand to press against his chest, breathing heavily. It was only because of the Ice Emperor's presence that he dared to create this entity, even as a weakened being composed of alien insect genes. It was beyond his control. What? A low voice emanated from beside him, causing Feng to nearly question his hearing. Turning to find the Ice Emperor staring at him, he realized she was inquiring. Are you asking about it? Feng pointed at the bizarre life form before them. This is a mechanized insect deity, a lower-tier entity created using alien insect genes and incomplete powers. Did I not mention that mechanized insects have the potential to become deities? This serves as proof. In a sense, it is closer to divinity than I, for it lacks any mundane essence. Even the alien insect genes are of the highest caliber. Humph. The Ice Emperor seemed lost in thought, letting out a sound to herself. Feng, unable to fathom her thoughts, opted to remain silent. What do you intend to use it for? As bait, just as we did previously. The Ice Emperor's mind immediately recalled events in the town. But contrary to Feng's expectations, she also remembered how she had embraced him while sleeping soundly, her cheeks faintly flushed. In Feng's startled gaze, the Ice Emperor suddenly turned, and once again, he found himself encased in ice. He attempted to speak, but the ice sealed his lips, leaving him to helplessly watch as the Ice Emperor departed. Chapter 53. The commencement for the majority of Shrek's new students. The holiday could not be spent in relaxation. Instead, they were compelled to train even harder than usual, for no one could predict whether they might be ousted by their peers. Yet, there were always exceptions, such as Ning Tian, who had rested for a month, and Hui Yuhao, who was currently in Teacher Fan Yu's office explaining the reasons for his tardiness. Teacher Fan Yu, I did not intend to deceive you. I have my own difficulties. What difficulties? Since you wish to hunt for soul beasts, why not allow me to assist you? Do you truly believe you can continue to return alive from the soul beast gathering grounds with your ability, which cannot even contend with century-old soul beasts? Fan Yu looked at the boy before him, who wore an expression of innocence, with both anger and fear. Hui Yuhao's talent with soul-guiding devices was the finest he had ever witnessed, even without considering his spiritual detection soul skill. Hui Yuhao was undoubtedly the most gifted student in the soul guidance department. If anything were to happen to Hui Yuhao, not only would Dean Xian Duoduo be unable to forgive him, but neither could Fan Yu forgive himself. It is because I discovered a problem with my martial soul, one that could very likely lead to its shattering due to forced cultivation. I do not wish to disappoint everyone's expectations, so I plan to leave Shrek alone until I resolve the issue. Fan Yu quickly grasped Hui Yuhao's hand, beginning to examine his condition. Is your martial soul truly in trouble? What is its current status? Thank you for your concern, teacher. I am fine now, and one could say I have turned misfortune into fortune. Observing Fan Yu's bewildered expression, Hui Yuhao revealed a mischievous smile, extending his hand between them. Under Fan Yu's astonished gaze, a uniquely shaped staff slowly materialized. The aura emanating from it indicated that it was inextricably linked to Hui Yuhao. Initially, Fan Yu was taken aback, but when Hui Yuhao's eyes displayed the patterns of his spiritual eyes, he suddenly formed a bold hypothesis. This is your martial soul? No. Could it be that you actually possess twin martial souls? You are correct, Hui Yuhao nodded, his excitement palpable. I originally thought I would perish due to the shattering of my martial soul. However, at my lowest point, a surge of light emerged from within me, rejuvenating my body and allowing my spiritual eyes to recover from the signs of shattering. Upon waking from my stupor, I found this staff floating before me. Although I could scarcely believe it, after several attempts, I confirmed that it is indeed my martial soul. Its power saved me. Fan Yu remained silent, astonished by Hui Yuhao's legendary-like experience. Twin martial souls were exceedingly rare, and the sequential awakening and autonomous protection were unprecedented. Yet, the staff before him was undeniable. It was a martial soul, not a soul-guiding device procured from elsewhere. I am not well-versed in this matter. I must request the dean to take a look. Fan Yu pondered for a long while before arriving at this conclusion. The significance of twin martial souls was paramount, and he could not make a decision unilaterally. Where have you been for the past month? What does it matter to you? Perhaps it doesn't, but as your desk mate, isn't it permissible for me to express concern? Ning Tian whispered to Feng. If you are willing to share, I will reciprocate with equal information. Feng cast a glance at Ning Tian, perplexed by her unwavering patience. It had been nearly a year, yet she still persistently engaged him. Were it not for Ning Tian's consistent adherence to boundaries, Su Feng might have felt compelled to teach her a lesson. Miss Ning Tian, please concentrate during class. Seeing Ning Tian sit up straight, the teacher nodded in satisfaction and continued. Next, we will discuss the advancement assessments. Students who fail to meet the academy's requirements will be expelled. However, do not worry, due to the unique nature of the support department. Our assessments are not as stringent as those of classes 1 and 2, with cultivation levels carrying significant weight, as long as you do not become complacent in your training. Meeting the academy's standards should pose no issue. What will the assessment entail beyond cultivation levels? Do not rush, I am about to explain. The teacher cleared his throat and addressed the entire class. The abilities of the support department do not possess a direct quantifiable standard. Even the academy cannot claim to judge the strength of support-type soul masters directly. However, as we are support type, our abilities must invariably assist other soul masters. Thus, your task is to promote yourselves within the academy and throughout the entire Shrek City's battle arenas. The academy has arranged for you to take on the identity of special invited combatants. You need not worry about your safety. All battle arenas are overseen by our teachers, and you will not encounter opponents of excessively high levels. In summary, during the coming week, you must participate in as many battles as possible. Each victory will enhance your scores, and if you significantly alter the outcome of a battle, you will receive additional points. The students in the classroom began to murmur among themselves, seemingly filled with thoughts about this novel assessment method. Soon, someone raised a question. Is this assessment truly fair? For instance, healing abilities will undoubtedly be inferior to direct enhancement abilities in a single combat scenario. Furthermore, the assessment period is too short. If someone exhausts their energy without achieving victory in a battle, they would miss numerous opportunities. The Academy is certainly aware of the situation you described. But it is also a component of the assessment. How to allocate skills and soul power, as well as how to devise battle strategies, are all essential abilities for support-type soul masters. If one possesses only healing capabilities, they should engage in group battles where they can exert a greater influence, rather than one-on-one combat. If one truly squanders too much soul power in a losing battle, it merely indicates a lack of foresight. Unless it is a razor-thin margin, the Academy will not make exceptions. Conversely, if one can take a gamble and achieve a remarkable turnaround, the points awarded will far surpass those of ordinary battles. I will not disclose the specific scoring criteria. You need only understand that it is sufficiently fair. The teacher evidently had prepared for this, dispelling the students' concerns. As the classroom gradually quieted, the teacher, satisfied, stroked his beard and added, I suspect many of you have formulated various ideas, particularly regarding some notably exceptional classmates. With a glance at Su Feng and Ning Tian, he continued, in this assessment, each individual can only select a specific person or team once. Attempting to score points by seeking out strong teams is impossible. The Academy will not grant you such opportunities. Su Feng displayed little reaction to this, but the other students visibly sighed in relief. Given the cultivation levels of the majority, they could only participate in battles below the third ring. Even if they dared to venture into higher levels, others would likely be unwilling. Considering the practical circumstances, most would likely seek clients within the Academy, inevitably encountering familiar opponents. If Su Feng could remain with his sister at the battle arena, many would prefer to forfeit. Some students pondered more deeply. If they could align with powerful classmates and limit their battle opportunities, manipulating their scores might not be impossible. The teacher, observing the students' varied expressions, felt no particular emotion. The Academy was well aware of the possibilities the students had envisioned, and the deliberate omission of such scenarios was simply a part of the Academy's assessment. The employment prospects for support-type soul masters have always been rather limited. Upon leaving the Academy, many factions disdainfully disregard the conventional practice of forming teams based on soul combat, preferring instead to overwhelm their opponents with 7 individuals, all specializing in offensive capabilities. The idea of investing resources to nurture support-type soul masters seems utterly frivolous. With even healing-type soul masters enjoying greater popularity, this has rendered the status of support-type soul masters increasingly precarious. Aside from armies and certain influential factions that still provide sustenance for them, many support-type soul masters who once lived leisurely within the Academy find themselves struggling after graduation. To remain connected with society and cultivate a wide network of friendships is an indispensable skill for support-type soul masters. Chapter 54. The Challenge. What are your thoughts on the Academy's assessment? I have no particular thoughts. I do not intend to participate, and I assume you feel the same. Ning Tian nodded in agreement. In the auxiliary department, grades are not solely determined by assessments, which affords considerable flexibility. As long as the academy does not make any foolish decisions, it is certain they will not expel the two of them, rendering this assessment somewhat inconsequential for them. However, others may not share this perspective, and this assessment is not solely about us. There will undoubtedly be attempts to win over you and your sister. Although the competition may be lacking in substance, victories will undoubtedly garner additional points, which is preferable to being on the opposing side. Su Feng shrugged, finding little reason for concern. Even without his involvement, the Ice Emperor would not resort to any external aid. The ambitions of their classmates were destined to be in vain. Nevertheless, it would be an opportune moment to help them accumulate losses. Observing Su Feng's suddenly curling lips, Ning Tian instinctively shifted her body slightly away. She was familiar with that expression, which signified that someone was about to face misfortune. Since there is nothing pressing, why not observe the assessments of other classes? Noticing Ning Tian's movement, Su Feng cleared his throat, seeking to dispel the awkward atmosphere. Can I interpret that as an invitation? You may think that if you wish, but it carries no ulterior meaning. Very well. Ning Tian rose, stowing her belongings into her storage soul guide. I intended to visit Wu Feng anyway. They should be starting their assessments soon. Before long, Su Feng and Ning Tian arrived at the entrance of the beast fighting arena. Generally, this area is not accessible to students, but today, due to the assessments, the gatekeeper did not impede their entry and led them into the arena. The beast assessments cannot be conducted simultaneously for multiple participants, so only a few had completed theirs thus far. Soon, Su Feng spotted the Ice Emperor and his group, who had yet to take the stage. Xiao Xiao bore a somewhat anxious expression, while the Ice Emperor remained as impatient as ever. Before long, Xiao Xiao noticed Su Feng and waved excitedly towards them. Wu Feng, standing nearby, also recognized them but, intimidated by the Ice Emperor, refrained from calling out Ning Tian's name. What brings you here? As soon as Su Feng sat down, Xiao Xiao eagerly inquired. Our class ended early, and there was nothing pressing regarding the assessment. So we came to watch you. Ah, is the auxiliary department as curriculum that easy? Xiao Xiao's face reflected envy. Our assessment is quite troublesome. We must face soul beasts alone. Since you can choose your opponents, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? Just select a weaker opponent. However, that would yield minimal points. Our instructor informed us that the scores from this assessment are of great importance, as the academy will allocate resources based on our performance. Su Feng sighed deeply and remarked. Thus, we are not ordinary students. We need not concern ourselves with such matters, even if you achieve a perfect score. Do you think the academy will grant you an additional soul bone? Xiao Xiao was at a loss for words. Her intuition told her that this line of thinking was flawed, yet she could not pinpoint any discrepancies in Su Feng's reasoning. To alleviate the awkwardness, she changed the subject. Where did you go during the break? I asked Diceair, but she wouldn't tell me. I stayed alone at the academy, and people frequently inquired about your whereabouts. Oh, nothing much, just a trip home to acquire a soul ring. Eh? Xiao Xiao was taken aback. You mean to say you have reached level 30? Su Feng nodded, which left Xiao Xiao feeling somewhat disheartened. She had hoped that diligent training at the academy would narrow the gap between them, but now, a month later, even Su Feng had become a soul master. What are you discussing? Just then, Ning Tian approached. Wu Feng followed reluctantly behind her, clearly uninterested in encountering Su Feng and the Ice Emperor, but feeling powerless to avoid it. Ning Tian sat beside Su Feng, while Wu Feng hesitated before choosing a seat behind Xiao Xiao. Speaking of cultivation, I reached the 3rd ring during the break. Ning Tian was not particularly surprised, rather. It seemed more curious that Su Feng had just become a soul master. Last year, Su Feng had been among the highest in cultivation, yet a year later, he was nearly on par with the average students. What kind of soul beast do you intend to select? Shouldn't that be up to the academy's arrangement? In principle, selections are random, but if one makes a modest request, the instructor is unlikely to refuse, as this is a stage for students to showcase themselves. If synergy is lacking, it would be rather unfortunate. Xiao Xiao subconsciously twirled a strand of her hair, observing the battle unfolding in the arena. The student's choice of soul beast was clearly beyond his capability. Had he not managed to avoid provoking it, he would likely have been eliminated by now. The control department's requirement is to demonstrate control over the battle, so selecting a less intelligent soul beast is optimal. Of course, stating this outright could lead to a reduction in scores, so one must phrase it more delicately. perhaps suggesting a variety with greater physical strength. That doesn't seem right. Xiao Xiao was taken aback by their discussion. The instructor was right below them, yet they were conversing about exploiting loopholes. Clearly, they are not good people. Wu Feng snorted coldly. She had long harbored disdain for Su Feng. She had never liked those who thrived on cunning. And Su Feng's constant association with Ning Tian only served to aggravate her. This is merely a reasonable tactical arrangement. Would you choose an ice scorpion as your opponent? Wu Feng was rendered speechless, unable to respond to such a remark, especially with the Ice Emperor present. Mentioning the ice scorpion, Ning Tian sensed something amiss. The Ice Emperor had yet to utter a word, which was inconsistent with his fearless nature. Observing Su Feng's unchanged demeanor, Ning Tian abandoned the thought of inquiring further. She was not one endowed with a charming disposition. Intruding recklessly would only invite disdain. At that moment, a loud crash echoed from the entrance, capturing everyone's attention. They focused their gaze, spotting an unfamiliar male instructor brushing off the dust he had stirred up, while Hui Yuhao sat on the ground beside him, one hand shaking his head as he struggled to regain his senses. Feng, what are you doing? Wait, don't be angry just yet. Seeing the furious approach of Zhou Yi, Feng immediately shrank back, forcing a smile as he explained, this child, Yuhao, lost track of time. I was worried he would miss the assessment, so I brought him here. Zhou Yi huffed, uncertain whether she agreed with Feng's explanation. Observing Hui Yuhao's relaxed demeanor, she continued, since you are already here, you may take the next turn. Choose a soul beast ranging from 100 to 1,000 years. Make your decision swiftly. I will choose 1,000-year soul beast. Hui Yuhao's voice was steady and resolute, as if he were merely challenging an ordinary wild beast. Chapter 55. Shock. Hui Yuhao calmly faced the gaze of the crowd as he stepped into the arena. At this moment, he exuded confidence. Having inherited the teachings of his mentor, and he was resolute in his belief that he would triumph over all his classmates. He had decided that this assessment would mark the first step of his rise to prominence. Had he truly declared his intention to challenge a millennium-old soul beast? Ice Emperor, rarely straightening her posture, observed the scene within the arena. From her perspective, Hui Yuhao's combat prowess, without Wang Dong's assistance, ranked among the lowest in the class. To challenge the highest level right off the bat made her question whether some peculiar ability would soon surface. I too am intrigued, Ning Tian interjected. As he had gathered some understanding of Wang Dong's character, logically, he was not the type to overreach, unless he had undergone a sudden and drastic change in temperament, or possessed a hidden card. At this juncture, Ning Tian recalled something and turned to ask Wu Feng behind him, are you allowed to use soul-guiding devices during the assessment? It should be prohibited. Wu Feng replied hesitantly, but continued, the instructors have stated that external assistance is not permitted. One must rely solely on their own abilities in battle. That seems unreasonable. Ning Tian remarked, returning his gaze to the arena. What confidence does he possess to confront a millennium-old soul beast? Or is he asserting that his self-crafted soul-guiding device qualifies as his ability? Why not wait and see? Perhaps Hui Yuhao truly can defeat the millennium-old soul beast and emerge as the strongest student. Su Feng was not surprised by Hui Yuhao's choice. A child of destiny could hardly falter in such a setting. What piqued his curiosity was how Hui Yuhao's fate might shift without Ice Emperor as his secondary martial spirit. Before we begin, I shall ask you one final time. Are you certain you wish to challenge the millennium-old soul beast? Although teachers are present for protection, should you be defeated too swiftly, your score will be reduced to 0. No problem, I am fully prepared. Observing the unwavering determination in the boy's demeanor, the staff sighed and proceeded to open the grand gate. From the darkened corridor, a deep black panther-shaped soul beast emerged, its gaze fixated on the only living creature in sight, Hui Yuhao. The millennium-old soul beast had acquired a modicum of wisdom, understanding its confined existence, and would not strike easily. It prowled along the edge of the arena, showing no immediate intention to advance. Witnessing the standoff between man and beast, Zhou Yi's face displayed a hint of dissatisfaction. Her standards were notoriously stringent, and she held little fondness for Hui Yuhao, the tardy student. Now, his hesitance only exacerbated her irritation. Hui Yuhao, if you intend to resort to such means, let me assure you, your score will be exceedingly low. Listening to Zhou Yi's voice through the loudspeaker, Hui Yuhao remained unfazed, instead revealing a confident smile. In full view of the audience, a staff materialized in his grasp, radiating an unmistakable aura of soul power. Compared to those in the stands, the Black Panther felt the intensity more acutely. Instinctively, it conjured a shadow around itself, attempting to conceal its presence. As a soul beast of the dark attribute, the luminous essence emanating from the staff was profoundly unsettling to it. Finally, as the staff's brilliance intensified, the panther could no longer contain itself. Shadows from the ground surged towards Hui Yuhao, reaching his feet in an instant. However, just as the panther's head emerged from behind Hui Yuhao, he completed his preparation and thrust the staff into the ground. Light shines forth. With a resounding cry from Hui Yuhao, the accumulated radiance from the staff was unleashed, illuminating the entire arena. The panther's shadow domain was forcibly dispelled, and its body was hurled against the wall, rendered unconscious. Even with the barrier in place, the blinding light prevented everyone from opening their eyes. It was not until half a minute later that the teachers and students below regained their senses and turned their gazes toward the arena. At this moment, the panther lay incapacitated at the edge of the field, evidently devoid of combat capability. Meanwhile, Hui Yuhao leaned on his staff, confidently directing his gaze toward Zhou Yi and the other instructors, clearly in excellent condition. This must be a deception, someone blurted out uncontrollably. Given the current scenario, Hui Yuhao had decisively felled a millennium-old soul beast, which would merit full marks even in a pure assault category. Yet, Hui Yuhao had previously exhibited the weakest control abilities. How could he achieve what they could not? Even the instructor responsible for grading was taken aback, momentarily unable to assign a score. Zhou Yi gazed at Hui Yuhao with disbelief. She had a fair understanding of him, being a precious disciple of Feng. Yet precisely because of this familiarity, she found it even more difficult to comprehend the current situation. As everyone stood in stunned silence, the dean, Du Weilin, was the first to react, rising from his seat. Hui Yuhao, come with me. Observing Du Weilin's stern expression, others began to respond, engaging in discussions about the recent events. Watching Du Weilin and Hui Yuhao enter the backstage, followed closely by Fan Yu and Zhou Yi, Su Feng stroked his chin, deep in thought. The power Hui Yuhao wielded was evidently a remarkably pure light force. Based on his understanding, the most probable source would be Ilex, and the skull staff he held corroborated this hypothesis. As a being so close to divinity that it had once nearly annihilated an entire world, Ilex surely possessed more than one treasure. Otherwise, he would not have been able to recognize the rarity of the living gold at a glance. Yet, this did not resolve Su Feng's confusion. He remained unaware of what Hui Yuhao had experienced during the holiday. Did he undergo such a transformation after fruitlessly searching for Ice Emperor? Or had he not ventured to the extreme north at all? If Hui Yuhao had not acquired a second martial spirit, it would be certain that they had indeed traveled to the extreme north and returned defeated. But now it was uncertain. What was that ability? Among the group, the least contemplative Xiao Xiao was the first to speak. It seems to be a wide-ranging light attribute soul skill, perfectly countering that Black Panther. His fortune was indeed favorable, but he possesses a spiritual attribute martial spirit. How could he possibly execute such a formidable light attribute soul skill? Could it be that his second soul ring was acquired from a millennium-grade light attribute soul beast? Ning Tian's tone was grave, unable to easily accept this explanation. Perhaps he possesses an innate affinity? After all, Wang Dong, who has a fusion skill with him, is also of the light attribute, making it reasonable for him to employ light attribute soul skills as well. No one responded. Su Feng shrugged, feeling no embarrassment. He had prepared himself mentally for Hui Yuhao's extraordinary capabilities due to his past life memories, but others were not as forgiving. If Wang Dong had manifested that ability, they might have found it more acceptable. What most could not fathom was the sudden ascendancy of someone previously deemed inconsequential. The assessment will proceed as normal. All students are requested to refocus their attention and refrain from discussing Hui Yuhao's actions further. Dean Du Weilin will personally verify whether any violations have occurred. As the students grew increasingly boisterous, the staff resorted to utilizing soul-guiding devices to silence the commotion, with immediate effect. However, even as discussions ceased, the questions in everyone's minds remained unsolved, continuing to fester until the truth was revealed. Chapter 56, A Shift in Attitude. As soon as he entered the office, Du Weilin turned brusquely to the figure behind him. What method did you employ, Hui Yuhao? It was evident that he suspected Hui Yuhao had resorted to unscrupulous means. After all, how could a student with such little prior impression manage such a feat? Old Du, what do you mean by that? Do you think Yuhao would cheat? As Du Weilin's words fell, Fan Yu entered the room, immediately countering Du Weilin's insinuation. Fan Yu, what brings you here? Du Weilin furrowed his brow, perplexed by Fan Yu's intrusion into the assessment of the martial spirit department, given his affiliation with the soul guidance department. Then it struck him. Wasn't he the special student permitted to study in the Soul Guidance Department? Of course. With Hui Yuhao now being a core disciple of the Soul Guidance Department, any trouble directed at him would certainly be met with support from Fan Yu. Such behavior is uncharacteristic of you. Du Weilin remained resolute, asserting that the Academy's rules were absolute. Any student found cheating during assessments had no right to remain. Surely, you do not intend to claim that he utilized the Soul Guidance device you provided? That would also constitute a violation. Feel free to expel him. The Martial Spirit Department holds no necessity for Yu Hao. Our Soul Guidance Department is more than capable of nurturing him. However, I must correct you. Yu Hao did not employ any illicit means. I cannot allow you to label him a cheater. What do you mean by that? Du Weilin was at a loss. He too had recalled the details of Hui Yuhao's abilities. The spirit I martial soul hardly seemed capable of such an attack. Rather than have me explain, it would be better for Yu Hao to clarify directly, Fan Yu said, a peculiar smile gracing his lips, instilling Du Weilin with a sense of foreboding. Teacher Du Weilin, I did not use any soul guidance device. The ability I exhibited was derived from the power of my own martial soul. True, my spirit I possesses no light attribute, but my other martial soul is quite different. Another martial soul? Indeed, Hui Yuhao nodded, elucidating to Du Weilin. During this recent break, I unexpectedly awakened my second martial soul, the light staff. The ability I just demonstrated was the first soul skill of my second martial soul. Release your second martial soul so I may observe it, Du Weilin urged. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within and striving to maintain a calm demeanor, as Hui Yuhao extended his hand. A staff imbued with an aura of pure radiance materialized before them. At such proximity, Du Weilin could no longer utter the word soul guidance device, with his extensive experience. He recognized that this staff was undoubtedly a supreme weapon martial soul, its brilliant aura nearly indistinguishable from that of Yen Xiaozha. Du Weilin's mind raced, contemplating his next course of action. Even if Hui Yuhao merely had dual martial souls, he was certainly worthy of the Martial Spirit Department's attention. Not to mention the extraordinary strength of his second martial soul. What troubled him was that his earlier behavior had likely left a negative impression on Hui Yuhao. And Fan Yu would undoubtedly not stand idly by, ready to counter any of his words. Please wait here. I must step out to gather some information. With that, Du Weilin hurriedly exited, so swiftly that Hui Yuhao scarcely noticed his departure. Soon after Du Weilin left, Fan Yu also turned toward the door, only to be halted by Zhou Yi. What are you planning? Are you leaving this child behind? Do you not know Du Weilin's character? When he speaks of gathering information, he is surely going to solicit assistance. I cannot simply allow him to engage in underhanded tactics. What do you intend to do? Although Zhou Yi typically overshadowed Fan Yu in strength, when it came to significant matters, she deferred to his judgment. I will seek assistance as well. It is as if none of us have any backing. Just wait here, and I will return shortly. With that, Fan Yu departed, leaving Zhou Yi and Hui Yuhao exchanging glances. For a moment, not only Hui Yuhao, but even the usually assertive Zhou Yi felt an awkward tension enveloping the room. How did your second martial soul awaken? Zhou Yi inquired, having been unaware of the details due to Fan Yu's abrupt departure. Hui Yuhao recounted the fabricated tale he had crafted, detailing how his martial soul shattered, autonomously protecting him and leading to the unexpected acquisition of a soul ring. Zhou Yi repeated those phrases, still somewhat skeptical of Hui Yuhao's account, but the undeniable reality compelled her to accept his explanation. Are you certain you did not misjudge? That child truly awakened a second martial soul, and a top-tier weapon martial soul at that? Yen Xiaozha listened to Du Weilin's account, feeling incredulous. Even after living for so long, he struggled to fathom how a 12-year-old could have such a wealth of experience. I am confident in my observation. The light emanating from that staff is exceptionally pure, nearly akin to your own, Du Weilin affirmed. The crucial question now is how we should treat him. We cannot afford to neglect him as we have in the past. However, my earlier doubts have likely left him with an unfavorable impression, and I suspect Fan Yu will not speak highly of me in his presence. I see. Yen Xiaozha stroked his beard, contemplating. We must ensure he feels our regard. We cannot squander his talent. The conflicts of the past are behind us. It is the future that we must seize. With that, Yen Xiaozha rose and departed alongside Du Weilin, heading toward their destination. Meanwhile, a similar situation unfolded in the office of Qian Duo within the Soul Guidance Department. Director Qian, this is the situation. You know Hui Yuhao's character. If Du Weilin and the others press him persistently, he will undoubtedly feel too embarrassed to refuse. Hui Yuhao is the true hope of our soul guidance department after so many years. We cannot allow him to be poached. Unbelievable. We must go at once, lest that fellow Yin Xiaozhi succeed. Upon hearing Fan Yu's words, Duo wasted no time, slamming his hand on the table and rising to leave. Seeing this, Fan Yu quickly stopped him, saying, "Do you not know Yin Xiaozhi's character? Going alone may not suffice to support Hui Yuhao in seeking justice." Indeed, Fan Yu's words struck a chord. Yin Xiaozhi would certainly not yield to him, given the martial spirit department's historically forceful approach. He knew he would stand no chance against him. I must also summon Liner. Hui Yuhao? Hearing a familiar voice from outside, Hui Yuhao instinctively turned. Wang Dong was peeking in, gesturing for him to come outside. Noting Zhou Yi's indifference, Hui Yuhao followed Wang Dong out without a second thought. Once they reached the corridor, ensuring Zhou Yi would not overhear their conversation, Wang Dong immediately relaxed, but then seized Hui Yuhao's shoulders, shaking him vigorously. "What have you done? Why did Dean Du Weilin specifically summon you? And what was that ability you just displayed? You never had such power before." Stop. If you keep shaking me, I will faint." Once Wang Dong ceased his vigorous shaking and fixed his gaze on him, Hui Yuhao finally spoke. "You must believe me when I say this." Wang Dong nodded, concern etched on his face as he watched him. Unable to contain his excitement in front of his best friend, Hui Yuhao declared, "I have awakened my second martial soul." "What?" Wang Dong exclaimed, quickly covering his mouth and scanning the area to ensure they were not overheard. "You are not deceiving me, are you? There is no need for such caution. This will inevitably be revealed, and it matters little if others overhear." Unlike the self-assured Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong is considerably more anxious. She possesses a deeper understanding than most students and even many teachers, and with her own second martial soul, she is acutely aware that this incident cannot be as uncomplicated as Hui Yuhao suggests. "Once we return to the dormitory, you must recount to me in detail everything that transpired during your holiday." Chapter 57. Abnormality. Fan Yu remained silent, sharing Qian Duoduo's confusion. Moments ago, both had approached Yin Xiaozhi and Du Weilin with the intention of confronting them. Yet after a brief exchange, the Soul Spirit Department willingly relinquished its claim on Hui Yuhao and insisted that the news be kept confidential. The unusual demeanor of their former colleagues left Qian Duo with an unsettling premonition, but since nurturing Hui Yuhao had been their original intention, he refrained from voicing further concerns. After admonishing all those in the know to maintain secrecy, Yin Xiaozhi returned to Sea God Island. Perhaps the Soul Spirit Department already had a plethora of outstanding students, rendering them unable to further cultivate this child? No, you have yet to step into the Sea God Pavilion, unaware of how abundant Shrek's resources truly are. They could easily accommodate even a few more. After much contemplation, Qian Duo abandoned his attempts to decipher Yin Xiaozhi's intentions. Having already made a commitment, Yin Xiaozhi would not go back on his word. Now, Hui Yuhao's final shortcomings had been addressed, allowing them to finally initiate the long-cherished dream of the Soul Guidance Department, the Extreme Individual Soldier Program. Mu Lao, the situation is as follows. Considering that the evil soul masters may soon take significant action, and given the remarkable talents of this child, Hui Yuhao, I decided to keep the information under wraps. Muin reclined in his rocking chair, quietly absorbing Yin Xiaozhi's report. As the continent's nominal foremost figure, he possessed a clearer understanding of the Holy Spirit cult's power than anyone else and felt satisfied with Yin Xiaozhi's approach. The light attribute, Muin mused, "I am. You are," and now another child emerges. Is light truly synonymous with justice? Naturally, Muin was reminded of Yi Shishui, while Yin Xiaozhi remained oblivious to the elder's thoughts. Mistakenly assuming Mu Lao was reflecting on Long Xiaoao, he replied, "Darkness is not inherently evil, nor is light necessarily righteous. Ultimately, it is one's choices that define a soul master's camp. We have chosen Shrek and vowed to protect the continent, so we shall not waver in our resolve. Who can say for certain?" Muin did not affirm Yin Xiaozhi's words, but returned to the topic of Hui Yuhao, insisting that they must protect this child and the other students. Even if they cannot overtly display their regard for him, they should not allow him to be marginalized further. "Understood, Mu Lao. What are you thinking about?" Su Feng inquired, observing the silent Ning Tian. Moments earlier, Du Weilin had returned to the arena, proclaiming that Hui Yuhao's powers stemmed from a fusion of soul power with Wang Dong, which was not a violation of any rules. This explanation was clearly insufficient to convince them. They had all seen Hui Yuhao arrive and knew there was no time for a fusion with Wang Dong. Yet, with the director of education asserting such, the students dared not question it. Hui Yuhao's abilities surely exceeded Du Laoshir's simplistic portrayal. Ning Tian noted intently. It's acceptable if he possesses some skill, but why would the Academy choose to conceal it? What do you think the reason is? If something must remain undisclosed, it is either detrimental to the Academy or to him. Ning Tian speculated on Yan Xiaojia's motives. Yet the lack of a crucial incentive prevented her from drawing any definitive conclusions. Hui Yuhao's abilities seemed unrelated to the evil soul masters and did not exceed those typical of a student, hardly warranting concern. How much do you know about the evil soul masters? To Ning Tian's surprise, Su Feng broached the subject, prompting her instinctive response quite a bit. Which aspect are you interested in? The current state of the evil soul master's development on the continent. Ning Tian furrowed her brow, finding it challenging to answer Su Feng's question. Information within Douluo Continent does not circulate swiftly. Much of it relies on passive collection. As a support-type sect, the Nine Treasure Glaze Tile School had no compelling reason to engage in a direct confrontation with the evil soul masters, thus they would not actively seek related information. However, the absence of news is also news in itself. Ning Tian replied, not particularly well. I haven't heard of them causing any major disturbances in quite some time. Shrek's year-after-year cleaning efforts have evidently borne fruit. Su Feng remained non-committal. His understanding of the Holy Spirit cult surpassed that of the average person on the continent, as even the elders of the Holy Spirit cult might not be privy to Yi Shishui's past. His inquiry towards Ning Tian was merely an attempt to gauge the stance of the righteous forces on the continent. Since Ning Tian had indicated such, it seemed the people of Douluo had indeed enjoyed a prolonged period of stability. Su Feng initially assumed Shrek's secrecy was a precaution against retaliation from the evil soul masters, but it now appeared that Shrek was not overly cautious regarding them. Could it be that he also showcased necromancy? Su Feng mused in a barely audible voice. If not, he truly could not fathom the rationale behind Shrek's decision to conceal information. However, considering Tianming and Hui Yuhao, how could Ilex allow his disciple to wield necromancy in front of outsiders? He must be aware of the general public's perception of such power and would certainly not permit Hui Yuhao to become a target for the continent's ire. Su Feng fell into deep contemplation, even feeling the urge to utilize his abilities for further investigation. If Hui Yuhao had just employed necromancy, he would surely carry a trace of death energy. Yet, gazing at the distant Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, both brimming with excitement, he ultimately relinquished that notion. Why did Dean Yin ask you to conceal the matter of your second martial soul? Once out of the teacher's sight, Wang Dong finally relaxed her guard, seizing the opportunity to converse privately with Hui Yuhao. I am uncertain. Unlike Wang Dong, who had arrived with a heap of motivational phrases such as do not underestimate the youth and a true man should be like this, instilled by Tianming, Hui Yuhao could not comprehend the rationale behind his apparent abandonment. Within Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea, Tianming mercilessly mocked Yan Xiaojia, nearly trampling upon the latter's dignity. Ilex, however, remained indifferent, unconcerned with external opinions, instead deeming discretion a virtue. You should probably calm down, Tianming. That Dean Yin only requested to keep Hui Yuhao's second martial soul a secret. He did not intend to nullify it. No way. I cannot accept this indignity. Tianming retorted angrily, refusing to relent. That old fool, even if he cannot recognize Yuhao's talent, is undoubtedly a washed-up title holder. With Shrek behaving this way, I see no merit in humanity. It would be better for Yuhao to go solo, as we could equally guide him. But can you instruct him on soul guidance technology? Remaining here is undoubtedly the best option for Yuhao. Ilex shook his head, disagreeing with Tianming's perspective. Yuhao's perception is our perception. I can sense that he is equally valued by others. Since he insists on keeping this information hidden, there must be a valid reason behind it. Is that so? Hui Yuhao pondered. Having gained the power of light, he found himself unconsciously influenced, more inclined to view matters through a lens of goodwill, making him more amenable to Ilex's assertions. Once we return to the dormitory, let us attempt soul power fusion again, now that you also possess the light attribute. Perhaps that is the reason for our high compatibility. Observing Wang Dong's elated expression, Hui Yuhao smiled and nodded. Chapter 58. Selection Tournament. Without the incident of Hui Yuhao's second martial soul being revealed, the beginning of the second academic year passed rather quietly. Su Feng followed a routine of attending classes. Soon, the selection tournament for the core disciples of the second year approached. Under the guidance of their teacher, Su Feng and Ning Tian arrived at the battle arena, which was unusually tranquil today, as the academy had deliberately suspended all soul battle applications for this selection. As the students grew impatient, an elderly man reeking of alcohol and appearing rather disheveled staggered over, ignoring the gazes of the students. He directly addressed Wang Yan. Is everyone here? Yes, Master Xian. There are 28 from the Martial Soul Department and 2 from the Soul Guidance Department, all present. Then let us commence. Everyone, take your places on the arena. Despite their confusion, the students obediently followed Master Xian's orders, each stepping onto the stage to choose their positions. Once everyone was settled, Master Xian finally spoke. The rules of the selection tournament are simple. You may fight as you wish, but only the last 7 standing will be considered. Once the teachers leave, I will declare the start, and you may begin. Before most students could fully comprehend the situation, the teachers vanished from the arena. With a loud declaration to start, Master Xian's figure disappeared from the center of the stage, leaving the students exchanging bewildered glances. At this moment, the disparities stemming from their varied experiences became evident. Some students stood frozen in place, while the majority began forming alliances. Hui Yuhao, along with Wang Dong, rushed towards Bei Bei and the others, while Xiao Xiao hurriedly grabbed the Ice Empress's hand and dashed towards Su Feng and his group. Upon witnessing this, Wu Feng quickly reacted and followed them. Let us join forces, Su Feng said to Ning Tian as he observed the rapidly moving students. Ning Tian quickly grasped his intent and nodded at the approaching Ice Empress. However, Su Feng did not anticipate that their group would attract an excessive amount of hostility. Without mentioning the other students, the swiftest among them, Hikaitu, had over 20 gun barrels aimed squarely at the Ice Empress. A dazzling flash of light erupted, and the Ice Empress along with Xiao Xiao appeared beside him, while their original position was left with a crater. The sudden shift in perspective left Xiao Xiao momentarily stunned, until she noticed the nearby crater and realized that the Ice Empress had whisked her away from that lethal attack. Stop shouting. You're unharmed, the Ice Empress said, displaying an impatient expression. She despised engaging with such trivial opponents. If they were mere lackeys, she could easily force them to concede without much effort. Yet, facing those who matched her surface strength, it became exceedingly frustrating to secure a victory. Damn it! Hikaitu couldn't help but curse. As a soul engineer, his attack speed surpassed that of most students, and as long as his charging kept pace, he could almost unleash his attacks instantaneously. Yet, the Ice Empress had effortlessly evaded his strike, without even glancing back. Being the eldest among them, he was acutely aware of the underlying dynamics of this tournament. This was a selection for the reserve team of the Soul Master competition, effectively a recruitment for the Shrek 7 monsters. Before arriving, Fan Yu had specifically instructed him to showcase the prowess of the Soul Guidance Department. The only soul engineer from the previous 7 monsters had been eliminated, and their group could not afford to be overshadowed. With no time to hesitate, Hikaitu withdrew his equipment and approached Hui Yuhao. He had no intention of facing everyone alone, and the only one present connected to him was his junior brother, Hui Yuhao. At this moment, Hui Yuhao had reached Bei Bei's side, forming a small group with Wang Dong, Su Sanshi, Jiang Nan, and Bei Bei. They shared their mental detection abilities, greatly surprising the two experiencing this for the first time. Upon seeing the friendly markings in their mental vision, they accepted Hikaita's approach. In a short time, the most formidable group on the surface had taken shape. Yet, the situation was far from straightforward. All participants had essentially divided into 3 teams. Their group, the Ice Empress's group, and a third group comprising the remaining students, resulting in a stalemate. The 3 groups eyed each other warily, and the atmosphere became surprisingly tranquil. Hey, do you have a plan? Wu Feng whispered to Su Feng, recognizing their disadvantage due to their smaller numbers. If they did not take action, they might be the first to be eliminated. I'm an auxiliary type, you ask me? Su Feng retorted. Isn't the solution to eliminate everyone? Just then, the Ice Empress interjected. That is indeed the case. Do you intend to? Ning Tian replied. You too. Unleash your full power, the Ice Empress commanded, looking at Ning Tian and Su Feng with a decisive expression. Without hesitation, Ning Tian activated his martial soul. 7 treasure glorious. First, speed. Third, strength. In contrast to Ning Tian, Su Feng simply summoned his martial soul, which transformed into the Star Cup. The first soul ring illuminating as he assumed a supportive role. Having deemed the theatrics sufficient, the Ice Empress turned her attention to the other students, unceremoniously employing her most effective technique, Domain of Eternal Frost. As her words fell, a terrifying chill emanated from her, rapidly enveloping the arena, freezing the other students in place, rendering them immobile. Witnessing this spectacle, Even Ning Tian could not suppress his astonishment. The Ice Empress's domain clearly lacked restraint, even with soul power shielding them. The biting cold was palpable. At this moment, he understood the despair that Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu must have felt when facing the Ice Empress. Fortunately, this time, he was not on the opposing side. Master Xian. This. Wang Yin looked at the students who had turned into ice statues, momentarily at a loss. While elimination had occurred, the remaining students did not number 7. Don't rush. The outcome has yet to be determined. As Master Xian had stated, unusual movements soon transpired on the stage. Accompanied by crackling thunder, Bei Bei shattered the ice surrounding him, breaking free. Upon closer inspection, some students encased in ice had not completely lost their combat capabilities. A few upperclassmen retained their consciousness. However, to Wang Yan's astonishment, the first to break free were not the four-ring Su Sanshi or He Kaitu, but Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao. They had been holding hands throughout, even while frozen. Consequently, through the fusion of their soul power, they swiftly regained their composure. With even less energy expenditure than Bei Bei. In the hushed atmosphere, more students gradually freed themselves, while others lost consciousness. Ultimately, the situation on stage transformed into a confrontation between the now most formidable Ice Empress and Bei Bei, who retained a relatively stable state. As for the initially largest group, only Dai Huabin, Xie Huanyu, and 3 upperclassmen managed to escape, posing no significant threat. Brother, can your soul guidance device still function? Bei Bei inquired solemnly. Given their current predicament, direct confrontation appeared futile, and they could only place their hopes on external assistance. 7 soul guidance ray guns are out of commission. 4 can likely fire just once, and the rest are not in good condition. The icy power affected not only the students but also the soul guidance devices. Most soul guidance devices were developed for normal environments, and due to differing principles, they did not even need to consider heat dissipation. In an effort to maximize his combat effectiveness, Hikaitu had chosen the most potent types, neglecting their adaptability to extreme conditions. In truth, Ikeda's words were still rather optimistic. Under the probing gaze of Hui Yuhao's spiritual power, he discerned that all the soul-guiding devices had undergone deformation. Some components and formations had even become disconnected, rendering them ineffective. Yet, to prevent further discouragement among his companions, he decided to speak in a manner that would not exacerbate their spirits. Surrendering in such a manner was not what we desired, was it? Bei Bei observed his companions. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong's gazes were resolute, while Su Sanshi appeared slightly apprehensive, yet nodded in agreement. However, Jiang Nanan averted her eyes, offering no response to Bei Bei's inquiry. With a sigh inwardly, Bei Bei addressed the others. We can no longer afford to wait. Su Bing has ceased her attacks, likely due to excessive consumption of her energy. Prolonging this confrontation will only allow her to regain her strength, which would increasingly disadvantage us. Now, Su Sanshi, you shall provide me with cover while I utilize all the soul-guiding devices available here alongside Big Brother. We must suppress them and deny them any opportunity to catch their breath. Yuhao and Wang Dong, your task is to divert the others and allow me to confront her alone. Chapter 59. Perseverance. Bei Bei, my dear elder brother. I must inform you that my mental detection ability may no longer be operational. Upon observing the serious demeanor of Hui Yuhao, which indicated he was not jesting, Bei Bei felt a sudden weight in his heart. He was acutely aware of the significance of his junior brother's abilities in combat. After all, it was this very skill that had enabled him to triumph over Su Sanshi, who possessed comparable strength. Should Hui Yuhao encounter difficulties, Bei Bei and Su Sanshi alone would be unable to manage the situation. Hui Yuhao offered a wry smile, clarifying, "It is not as you perceive, Bei Bei. I remain in excellent condition, thanks to the fusion of soul power with Wang Dong. The extreme cold has not affected us. My inability to use mental detection stems from Su Feng's soul skill, which can obstruct my mental energy. It is likely that the others are within his protective range." This revelation surprised Bei Bei, yet upon reflection, it made sense. After all, Hui Yuhao's ability was, at its core, a form of soul skill that could be countered. Nevertheless, the occurrence of such a setback in this particular match made Bei Bei, who was accustomed to untroubled success, question whether he had inadvertently invited misfortune. Observing Su Bing and her companions, who remained composed, Bei Bei recognized the urgency of the situation. He nodded at the others and immediately activated his martial soul. Blue-violet arcs of electricity manifested across his body, scales sprouted on his arms and face, and with a roar of fury, his hands transformed into dragon claws. In an instant, Bei Bei propelled himself towards the opposite side of the arena with astonishing speed, so swift that only Su Feng and the Ice Emperor managed to register his movement. By the time they attempted to evade, Bei had already charged in front of them, in almost the blink of an eye. His dragon claws collided fiercely with the Ice Emperor's pincers. Surprisingly, the Ice Emperor did not seem to experience significant force, while Bei's face revealed a rare smile. An overwhelming surge of soul power erupted, sending countless currents racing outward, intent on ensnaring them all. Yet, Bei's strategy was destined to falter, as the others had already activated their martial souls. Wu Feng was enveloped in flames, scales adorning his form, shielding Ning Tian behind him. Xiao Xiao too summoned the colossal three-life soul calming cauldron, which stood 2 meters tall, completely absorbing all incoming attacks without even a tremor. Bei's smile faltered, but he quickly regained composure. With a mighty shout, he seized the Ice Emperor and lifted her high. His muscles bulged with effort as he hurled her towards the three-life soul calming cauldron. However, the Ice Emperor displayed no signs of panic. With a swift motion of her right hand, an ice tree sprouted rapidly from the ground. Using the tree to dissipate the force, she effortlessly steadied herself, her cold gaze causing Bei to feel apprehensive. Yet he had not expected to conclude the battle so easily. At that moment, Su Sanshi, Hu Yuhao, and Wang Dong arrived. Su Sanshi placed himself in front of Wu Feng, a mischievous grin on his face. Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong positioned themselves beside Bei, observing the trio of the Ice Emperor. Watching their coordinated efforts, Wang Yin couldn't help but nod slightly. While he couldn't say he was averse to overwhelming strength, he maintained a generally disapproving stance. Without tactical coordination, why not select the most powerful combatants for direct confrontation? Although Bei's approach was simplistic, his feigned attack had proven effective. The 5 originally united had been forced to disperse to evade the assault, making regrouping considerably more challenging. Master Xian was indeed correct. The battle is far from over. No, Bei and the others have already run out of chances. Master Xian glanced at the battlefield. Shaking his head, Wang Yin was perplexed by this, continuing to observe the unfolding situation. Soon, he too perceived the anomaly. Despite employing such a vast area's soul skill and withstanding Bei's strike, Su Bing exhibited no signs of fatigue. Her momentum even appeared to be rising. This did not escape Bei's notice either. He glanced back to see that Ning Tian and Wu Feng showed no signs of concern. In fact, against the foreign Su Sanshi, Wu Feng's eyes gleamed with battle intent. How is this possible? Why is it not possible, Senior Bei? Su Feng strolled out from behind the cauldron, surveying the hesitant figures in the distance before redirecting his gaze. It matters not if I share this with you. My soul skill does not directly enhance combat strength, but it is exceptionally useful for prolonged engagements. As long as we are not eliminated in one fell swoop, we shall remain in peak condition for battle. Bei's expression instantly fell. They were already in a precarious state, and their opponents would only grow stronger as time passed, rendering the situation seemingly hopeless. Yet, for the sake of his pride and Master Xian's expectations, he could not concede here. However, just as he prepared to advance further, he noticed Su Feng raising a hand, signaling him to halt. This battle is unnecessary, is it not? What do you mean? Bei queried, perplexed. We are merely 5 individuals, while Master Xian has requested the retention of 7. As the most powerful among us, I believe it would be prudent for you and Su Sanshi to remain. Su Feng's intentions were unmistakable. He sought to persuade Bei to relinquish Hu Yuhao and Wang Dong, should he and Su Sanshi align with them. The selection competition could be concluded, for none among the remaining participants would stand a chance against their combined prowess. Hu Yuhao quickly grasped this implication and turned his gaze towards Bei. To his relief, Bei showed no signs of yielding. Instead, his resolve appeared even more steadfast. I do not know how you perceive this match or our relationship, but my answer is singular. I shall never abandon my companions. As Bei's declaration echoed, he Kaitu, who had remained silent in the distance, abruptly launched an attack. A dazzling light surged towards them, prompting Xiao Xiao to instinctively position the 3-life soul calming cauldron between them and Hikaitu. Su Feng shook his head. Although he had anticipated this, he still wished to test whether he could sever Hu Yuhao's ties with those around him. The outcome was now evident. The denizens of Douluo Continent were undeniably steadfast, unyielding in their convictions. With that avenue closed, the battle must continue. Xiao Zhao's instinctive action, though well-intentioned, was misguided. As a non-soul engineer, she could not comprehend that the might of the soul device far exceeded what the 3-life soul calming cauldron could withstand. Should she endure the attack, she would undoubtedly suffer grievous injuries. To prevent such an outcome, Su Feng discreetly signaled to the Ice Emperor in a manner only the two could perceive. A wall of ice rapidly formed, intercepting the beam before it reached the three-life soul calming cauldron. The soul device employed by Hikaitu had already reached the pinnacle achievable by a four-ringed soul master, yet the ice wall merely melted a thin layer. This was not due to the Ice Emperor relinquishing her strength. Rather, Hikaitu's soul device was nearing its limits. Were it not for his own expertise as a soul engineer, he might have risked an explosion due to excessive soul power input. An attack that could not breach defenses held no merit. Hikaitu ceased charging. Rather than continue in futile struggles, it was wiser to concentrate a single opportunity, even at the risk of total failure, to eliminate them altogether. Chapter 60. The conclusion. Rejecting Su Feng's counsel to surrender, Bei directly confronted the Ice Emperor. This time, he refrained from attempting to overpower his opponent, even retracting the arcs of electricity that danced across his body. This action did not diminish the potency of his assault. Rather, it rendered him all the more perilous. Observing Bei's various stances, Su Feng imperceptibly nodded. In a world accustomed to combat through soul skills, few delve into the study of martial arts, explaining the rarity of self-created soul techniques. Although Bei's techniques were derived from Tang Ye's teachings of the Tang sect, each move he executed was straightforward and honorable. The Ice Emperor, encountering such a combat style for the first time, found herself intrigued. With her extraordinary physical prowess, she adeptly countered Bei's onslaught. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither yielding ground, firmly establishing their presence and deterring others from approaching. This, however, aligned with the intentions of the onlookers. Su Sanshi positioned himself before Wu Feng and Ning Tian, and whenever they attempted to join Su Feng, the whirling turtle shell shield forced them to halt. Yet, when Wu Feng sought to combat Su Sanshi, he held the shield steadfast, absorbing all attacks with ease. Wu Feng's cultivation fell short of Su Sanshi's, and their martial souls bore no disparity. Thus, he found himself incapable of breaching the turtle shell. The fiery dragon claws left not a scratch, as the flames were silently absorbed. Frustrated by Su Sanshi's impenetrability, Wu Feng gritted his teeth, feeling helpless. Ning Tian, unfazed by the situation, refrained from any attempts, choosing instead to remain in place and await the outcome of the battle unfolding elsewhere. As Hou Yuhao and Wang Dong approached, Su Feng's expression remained unaffected. Although the pair appeared in commendable condition, they lacked the capacity to displace him and Xiao from the competition. Su Feng, what did your earlier words mean? Wang Dong questioned, disregarding any semblance of camaraderie. In that fleeting moment, she genuinely believed she would be eliminated without reason. Having always been pampered, she had never endured such indignation. Thus, she was incensed and sought to confront Su Feng. This was a reasonable assessment, regardless of the outcome. The selection would retain 7 individuals, not 5. Even if they triumphed, considerations for who to keep would arise. Are you suggesting that we select from that group? She retorted, pointing at the individuals who had tried to remain inconspicuous. They had indeed contemplated such a strategy, hoping that if Bei and Su Bing could both sustain injuries, they might seize the opportunity to remain. Wang Dong faltered momentarily but quickly countered, that has nothing to do with your words. You are merely sowing discord among us. Su Feng shrugged, acknowledging the truth in her statement. However, the selection had already witnessed a bout of factionalism from the outset, and even the teachers would find it difficult to reprimand his actions. Moreover, within the academy's arrangements, Bei was assuredly not to be eliminated. Any attempts to forcibly remove him would only be a futile endeavor. I do not comprehend your methods, but I am willing to believe you harbor no ill intent. Hou Yuhao remarked, resigned. Let us cease this for now. We are still adversaries. With that, Hou Yuhao tightened his grip on Wang Dong's hand, gazing intently into each other's eyes. Observing the two seemingly enamored boys, Xiao couldn't help but shudder. She had long sensed their closeness, but seeing it up close exceeded her threshold of acceptance. Due to the absence of the Ice Emperor as an opponent, Hou Yuhao and Wang Dong had no intention of employing their martial soul fusion technique. Despite their prolonged collaboration, they would still risk significant loss of combat capability, rendering them vulnerable to any adversary. In a one-on-one scenario, this might suffice. However, in a chaotic skirmish, such a strategy was evidently unwise. Unable to reveal his second martial soul and with mental attacks proving ineffective, Hou Yuhao could only function as Wang Dong's support. Under the fusion of their soul powers, Wang Dong soon unfurled her butterfly wings. This time, infused with the luminescent properties of Hou Yuhao's soul power, her enhancement was even greater, nearly comparable to Bei's prowess. Yet, this did not intimidate anyone. Su Feng remained unfazed, and Xiao, having spent a year with the Ice Emperor, had grown accustomed to such a presence. The three-life soul-calming cauldron split into three, encircling them. Should Wang Dong attempt to draw nearer, she would be met with the cauldron's formidable assault. Wang Dong remained unhurried. Since her defeat to the Ice Emperor last year, her temperament had mellowed considerably, and her disposition had become more composed. She merely intended to probe, feeling no need to exert her full strength. Observing Xiao Zhao's serious demeanor, her thoughts drifted to Hou Yuhao. Having been tenderly nurtured, she struggled to grasp the feelings of effort and frustration. Over the past year, she had often watched Hou Yuhao with unwavering determination, diligently training or earnestly studying the Soul Guide curriculum. Perhaps, in the perception of others, all facets of life ought to be approached with such resolve. Wang Dong's thoughts surged, and she seemed to attain a newfound understanding. Had they not encountered each other as adversaries, she and Xiao Xiao could have formed a splendid friendship. However, with Su Feng, such a possibility was untenable. Wang Dong wished nothing more than to cast him from the cliffs of Haoyan sect. The Ice Emperor was merely powerful and arrogant, but Su Feng's penchant for leaving others with a glimmer of hope only to utterly shatter it was a character flaw she could not abide. Wait, where is Su Feng? Wang Dong suddenly realized. At some point, Su Feng had vanished from behind the three-life soul-calming cauldron. Due to her obstructed view, she had no recollection of when he departed. Accustomed to relying on Hou Yuhao's abilities to oversee the situation, she seldom considered other matters during battles. Only now noticing this absence. However, it was evidently too late. By the time Wang Dong turned around, Su Feng had seized Hou Yuhao by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. The disparity in physical prowess between the underdeveloped Hou Yuhao and Su Feng was insurmountable, and mental assaults proved ineffective. As Su Feng approached, the outcome had already been sealed. Gazing at the now-aware Wang Dong, Su Feng wore his characteristic smile. Hou Yuhao had never activated his detection, his focus solely on Wang Dong, leaving him no chance to call for help. For a brief moment, he sensed Hou Yuhao's impulse to summon his second martial soul, but suppressed it, resigning himself to the reality of defeat. What are you waiting for? Even if you can still fight, he has no such opportunity. Su Feng's words rang painfully in Wang Dong's ears. Once, losing to the Ice Emperor had at least been a dignified duel. Now, after a year of training, she found herself on the verge of losing to both of her teammates. Ultimately, Wang Dong chose to relinquish her struggle. Without Hou Yuhao by her side, her victory would hold no meaning. We concede, she declared. At that moment, Elder Xian appeared on the arena, one hand still grasping a gourd of wine. He placed the other on Beibei's shoulder, abruptly halting his movements, prompting the Ice Emperor to pause and turn. The selection is concluded. You few are the final candidates. Observing the discontent among the remaining participants, Elder Xian scoffed, stating bluntly, "What? Do you believe you merit staying here? Had any of you made a move earlier, I would not have concluded it in this manner. Shrek does not require representatives who merely seek to profit from others' efforts." "And what of me?" Kaitu retorted defiantly, refusing to back down against Elder Xian's words. "I still possess fighting capability and have exerted considerable effort. Do you think you can eliminate me with a mere declaration? Who do you think you are? Relying on those soul-guided devices, you would achieve the same outcome even if given another chance." Old Xian offered no opportunity for Kaitu, directly mocking him. "The moment your soul guide was destroyed, you should have been eliminated. If it weren't for Su Bing's mercy, you would still be frozen in ice." Kaitu wanted to retort, but Fan Yu had already approached him and shook his head. Seeing that even the teacher accepted Old Xian's decision, Kaitu could only swallow his indignation. Watching Old Xian's retreating figure, Beibei, in a daze, walked over to Hou Yuhao. What troubled him the most was not the elimination of his junior brother, but the feeling of betrayal that overwhelmed him as he had vowed to fight until the end yet was forced to win under Old Xian's arrangement. "I'm sorry, Yuhao." "It's all right, big brother Beibei," Hou Yuhao replied, rubbing his neck where Su Feng had grasped it, smiling as he added, "I was the weakest here to begin with. I am already content to have fought this far." In the face of Hou Yuhao's sincere smile, both Wang Dong and Beibei found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Su Sanshi, observing the remorseful expression on his dear friend's face, approached and patted his shoulder. "Don't dwell on it, Beibei. They still have many opportunities ahead." "Indeed," Beibei whispered. "They still have a future." Chapter 61. Training. You should all be well aware of what I am about to say. The prestigious Soul Master Academy's soul fighting competition is on the verge of commencing, and you 7 have been specifically selected for this purpose. Although you are merely reserve team members, you will also be required to participate in the battles. Should anyone tarnish the Academy's illustrious record, I shall not be lenient. Observing Elder Xian and the 7 inner Academy students clad in red, The reserve team members displayed little excitement. Bei Bei remained engulfed in self-reproach and guilt, while Su Sanshi found it difficult to express any enthusiasm. As the heir of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Ning Tian's inclusion among the seven was virtually a certainty, hence his expression remained relatively unchanged. Conversely, Wu Feng felt elated, as Ning Tian's protector. She was not among the Academy's privileged, and being part of Shrek's reserve team was a significant accomplishment. Su Feng and the Ice Emperor were indifferent to the Soul Master competition and the reputation of the Shrek Seven. This reputation merely provided them with a legitimate reason to leave the Academy for Xing Luo City. Xiao Xiao cherished this opportunity. Yet having spent so much time with Su Feng and the others had raised her psychological threshold, and she merely nodded slightly. Elder Xian, clearly displeased by the lack of respect shown by the students, snorted softly. As the spiritual leader of all on the continent, how could the Academy be so disregarded by a handful of students? However, with Bei Bei present, he refrained from directly admonishing them. Let us introduce ourselves. Starting with the reserve team. Noticing the silence from his companions, Ning Tian let out a barely perceptible sigh and stepped forward. I am Ning Tian, a second-year student from the Outer Academy, a level 36 support soul master, with a martial soul 7 treasure glazed tile. I hope the senior students from the Inner Academy will offer their guidance. Wu Feng followed suit, stating, I am Wu Feng, a second-year student from the Outer Academy, a level 32 battle soul master, with the martial soul red dragon. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Inner Academy students shifted to one of confusion. While Ning Tian's status was understandable, Wu Feng's inclusion in the reserve team raised eyebrows. They had anticipated that, at the very least, all members would be 4th or 5th-year students nearing the age limit. However, the subsequent introductions caused even the most stoic, Dai Hua Bin, to struggle to maintain composure. I am Xiao Xiao, a second-year student from the Outer Academy, a level 29 control soul master, with the martial soul 3 life soul ding. What is this? Has the Outer Academy truly run out of capable students in recent years? A delicate-featured Inner Academy student murmured, though everyone present heard the complaint. To their surprise, Elder Xian remained silent, continuing to sip his drink. I am Su Feng, a level 31 support soul master, with the martial soul star cup. My sister. You may have heard some rumors about her. She is a level 38 battle soul master, with the martial soul ice blue scorpion. The remaining members completed their introductions. And Su Sanshi, glancing at the reticent Bei Bei, sighed before stepping up. I am Su Sanshi, a 5th-year student from the Outer Academy, a level 43 defense soul master, with the martial soul Xianming turtle shell. This is Bei Bei, a 4th-year student from the Outer Academy, a level 42 assault soul master, with the martial soul blue lightning Tyrannosaurus. With the reserve team having introduced themselves, the Inner Academy members exchanged glances and quickly reached a decision. Ma Xiao Tao, a level 67 assault soul emperor, with the martial soul evil fire phoenix. Contrary to her usual boisterous demeanor, Ma Xiao Tao's voice carried a hint of timidity. Recalling the previous rumors from the Inner Academy, the others cast peculiar looks at the Ice Emperor, yet her expression remained stoic. Dai Yuhong, a level 64 assault soul emperor, with the martial soul evil eye white tiger. Upon hearing yet another successor of the Shrek 7, Ning Tian couldn't help but observe more closely. Unlike his indifferent posture, the other party clearly valued the honor of being one of the Shrek 7, exhibiting no signs of weakness. Gong Yang Mo, Ling Luochin, a level 55 control soul king, with the martial soul ice element. After speaking, Ling Luochin's gaze landed unapologetically on the Ice Emperor. Among the Inner Academy students, if anyone cared about the ultimate ice, it would undoubtedly be her. Before the ice blue scorpion emerged, she had never heard of the concept of ultimate ice, yet in the past year, the Academy's instructors had boasted about its might repeatedly. As a pure elemental user, she struggled to comprehend why she fell short compared to the ice blue scorpion, questioning whether a soul beast could embody the essence of ice more than a pure elemental user. As an Inner Academy student, Ling Luochin held her own pride and would not recklessly confront the Ice Emperor as Ma Xiaotao might. However, deep down, she felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Today, finally getting to meet Su Bing, she would not miss the opportunity to witness the ultimate ice. Noticing the tense atmosphere among the students, Elder Xian suddenly broke into a mischievous smile and said, merely introducing ourselves is of little significance. Let us put it to the test through actual combat. Xiao Tao, Yu Heng, you two will each lead a team for a 7 versus 7 soul fight. Xiao Tao, you may select 4 from the reserve team first. and then Yu Heng will choose 3 from the main team. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaotao immediately turned her gaze toward the Ice Emperor, her expression filled with anticipation. However, the Ice Emperor showed no hesitation in aligning herself with Dai Yuheng. Su Feng quickly followed suit, while Xiao Xiao hesitated for a moment, ultimately choosing to remain in place and await selection. Though Elder Xian granted her the choice, Ma Xiaotao lacked the courage to defy the Ice Emperor's will. Directing her gaze toward the remaining 5, without much deliberation, she chose the most powerful among them. Bei Bei, Su Sanshi, Ning Tian, Wu Feng stepped forward. Upon hearing this, the selected members promptly positioned themselves behind Ma Xiaotao, allowing Xiao Xiao to breathe a sigh of relief as she moved beside the Ice Emperor. Although she might merely be a spectator, the prospect of battling alongside her longtime companion still caused her some anxiety. Gongyang Mo, Chenzi Feng, Yo Hao Xian. As expected, Dai Yuheng also selected the most formidable among the available contenders, leaving Shi and Ling Luochun to join Ma Xiaotao's side. At first glance, the strength of both teams appeared evenly matched, and the composition seemed balanced. However, victory in battle cannot be determined merely by appearances. It ultimately hinges on actual combat. With Elder Xian's command to begin, everyone activated their martial souls without hesitation, particularly the transformations of several beast martial soul users were striking. Ma Xiaotao was enveloped in a swirl of black-red flames, feathers sprouted from her eyes, and wings materialized from her arms, exuding an intense aura that left her teammates momentarily breathless. Due to the lack of restraint, Ma Xiaotao dared not unleash her full power. Yet the malevolent energy radiating from her flames unsettled everyone instinctively. Despite this, Ma Xiaotao's presence overshadowed all, and needing to focus on suppressing her evil flames left her little opportunity for prolonged combat. Like an arrow, she surged forward, not targeting Dai Yuheng, but aiming directly at the Ice Emperor. This outcome surprised no one. For Ma Xiaotao, the stakes of victory or defeat bore little significance to her status as the strongest. Rather, it was the chance to engage with the ultimate ice that she desired most. Unable to receive direct assistance, she resolved to compel the Ice Emperor to exert her full strength through this approach. Witnessing this scene, the Ice Emperor displayed an unusual expression of annoyance, but nonetheless prepared to respond, raising her right hand towards Ma Xiaotao, employing the most suitable countermeasure. Chapter 62. Fighting alone, a wall of ice emerged from the ground, and Ma Xiaotao's face lit up with joy as she closed her eyes and surged forward, igniting all her flames. However, the anticipated relief did not come. The frigid soul power within the ice wall was swiftly depleted, failing to alleviate even a shred of her suffering. When Ma Xiaotao finally reopened her eyes, the entire arena was shrouded in steam from the melted ice, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Her rapid movements had left everyone else disoriented, and although she could still locate her teammates, the situation on the other side was entirely obscured. Ling Luoqing snorted disdainfully at the Ice Emperor's petty tricks. She could just as easily conjure a blizzard of similar magnitude to obscure vision, if it were a one-on-one confrontation. Creating an advantageous field would be acceptable. However, in a team battle, such tactics would only hinder her own allies. Yet, she had no intention of relying on her team. Their captain, Ma Xiaotao, had charged ahead alone, leaving no room for tactical arrangements. Using the pervasive steam to her advantage, Ling Luoqing quickly sensed the positions of everyone present. Without conferring with her teammates, she ventured into the mist alone, seeking to confront the Ice Emperor. By this time, Ma Xiaotao's team was left with only Cici from the inner court, and Bei Bei and the others could do nothing but place their hopes on her. However, Cici was merely ordinary in appearance and ability, typically not one to lead in team battles. Sensing the gazes of her juniors, Cici hesitated before speaking. Let us refrain from rash actions. The opponents are making quite a commotion. Any attempt to approach will surely expose us. We should wait for the right moment to strike. Now, please elaborate on your abilities so that I may better strategize. On the other hand, Dai Yueveng's situation was far more dire. All of them possessed powerful beast martial souls that could not conceal their presence. The mist served only to obscure their enemies' whereabouts, making it difficult to leverage their strengths in direct combat. Observing the Ice Emperor trio, who seemed unbothered and prepared to depart, Dai Yueheng called out to them. After confirming that they were not deliberately trying to ensnare him, he inquired, "Do you have a method of sensing within the mist?" Directly probing with soul power not only consumes energy, but will also alert the enemy, making it ineffective for combat. He now had no choice but to rely on the Ice Emperor, reasoning that since they had created the mist, they must possess a means to navigate it freely. "I apologize, Senior Dai, but we are equally at a loss. However, we may not necessarily be at a disadvantage. The mist obscures vision, making it ideal for ambushes. If we approach stealthily, they will stand no chance at close range, Su Feng remarked, prompting Dai Yueheng to contemplate. Unlike the other students, he had been trained from a young age by the Duke of the White Tiger, naturally acquiring experience in stealth operations. While the current environment was rudimentary, it still met the requirements for concealment. Chen Zifeng, Yao Haoshuan, can you two move silently? Chen Zifeng nodded, while Yao Haoshuan offered a wry smile. This outcome did not surprise Dai Yueheng. Soon, he made a decision. Yao Haoshuan, you stay here, or you may venture slightly towards the center. After we leave, I need you to unleash your martial soul to draw everyone's attention. Chen Zifeng, accompany me. We will move along the edge of the arena, ensuring we approach the other side discreetly. Gongyong Mo, you remain here. If they come looking for us, rely on you to support Yao Haoshuan. He did not assign tasks to Su Feng and the others, as he deemed only Su Bing to possess combat capability. Given that the other party clearly did not wish to engage in battle, he preferred to allow them the freedom to act. As long as Su Bing remained, Ma Xiaodao would not seek him out, effectively controlling the strongest opponent strategically. Once his instructions were given, Dai Yueheng exited the state of martial soul manifestation, retaining only the enhancement of his soul power over his body, and departed with Chen Zifeng. Gongyang Mo watched their receding figures, sighing. Why must I be on the same team as that guy? Yet, no one could answer his question. Yao Haoshuan remained silent, and Su Feng and the others seemed to have vanished. After a period of quiet anticipation, sensing the moment was ripe, Yao Haoshuan let out a loud shout. Leaping into the air and fully unleashing his martial soul, the thunderous crash of the 4-meter-tall beast landing drew the attention of everyone present. Ma Xiaodao was startled and immediately rushed toward the commotion, though she could not see anyone clearly from her position in the center of the arena. Yao Haoshuan's actions had undoubtedly revealed their location, and Su Bing was likely with them. In truth, Ma Xiaodao had contemplated a solution upon realizing she had fallen into a trap, but she was unaware of what machinations had been wrought upon the mist. Her flames could not evaporate. Ascending to a higher altitude could indeed extricate her from the mist, but it would also expose her position, allowing Su Bing to evade her with ease. In contrast to Ma Xiaodao's aimless floundering, Ling Luoqing navigated the situation with greater finesse. The pervasive mist not only served as the Ice Emperor's eyes and ears, but she too could harness her soul power to gain visibility. At that moment, she found herself directly in front of the Ice Emperor, blocking their path. Ling Luoqing's movements did not escape the notice of the Ice Emperor and Su Feng, yet they made no effort to avoid her. Observing Ling Luoqing's fierce demeanor, the Ice Emperor yawned in impatience, simply waiting for her to make a move. I am not like Ma Xiaodao. She desperately requires your ultimate eyes to quell her fiery turmoil, but my martial soul is flawless and needs no assistance. Rather, I am more curious about one thing. With her ice staff summoned in hand, she pointed it directly at the Ice Emperor, unabashedly stating, what kind of martial soul deserves the title of Ultimate Ice? Seeing her silence, Ling Luoqing ceased her inquiries, trusting instead in the conclusions she would draw through her own efforts. With a sweeping motion of her ice staff, dozens of ice spikes coalesced from the surrounding mist, whirling rapidly at her sides. Observing the Ice Emperor's unperturbed expression, Ling Luoqing felt a surge of inexplicable anger. However, as this was merely a probe, she thrust 3 ice spikes forward, aimed directly at the shoulders of the trio. To her shock, she felt no resistance. The ice spikes abruptly halted mid-air, shattering into fragments in the atmosphere. The pride on Ling Luoqing's face began to fade, replaced by a serious expression. Regardless of whether the power of Ultimate Ice was as formidable as her teachers had claimed, the mere act of seizing her control over the ice was sufficient to demonstrate the opponent's talent. Since the Ice Emperor had yet to employ her martial soul, Ling Luoqing lowered her ice staff, dismissive of overpowering her opponent through sheer soul power level. Instead, she sought to surpass them in control over the ice element. As her soul power rapidly waned, a perfect ice replica of herself began to materialize. Yet, to the astonishment of all three, the moment the ice figure took shape, it sprang to life, moving with a fluidity that belied its inanimate appearance. Its rotating eyes and animated limbs bore an uncanny resemblance to a living being. At this sight, the Ice Emperor finally displayed a hint of interest, perhaps revealing a serious expression. Su Feng sighed, pulling Xiao Xiao back, quietly awaiting the outcome of their confrontation. Chapter 63. The choice. Upon hearing a tremendous sound from afar, Cici immediately realized that the opponent had made their move, and the subsequent burst of flames indicated Ma Xiaodao's choice. As an agile assassin specializing in swift attacks, Cici typically followed the main offensive player during team battles. seeking to exploit the enemy's vulnerabilities for a decisive strike. The current situation presented itself as the perfect opportunity for her to act. Without hesitation, she swiftly halted Su Sanshur, who was about to unleash his martial soul, signaling everyone to concentrate. The battle had commenced, and they needed to hasten to assist Captain Ma Xiaotao. Ning Tian, Wu Feng, follow me. Bei Bei, Su Sanshur, stay back and remain vigilant for potential ambushes. With a wave of her hand, Cici led the group stealthily towards the source of the flames. Contrary to their expectations, the battle in the distance was not fierce. Yao Haoshuan refrained from employing wide-reaching soundwave disruptions, and Ma Xiaotao seemed to be holding back, as if the two were tacitly controlling the confrontation within certain bounds. Cici, caught up in the urgency of the moment, did not ponder deeply. Today's skirmish felt rushed, and it was evident that Ma Xiaotao's focus was elsewhere, providing them ample reasons not to exert themselves fully. Yet, accustomed to the illuminated arena battles, she failed to grasp the most critical issue. Under no circumstances should Yao Haoshuan be the one engaging Ma Xiaotao, despite his imposing presence. Yao Haoshuan was ultimately a control-type soul master rather than a powerhouse, making any confrontation with Ma Xiaotao inherently unbalanced. It was precisely due to her lack of awareness of this flaw that the crisis began to unfold unnoticed. Not far into their advance, Cici heard a familiar roar behind her. As the temporary leader of the team, she finally recognized the oversight she had made and quickly turned to look. At that moment, Dai Yueheng had approached them, launching a fierce assault on Bei Bei. Bei Bei struggled to withstand the formidable force of the evil White Tiger. But even disregarding the disparity in their cultivation levels, how could he hope to compete against an opponent prepared for battle? Despite his muscles swelling with power, the lightning coursing towards Dai Yueheng was insufficient to liberate him from the tiger's claws. The others were in equally dire straits. Ning Tian lay on the ground, breath weak, clearly the first to be eliminated. Wu Feng knelt beside her, momentarily at a loss for action. Su Sanshur raised his Xianming turtle shell shield, as Chen Zifeng's soul-chasing sword relentlessly struck against it, the speed so rapid that it carved sword shapes in the mist, leaving no room for respite. Witnessing the chaos within her team, Cici's expression darkened. Although the reserve team lacked the strength of the main squad, there was no reason for them to succumb so swiftly. Regret was futile now. Cici could only strive to mitigate their losses. Observing the skirmishes on both sides, she quickly made her decision. As lightning crackled, Cici surged towards Chen Zifeng, compelling him to sheath his sword and confront her. The lightning flickered briefly, lacking significant power. Yet Chen Zifeng did not regret his choice. Should he continue his assault on Su Sanshur, Cici would strike with full force, potentially eliminating him from the fray. Finally seizing a moment of reprieve, Su Sanshur hastily withdrew his martial soul and retreated several steps, maintaining a safe distance from Chen Zifeng. At that juncture, Cici joined him, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Chen Zifeng. Before he could catch his breath, the senior beside him urged, "Regain your composure, we must move." Su Sanshur looked at her in astonishment, his query escaping him. "What about Bei Bei? There is no time, even if we wish to assist. Chen Zifeng will not afford us that opportunity, and we risk becoming the ones on the defensive. The only way to reverse the tide is to swiftly defeat Yao Haoshuan in coordination with Ma Xiaotao. Only then can we restore balance." Receiving no affirmative response, Cici glanced back at Su Sanshur, noticing his expression of reluctance. He harbored no favorable feelings for Ma Xiaotao and did not believe abandoning Bei Bei was the correct course of action. Though reason dictated that they were no match for Dai Yueheng and Chen Zifeng, how long could they expect Bei Bei to endure if they simply left? Could the enemy not return in time to support Yao Haoshuan? Cici had no time to elucidate her supportive combat capabilities to Su Sanshur. Even if she did, he might not believe her. The situation had already deteriorated significantly, and prolonging it would surely lead to their demise. In that moment, Cici felt a surge of indignation. The opposing team, while not exhibiting a remarkable level of cohesion, at least demonstrated the ability to execute ambush tactics under Dai Yueheng's leadership, indicating a fundamental team awareness. In stark contrast, Ma Xiaotao was distracted, Ling Luoqing had acted independently, leaving Cici to lead on her own, and now even the reserve team members were disregarding her commands. Determined not to waste any more time, Cici resolved to abandon everyone, no longer concealing her presence as she transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting towards Ma Xiaotao. As she departed, Chen Zifeng immediately charged forward, blood-red sword light aimed at Su Sanshur. Seeing this, Su Sanshur gritted his teeth, and activated Xianming replacement, transferring Wu Feng, who was still bewildered, from afar. Observing the shift in opponent, Chen Zifeng instinctively lessened his strength. After all, this was not a life-or-death battle. He could not afford any mishaps. However, even with his deliberately restrained attack, Wu Feng, caught off guard, could not withstand it. As the sword light struck her, she was sent flying, a trail of blood marking her trajectory. Despite the instinctive protection of her soul power, she lost her combat effectiveness. Seizing the opportunity, Su Sancher summoned his shield, charging directly towards Dai Yueheng. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, the tremendous force compelling Dai Yueheng to divert his attention. In that moment, Su Sancher reached out and grasped Bei Bei, the two of them working together to finally break free from Dai Yueheng's control. Looking at Su Sancher, who had fortuitously succeeded, Bei Bei smiled wryly. If victory was their goal, rescuing him had not been the right choice. After all, this was an internal spar within the academy. No one would resort to lethal force, so the time he could stall would far exceed that of an actual battle. Yet, having been rescued, and with Wu Feng's combat power expended, he could no longer dwell on hypothetical scenarios. Rising from his half-kneeling position, Bei Bei assumed a combat stance. His gaze once again fixed on Dai Yueheng, evidently intent on keeping him at bay. Dai Yueheng regarded him with a look of appreciation. As a scion of a military family, he held a greater respect for those with strong will and obedience. Were it not for the confines of the academy, he would have eagerly recruited Bei Bei to his ranks. But the battle was far from over, and he did not linger on such thoughts, quickly re-engaging in the fray. The arena, neither overly vast nor minuscule, allowed Cici to reach Ma Xiaodao's side in mere seconds. Before long, Yao Haoshuan's towering figure came into view. Without a moment's hesitation, she charged forward, her body crackling with lightning, emitting piercing shrieks through the air. As the blinding light flashed, Cici returned to the ground, finding Yao Haoshuan clutching his right cheek, clearly bearing significant injury. Had it not been for his toughened form after transformation, he would likely have been eliminated by now. Seeing Yao Haoshuan retreat, Ma Xiaodao followed suit, landing on another patch of ground. However, what perplexed Cici was Ma Xiaodao's lack of intention to communicate with her. As she simply began to leave, Cici attempted to rush over, but Yao Haoshuan's body obstructed her path, his intentions unmistakable. Surrounded by teammates, yet failing to gain any advantage, Cici felt an overwhelming urge to unleash her frustrations, wishing at that moment that she were a soul master of a different type, as it would alleviate her predicament. As an agile assassin, fighting solo was akin to binding her own hands and feet, yet even if she wished to maneuver, no one would cooperate with her. Ultimately, as Ma Xiaodao's figure vanished completely, Cici relinquished her thoughts. She no longer wished to contemplate the outcome of the battle in this moment. She was determined to unleash the pent-up frustration within her. Lightning coursed over Yao Haoshuan's imposing figure, unleashing her attacks without reservation, despite the presence of Gong Yang nearby. She paid no heed to gains or losses, merely reveling in the sheer exhilaration of expressing her power. In no time, the lightning vanished. Yet Yao Haoshuan remained steadfast in his position. Chapter 64. An unexpected visitor. The commotion in other areas did not disturb Su Feng and his companions at that moment. The Ice Emperor was engaged in a peculiar duel with Ling Luochan. The two continuously crafted various ice constructs, using them as chess pieces in their confrontation. Ling Luochan's pieces, led by her own ice statue, were occasionally interspersed with creations resembling ice leopards and ice phoenixes, evidently inspired by her teammates. Her ice statue moved with grace, striking fiercely without mercy. Even when shattered, it could swiftly regenerate. In contrast, the Ice Emperor's creations were rather straightforward, also reflecting her own image. The diamond-like scales, glistening pincers, and tail hooks of the ice scorpion unmistakably conveyed its perilous nature. Indeed, Ling Luochan's ice statue could not hope to match the strength of the ice scorpion. In their collisions, it met only a fate of destruction. As the battle progressed, Ling Luochan's heart grew increasingly uneasy, despite her deliberate suppression of soul power. The strength of her ice statue could not fall below that of her fourth ring prowess, revealing her complete subjugation in terms of soul power quality. The more she battled, the more defiant she felt. She did not sense any influence from the ultimate ice. If this were the extent of her capabilities, how could the Academy deem her a beacon of future hope? Not to mention the Ice Emperor's unmasked disdainful demeanor. Observing Ling Luochan begin to multiply her ice statues, Su Feng shook his head, feeling a twinge of regret for her. Even the original character, Hui Yuhao, wielding the ultimate ice, could instantaneously seize control of Ling Luochan's ice, let alone the Ice Emperor herself. Wu Yuhao might struggle to control his strength, but the Ice Emperor would not. She was toying with her opponent, maintaining a delicate balance in the battle through her mastery of ice, occasionally making minute adjustments based on Ling Luochan's reactions. As the mightiest predator of the far north, she had already regarded Ling Luochan as her prey, whimsically toying with her in this manner. The battle between Ling Luochan and the Ice Emperor was untouched by others, nor did it require intervention. They instinctively confined the area of their conflict to a small zone between them, even reducing the scale for it. However, while Su Feng and Xiao Xiao were content to wait, not everyone shared their patience. Ling Luochan's use of soul power inevitably revealed their location, prompting Ma Xiaodao to come seeking them. Upon witnessing the chilling clash, a wave of wild ecstasy washed over her, compelling her to rush in unabashedly. Both Ling Luochan and the Ice Emperor frowned simultaneously, halting their actions. Although no victor had yet emerged, they had lost the inclination to continue. A strange silence enveloped the scene, interrupted only by Ma Xiaodao's breathless gasps as she lay atop the ice. "This is dreadful." Ling Luochan's tone was sharp, though it was unclear whether she was addressing Ma Xiaodao or the deliberately restrained Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor, however, remained composed, her expression devoid of emotion as she returned to Su Feng's side. "Are you dissatisfied with this outcome, senior sister? It is hardly illuminating. Was this how you all fought before?" "Not at all, but wasn't this your own choice? You could have employed a more aggressive approach, yet you opted to hold back." "I am a primary team member," Ling Luochan retorted, her displeasure unwavering. "If I were to unleash my full strength, what significance would this match hold?" Su Feng refrained from responding. It would be inappropriate to directly state that she would be the one to be swiftly defeated, after all. Ling Luochan might retaliate with an ice block to his face. Although he had gradually acclimated to the biting cold after being tormented by the Ice Emperor several times, it was hardly an enjoyable experience. Just then, Su Feng sensed a sudden surge of power manifest on the arena, swiftly dispersing all mist. At that moment, they finally discerned everyone's condition. All members of Dai Yuething's team remained unscathed, save for a few charred marks on Yao Haoshuan, while in Ma Xiaodao's team, apart from her and Ling Luochan, everyone else lay sprawled on the ground. "I believe the outcome is quite clear, and thus there is no need to waste your time." Surprisingly, it was not the trainer Xian Lao who spoke these words, but rather the academy's dean, Yin Xiaozhe. At that moment, he bore no gentle expression typically shown to students. Instead, his demeanor was grave, leaving Su Feng somewhat bewildered. Yin Xiaozhe was no idle figure like Xian Lao. He was responsible for the majority of Shrek's affairs. Given that someone was already overseeing them, why would Yin Xiaozhe waste his time? This was not the final lesson, and there was still ample time before their departure. Unlike Su Feng's irreverent thoughts, the others complied, falling silent to heed the guidance of Shrek's nominal leader. After restoring everyone's condition with soul power, Yin Xiaozhe finally spoke. "I suspect you are all curious why this old man has come to interrupt your battle." Yin Xiaozhe gazed at the students before him, his tone heavy as he continued. "I bear no good news for you. On the contrary, I am here to issue a warning. Just yesterday, one of your seniors was attacked by evil soul masters during an investigation and perished on the spot." Upon hearing this, somber expressions of mourning crossed the faces of all present. His sacrifice was not in vain. Following his lead, we uncovered a secret stronghold of evil soul masters. Within, they are conducting inhumane experiments. I cannot divulge further details, but you only need to know this matter itself. For millennia, Shrek has taken it upon itself to uphold peace across the continent, eradicating evil soul masters to the extent that they have no room to exist. However, this arrogance has rendered us blind, allowing them to grow to such proportions. The Academy surmises that during this soul fighting competition, the evil soul masters are plotting a large-scale attack, likely seeking an unprecedented revenge for years of oppression. The competition must continue. To halt it would signify weakness against evil soul masters. Each of you bears a danger far exceeding that of previous teams, which is why I am willing to permit your withdrawal. For those who wish to remain, I swear by the honor of Shrek that the Academy will do everything in its power to ensure your safety." Observing the unwavering resolve in the students, a rare expression of relief graced Yin Xiaozhe's face as he continued. "The Academy has its arrangements, but you must also enhance your own strength. With only a few days remaining until the soul fighting competition, I require you to immediately commence learning about soul tools. You must familiarize yourselves with the usage of all soul tools, particularly defensive ones, before we depart." Faced with the students' astonished gazes, Yin Xiaozhe showed no inclination to relent, departing and leaving behind a contemplative Xian Lao and a bitter-faced Feng Yu. "Come with me, children. Time is of the essence." Chapter 65, The capriciousness of fate in a primordial mountain range at the borders of Star Luo, the members of Shrek Academy, led by Wang Yin, were diligently searching for the traces of the evil soul masters, while Elder Xian continued to drink quietly, showing no desire to participate. Truth be told, had I not invested so much time in the research of martial souls, I would have truly been inclined to experiment with soul guidance devices. Observing the rapid data output from the detector and analyzer in his hands, Wang Yin couldn't help but reflect on the situation. Following the conventional style of martial soul practitioners, he had no access to such conveniences. Though it was somewhat unethical, Wang Yin silently expressed gratitude for the sacrifice of a certain inter-academy student. Had it not been for his demise, the soul guidance system would likely still be regarded as a dubious path by most of Shrek's members, hardly even glanced at. The development of the soul guidance system within Shrek had always been lackluster, while talent in cultivating martial souls was easily discernible. How could one identify the aptitude for crafting soul guidance devices? The Douluo Continent was not akin to the Sun Moon Empire, which could promote soul guidance education. Often, rather than recruiting talents for the soul guidance system, it was more akin to salvaging from the martial soul system, as exemplified by Hui Yuhao. Consequently, the talents among soul guidance students were generally far inferior to those of martial soul students, with very few making it into the inner academy. On this mission, there was only one soul guidance student. He was initially tasked solely with tracking using a soul guidance device, yet unexpectedly stumbled into the lair of the evil soul masters. Despite possessing an array of soul guidance devices for protection, he could not withstand the situation until Yin Shaoxia came to his aid. After this incident, Qin Duo, rarely using his authority, convened a meeting at the Sea God Pavilion. Although he was filled with sorrow and indignation, he did not let his emotions cloud his judgment. Battling the evil soul masters was a mission for every inner academy student, and the soul guidance system held no privileges. He had no grounds to hold Yin Shaoxia accountable. However, seizing this opportunity, he finally could advocate for an increased emphasis on soul guidance devices within the academy. Had it not been for the defensive soul guidance devices, the student would have had no chance to call for help and would have been swiftly slain by the netherworld Douluo. With Elder Mu's encouragement, the Sea God Pavilion unanimously passed a resolution to equip students with soul guidance devices. Feng and his companions lingered at the back of the group, showing no desire to be in the spotlight. As they departed from Shrek City, he had already connected to the mechanical insect network. Compared to the soul guidance devices, which had limited range and high consumption, the mechanical insects represented next-generation technology, enabling him to monitor an area spanning several miles. At that moment, Feng had discovered the cave of the evil soul masters but chose to remain discreet, allowing a mechanical insect to leave traces a short distance ahead of the team. Soon, Wang Yin noticed the fresh marks of flames, his expression brightening with excitement. Indeed, these must have been left by the evil soul masters. No soul master would venture this deep into the forest. With all due respect, Teacher Wang, how can you be certain this is not the work of a soul beast? Question Ma Xiaodao. Wang Yin, unfazed by her skepticism, promptly replied, the attributes of soul beasts are closely tied to their habitats. This is a forest, and it is impossible for fire attribute soul beasts to exist here. Otherwise, any battle might ignite a forest fire. A legitimate merchant convoy would never engage in such perilous activities. Only the roving evil soul masters would create flames here. Feng did not ponder much, merely selecting the most conspicuous traces, yet Wang Yin had evidently convinced everyone. They cautiously approached the bend ahead, where the cave harboring the evil soul masters lay not far behind. After advancing a little further and observing signs of habitation, Wang Yin signaled for everyone to halt and began to formulate a battle plan. If I am not mistaken, the cave up ahead should be their hideout. This terrain is quite suitable for us to encircle them. My cultivation and combat awareness pale in comparison to yours, so I can only put forth a few simple requirements. First, prioritize your own safety. With Elder Xian here, you need not worry about the evil soul masters escaping. The worst-case scenario would be sustaining injuries that would prevent you from participating in the competition. Second, exercise caution in controlling your power. Using large-scale soul skills indiscriminately within the cave could easily result in mutual destruction, and a living captive is far more valuable than a corpse. Third, do not hesitate or be swayed by any pleas for mercy. At this juncture, Wang Yin's demeanor turned serious as he instructed everyone. The so-called coercion or survival desperation are mere deceptions. Each of these brigands has blood on their hands. A moment of mercy or miscalculation could endanger not only yourselves but also those around you. I do not wish for your compassion to lead to your own injury. Seeing everyone nod in agreement, Wang Yin led them closer to the cave. After confirming there were no other exits nearby, the 7 from the inner academy swiftly charged inside, while Wang Yin and a few from the outer academy guarded the entrance to prevent any escape. The outcome of the battle was never in doubt. A band of brigands could not possibly contend with the elite of Shrek Academy. The cacophony within the cave soon fell silent. Su Feng closed his eyes, utilizing the mechanical insect's vision to sense the atmosphere inside the cave. Although he had already significantly influenced the narrative, it seemed that events were still unfolding as they had in the original tale. Before long, voices and shouts of students echoed faintly from the depths of the cave, causing Wang Yin to sense something amiss. He turned to rush in for support, but a violent explosion interrupted his movements. The blast lasted for several seconds, the immense tremors forcing everyone to exert every effort to maintain their balance. Once the explosion subsided, when Wang Yin glanced back into the cave, Elder Xian had already dashed past him, transformed into a streak of yellow light. Wang Yin arrived at the location of the inner academy students, witnessing the chaotic scene that left his heart racing. Ma Xiaodao and Dai Yueheng lay bloodied on one side of the cave, their breaths faint. Qin Zifeng, a swordsman, reacted swiftly, raising his defenses immediately. Yet, he had evidently misjudged the power of the corpse explosion, attempting to rely on his martial soul for protection, resulting in his sword arm hanging uselessly, clearly rendered incapacitated. Cici was the quickest, yet she too could not escape the blast radius, suffering injuries on her back, and now lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Ling Luoqin and Gongong Mo managed to open their defensive shields just in time. But the successive shocks felt as though they were battering their brains, leaving them incapacitated on the ground. The most unfortunate was Yao Haoshuan, whose larger frame rendered him a prime target. Wang Yin dared not even glance fully at the horrific scene, instinctively averting his eyes from the devastation. At that moment, Elder Xian was seething with rage. Once again, under his leadership, his students had suffered grave injuries. What pained him further was that these were the very students slated to participate in the Soul Arena competition the following day, representing the hopes of Shrek. Now, how could he explain this to Elder Mo? How does the taste of my corpse explosion technique feel, you useless fools? Do you still wish to capture me? A shrill cackle emanated from the depths of the cave, clearly pleased with the recent attack. Upon hearing this, Elder Xian's fury found a target as the pressure of a super Douluo descended unrestrained within the cave, suffocating all who remained alive. The voice from the depths of the cave finally recognized the imminent threat and rushed forth. Neither his subordinates nor the Shrek members could deter his escape. Elder Xian reached out to grab him, but Yao Haoshuan's body emitted a strange red glow, evidently having become a weapon of the evil soul masters. To protect the remaining students, he was compelled to shift his focus, exerting all his strength to contain the explosion's aftermath. When the dust settled, all that remained in Elder Xian's grasp were a few shattered bones, while the fleeing evil soul master had vanished without a trace. Chapter 66, Punishment within the perspective of the mechanical insect. Su Feng witnessed the entire sequence of events as the main team members fell victim to a corpse explosion, while the Grim Reaper's envoy made his escape. Despite the Academy's mandate for them to be equipped with soul-guiding devices, their long-established habits led them to rely on their martial souls instead. Only Ling Luoqin and Gongong Mo, who possessed minimal combat prowess, managed to preserve their state. However, Su Feng was not an omnipotent deity. He remained a member of the reserve team. Observing the outstretched black hand reaching for Xiao Xiao, Su Feng sighed, gently pushing the helpless Xiao Xiao aside and voluntarily becoming the hostage of the Grim Reaper's envoy. Although he did not capture the weakest member, the Grim Reaper's envoy had little choice left. The corpse explosion had concluded, and at any moment, the ancient creature lurking within the cave could emerge, sealing his fate. Contemplating this, the Grim Reaper's envoy was perplexed. He seldom utilized the ability of corpse explosions in the outside world and had always erased all traces, resulting in his consistent classification as merely a Soul King in official danger ratings. Many coveted his head, yet they invariably misjudged his strength, becoming mere additions to his collection of corpses. However, that ancient creature clearly did not belong to the category of those who would recklessly challenge him. He had only felt such oppressive pressure once before, during his initiation, under the guidance of a titled Douluo elder. How could it possibly warrant the personal attention of a titled Douluo? As the Grim Reaper's envoy flew and pondered, he remained oblivious to the fact that his hostage showed no signs of fear, instead yawning in indifference, just as he intended to slip into a tunnel he had excavated. A hand grasped his wrist, abruptly halting his escape. In a certain sense, I am also your accomplice, for I possess the ability to prevent you from proceeding. At the very least, to ensure that Yao Haoshuan does not perish. The Grim Reaper's envoy gazed at Su Feng with a look of confusion, exerting all his strength to break free, but could not budge an inch. At that moment, he realized something was amiss and immediately summoned his soul power, attempting to coerce Su Feng into releasing him with corpse poison. In the face of the Grim Reaper's envoy's terror, the moment the corpse poison touched Su Feng's skin, it inexplicably vanished, along with his soul power. Observing the approaching yellow streak of light, the Grim Reaper's envoy could no longer contain himself. "Release me, you wretched monster. I am the first prodigy of the Sacred Spirit sect. I cannot possibly perish here." Su Feng sighed and relinquished his grip on the Grim Reaper's envoy, who immediately tumbled into the tunnel. The Grim Reaper's envoy, now free, dared not hesitate and fled frantically down the tunnel, swiftly vanishing from Su Feng's sight. When Elder Xian arrived, he was met with Su Feng's face, a portrait of someone who had narrowly escaped death, in the enigmatic tunnel. The remnants of his rationale compelled him to halt his pursuit and stand before Su Feng. "What of the one who calls himself the Grim Reaper's envoy? He has entered the tunnel. Just now, he attempted to implant a peculiar toxin within me using his soul power, but I successfully severed its infiltration, and it has since been expelled." As he spoke, Su Feng pointed to a pool of toxic blood on the ground, the corroded grass attesting to the truth of his words. "Toxic blood? Curse it. Did he intend to use you as raw material for a corpse explosion?" Misled by Su Feng, Elder Xian hastily added another crime to the Grim Reaper's envoy's record. Though Elder Xian might soon locate the Grim Reaper's envoy, he could no longer defend himself. Deep within the tunnel, the Grim Reaper's envoy stared in disbelief at the blade that had pierced his heart. He had never disclosed this tunnel to anyone, thus he was utterly unprepared. Yet, this bizarre insect had infiltrated his sanctuary, striking him down without him ever realizing it. As the Grim Reaper's envoy succumbed to the finality of death, the mechanical insect slowly burrowed back into the earth, leaving no trace behind. By the time Elder Xian arrived, all he found was the lifeless body of the Grim Reaper's envoy, devoid of any lingering presence. "Teacher Wang Yin, what is this?" Upon returning to the cave entrance with Su Feng, they were greeted by the disheartened expressions of all present, while Xiao Zhao's eyes still bore the remnants of unshed tears. Upon seeing Su Feng unscathed, a faint hint of color returned to his face. "You are unharmed. That is what matters. Elder Xian, Yao Haoshuan has perished, while Xiao Tao and Yu Heng are gravely injured and likely cannot continue in the tournament. Shi Shi and Chen Zifeng should still be able to compete after treatment, but their strength will be significantly diminished. In this tournament, we can only rely on Ling Luoqin and Gong Ong Mo." As Wang Yin concluded, expressions of sorrow deepened among the group. Although Yin Xiaoxia had just issued a warning, the gravity of the situation rendered it impossible for anyone to maintain composure. "No, it is not just them," Elder Xian declared with an unusual firmness. "The reserve team remains in good condition. The glory of Shrek absolutely forbids us from conceding defeat so easily. In this tournament, we will not only continue to participate but will strive for first place. Wang Yin, take those who can still move to Xinglua City. I will escort Xiao Tao and Yu Heng back for treatment." Wang Yin regarded Elder Xian with a look of disbelief. "First place? Based on what? Should we rely on the other teams to go easy on Shrek? With our strongest members unable to compete, even if our tactical planning is exceptional, can we truly overturn the disparity of 2 versus 7? However, Elder Xian provided no time for complaints, seizing one individual after another, and together with Ma Xiao Tao and Da Yu Heng, vanished like a shooting star into the horizon. The moment he departed, Xiao Xiao rushed into Su Feng's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. I thought you would not return." With a quivering voice, Xiao Xiao lamented. If not for protecting herself, Su Feng would not have been captured. Having faced an evil soul master whom even the senior students of the Inner Academy could not overcome, the mere thought of it nearly caused Xiao Xiao to faint from fear. "It is all over now," Su Feng reassured, patting Xiao Xiao's back. Perhaps it meant little for him, but to others, his recent predicament must have appeared as a death sentence. Gazing elsewhere, Ning Tian and Wu Feng wore expressions of disbelief, while the Ice Emperor's gaze remained icy, uncertain whether it stemmed from his inaction or his deception. "Such is the situation. Please punish me, Elder Mo. I have committed too many errors and no longer have the face to remain here." After receiving Elder Xian's report, Yin Xiaoxia felt as though he might faint from rage. They had specifically prepared for the dangers posed by evil soul masters, yet problems arose just before the tournament, affecting the most crucial participants. Were it not for their inferior strength, he would have liked nothing more than to incinerate Elder Xian with phoenix flames, allowing this old man to personally experience the suffering endured by the students. Yet, what use was it now? Muin's voice emerged, unexpectedly sorrowful. As the pillar of Shrek, how long had it been since he felt such anguish? Since the students had suffered injuries, they should all return. The name of Shrek held no value, only serving to burden them further. That is unacceptable, Elder Mu. Surprisingly, the opposing voice did not belong to Elder Xian, but rather to Yin Xiaojia, who had just been glaring at him. The evil soul masters are so rampant. If we recall the students now, we would merely be playing into their hands. Has Shrek ever faced such passivity in its millennia-long history? We cannot yield any further. We must ensure that everyone knows Shrek remains the beacon of righteousness on the continent and will not succumb to the threats of evil soul masters. Muin remained silent, his withered visage behind the veil increasingly mournful. The reputation of Shrek had constrained too much, yet the students bore the cost. Most distressing for him was that even as the person in charge of Shrek, even as his disciples had paid the price, Yin Xiaojia still failed to discern the difference between life and reputation. Elder Xian. At last, a voice emerged from behind the veil, instructing to venture to Xingluo City and not to return until the malevolent soul masters there had been eradicated, regardless of the circumstances. This was the final act of recompense that Muin could offer to the students. Chapter 1. The opening. Remember my words. Do not show weakness. Do not allow other forces to discover our troubles. As Su Feng waited in the entrance area, he recalled Wang Yan's admonitions from the previous night and couldn't help but shake his head. No matter how confident they appeared, one could not disguise their cultivation level. After so many years of the competition, everyone knew the true strength of Shrek. The presence of a few soul sovereigns would reveal any discrepancies. Su Feng could see that Wang Yan was also at a loss. Unless he disguised himself as a team member, where could they find a soul emperor to support Shrek? The return of Elder Xian brought only the news that there would be no supplemental team members, leaving Su Feng with no opportunity to negotiate. The members of Shrek felt anxious, forcing smiles that only appeared more peculiar to onlookers, such as the students from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. A girl with red hair and blue eyes, around 14 or 15, openly scrutinized the Shrek team. Although Ming Hongqian was a reserve member, she had already attained the rank of a 5-ring Soul King, which gave her the confidence to compete, yet the youngsters from Shrek seemed to be up to something peculiar. The incident involving the evil Soul Master was known only to the higher-ups of Shrek and Xing Luo, and they certainly would not disclose it to their opponents from the Sun and Moon. Thus, Shrek's actions appeared to carry a different implication to others, such as disdain and provocation. As the teams finally took their positions, Su Jiawei rose from his seat to announce the entry of the competing teams. Observing Su Feng among Shrek's ranks, he wore a worried expression rather than one of satisfaction. Unbeknownst to him, his younger brother seemed to have stirred up quite a situation. However, no matter how many questions he had, it was not the time for confrontation. Otherwise, it would be Xing Luo Empire that would become the laughingstock, not Shrek. Despite Elder Xian's prior notification regarding the main team's severe setbacks, seeing that the team included members who were not even Soul Masters astonished Su Jiawei. To his understanding, it was unfathomable how Shrek could find itself in such a predicament, necessitating the inclusion of reserve members. The opening ceremony did not last long. After all, the audience did not pay a premium to witness mere posturing. Hence, once the parade concluded, they swiftly transitioned into the elimination rounds. The first match was once again Shrek versus the Heavenly Spirit Advanced Soul Master Academy. Though lacking Hui Yuhao's ability to employ intimidation tactics, the main team had preserved enough strength, allowing Wang Yan to abandon any pretense of encouragement to deceive the reserve members. The elimination rounds offered no second chances. Victory was imperative and it must be decisive. Ling Luoqin and Gong Mo, you two will lead the charge. Bei, Su Sanshi, Xiao Xiao, Su Feng, Su Bing. You will enter the arena. Teacher Wang Yan, are you serious? Su Sanshi couldn't restrain his curiosity. If we want to ensure victory, why not send all the main team members into the fray? There is no necessity. Wang Yan shook his head. The opponents are not formidable. Ling Luoqin and Gong Mo are sufficient. Furthermore, with Cici and Chen Zifeng in their current state, fielding them would only reveal our vulnerabilities. Despite Su Sanshi's inclination to argue further, the tacit acceptance among the main team members silenced him. Su Bing, I have reviewed some materials. Wang Yan suddenly spoke again as they prepared to depart. The might of an ultimate martial soul is not solely manifested in oneself, but can also amplify soul masters of the same attribute. Although it may seem presumptuous, I implore you to set aside past grievances and fully support Ling Luoqin. We will, answered Su Feng, not Su Bing. His commitment stemmed not from Shrek's honor, but from a desire to compensate for the observed plight of his comrades. akin to how he had secretly dealt with the Grim Reaper's messenger, thereby restoring Shrek's lost combat power. Before stepping onto the competition stage, Ling Luocheng paused, turning to gaze at the Ice Emperor. Her expression was neither sorrowful nor joyful. She merely regarded her. I hope Teacher Wang Yin has not misjudged. With that, she ascended the steps without hesitation, followed closely by the others. Once they positioned themselves at a corner of the arena, all spectators, including their opponents, were taken aback. A lineup composed entirely of youths, with only 2 members appearing close to 20, had Shrek gained confidence in such an assembly? Nevertheless, the students of Heavenly Spirit Advanced Soul Master Academy did not dare to underestimate their opponents. As the referee signaled, they swiftly arranged themselves and initiated an assault on Shrek. Ling Luocheng observed her adversaries coldly. Even many members from external academies were far superior. However, deprived of allies, she was compelled to proceed with caution. As soul rings began to manifest around her, an ice element staff materialized in her hand. To fulfill Wang Yan's request, she had determined her strategy. Taking a deep breath, Ling Luocheng closed her eyes. Soon, she sensed Gong Ong Mo's soul skills being activated, significantly enhancing her soul power. Wasting no time, she immersed herself in the manipulation of the ice element. Before the students from Heavenly Spirit Academy reached them, the environment of the arena underwent a sudden transformation. Ice crystals began to coalesce from the air, multiplying with astonishing speed and swirling about the stage. Under Ling Luocheng's command, the ice crystals surged like blades toward the team from Heavenly Spirit Academy. However, the execution of her plan was not as seamless as she had anticipated. Intimidated by Shrek's formidable reputation, Heavenly Spirit Academy dared not make any missteps. The instant the ice crystals emerged, they activated their protective soul powers. And 2 defensive soul masters erected shields without regard for their energy consumption, fearing elimination. From the perspective of Heavenly Spirit Academy, delaying time to achieve some semblance of accomplishment before elimination appeared to be a rational choice, yet it was rather unfriendly to Ling Luocheng. After all, ice crystals were not powerful attacks. Breaking through the opponent's defenses would prove futile. However, having expended so much soul power to conjure this blizzard, halting now might not be the wisest decision. Just as Ling Luocheng found herself wavering, a hand grasped her ice staff. In her perception, a domineering soul power abruptly seized control of her manipulation of the ice element, forcibly drawing her soul power back within her. The students from Heavenly Spirit Academy, noticing Shrek's lack of counterattack, began to advance their formation. Unbeknownst to them, the ice crystals had changed hands. The might of ultimate ice swiftly eroded the soul power of all those beneath its surface, and by the time the captain of Heavenly Spirit Academy recognized the situation, his teammates were already completely frozen on the stage, maintaining their forward stance. We concede. The captain of Heavenly Spirit Academy felt despair as he gazed at his incapacitated teammates. The most disheartening aspect was not the disparity in strength but the obscurity of that difference. Akin to being utterly unaware of why they had been frozen despite their robust defenses, the match concluded with startling swiftness, leaving everyone astonished. The audience, bewildered, offered only sporadic applause, while members of other teams and instructors wore expressions of disbelief. Despite the defensive measures taken by Heavenly Spirit, which initially seemed effective, the sudden reversal of fortune left them perplexed, unable to comprehend the underlying principles. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ling Luocheng maintained an air of arrogance as he departed the arena without a backward glance, seemingly indifferent to the significance of the match. Chapter 2. Undercurrents. Within a secluded conference room of the hotel housing the participating teams, the entire assembly of the Day and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy gathered. Their expressions grave as they scrutinized the documents in their hands. They had all presumably perused the materials, and having witnessed the events of the morning's competition, one might wonder if anyone harbored any conjectures regarding the situation. Silence enveloped the room, a response anticipated by the guiding instructor. The Day and Moon Empire's research on soul masters paled in comparison to that of the Douluo Continent, especially when contrasted with the renowned Shrek Academy. To achieve the observed outcomes, they could only attribute it to sheer overwhelming strength. However, to qualify for such a grand competition, possessing a minimum strength of soul master rank was imperative, despite any disparities in power. Under these circumstances, to eliminate all opponents in one fell swoop would necessitate a Soul Emperor's prowess, a feat evidently unattainable by Ling Luocheng, who was merely a Soul King. Dream Hongchen, you two wield an ice attribute martial soul. Do you have any insights? The girl with wine-red hair leaned back in her chair, staring at the ceiling, lost in contemplation of the scene she had witnessed that morning. It was only when the instructor addressed her that she snapped back to attention, straightening her posture. I cannot. Dream Hongchen replied, her palms open in a gesture of confusion that surpassed that of her peers. To freeze everyone is not an insurmountable task, provided they do not resist. Otherwise, it is utterly impossible. If I were to devise a strategy, it would involve employing cold poison to numb their senses, plunging them into a frigid state of unawareness. Akin to Shrek's approach. Noticing the pensive expressions of her companions, Dream Hongchen hastily added, "You cannot be serious. If the cold poison has already corroded them to such an extent, they would collapse immediately. Why waste soul power? Furthermore, cold poison cannot evade defenses or perceptions, thereby failing to elucidate their inexplicable elimination. What other explanation could possibly suffice?" questioned Ma Rulong, his countenance darkening. As the captain, he bore the weight of leading his team to victory. With the guiding instructor unable to participate directly, his tactical decisions became paramount, demanding utmost accuracy. Now, grappling with a lack of understanding regarding their opponent's strengths, how could he possibly formulate a strategy? "Perhaps we have been misled," interjected the previously silent Xiao Hongchen. "Dream has just suggested that this phenomenon could be feasible. The answer is not complex. While we were oblivious, Shrek's other members must have influenced the opponents, causing them to overlook their exposure to the ice and snow, thereby securing an effortless victory. In contrast to the theatrical narrative proposed by Tianling Academy, Xiao Hongchen's explanation resonated more logically, aligning with their understanding of Shrek. Is it a psychic soul skill that disrupts opponents' perceptions, or a specific toxin? Speculation alone bore little fruit. Xiao Hongchen interrupted the instructor's musings, asserting that Shrek would not be foolish enough to disclose their intelligence, naturally striving to conceal their members' actions. Our focus must be on preventing ourselves from falling into a similar predicament. The simplest strategy is to maintain constant awareness of our own conditions, ensuring we remain unaffected by our adversaries. Secondly, we should engage in reconnaissance. Any action will inevitably generate fluctuations in soul power. Techniques that yield no visible effects could be deemed as disturbances, which we can subsequently address. Both strategies are excessively passive. I find them unappealing, Dream Hongchen said, frowning, wholly unimpressed by Xiao Hongchen's proposals. The optimal approach is to identify the individual employing the soul skill before we encounter Shrek. Currently, it is known that among the 7 participants, there is one whose power is sufficient to simultaneously influence 7 soul masters. In a certain light, their suspicions were not unfounded. Under the deliberate control of the Ice Emperor, the ultimate ice could indeed numb the senses of foes, rendering them oblivious to their transformation into ice sculptures. However, to pursue the identification of the unseen assailant from this perspective was akin to chasing shadows. They would soon realize that Shrek's members had no available slots for such a soul skill. Meanwhile, while the Day and Moon team engaged in urgent analysis, Su Jiawei had concerns extending beyond the competition. The recent upheaval instigated by the evil soul masters, coupled with the alarming news of Shrek's terror attacks, weighed heavily upon him. Should a multitude of teams face calamity, his reputation across the continent would be irrevocably tarnished, possibly resulting in the abdication of the Star-Crowned Sect's throne to the next deserving hero. Have we located the nest of these insects? Reporting to your majesty. Not yet. The security in Xingluo City has been elevated to wartime standards, making it impossible for any suspicious individuals to infiltrate. Do you assert there are none merely based on your word? Is Shrek so audacious as to concoct lies to deceive me? Intensify the search efforts. We must not allow even a hint of mishap during the competition. Furthermore, ensure that the public and participating teams remain oblivious to your actions. Should this information leak, no one will bear the consequences. Due to the Ice Emperor's strong request, she and Su Feng were assigned a room of their own, separate from the other girls. At this moment, Xiao Xiao stood at their door, mustering her courage. After taking a dozen deep breaths, she finally summoned the resolve to push the door open. Su Feng, Binger, are you there? Yet, no response echoed from within. Puzzled, she peered inside, finding no trace of either of them, not even a sign they had rested there. Isn't this your home? What do you intend to do? Draped in peculiar disguises, the Ice Emperor and Su Feng departed the hotel, wandering aimlessly through the streets of Xingluo City at night. To be precise, I reside primarily in the Imperial City. This is the outer city, which I have not explored much. Our outing today is undoubtedly to leave an impression on everyone. Indeed, Su Feng aimed to orchestrate a terror attack during the soul-fighting competition held in Xingluo City. In truth, the criminal threat received by Shrek had originated from him. The Holy Spirit Church was not so reckless. The current title Douluo in Xingluo City numbered well over a handful, and even a super Douluo was not a singular presence. Instigating chaos here would be tantamount to courting death. Let me see. If that fellow hasn't fled, he should be in the next block. Over the years, Feng had created countless mechanical insects, most of which he employed for intelligence gathering. Every individual of note within Luo City had been cataloged in his records. After a thorough investigation, he swiftly pinpointed several individuals deliberately concealing their identities and abilities. As he intended to take action, he might as well target them. Soon, they arrived at the first suspicious individual marked by Feng. The man, possessing Soul King-level strength, feigned an ordinary role in city defense, practically advertising his dubiousness. To ensure that Luo City would not one day be obliterated, Feng deemed it necessary to eliminate him. Confronted by two ominous figures invading his home, the man initially startled, then feigned the demeanor of a victim facing robbers, seizing a kitchen knife in a desperate bid to fight back. However, he was already prepared with his soul skills, ready to exact a fatal price on these audacious intruders. How does the script sound? Listening to the man's derisive words, his expression darkened further. He could not comprehend where he had exposed himself. To safely remain hidden, he had even relinquished opportunities for promotion, fearing that any inspection could lead to his discovery. Speak, which faction sent you, and what are your intentions in infiltrating Luo City? Feng leisurely pulled up a chair, observing the man's shifting expressions with keen interest. At last, a fierce expression manifested on the man's face as he raised the sharp blade high, instantly plunging it into his own heart. Beneath the hood, Feng and the Ice Emperor coldly observed the man's act of self-destruction, showing no inclination to intervene. Chapter 3 Invitation. By the time Feng and the Ice Emperor returned to the hotel, dawn was approaching. Seizing the moment while others were still asleep, they silently slipped back into their respective rooms. Where have you been? An unexpected voice pierced the silence. Feng looked up to find Xiao perched on the sofa, dark circles under her eyes as she stared intently at him. A sense of impending crisis washed over Feng. He realized that if his answer failed to satisfy her, the consequences would be dire. Observing the nonchalant demeanor of the Ice Emperor, Feng's mind raced. Judging by Xiao's state, it was highly probable that she had waited for them all night, likely without a wink of sleep. Using morning exercises as an excuse would not suffice. With no other choice, he decided to gamble that Xiao would not probe further. We went home for a bit. Home? Indeed, Feng replied, maintaining his composure as he met Xiao's gaze. Our home is within Luo City. Now that we are here, we had to return home for a visit. Is that so? Upon hearing Feng's response, Xiao's tone shifted from interrogative to somewhat sheepish. After all, this was their room, and she was the one who had intruded. Then why didn't you inform anyone? Despite her exhaustion from a sleepless night, Xiao quickly identified the flaw in their story. Even if they did not wish to invite her, they should have at least informed teacher Wang Yin. Given the tense atmosphere within the team, Feng felt no anxiety and swiftly devised a counter. Everyone was already in a foul mood. Discussing returning home could only exacerbate their emotions. Xiao, you must also be yearning to withdraw from the competition, aren't you? No, Xiao instinctively attempted to refute. But Feng's penetrating gaze silenced her. After a moment's pause, she murmured, I don't know, but you can't keep disappearing without a word. It frightens me. Xiao's mind finally grasped that the issue at hand was their absence the previous night, not the uncertain future of the competition. I truly worry for your safety. Even the seniors in the inner courtyard are no match for the evil soul masters. What if the two of you got caught while acting alone? Feng, you've been captured once already. Observing Xiao's escalating agitation, Feng felt compelled to discreetly deploy the star artifact to soothe her distress. Rest assured, we are in Luo City, not the wilderness. Even if evil soul masters are about, they wouldn't dare to strike. We are locals. How could we possibly run into trouble on such a short journey? By the way, why did you come looking for us? Is there something on your mind? As soon as Feng finished speaking, he noticed Xiao lowering her head, her demeanor becoming somewhat bashful. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke in a barely audible voice. Feng, do you have time today to go shopping with me? Sure. Wait, what? Xiao lifted her head, her expression one of astonishment. She could barely hear her own voice, and given her impression of Feng as someone who preferred staying in, she never anticipated her request would be met with success. Just the two of us? Xiao ventured tentatively. Of course. Ice Emperor has had a long night and needs to rest at the hotel. But what about you? Don't you need to catch up on sleep? Su Feng handed Xiao Xiao a hand mirror. Gazing at her haggard reflection and the pronounced dark circles, Xiao Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment, and without a word, she dashed out of the room. Su Feng exhaled deeply. He had successfully navigated this hurdle. So what am I to do, shadowing you too? The Ice Emperor quipped. No. Let us refrain from jesting at such a time, Su Feng replied, rubbing his temples. Although his physical constitution was far superior to his peers, he had maintained a mental link with the mechanical insects throughout the night, and the immense influx of information had left him with a slight headache. Xingluo City is my home. There is no way anything could go wrong here. During the month of the competition, you are free to move about, as long as you don't expose our identities. Humph. The Ice Emperor chose not to pursue the matter further and directly occupied a bed by the window. Clearly disinterested in any outdoor activities, Su Feng was relieved by the Ice Emperor's nonchalant demeanor and opted to remain seated on the sofa, patiently awaiting Xiao Xiao's return. When Xiao Xiao dashed back into her room, she was met with the curious gazes of Ning Tian and Wu Feng. Ning Tian quickly averted her eyes, while Wu Feng failed to conceal his teasing expression. How was your first time? What first time? The exhausted Xiao Xiao initially struggled to comprehend Wu Feng's words. Her expression, one of confusion. Your first time with Su Feng, of course. At this point, realization dawned on Xiao Xiao, and her face flushed crimson. What nonsense. There was nothing of the sort. Despite spending the night, you still feel shy? Wu Feng scoffed. Could it be that Su Feng has some peculiar preferences? I didn't even see them. Okay. Xiao Xiao vehemently denied, anxious that if Wu Feng continued, she would find it impossible to clarify. What do you mean you didn't see them? Ning Tian finally interjected, aiming to prevent Wu Feng from further irritating Xiao Xiao. That is to say, since I went to their room yesterday, I couldn't find anyone. They just returned to the hotel, Xiao Xiao explained helplessly. Returned to the hotel? They went out. Yes. Su Feng and Ice Emperor went home for a bit, so I ended up waiting for them all night for nothing. Come to think of it, those two are indeed locals of Xingluo. Wu Feng's expression shifted to one of realization, his gaze towards Xiao Xiao now devoid of mockery. Indeed, Su Feng was concerned about the team's morale and initially intended to keep it from everyone. Is that so? Ning Tian was skeptical of Su Feng's reasoning. Given the current state of the Shrek team, could they possibly become even more disheartened? Moreover, if they were returning home, why choose the night? Leaving during the day would have drawn no scrutiny regarding their whereabouts. Su Feng must have concealed something about last night. However, Ning Tian had no intention of pressing further. Everyone harbored their own secrets, and as long as Su Feng didn't intend to broadcast Shrek's troubles throughout Xingluo City, it would not affect her. So how did your invitation go? Ning Tian deftly shifted the topic away from the previous night, redirecting attention back to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao's expression instantly turned anxious. There is no time left. You must help me. How can I go out looking like this? I believe Su Feng wouldn't mind such details. Ning Tian murmured in a tone only she could hear, yet she stood up and approached Xiao Xiao, guiding her to the desk. Since you're going on a date, you must prepare properly. It's not a date. I understand, Ning Tian continued. This is to express gratitude for him saving your life. Thus you wish to invite him out, correct? Yes. Xiao Xiao, blushing, conceded to Ning Tian's interpretation. Chapter 4 A Date? Gazing at the heavily made-up Xiao Xiao beside him, Su Feng exerted every effort to maintain a calm expression, lest he burst into laughter. Although Xiao Xiao was still quite young, she possessed the potential for beauty. Yet the makeup she wore rendered any sense of aesthetic appreciation utterly elusive, which was, in a peculiar manner, rather impressive. So, where are we headed now? After exiting the hotel, Xiao Xiao kept her head down, too shy to meet Su Feng's gaze, and the two meandered aimlessly down the street. After half an hour of wandering, Su Feng could no longer contain himself and finally spoke up. Xiao Xiao abruptly realized her significant oversight. She had never visited Xingluo City before. She had intended to plan according to Su Feng's responses the previous night, but the entire evening had slipped her mind. In her haste, she had even forgotten to consult Ning Tian and the others. I knew it. Let me take charge of the arrangements, Su Feng sighed. He had never expected a girl in her teens to devise a flawless plan. Ultimately, he would have to rely on himself. However, the transformations in Xingluo City were indeed remarkable. Su Feng's astonishment was not unfounded. Due to the competition, the influx of visitors to Xingluo City had surged into the millions, prompting considerable development in the city. For instance, the hotels accommodating all participating teams were, to his knowledge, newly constructed with the most advanced amenities. "Oh, I found it," Su Feng exclaimed, tightening his grip on Xiao Xiao's hand as he hurried toward a shop he had spotted, entirely oblivious to the blush that crept across her face beneath her makeup. 2 individuals, a private room, no assistance required, the ticket clerk nodded, adeptly accepting the golden soul coins from Su Feng and handing them 2 entrance tickets. Under the guidance of the staff, Su Feng and Xiao Xiao traversed a long corridor and entered a pitch-black chamber. As the staff closed the door behind them, Xiao Xiao felt her heart leap into her throat. "Where's this?" "The astrological hall, though I prefer to call it the planetarium," Su Feng said as he reclined comfortably in a chair, gesturing for Xiao Xiao to join him. After a moment's hesitation, she followed suit and lay back in the adjacent chair. Once she settled in, she was immediately entranced by the spectacle above. Instead of the expected ceiling, a dazzling starry sky spread out before them. "Isn't it beautiful?" "This is something unique to Luo City," Su Feng remarked, smiling at the awe on Xiao Xiao's face. Due to the Star-Crowned sect's need for star power in their cultivation, the royal family had commissioned research on celestial phenomena. With the continuous advancement of soul guide technology, the idea arose to record these celestial events and reproduce them using light and shadow soul guides. Though the projections could not generate star power, they were clearer than any natural night sky, prompting the royal family to turn this into a profitable venture. Without a doubt, this was a hallmark of Luo City. Su Feng's voice was low, and Xiao Xiao paid no mind, fully absorbed by the allure of the starry expanse, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. Su Feng, too, fell silent, emptying his mind. As the chosen hero of the star artifact, he felt an innate connection to the stars. Even if merely an illusion, it provided a soothing escape. In the tranquil environment, Su Feng inexplicably sensed the star artifact's revelation once more. This time, it was not a visual experience, but merely a sound. The music, at times soaring and at others mournful, resonated in his ears, subtly revealing the scene of a grand battle. Su Feng silently absorbed the emotions conveyed by the music. The insights from the star artifact invariably held significant information, even if just a melody. The familiarity struck him, making him realize that this composition's performer must indeed be connected to the star artifact or, more personally, to himself. Self-playing sacred music, Su Feng murmured. When it came to music, this was the only thought that surfaced. It represented a warrior's defiance against fate and a brother's eternal love for his sister, guiding the creation of an ensemble. They were machinery, instruments, and soldiers, resisting the injustices of destiny for their master. Yet, Su Feng was perplexed. He had no intention of creating a self-playing sacred music ensemble nor of passing this technique to anyone else. In contrast, the power of mechanized insects was far more controllable and potent, capable of supporting any large-scale conflict. Once he ascended to the status of a star god, all battles and wars would be mere trivialities, further diminishing the rationale for such creation. "What are you singing?" A voice interrupted Su Feng's contemplation, unbeknownst to him. The screening had concluded, and Xiao Xiao sat up, gazing at him with a puzzled expression. "I unconsciously hummed a melody that suddenly came to mind. My apologies." "I understand. Sometimes I find myself recalling songs I've heard before," Xiao Xiao replied, her acceptance of this explanation coming naturally. After spending so much time observing the stars, her mood had calmed significantly, allowing her to converse with Su Feng normally. "Is there anywhere else you'd like to visit?" Xiao Xiao pondered aloud, resting her hand thoughtfully on her chin. "I wonder if we should look for souvenirs." "Souvenirs?" "Yes, after all, it is my first visit to Luo City." Xiao Xiao's bright eyes sparkled like starlight in the dim room, her smile concealing her own little intentions. "I'm not too familiar with that. I can't think of anything in Luo City that would serve as a keepsake." "That's all right. I saw several shops yesterday, right outside the arena." Su Feng nodded, following Xiao Xiao as they left the planetarium. With a clear destination in mind, they quickly reached the street adjacent to the competition arena. Upon witnessing the throngs of people before them, Xiao Xiao began to hesitate. "Why are there so many people?" "Most of the strong teams competed yesterday. I suppose many want to explore today," Su Feng replied nonchalantly. The lack of entertainment activities on Douluo Continent rendered the Soul Master competition the only grand event, so Xiao Xiao could not comprehend this, while Su Feng, with his past experiences, understood perfectly why it had come to this. The flow of people was uncontrollable. Even with the best plans, execution would still present challenges. "Shall we wait until the crowd thins before returning? For now, let us explore another area." "No, when the crowd thins, the shops will likely be closed. Since we are here, we will find a way." With that, Su Feng pulled out 2 cloaks and quickly donned them over himself and Xiao Xiao. In her astonished gaze, they transformed instantly, effectively concealing themselves from view while also appearing taller. Su Feng's method proved effective. Their unassuming attire deterred the masses, and the strange emblems they bore led many soul masters to avoid them, uncertain of their origins. Without encountering any obstacles, the two navigated through the crowd and entered the souvenir shop. Xiao Xiao stood mesmerized by the array of goods before her. "Welcome, esteemed guests. What can I assist you with?" Noticing the shop assistant's anxious demeanor, Su Feng and Xiao Xiao removed their hoods, immediately dispelling the assistant's concerns with their youthful faces. Since they were not there to cause trouble, the assistant could relax and serve them. With this realization, a radiant smile blossomed on the assistant's face as they began to introduce the various items available in the shop. Chapter 5. Serendipity. Dear guest, behold our exquisite astrological disc. Not only is it aesthetically pleasing, but it also serves as a tool for divination. How crude. It merely encapsulates a few star maps, yielding results that bear no relation to astrology at all. And what of this? A crystal statue of the white tiger, crafted by skilled artisans, perfectly mirroring the fierce countenance of the malevolent white tiger. The Dai family would surely not concur with your assessment. This white tiger appears far too noble. They prefer a visage that exudes menace. Then consider this, a masterpiece created specifically for this grand competition, utterly flawless. It is the portrait of continental heroes, encompassing all the potential contenders of this tournament along with their detailed profiles. At a glance, it appears hastily compiled over the past few days, filled with trivial details about their origins and martial souls. Perhaps it holds some value for those unable to afford tickets. Su Feng perused a few pages before rapidly losing interest, tossing the document back to the attendant, witnessing her carefully curated selections being dismissed one by one. Even her normally amiable demeanor could not withstand the strain, and her smile became as stiff as a marionette. Were it not for the numerous patrons present, she would have been inclined to hurl the collection at him. "Show us that white tiger statue." To their surprise, a youthful voice pierced the air, seemingly oblivious to the attendant's ongoing presentation to Su Feng and his companions. They turned to see a slightly taller boy with white hair, his sharp gaze trained on them, hostility evident in his eyes. How can members of Shrek afford to wander about at leisure? Isn't it the same for our classmate Xiao Hongchen? We are merely reserved team members, devoid of any pressure, and thus we must seize the opportunity to enjoy ourselves. Su Feng recognized the boy before him. As the most gifted individual of the Sun Moon Empire, Xiao Hongchen's obsession with Shrek was understandable. However, encountering him here was indeed a surprise. Yet, despite the unexpected encounter, Su Feng displayed no trace of alarm, countering the mockery with equal fervor. "I possess confidence in my own abilities and require no last-minute practice. However, your situation remains uncertain. Shrek has truly weakened. Even children like you are being summoned to the field. Can the 3 great empires not muster even a single team of Soul Kings? You criticize the likeness of this white tiger statue, yet I find it quite reminiscent of your current state. Stripped of your claws, you can only feign solemnity, fearing that others might genuinely challenge you." Upon hearing this, the attendant's hand, which held the white tiger statue, froze mid-air. As a citizen of Star Luo, she naturally held no fondness for those from the Sun Moon Empire, and now, with the opponent mocking Shrek using the store's merchandise, continuing business would only lead to humiliation. Verbal jibes do not alter reality. There is no need for you to force yourself to provoke me intentionally. I shall not divulge a single piece of information. At this, the irate Xiao Xiao finally realized that the other party was attempting to provoke them into revealing Shrek's strengths and weaknesses. Xiao Hongchen showed no sign of embarrassment at having his plan exposed. Instead, he maintained his skepticism and animosity. No matter how much you pretend to be unconcerned, you cannot disguise another's reality. I need only to ascertain that Shrek is indeed in trouble. That is sufficient. With that, Xiao Hongchen turned on his heel and exited the shop, while the attendant let out a sigh of relief. Should a conflict arise, it would be the onlookers who would suffer the consequences. My apologies for the inconvenience. Please wrap up 2 of those astrological discs separately. As they awaited the attendant's packaging, Xiao Xiao leaned towards Su Feng in the resting area and whispered, "Who is that fellow?" A reserve team member from the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun Moon Empire, Xiao Hongchen, heralded as the greatest genius of his nation. Thus, his animosity toward us is understandable. Typically, the Academy would share such intelligence for analysis before competitions, but perhaps out of fear of dampening our spirits. Teacher Wang Yan only summoned the seniors. Did I just make a mistake, revealing our state to him? Xiao Xiao was more concerned about whether she had inadvertently revealed their weaknesses than about Xiao Hongchen's reputation. If her actions led the Sun Moon Empire to suspect that Shrek was in trouble, she would find it difficult to explain herself to the team. Such trivial matters will not sway the grand scheme. Regardless of how well we mask our true capabilities, our full strength will eventually be revealed. Rather than allowing them to be vigilant, I believe it more advantageous to feign weakness and lower their guard. On another note, it is quite late. Shall we go for lunch? My treat. Xiao Xiao, consumed by worries, merely murmured in agreement and fell silent. Under Su Feng's guidance, they arrived at a rather desolate restaurant. Despite its proximity to the imperial city, patrons were alarmingly sparse. Why did you wish to meet with me alone today? Seizing the rare opportunity for solitude, Su Feng posed the question directly. Xiao Xiao rarely extended invitations, especially not without bringing along Bing Di. Surely it was not due to her suspicions about his true identity, leading her to confront him alone. I wanted to personally thank you. Thank me? For what? For what happened previously. When you were captured by the evil Soul Master while trying to protect me. Due to her disguise, Su Feng could not discern whether Xiao Xiao felt guilt, gratitude, or something else entirely. However, since this was the context of her invitation, it hardly seemed a major issue. I did not think much of it at the time. I merely acted as the situation warranted. Moreover, though I was captured momentarily, I returned unharmed quite swiftly. There was no need to summon me specifically for this. No. I know you must not feel that way. At that moment, who could have anticipated what would transpire? I genuinely feared you would meet the same fate as the seniors. Xiao Zhao's voice trembled slightly, as if she were reliving that moment. Su Feng was unsure how to respond. While he had confidence that the Reaper was no match for him, such statements were not to be shared with others. Furthermore, to everyone else. A support-type Soul Master facing an evil Soul Master head-on would be tantamount to courting death. Yet if this was all that required acknowledgement, a simple thank you sufficed. For he had not truly encountered any peril. Is there anything else you wish to express? I. Xiao Zhao's words lingered on the tip of her tongue, but seeing Su Feng's indifferent expression made it difficult for her to articulate her feelings. Ultimately, after the day's events, her courage had been thoroughly drained. If possible, she would have preferred to have invited more people, allowing her to find alternative topics to delay the conversation. At that moment, a commotion at the entrance caught their attention. From Xiao Zhao's vantage point, she could not see clearly, but Su Feng's position afforded him a glimpse of a shock of white hair at the door. What does it mean to lack qualification? This establishment does not serve strangers. Are you jesting? Do you know who I am? Regardless of your identity, our establishment shall not make exceptions. The attendant disregarded Xiao Hongchen's veiled threat, steadfastly remaining at the entrance. Frustrated, Xiao Hongchen peered over the barrier, but could not catch sight of Su Feng and his companions. With no other recourse, he begrudgingly departed. Upon returning to the hotel, Xiao Hongchen entered their exclusive conference room, where several individuals awaited him. How goes your side of the situation? Not well. I lost track of them midway. They entered a restaurant from which I was barred, and to continue tracking them would surely lead to exposure. However, previous explorations indicated that Shrek was indeed facing a predicament. Otherwise, that girl would not have appeared so ill at ease. The guiding teacher nodded, evidently satisfied with this outcome. Due to the fact that the other members of Shrek remained sequestered in their hotel, they had yet to find an opportune moment to gather intelligence. Although Zai Hongchen set out a bit late, acquiring any information was still a success. Meng Hongchen was dissatisfied with this result. She sought a more precise understanding of the circumstances rather than a vague assertion of trouble. While it is highly probable that these are indeed the only Shrek members, we must not let our guard down. Since our Day and Moon Empire began participating in the competition, we have never once triumphed over Shrek. And no one can guarantee what hidden cards they might still possess. Yesterday's match revealed much to you all. How tedious it is to reiterate such statements. Ultimately, we must engage in battle to truly comprehend their strength. Meng Hongchen surveyed her teammates, struck the table with her right hand, and, with an authoritative tone, commanded, "This time, we shall undoubtedly defeat Shrek and demonstrate the might of the Day and Moon Empire." Chapter 6. Disturbances, Your Majesty, this has been entrusted to you by your brother. Please set it aside. I shall peruse it shortly. Su Jiaowei rubbed his temples, dismissing the eunuch who delivered the message with palpable annoyance. At that moment, he was far too preoccupied with the more pressing issue of how to address the attack from the previous night, just on the inaugural evening of the grand competition. Star Luo City had witnessed numerous assassination attempts, with the perpetrators audaciously encroaching upon the imperial city. The ominous mention of the Soul Master's assault, as noted by Shrek, only served to heighten his agitation. Previously, he had not paid much heed to the spirit hall, after all. It had been ages since soul masters wreaked havoc across the continent. Yet, the current situation suggested that these vermin had not been eradicated but rather lay in hiding, with their infiltration reaching alarming depths. Just as Su Jiawei wrestled with his worries, the door to his study swung open unexpectedly. He had intended to chastise the intruder, but upon seeing Su Jiaojiao's countenance, he swiftly masked his irritation and greeted her with a semblance of calm. Jiaojio, what brings you here? I heard that Su Feng has news. I came to check. Su Jiawei felt a wave of relief wash over him. His sister was still a participant in the competition, and he sincerely wished to shield her from any disturbances caused by the Soul Masters. He had yet to read Su Feng's letter, so it was fortuitous that they would examine it together. Let us see it here. Su Jiawei took the envelope the eunuch had just set down, tearing it open and reading each line with care. Your Highness, how have you been of late? During my year at Shrek, I have garnered many useful insights, and I am grateful for your efforts in concealing my identity. You must have heard about the attack on Shrek. The situation was undeniably perilous. The abilities of the evil soul masters are both strange and unpredictable, and they cannot be apprehended using the standard methods reserved for ordinary rogue soul masters. He was present at that time as well. Indeed, as a team member, it was only logical for him to partake in the mission. Yet, what did he mean by the soul master's bizarre abilities? The esteemed title Douluo did not elaborate greatly, but the fact that a mere soul king could compel a core member to withdraw from the competition, including Dai Hao's son, was telling. Su Jiawei's expression turned grave as he laid the letter down. Dai Yueheng's strength has already reached the Soul Emperor level, and he is not one to act recklessly. The severity of his injuries indicates that this evil soul master possesses the capability to dismantle any team in this competition single-handedly. Why draw such comparisons? There is no way evil soul masters would participate in the competition. That would be tantamount to walking into a trap, Su Jiujiu remarked. It is merely a lamentation, Su Jiawei replied, moving on from the topic. He resumed reading Su Feng's letter. Although the incidents involving Shrek's participants stemmed from their own hubris, they were ultimately acting in the name of justice for the continent, which merits some acknowledgement. In this competition, I hope arrangements can be made to shield Shrek from early exposure of their inadequacies. I do not intend to remain at Shrek until graduation, but for now, I have no plans to depart. I aim to focus my studies on soul guidance technology. Shrek has amassed talent from across the three nations, and their resources will undoubtedly surpass what I can access domestically. Compared to the cultivation of soul masters, soul guidance technology is far more accessible and versatile, representing the future trajectory of the continent. While the introduction of technology is relatively easy, altering ingrained mindsets is a formidable challenge. This past mission, the core team members failed to activate their shields in time. No matter how advanced the technology, if it cannot be deployed, it is but scrap metal. The strongest technology. Su Jiaojio echoed Su Feng's words softly, impressed by his audacity. She recalled her astonishment upon first witnessing Yun unveil her colossal mech, and the second shock of seeing Yun hold her ground against their entire team with it. Has she not come? She is upset and thus refrains from attending, Su Jiaojio confessed, her expression troubled. You saw it, at the opening ceremony. Su Feng was surrounded by a throng of young girls. One might think he was off on a holiday. What is wrong with that? The Star Crown sect has few members. One should be more concerned if he were surrounded by a gaggle of boys. I shall relay your sentiments to the Empress and see if she comprehends your perspective. Su Jiaojio shot Su Jiawei a disdainful glance. Ahem. Su Jiawei cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment. That is all I have to say. As always, I cannot fathom what he is thinking. Who cares what he thinks? He is not about to become an evil soul master and contrive a treasonous scheme. Rather than fret over this, it would be more prudent to consider how to fulfill his demands. The competition featured only a handful of teams. Continuously assigning them weaker opponents would undoubtedly raise suspicions. This is indeed a challenging task, Su Jiawei pondered, quickly devising a plan. They should still have two capable fighters among their core members. We should arrange for them to engage in one-on-one or tag team battles. Given Shrek's prowess, they should be able to handle a wheel battle against any other Academy-S team. Yet, this may not align with his desires. Do you truly believe he will care about this matter? He likely views it as mere obligation to pin some words, lacking any substantial content. Very well, Su Jiaojio sighed, rising from her seat. I shall attend to this matter. Your Highness, do take care of your health. If you were to encounter issues during such a critical competition, Star Luo Empire would surely become the laughingstock of the entire continent. With that, Su Jujio exited the room, leaving Su Jiawei to reveal his fatigue. It was easy for Su Jujio to speak. During the competition, he could hardly entrust matters to others while grappling with the threat of evil soul masters, multiplying his burdens manifold. In contrast to Su Jiawei's tribulations, Xuanzi faced a different kind of dilemma. With his cultivation level, any location within Star Luo City was but a heartbeat away. He had commenced his patrols the moment he received news of the attacks the night before. Yet he never managed to arrive at the scene in time, as if the assailants could foresee his movements. However, if they truly possessed such prowess, why would they need to skulk about? Thus, Xuanzi preferred to believe that the assailants had meticulously plotted their attack, acting with such swiftness that he was left with no opportunity to save anyone. Xuanzi was not adept at strategizing, or rather, he excelled solely in the realm of cultivation. Yet, the eradication of evil soul masters was Mu N's directive, and regardless of the difficulty, he felt compelled to see it through. After a period of contemplation, he resolved to seek external assistance. Untrusting of the Star Luo Empire's personnel, he opted to enlist the aid of the few Shrek members present. Herein lies the predicament. The Academy will not tolerate evil soul masters' misdeeds, yet I cannot single-handedly oversee the entire city. Wang Yin regarded the elder Xian before him, rendered speechless. None among them possessed even a soul sage. How could they hope to deal with the evil soul masters that Xian struggled to manage? Were they to scatter throughout Star Luo City as mere targets for the enemy? We cannot accomplish this. Wang Yin forcibly suppressed his simmering frustration and addressed Xian. The team members are all set to compete. I cannot uncover anything by myself. Then what alternative do you propose? Xuanzi countered. Why does no one inquire about the perspectives of those from the Star Luo Empire? If evil soul masters are rampaging through Star Luo City, should they not be the most concerned? Xuanzi fell silent for a moment, observing Wang Yin's clenched fists, yet ultimately chose to say nothing and departed. Chapter 7. Uncrossable. I inquired, how long do you intend to carry on like this? The Ice Emperor, with palpable impatience, led Su Feng through the streets. Despite the noticeable increase in patrolling soldiers tonight, evading these individuals, whose average cultivation level did not even reach that of a soul master, was remarkably effortless. The situation would depend on our outcomes. The silence following last night's attack indicated that matters remained within tolerable limits. The reactions of the common people paled in comparison to those of the royal family and nobility, which were of paramount importance. In a world where the disparity in strength was vast, no matter the commotion caused, as long as it posed no threat to the lives of the aristocracy, it would be disregarded. In truth, the resurgence of the evil soul masters, while influenced by the birth of martial souls, was significantly exacerbated by the passive responses of the various empires. With their stamina, the two could easily continue their killing spree until the conclusion of the tournament. However, irrespective of the number of spies present in Xinglua City, an overly swift approach might compel the nobles to prioritize their own escape, a strategy that would ultimately hinder their own plans. Observing the man, it was clear he was merely a fugitive with no profession, rarely interacting with others. Judging by his occasional speech, he appeared to be from the Heavenly Soul clan. Although he could have chosen to flee to a remote town, he still came to Xinglua City, seemingly unable to let go of certain comforts. Such trivialities did not pique my interest. I preferred directness in discussing how to handle the situation. Su Feng waved his hand, signaling the Ice Emperor to refrain from intervening, and proceeded alone into the man's dwelling, unperturbed by the alarm system he triggered. From Su Feng's perspective, the man had noticed his presence but chose not to act rashly, instead quietly rising to conceal himself, preparing to strike. Su Feng was unconcerned by the man's ambush. To him, dodging an attack from a Soul King was child's play. In contrast, the powerful auras approaching warranted his patience to linger a while longer. At last, the fugitive could no longer contain himself, emerging from the bedroom with a dagger poised to sever Su Feng's head. However, the dagger fell midway, clattering against the ground with a sharp sound. The man struggled against the grip around his neck, but it was futile. Soon, he succumbed to silence. Su Feng discarded the fallen wretch and resumed his seat, awaiting the arrival of their first guest for the night. A yellow light surged toward them at an astonishing speed, halting at the doorway. Xuanzi, with fury in his eyes, glared at the two cloaked figures, demanding, "You filthy rats from the sewers, what gives you the audacity to wreak havoc in plain sight?" From Xuanzi's perspective, the guards outside shifted their steps, seemingly incensed by his words. Another evil soul master maintained his seated posture, exhibiting no fear of Xuanzi, the super Douluo. Care to take a guess? Elder Xian? Su Feng's voice emerged in an eerie tone, neither distinctly male nor female, neither good nor evil, but mechanical in its monotony. I have no interest in jesting with you. Once it reaches Shrek, you will no longer be able to play tricks, Xuanzi retorted. Launching an assault as yellowish soul power enveloped his body, causing him to swell in size, with two twisted horns sprouting from his head. Before Su Feng could respond further, Xuanzi's massive hooves came crashing down toward the door, intent on subduing them. Yet, Xuanzi's attack was abruptly halted, or more accurately, blocked. A colossal ice wall collided with his hooves, producing a piercing sound that resonated through the darkened night, echoing throughout the entire block. Xuanzi stared, dumbfounded. At the scene before him, seemingly stunned by the presence of a soul master capable of withstanding his full-force strike. I often hear friends say that harmony begets wealth. Combat generates no value. Such a simple truth should not escape Elder Xian, should it? Who are you truly? Xuanzi demanded, taken aback. Saint Knights? Inheritors of the divine will, Su Feng replied cryptically. Enough with the theatrics. Xuanzi snapped, regaining composure and relentlessly pummeling the ice wall with his fists, quickly revealing signs of cracking. Seeing this, Su Feng finally stood and approached the Ice Emperor. The night has only just begun. Why must Elder Xian insist on this confrontation? The Saint Knights wish to purge the wicked and resurrect the great deities. We hold no conflict with Shrek, do we? Shrek would never ally with despicable scum like you. I shall never allow your escape today, Xuanzi declared, urgency evident in his movements as he observed the two attempting to flee. However, the Ice Emperor's cultivation surpassed his own. And unless Xuanzi revealed his true form, his soul power alone could not match the Ice Emperor's speed in repairing the damage he inflicted. Farewell, Elder Xian. Do take a moment to appreciate our handiwork. We shall meet again soon, Su Feng said, grasping the Ice Emperor's hand and activating his teleportation device. A blinding white light flashed, and they materialized in their hotel room. Look outside. What is happening? The room erupted with gasps. Within the hotel designated for the competing teams, security forces were present yet equally stunned. An ice wall rapidly expanded 10 meters from the hotel perimeter, soon enveloping the entire building. Some overzealous individuals attempted to challenge the ice wall's solidity, but their attacks left no mark upon the surface. Even some close combat soul masters found themselves encased in ice upon contact. Witnessing this, even the most arrogant among them hesitated to approach, as night had just begun to unfold. Most competing teams had not yet rested, and those who had were roused by their teammates. Aside from Su Feng and the Ice Emperor, no one grasped the unfolding situation. If it was an attack, the ice wall remained unresponsive, only reacting to those who actively engaged it. Yet, if it was merely a spectacle, no one could believe that the Luo Empire had gone mad enough to orchestrate such a scene. Soon, a yellowish meteor streaked down from the heavens, crashing violently against the ice coffin. Yet, Xuanzi felt panic rise within him as, despite his best efforts, the ice surface remained untouched by even the slightest crack. How can this be? How can evil soul masters possess such formidable power? Cease your actions, Lord Doudai. Minutes later, Su Jiawei's figure appeared, through the ice. He clearly observed the frightened expressions of the competing teams, his own face paling. What had started as a discreet assassination last night had escalated into a chaotic uproar, leaving him with no means to conceal the situation. Rest assured, the Luo Empire guarantees the safety of all. No nefarious individuals shall disrupt peace here. Su Jiawei's words served as a reassurance to the crowd, yet he alone knew the trepidation in his heart. The highest cultivation level within the Luo Empire was still inferior to Elder Xian. How could he possibly deal with the ice wall that even Elder Xian could not breach? Elder Xian, in your view, who is responsible for this ice wall? Can it be breached? Certainly, it is the work of the evil soul masters. Could it be me? Xuanzi replied with disdain, unwilling to entertain the question. If I were to unleash my full power, this ice wall would shatter effortlessly. However, no structures leading to the arena would remain intact. Must we simply watch as this unfolds? The competing teams, including those from Shrek, remain trapped within. It will become problematic if this persists. As long as you can acquiesce, I can commence immediately. Su Jiawei fell silent. Maintaining the status quo may pose no immediate threat. Yet should Elder Xian unleash his full power, the competition would inevitably face delays, regardless of its conclusion, and the ensuing losses would far exceed mere ticket revenues. Please remain patient. I shall seek alternative solutions. Chapter 8. An inauspicious beginning what is ordinary and taken for granted? It means that I cannot resolve this ice. The Ice Emperor, gazing at the flustered Ling Luoqing, replied with evident impatience. You wouldn't expect that the ultimate ice can disregard the disparity in cultivation, would you? If so, could I not defeat an ice attribute titled Douluo right now? Controlling your ice is a simple task, however. Managing the ice evidently created by a titled Douluo is beyond my capabilities, and that is only natural. How could this be? Ling Luochen, despondent, sank onto the sofa. Her vacant eyes fixed on the ground. Having just endured a near-total team annihilation, now imprisoned here, her inner fears had finally been awakened. Upon realizing that even the Ice Emperor was at a loss, she found herself unable and unwilling to think further. Do not worry too much, senior sister. Su Feng timely took over the Ice Emperor's position, beginning to console the girl before him. Since we were not directly killed, it indicates that the assailant either did not wish to or dared not to act. If he truly intended to strike, it would mean facing the fury of the entire continent. No one would be so deranged. What do you mean by dared not? Have you encountered evil spirit masters before? These madmen are capable of anything. Besides, if they truly were so timid, how do you explain the current situation? Su Feng merely wanted to say that given the continent's current capabilities, identifying the perpetrator is utterly impossible, yet this contradicts the previous notion that evil spirit masters harbor fears. Why define the perpetrator as an evil spirit master? The aura of the ice does not exude any malevolence. This is of little importance. Even ordinary martial souls can become evil spirit masters, depending solely on the individual's desires. Ling Luocheng found no inclination to explain the Shrek Academy's criteria to Su Feng. Such matters would be reiterated when they became the inspection team. While it is rarely heard that evil martial souls can cultivate normally through self-discipline, tales of soul masters succumbing to darkness are all too common. In summary, senior sister, it would be best for you to remain calm here for now. I will step outside to investigate. With that, Su Feng exited the room. In the corridor, a considerable number of individuals had gathered. On this floor, only members from Shrek and the first academies of various nations were present, thus maintaining a semblance of composure, but the tension between them was palpable. I say, you are clearly colluding with evil spirit masters, attempting to ensnare everyone. Ming Hanchen retorted without hesitation to the accusing girl. What gives you the right to assume we are responsible? Do the people of the three great empires only think of such insidious plots? Setting aside our motives, am I here to accompany you to death? Who knows if you harbor resentment after being oppressed for so long? The Shrek inspection team has not scrutinized the Sun Moon Empire. Perhaps you have colluded with the evil spirit masters. In contrast, ISNT the host, the Star Luo Empire, more suspicious? Their team members do not even need to reside in this hotel, so any incident would not affect them. The accusing girl hesitated, beginning to agree with Ming Honchen's words. If anyone could create such a disturbance in Star Luo City, it would undoubtedly be the Star Luo Empire itself. Silence. Such accusations resolve nothing. Just as they were about to continue their argument, a middle-aged man's voice resonated from the staircase, interrupting their discourse. Following the sound, the several leading teachers who had ventured outside for inquiries had returned, yet none wore a relaxed expression. Su Feng even noticed beads of sweat on Wang Yin's forehead that had not been wiped clean. Everyone, return to your rooms. The captains will join us for a meeting. Observing their teachers' expressions, all realized the gravity of the situation and obediently retreated to their rooms. Following the teacher's lead, Su Feng entered the largest conference room with several other captains. However, upon entering, he was immediately met with skepticism. Why is there a sole respect, the captain of Shrek? Here? Senior Ling cannot leave for the time being, so I am here to represent her. Wang Yin frowned but ultimately permitted Su Feng's participation. Then why are you two here? Is it customary for the Sun Moon Empire to have three captains? Su Feng glanced at Ming Hanchen and Xiao Hanchen, retorting without hesitation. I am far more qualified to be part of this discussion than a mere child. Silence. This is not the time for your quarrels, the teacher from Tianhan Academy interjected. Everyone trapped here has no time to waste. What does Shrek's team think? I am as uninformed as you. From my perspective, it is wise to await rescue patiently. Elder Xian is outside. No evil spirit master would dare engage him here. Eloquently stated, as if the ice wall outside were merely a decorative piece. If that barrier begins to shrink, will you still remain so composed? I said this is not the time for arguing. The man, unable to suppress his frustration, slammed his hand on the table. Generally speaking, in such situations, Shrek, as the leader of the three nations, would have the support of the three nations. And even the most disgruntled members of the Sun Moon Empire would refrain from contradicting them. Yet this time, Wang Yin, Shrek's leading teacher, appeared disinclined to voice any opinions, causing the discussion to falter. Ming Hanchen scoffed disdainfully but fell silent nonetheless. With argument ceased, everyone found themselves at a loss for words, and the conference room descended into an eerie silence. The most pressing matter now is to ascertain what has transpired. It seems that Shrek's teacher Wang Yin is not entirely ignorant. Acknowledging the gazes of all present, Wang Yin, resigned, finally spoke. Shrek has indeed received a warning of an impending attack by evil spirit masters, yet the Academy concealed this information to prevent disruption of the tournament. Why was this news not communicated to the other nations? Even if you were aware, what do you intend to do? Send your military here? This is Star Luo, not Sun Moon. At the very least, we would not be trapped here alongside you. Meng Hochen's tone offered no concession. Yet she was far from exhibiting the confidence she projected. She too had attempted to reach out to the ice outside, but her soul power could not penetrate. Even her own cold poison was affected. Yet, to her astonishment, under the influence of this peculiar soul power, her long-standing affliction of cold poison seemed to be suppressed. Unlike the Douluo Continent, the Sun Moon Empire, having not faced significant disruptions from powerful evil spirit masters, bore little prejudice against them. Were she not confined within this cage? She would very much like to converse with the soul master responsible for this incident. Prior to attending the tournament, her grandfather had warned her that while this tournament might not be severe, the next could very well present significant issues. Though no conclusions were reached, everyone remained. As if this act alone was a struggle for their escape, barely managing to suppress their inner turmoil. As they continued to wait, whether those inside or outside the hotel were reaching their limits, the sun began to rise. A gasp echoed from outside, prompting everyone to instinctively gaze out the window. The ice wall, impervious to any attack, silently melted beneath the sunlight, forming a small stream on the street, which swiftly vanished into the ground. Chapter 9. Overwhelming the actions of Feng and his companions resulted in no casualties, granting the Luo Empire ample room to maneuver. Following the unsealing of the ice wall, Jiawei promptly announced that their efforts had borne fruit, successfully thwarting the assault of the evil soul masters. Thus, despite lingering doubts, the majority of the academies and the populace of Luo City chose to cast this incident aside. In the ensuing days, Feng refrained from provoking Jiawei further but continued his campaign of cleansing. Through investigations conducted by the Royal Secret Guards, Jiawei swiftly identified a commonality among the victims, an unclear origin, which led him to question the motive of the attackers. However, the continent was too small for him to discern which faction might have a reason to act thus. Even the mention of the Saint Knight by Xian Lao left him at a loss. Unable to ascertain the origin, Jiawei was left to assume the evil soul masters were responsible, a conclusion tacitly accepted by various factions. After all, someone had to bear the blame. The competition proceeded in an orderly manner. Thanks to the referee's clandestine manipulations, Shrek Academy drew almost entirely one-on-one matches, with Ling Luocheng securing many victories single-handedly, swiftly advancing from the group stage into the top 8. However, the acts of deception ceased at this point. The lesser-known academies had mostly been eliminated, rendering further concealment of strength futile. The representatives of the 4 nations and Shrek filled 5 slots, which inevitably meant that 2-seeded teams would face off. Though Ling Luocheng maintained a facade of calm, her heart was fraught with unease. The strength of the representatives from the 4 nations was now comparable to hers. Attempting to play a game of 1 against 7 would only lead to a swifter defeat. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, the final matchup would be between the host, the Luo Royal Soul Master Academy, and the Doling Royal Soul Master Academy. How could this happen? Wang Yin found this outcome perplexing. Meeting other strong teams in the semifinals meant exposing many of their trump cards, leaving them vulnerable to targeted strikes in the subsequent semifinals and finals. Was the Luo Empire truly indifferent to the results, opting for a random draw? This question echoed not only in Wang Yin's mind but also in the thoughts of other national representatives. The Doling Empire's participants were particularly incensed, believing that the Luo Empire regarded them as easy prey. Fueled by this anger, all primary members of the Doling Royal Soul Master Academy took to the stage, determined to make the Luo participants pay for their disdain. However, as they stepped onto the platform, they were met not by Su Jiuju leading the team, but rather by a small girl they had never seen before, surrounded by the others. The girl bore a heavy expression of resentment, her presence exuding an aura that overshadowed their entire team. What on earth was the Luo Empire up to? Murmured Dozujian, the captain of Doling. Although his expression quickly soured, under the gaze of all present, the barrier surrounding the arena was activated for the first time with full force, even sealing the sky above. Do not underestimate them. The Luo people do not act without purpose. This barrier is far stronger than any previous match. Indicating their belief that this battle would reach the limits of the barrier's capacity, Dozudrin instructed his teammates quietly. As the referee's whistle blew, all team members instinctively took their positions, rehearsed countless times, with the vice-captain's enormous shield thrust firmly into the arena floor, providing protection for all behind him. They quickly prepared the components necessary to assemble their ultimate weapon, the thunder cannon. However, just as they were about to begin, the vice-captain's urgent call interrupted them. Confused, everyone looked up, only to be struck dumb. The small girl who had been encircled by the team had vanished, replaced by a towering 3-meter humanoid mech. Its limbs were silver blades, and even its crown bore a sharp decoration. The purple chassis and helmet lended an air of elegance and intelligence, rather than heaviness. In its right hand, it wielded a massive staff, the sheer size of which signified its dangerous potential. The Douluo team members found themselves frozen in shock. Yet Su Yun was unfazed. Piloting the knight her brother had crafted for her, she cast aside any useless formalities and unleashed her pent-up frustrations. In a flash of light, the knight crossed the 100-meter arena, crashing the staff down with tremendous force. With a resounding boom, the vice-captain's shield shattered, sending him flying backward. At this moment, the members of the Douluo team finally snapped back to reality, hastily retracting their components and scattering in all directions, not even sparing a glance at the vice-captain. A single blow had incapacitated their defensive soul master. If it struck them, not even the healing Douluo could save them. Damn it, what have the Luo people done? Douzujin urged his soul power, summoning his utmost speed. As far as he knew, the three nations were evenly matched in their research on soul-guided devices, in practical use. They were no match for soul masters of the same level. This was why they had to prepare the thunder cannon, which required 7 people to operate. Yet, the mech before him defied this understanding. Forget the 3 Douluo nations. Even if the Sun Moon Empire presented this in the competition, he would suspect it constituted cheating. That little girl could not be older than 12. To achieve the rank of Soul Master at such a young age was extraordinary. Yet the combat capabilities of this mech appeared more than sufficient to contend with the Soul Emperor. The most astonished were not the fleeing members of the Douluo team, but rather those from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Upon the mech's initial appearance on the arena, some of their members had already been unable to remain seated, but they assumed it was merely a decorative figure. However, when the mech demonstrated its ability to traverse the arena in an instant and strike down a Soul King with one blow, everyone stood up, eager to rush onto the stage and seize the mech for themselves. When had the Luo people achieved such advancements in soul-guided device research? Had their infiltration of Ming Hall reached the level of their grandfather's projects? No, that was impossible. The difficulty of manufacturing a humanoid soul-guided device was on par with that of fixed soul-guided artillery shells. Even if the Sun Moon people obtained the blueprints, could they comprehend them? Ming Hongqian still suspected the presence of a traitor, while Xiao Hongqian had begun to grasp the gravity of the situation. The creation of soul-guided devices was not as simple as imitation. Often, even if lower-ranked soul masters were given blueprints for advanced devices, they could not replicate them. The mech before them was distinctly different from the designs being researched by Ming Hall. If the Luo people had indeed stolen the blueprints, it implied they not only perfectly replicated, but also improved them to a level suitable for practical combat. Douzujin could not afford to dwell on such matters. His immediate concern was how to turn the tide in this dire situation. While assembling the thunder cannon was no longer an option, their previous victories had been achieved through their own efforts. It was not entirely hopeless. Fortunately, the mech ceased its assault after defeating the vice-captain, and the other Luo participants showed no inclination to pursue the advantage, allowing Douzujin to regroup with his teammates. Observing their shaken comrades, he feigned calmness to prevent further instilling fear. Now that the cannon was out of the question, we must adhere to our original strategy. That monster is indeed formidable, but ultimately, it is still a soul-guided device, relying on soul power for energy. Its cessation indicates a concern for depleting its power. If that is the case, our strategy is to buy as much time as possible until that monster can no longer sustain itself. Douzujin's reasoning was sound, provided that the monster in his eyes was indeed a soul-guided device. Alas, it was not. The humanoid mech, or rather, the purple cloud mechanized knight crafted for Su Yun by Su Feng, did not require soul power for energy, and thus, the notion of energy depletion did not apply. Even if Su Yun were to become overly fatigued, Zishu could effortlessly engage its automatic combat mode, rendering it an insurmountable challenge for a group devoid of soul emperors. As the members of the Douluo team prepared themselves, Su Yun ceased his stillness. With a crisp command, he raised Zishu's staff, and a blinding violet light enveloped the entire arena. When the spectators reopened their eyes, the members of the Douluo team appeared utterly dismayed. At that moment, They found themselves scattered across various corners of the stage, facing the ever-waiting members of the Luo team, who had long anticipated this encounter. Unsurprisingly, within mere seconds, the few individuals surrounded by the Luo team succumbed to defeat, leaving Guju Jian with no opportunity to intervene. The scales of battle had irrevocably tilted. Yet out of respect for Douling's esteemed reputation, surrender was not an option. Without capitulating, he was compelled to continue battling against the monstrous mechas. Fortunately, perhaps due to energy depletion, the mecha's attack power had diminished significantly, lacking the ferocity they had displayed when they had vanquished their vice-captain. After 2 minutes of a tactical retreat, Guju Jian could no longer sustain his martial spirit. The purple bamboo in his grasp was shattered by the staff, and he was sent hurtling against the barrier. After half a minute of inactivity, with no sign of Guju Jian rising, the referee declared the victory of the Luo Empire. The majority of the audience, composed mostly of Luo citizens, erupted in cheers. In stark contrast, the other seed teams, from teachers to players, wore expressions of profound dismay. Chapter 10. The Chain of Doubt. Listening to the whispers around him, Su Feng's expression turned unexpectedly grim. He had prepared for the public revelation when handing over Zixiao to Su Yun, but the current circumstances were far from what he had anticipated. Su Yun had no necessity to participate in the competition, yet she was included solely due to Zixiao's combat prowess, which completely contradicted his original intention of creating the Machine Realm Knights. The Machine Realm Knights lacked humanity, and Su Yun was not the type to be ostentatious. So in Su Feng's eyes, only Su Jiujiu had the reason and capability to persuade Su Yun to take such a step. At the moment the competition concluded, Su Feng left the arena without uttering a word to those around him. After a brief disguise, he effortlessly entered the resting area of the Luo team, where only Su Jiujiu stood, as the recently competing members were absent. Seeing her, Su Feng wasted no time and lunged forward, gripping Su Jiujiu's neck with a fierce grasp, demanding in anger, "What did you say to Yuner? Let go." Su Jiujiu had not anticipated Su Feng, who usually remained calm, would react so vehemently, leaving her momentarily stunned. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, unleashing her soul power at the Soul King level to break free from his grip. After stepping back, she rubbed her neck and mockingly replied, "Isn't this your own problem? Handing such a thing to Yuner, does it still allow you to dictate how she uses it? Stop with the nonsense. Yuner is not like you." Su Feng retorted, but was met with a piercing accusation. "But how long has it been since you've seen her?" "A whole year, and not even a single letter from you." Su Jiujiu's tone was uncompromising, her eyes fixed on Su Feng with a hint of reproach. "You have no idea how happy she was to see you at the opening ceremony, nor how distressed she felt when she saw those girls around you. That girl who follows you daily, where did you pick her up from? Have you tired of playing house? That has nothing to do with you." Su Feng struggled to respond, choosing instead to abruptly change the topic. "What I am asking is why Yuner is competing. Can't Luo find anyone else to take her place? There are certainly many Soul Kings who meet the requirements, even an abundance of Soul Sect members, yet I still allowed her to compete because it was her own request." "Her own request?" Su Feng was taken aback. "Of course. Do you think I am the type of person who would resort to any means necessary for victory? If that were the case, I should have saved this trump card for the finals. But why? Who knows?" Su Jiujiu scoffed. "It can't be because she was upset that her brother didn't greet her after a year, right?" Su Feng fell silent, then turned away without a word. He realized his mistake but had no intention of rectifying it at that moment. While he could choose to conceal his identity and simply visit Su Yun at home, as long as his mission remained unfulfilled, the issue would linger. He preferred to wait until all settled before offering his apologies. "We hope to meet the Luo team member who utilized the humanoid soul guide. I'm sorry, but Princess Su Yun has no intention of meeting with you all." "Princess?" Xie Hanchen was taken aback, suspecting that the individual capable of wielding a humanoid soul guide must possess a remarkable identity. But he could never have imagined it was a member of the Luo royal family, just like Su Jiujiu. If it were an ordinary noble, there might have been a chance to recruit them at a great cost. But how could a princess betray her country? The problem was that the only breakthrough point they could find now was the user. The spies deployed by Ryu had failed to deliver any news, and the confidentiality surrounding the humanoid soul guide technology in Luo was likely on par with that of the Mingda Hall. "Indeed, so please return. Ryu has its own competition to attend to. Is it true that Luo possesses the technology for humanoid soul guides? We haven't even managed to research it. So how could you achieve it with your technology? I demand that the humanoid soul guide be handed over for inspection to verify that you have not engaged in any cheating." The guiding teacher of the Luo team stared at Ming Hanchen in disbelief, unable to discern whether the opposing party sincerely believed this or was merely attempting to provoke them. Such a valuable item would never be entrusted to the enemy for examination. We have already submitted it for inspection to the organizers, and there were no violations found. Please rest assured, Miss Honchun. The organizers are simply your own people. Ask any other country if they can trust your word. The competition is hosted in turns by different nations, which is agreed upon by all, and the Xingluo team has certainly not engaged in any fraudulent activities. Ultimately, how can a machine cheat? You should understand the requirements for using a soul guide. A child cannot wield a massive axe. Princess Suyun only possesses the cultivation of a soul master, well below the competition's requirements. If you still do not believe it, you may choose to conduct an inspection during the next competition when you have hosting rights. In 5 years? Do you think we are as foolish as soul beasts? Your anger is of no use to me. I am merely the temporary guiding teacher. Watching the unyielding man, Ma Rulong sighed deeply, pulling Xie Hongqin and Ming Hongqin away. Returning to their hotel, the conference room was once again filled with people, astonishment evident on their faces as they whispered amongst themselves. Due to Ryu's unique national circumstances, their standing was not particularly high. They were merely the strongest fighters, far inferior to those dedicated to researching soul guides. Consequently, this led to even more outrageous speculations, with even titled Douluo-level assassins being mentioned. Upon seeing Ming Hongqin and Xie Hongqin enter the room, everyone immediately fell silent. In this team, they held the highest status, and even the guiding teacher had to heed their opinions. There were no results. The only useful information being that the individual wielding the humanoid soul guide was Princess Suyun of Xingluo. I've never heard of her. Of course, how old is she? She probably hasn't stepped out of the palace much. Since the path on the Xingluo side was obstructed, they would have to rely on their own efforts. Do we have any relevant news from the spies we placed here? The guiding teacher shook his head, clearly having found nothing. Our spies have not infiltrated the palace, and there is no news outside of it regarding that item. Ming Hongqin and Xie Hongqin's expressions remained sour, entirely dissatisfied with this response. I have already arranged for this matter to be reported back to the homeland. Lord Hongqin should initiate an investigation soon, but to be honest, I do not believe the Xingluo people stole the technology from us. Had you not informed me, I would not have known that Lord Hongqin was working on such a project. Could it be that they researched it themselves? Teacher, has your mind been frozen? With the technology of Xingluo, how could they accomplish what even my grandfather could not? You yourself have stated that Lord Hongqin has not completed it yet. How could the Ryu people copy a finished product from a half-finished one? Perhaps they sacrificed many functions or had sufficiently powerful soul masters pushing the experiments at any cost. The guiding teacher looked at the stubborn Xie Hongqin and shook his head once more. But the question returns to where the Xingluo people found such high-level soul masters. You know the difficulty of researching someone else's methodologies. Unless Lord Hongqin himself betrays us, I cannot conceive of anyone who meets the criteria. Xie Hongqin found her words caught in her throat, unable to retort. After a prolonged silence, as no one seemed inclined to speak, the supervising instructor remarked, "Identifying the traitor is not our objective. We are here to represent our nation in this competition. Now, let us harness the collective intellect of everyone present to devise a strategy against that humanoid soul guide." Chapter 11. The singular opportunity. The discussions at the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy ultimately failed to yield any conclusive results. Based on the performance of that humanoid soul guide, it is not unjust to classify it as a level 7 soul guide. With a single strike capable of defeating a defensive soul king and the ability to perform large-scale multi-target teleportation, it is virtually unbeatable in arena battles. No team can withstand a single large-scale displacement while maintaining tactical coherence. It was not only the Sun and Moon Academy that devised tactical plans against Su Yun. The teams from Tianhun and Shrek also convened urgently. Wang Yan, possessing limited knowledge of soul guides, was unaware of the technical complexities involved with the mechanized knights. What truly filled him with despair was Su Yun's demonstration of teleportation techniques. Previously, they had achieved several victories through Su Sanchi's Xinming exchange, thus gaining a deeper understanding of the immense potential of such skills. Reaching this point already satisfies me. Wang Yan's expression bore little concern, instead revealing a sense of acceptance. To be honest, I initially worried that Shrek wouldn't even make it past the group stages. Wang Yan, Bai Bei and Su Sancher spoke in unison, both recognizing Wang Yan's fatigue. The grand tournament had been underway for half a month, with all external pressures resting squarely on his shoulders. Even when Elder Xian intended to assign them tasks, he had not relented. For a role that yielded no rewards, Wang Yan had truly gone above and beyond. Perhaps Shrek has been too insular for too long. Even the Xingluo Empire has surpassed us. You rushed to learn how to use soul guides before your arrival, yet it proved futile. Now the Xingluo team has unleashed such a monstrosity, and with Shrek's current state, victory seems impossible. No, Wang Yin, let us not be so absolute. Su Feng suddenly interjected, startling everyone. They all turned to this talented adjunct, eager to hear his opinion. That mech, let us call it that, is not as formidable as everyone imagines. Even without preparation, the dueling battle team managed to endure for a considerable duration, suggesting that the mech's combat capability does not even reach that of a stronger Soul Emperor. Yet, it remains an enigma for us, once its position is disrupted. You reserve team members will be unable to mount any counterattack and will be eliminated. The only opportunity one can conceive for defeating the mech lies in Su Bing assisting Ling Luoqing, but the opposing team will undoubtedly deny us that chance. It's not as complicated as it seems. Su Feng shook his head and addressed Wang Yin. From my observations, the mech's teleportation does have requirements. It marks all targets before release, and those Xingluo team members who did not move were not marked. My soul technique can resist external soul power effects. If I am not mistaken, I should be able to seal off this ability of the opponent. Is that truly the case? Wang Yin expressed surprise and then turned to Su Sancher beside him. I cannot say for certain. Xinming Exchange does not require any markings, as long as I can see the target. Su Sancher hesitated before adding, however, that fellow S skills are evidently distinct from Xinming Exchange. There may indeed be limitations. I observed during the match that its activation speed was noticeably slower than mine. Wang Yin rarely exhibited a contemplative demeanor. As a theoretical instructor, researching the characteristics and applications of soul techniques is indeed part of his expertise, and Su Feng's insights opened new avenues of thought for him. You are correct. Such a powerful ability must have its limitations, and it was only employed once during the battle, indicating there is a compelling reason for that. Is it a limitation of soul power, or merely a cooldown for the formation? Damn it, the intelligence is still too scarce. The ideal scenario is that Su Feng can indeed seal this ability. Isolating it from soul power markings should hold, but its effectiveness remains uncertain. If Su Feng's ability fails, and the team is entirely fragmented, resolving the situation will be exceedingly troublesome. We will only have a chance through Su Sancher's Xinming Exchange. Su Sancher, how many times can your Xinming Exchange be activated in a short span? Wang Yin raised his head and asked swiftly, if no other soul techniques are employed. Approximately 10 times. That should suffice, Wang Yin exclaimed, startling everyone. Facing the puzzled gazes of the students, Wang Yin cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Yet his excitement was palpable. Listen, this is our sole opportunity against the Xingluo team S-Mech. Everyone must carry a substitute item to serve as a node for Su Sancher's exchanges. If Su Feng's skill fails, Su Sancher will first return to Ling Luoqing's side and then swap positions with any team member. The one who is swapped must immediately produce the substitute item to allow Su Sancher to return to his original position. But teacher, this method is far too inefficient. You were correct, Wang Yin conceded in response to Ling Luoqing's skepticism. Furthermore, Su Sancher would nearly lose all utility, as he would have to exit after helping everyone regroup. Yet, this is the nature of tactics. We are not speculating on how events will unfold, but rather contemplating how we may resolve the situation should it arise. We lack Ma Xiaodao, we lack Dai Yuang. Often, we have no room for maneuvering. Had they been present, Xiaodao could have forcibly drawn the mech into a one-on-one engagement, preventing it from impacting other team members. Had we still been the original selected team before departure, we wouldn't even need to concern ourselves with this skill. For I am confident that any one of you could hold out until reinforcements arrive. But reality offers no alternatives. All you can rely on is the companionship of those gathered here. Perhaps my talents are not lofty. I cannot break through myriad laws like Elder Xian. Yet, I have my own convictions. My dedicated study is aimed at making a difference in circumstances such as these. Everyone present was moved by Wang Yan's fervor, with a few even finding their eyes misty. After enduring so many battles in the tournament, Wang Yin finally opened his heart to everyone, no longer concealing his inner vulnerabilities. Rest assured, teacher Wang Yin, even if we are destined to lose, we shall never tarnish the glory of Shrek. Bai Bei's eyes sparkled with determination. A sentiment echoed unanimously by all. After leaving the conference room, Ning Tian unusually called Su Feng, leading him to the hotel rooftop. Do you not find this tournament rather peculiar? Which aspect do you refer to? Su Feng feigned ignorance in response to Ning Tian's inquiry. Every aspect. Ning Tian regarded Su Feng, paying no mind to the distant eavesdroppers, Xiao Xiao and Wu Feng. From the outset, Shrek received a warning about the evil soul masters. And then we truly encountered issues during our mission to apprehend them. Setting aside the senior's mistakes, when did evil soul masters become so courteous? Are they not afraid of being ambushed by Shrek here? Who knows? The minds of evil soul masters are not entirely rational. Perhaps they desire to create a spectacle for all to witness. Moreover, the Academy is indeed powerless against them. Even Elder Shin has yet to capture any of them. Has he not? This is a failure of the Academy, including previous missions. However, this is purely hindsight. How could the evil soul masters know their plans would inevitably succeed? Furthermore, regarding the attack, they had every opportunity to eliminate everyone in the hotel, yet they merely surrounded us for a night. As if they merely intended to issue a warning. You should understand Elder Xian's capability better than I. The situation was not dire enough at the time. Had anyone in the hotel been in peril, Elder Xian would certainly have intervened. It would be fanciful to think they could simply kill everyone. Yet, there is no reason for him not to act, is there? Ning Tian gazed into Su Feng's eyes, attempting to discern some semblance of emotion, yet he remained inscrutable. What are you trying to convey? Perhaps the individuals who sent out criminal alerts to the trainees, as well as those who struck on the second day of the competition, are not the malevolent spirit masters, but rather agents of another faction. Their intention was never to launch an attack, hence no one was harmed. What does this amount to? Then, an act of performance art? You did not summon me merely to articulate such notions, did you? Certainly not. I am also quite intrigued by the mecha presented by the Star Luo Empire. Ning Tian recalled the colossal humanoid soul guide he had witnessed earlier, still unable to suppress his astonishment. The soul guide technology of the Star Luo Empire pales in comparison not only to that of the Sun Moon Empire but even to Shrek Academy. The Academy remains open to aspiring soul engineers for research, yet the nobles within the Empire persist in their aversion to soul guides, a prejudice that has endured for millennia. How could it possibly dissipate overnight? What intrigues me most is that the mecha evokes a striking resemblance to your martial soul. My martial soul? Su Feng felt a flicker of surprise within, though he refrained from revealing it. Ning Tian's intuition was indeed sharp, yet as long as he kept his thoughts to himself, they remained mere conjecture. Yes, it is akin to your martial soul. Ultimately, you are the most peculiar aspect of this whole affair. Your sister's brilliance has overshadowed you to such an extent that many have instinctively overlooked your enigmas. How is it that a child with no notable lineage could refuse the Academy's invitation and survive the clutches of malevolent spirit masters? You exhibit an unsettling calmness, whether in the face of the Academy or the malevolent spirit masters. Moreover, it is rather coincidental that the malevolent spirit master who attacked us possesses abilities strikingly similar to your sister's ice powers, coupled with your connection to the mecha. I cannot help but formulate a hypothesis. Ning Tian observed Su Feng, who remained utterly unfazed, and ultimately voiced his suspicion, since our selection. You have been privy to everything that has transpired, have you not? Chapter 12. Illusion and reality. I fail to comprehend your perspective. You believe that I am the mastermind behind all this, a mere 12-year-old without any combat prowess? This is precisely the crux of the issue. You are deceiving yourself. Su Feng's demeanor did little to assuage Ning Tian's suspicions. On the contrary, it only reinforced her convictions. At the conclusion of the selection trials, it was you alone who dealt with Hui Yuhao. While others were preoccupied, would a typical support-type soulmaster not seize the opportunity to intervene? Moreover, Hui Yuhao is no mere figurehead. As a member of Tang's sect, his close combat abilities are undeniably formidable, yet you subdued him almost instantaneously. Physical advantage, coupled with my knowledge of some martial arts. Let us leave it at that. But how do you account for your unscathed return from the clutches of the evil soul master? You claim that the poison of the evil soul master was thwarted by your defenses, yet your opponent was a soul king. A casual strike could have rendered you lifeless, and any infiltration by the poison would have been unimpeded. I cannot discern his thoughts. Perhaps he intended to flee swiftly upon realizing that Elder Shin was en route. Neglecting to confirm my condition, seeing that Su Feng remained unyielding, Ning Tian resorted to her final card. She produced a note bearing the name of the restaurant where Su Feng and Xiao Xiao had dined on the day of their rendezvous. Xiao Xiao had mentioned it casually upon her return, stirring some recollections within me. Upon further investigation, I confirmed my memory. This establishment is not accessible to the average person. Even my father, the patriarch of the 9-treasure glazed tile school, requires an invitation to enter. So how do you explain that a common child from Star Luo City could casually access an enterprise owned by the royal family? Su Feng fell silent, taken aback that Xiao Xiao would divulge details of their meeting, and even more so that Ning Tian had taken the initiative to investigate. He had not contemplated the implications at the time. He merely sought to correspond with Su Jiawei while evading the pursuit of Xiao Hongchen, which led him to choose this particular restaurant. The rooftop was enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the occasional gust of chilling wind. Ning Tian was not in a hurry. Su Feng's expression indicated that she had struck a chord. What is it that you desire? I wish to uncover everything, including your true identity and the reality behind the evil soul master's attack. Su Feng weighed the ramifications of revealing information to Ning Tian. Although she was not a naive idealist, the truth of the matter was that even Su Yun remained oblivious, making it improbable that he would disclose such secrets to an outsider. Let me begin with my identity. I am the youngest son of the former emperor of the Star Luo Empire, and I share blood with Su Yun. Your conjecture is indeed correct. Wait, what of Su Bing? Ning Tian identified a gap in the narrative. While it was understandable for the martial soul of the Star-Crowned sect to mutate into the Star Cup, the transformation into the Ice Blue Scorpion was utterly illogical. If Su Feng was of royal lineage, then who was Su Bing? You previously mentioned that the assailant's abilities and Su Bing's powers were ice-related, correct? Su Feng tossed the inquiry back at Ning Tian. You cannot be suggesting that she is the evil soul master who attacked us? That is one interpretation. Jesting of such nature serves no purpose. While cultivation can be disguised, age cannot. No ability exists that could revert a title Douluo back to childhood. Hence, the assailant must be her kin? Su Feng refrained from addressing the question directly, instead pivoting to another topic. You are most curious about the motive behind the attack. I can inform you that it was intended as a warning. As he spoke, Su Feng turned his gaze towards the railing, overlooking the still buzzing Star Luo city. Ning Tian followed his line of sight but discerned nothing amiss. Everyone perceives the continent as being in a state of peace, with the only looming threat being the movements of the Sun Moon Empire. Should they attempt to launch an offensive, the three nations could easily repel them, just as they did a millennium ago. Yet the most genuine dangers are often imperceptible. The conflicts laid bare are rarely the true issues, while everyone remains oblivious. The evil soul masters have already developed to a point capable of destabilizing the continental order. Evil soul masters? But you just asserted that the attack a few days ago was orchestrated by your own hands. That is precisely the purpose of the assault. The spirit hall will not reveal its might, leading everyone to believe they are merely a band of rats scurrying through the streets, easily manipulated and underestimated. Approaching the spirit hall with such a mindset will only result in a repetition of the tragedies faced by my seniors. Has the Star Luo Empire uncovered anything? There is no value in divulging that to you. Suffice it to say that you need only to be aware of the essentials. No. You have yet to address the matter of the mecha. That is indeed not a complete soul-guiding device. Consider it akin to armor. Crafting a humanoid soul-guiding device is challenging, but enabling a person to execute certain functions is considerably simpler. The mecha bears a relationship to ordinary armor akin to that of a sword to a mere piece of metal. Ning Tian's intuition suggested that Su Feng was withholding the truth. However, such matters undoubtedly pertain to confidentiality. And given that the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School is a sect of the Heavenly Soul, his reticence was understandable. If you were already aware of all this, why then did you assist the Academy in opposing the Star Luo team? Because this situation exceeded my expectations. Su Feng sighed, exasperated. Originally, only Yun possessed that mecha, and she was not among the participants. However, for reasons unknown, she has now exposed the mecha. The Star Luo Empire cannot withstand scrutiny from other nations at this juncture. Thus I must assert that the mecha has flaws. At least for now, it does not pose a threat to the continental situation. Having said all this, whether you are satisfied or not, I have no intention of continuing to indulge your curiosity. As a friend, allow me to caution you that the current standing of the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School does not permit you to engage in such perilous trials. If I wished to eliminate you, your family would uncover nothing. Is this a threat to keep me from speaking? No, I trust in your character. The competition is nearing its conclusion, and I wish to avoid unnecessary complications. Very well, in return for your candor, I shall assist you in keeping your secret. Su Feng remained silent, making his way towards the stairwell. He had already perceived the presence of the two concealed individuals, thus discreetly muffling their conversation. Though they had heard nothing, Xiao Xiao was still deeply concerned, her gaze flitting between Su Feng and Ning Tian, eager to learn of their discourse. It was merely some matters pertaining to the competition. You need not worry. Ning Tian soon approached Xiao Xiao, addressing her directly. She was acutely aware of Xiao Xiao's concerns, and upon grasping Su Feng's identity, her plan to recruit him had already unraveled, leaving her willing to assist Xiao Xiao instead. If you're genuinely worried, why not inquire directly? There are unspoken words from your previous date, are there not? Xiao Xiao hesitated, recalling how Su Feng often spoke of peculiar matters. With the semi-finals and finals imminent, such declarations felt like tempting fate. After a brief moment of indecision, Su Feng's figure vanished down the corridor. Chapter 13. Simple and effective, the results of the semifinals were swiftly revealed. Apart from the somewhat disappointing concealment tactics of Shrek, everything unfolded as anticipated. There were no dark horses or unexpected failures. Tianhan, Ryu, Shrek, and the organizing Star Luo Empire all advanced to the semifinals. In this round of draws, the Star Luo Empire once again opted for the strongest contender, the fully prepared Royal Soul Master Academy of Ryu. This grouping brought a sigh of relief to the teams from Shrek and Tianhan, yet it provoked a sense of intrigue among the Ryu participants. It was evident to all that Shrek was struggling in the tournament, yet the Star Luo Empire chose them as their opponents in the finals. Were they truly unconcerned about the spectacle? Eliminating the Tianhan team in the semifinals and then facing the strongest opponent in the finals seemed the most beneficial choice. Although it deviated slightly from expectations, Xiao Hongqian and Ming Hongqian were eager to witness the humanoid soul devices of the Star Luo Empire. Thus nearly their entire team was mobilized, bringing all functional equipment along, even if it meant exposing their strategies. In stark contrast to the tense Ryu team, the members of Star Luo appeared relaxed, even somewhat timid. Su Jiujiu also participated this time, standing beside Su Yun. You don't need to be here. Your brother Wu Ti want you to take risks. It has nothing to do with him. Su Yun seethed with suppressed anger. Su Jiujiu's pleas offered no comfort but only intensified her resentment. The previous day's battle had not provided her with sufficient release. Upon returning to the academy, she had gathered her teammates for a lesson, causing all but Su Jiujiu to avoid her. As everyone took their positions, the referee's whistle pierced the air, and his figure vanished from the arena's center. In nearly an instant, Su Yun found herself enveloped in the aura of Zixiao. The knight's visor gleamed, and her body lifted as she surveyed the battlefield from above. Xiao Hongqian was unfazed by this spectacle, with a wave of his hands. Numerous metallic spheres materialized in the air before him. Under the manipulation of his soul power, they quickly morphed into soul-guided ray guns, a feat only achievable by a soul master possessing the three-legged gold toad spirit. Before Su Yun could make her move, Xiao Hongqian launched his attack. All soul devices activated simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of light that completely enveloped the location of the Star Luo team. This was their initial strategy, to thoroughly suppress the movements of the Star Luo team, rendering them incapable of repositioning. Despite minimal training, Su Yun instinctively activated the capabilities of Zixiao. A flash of white light illuminated the area, leaving countless craters where they had once stood. While she and her teammates appeared in another corner of the arena, something was amiss. Yesterday, her teleportation had required a build-up, yet this time they had executed it instantaneously. Of course, we could not fully discern the opponent's capabilities from the sidelines, but even so, we have achieved our goal, have we not? Continue to maintain fire suppression. We are moving in. As she spoke with Xiao Hongqian, Ming Hongqian summoned her spirit, her hair gradually transforming into a silvery hue, while a chilling mist enveloped her. Unlike Ling Luoqing, Ming Hongqian's eyes did not radiate outward but condensed around her, forming a pair of gauntlets. Seizing the moment while Xiao Hongqian charged, Ming Hongqian dashed toward the Star Luo team. The other team members were still reeling from the chaotic aftermath, but Su Yun had already noticed Ryu's movements. This time, she afforded them no opportunity and activated her teleportation once more. By the time Ming Hongqian realized what was happening, the arena's barrier loomed ahead, and she exerted all her strength to avoid colliding with it. Upon turning back, she saw that everyone's positions had been disrupted. Even the members of the Star Luo team were caught off guard. The worst part was that Su Yun had denied them any chance to retaliate. All deployed soul devices had been hurled into a corner, even the hundreds of soul-guided ray guns beside Xiao Hongqian interrupted mid-charge. Xiao Hongqian not only squandered a significant amount of soul power, but also suffered backlash, dropping to one knee, gasping for breath. However, they had anticipated such a scenario and had prepared countermeasures. All team members promptly retrieved their backup soul devices, while Xiao Hongqian produced more metallic spheres, ready to execute their previous strategy once again. Enough. A youthful voice emanated from the helmet of the mechanical knight, momentarily stunning everyone. Below, Su Jiuwei was equally perplexed, unsure of Su Yun's sudden proclamation. Yet soon they understood, as in the astonished gaze of all, Zixiao soared into the sky, halting at the pinnacle of the barrier. A radiant white light emanated from the staff in its grasp, teleporting all soul devices, both those previously displaced and those newly retrieved by the Ryu team, before it. If you adore soul devices so much, why not experience their power firsthand? Though she spoke thus, Su Yun was not adept at wielding these devices. She was no weapon specialist like Xiao Hongqian. Thus, she lifted Zixiao's staff once more, exerting an inexplicable force upon these precious instruments, crushing and reshaping them into a dozen massive metallic spheres. Once this was accomplished, Suyun relinquished her support over the metallic spheres, directing them toward the positions of the Ryu team. Although the distance was merely a few dozen meters, the impact of the descending spheres was formidable, especially with Su Yun's enhancement. All members of the Ryu team were targeted by at least 2 spheres, rendering them unable to evade, forced to confront the onslaught. And their responses varied widely. Some, like Ma Rulong and other students, activated their spirits, some produced protective shields, while others brandished soul-guided ray guns to intercept the incoming projectiles. Xiao Hongchen's approach was markedly more graceful. As the metallic spheres neared him, his soul power swiftly took control, retrieving the debris and reverting it to the form of soul devices. Meng Hongchen, on the other hand, propelled herself against the barriers, narrowly evading the impact of the metallic spheres. Within less than 2 minutes of the match commencing, the situation had already escalated to a perilous degree, thrilling the spectators outside. Yet in such rapid combat, those lacking experience were bound to err, as exemplified by Su Yun returning a substantial quantity of metal to Xiao Hongchen, and at this moment, the Ryu team was entirely focused on Su Yun. Su Jiujiu shone brilliantly. Prior to the match, she had specifically instructed Su Yun to position her at the center of the arena while dispersing the rest of the team. Now, this strategy bore fruit, as countless stars streamed forth from her crown, partitioning the arena into 7 sections, isolating all members of the Ryu team with no chance of regrouping. Damn it! Su Jiaojiu's intent was glaringly evident, to replicate the tactic employed against the battle spirit, targeting each opponent individually, a strategy known for its efficacy. In close quarters, how could the Ryu team possibly contend with the Star Luo team? The areas occupied by Meng Hongchen and Xiao Hongchen remained devoid of adversaries, perfectly aligning with Su Jiujiu and Su Yun. This arrangement seemed peculiar. Their previous matches had not showcased their true prowess, even though Xiao Hongchen had just displayed extraordinary might. Why were they now targeted? It was clear that intelligence regarding the Ryu team had been leaked at some point, and now, in the Star Luo Empire's home ground, they were utterly helpless. Both Meng Hongchen and Xiao Hongchen, being prodigies, swiftly made the correct decision to unleash their full power against the barriers separating them, striving to support their teammates. For an entire month, Su Jiujiu had diligently amassed star power for this competition. With unwavering effort, she could withstand even the Soul Emperor's assaults. Their brief attempts were utterly futile against her formidable barrier. As her teammates were successively ensnared and on the brink of elimination, Xiao Hongchen could no longer restrain himself. He dismantled all the soul devices surrounding him into their most primal metallic forms, and within mere seconds, a colossal soul-guided ray cannon was erected. This time, he did not aim at the barrier beside him but directly at Su Jiujiu, positioned at the center of the arena. Despite his limited knowledge, Xiao Hongchen understood how to amplify the output of soul devices, akin to the simplified thunder cannon his team had aimed to employ. He, too, magnified this cannon's power to the level of a 7th-grade soul device. At this moment, the cannon's energy could no longer be sustained solely by his soul power. He quickly attached several energy bottles to it, rapidly infusing it with soul energy. A spherical white light coalesced at the cannon's muzzle before being unleashed in an instant. The thunderous roar and blinding white light left the audience momentarily entranced. When they regained their focus, Su Jiujiu appeared significantly drained, having expended a considerable portion of her star power, and her barrier was reluctantly withdrawn. Xiao Hongchen's attack affected not only Su Jiujiu but also halted the actions of everyone on the stage, momentarily disrupting their movements. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Meng Hongchen dashed to the nearest teammate, unleashing a palm imbued with poisonous soul energy, compelling a member of the Xingluo team to retreat from their position. Once distance was established, the advantage of the Soul Master's firepower became evident. Multiple soul devices unleashed their assaults, forcing the Xingluo member to retreat repeatedly until they were cornered in another combat zone, consequently halting a separate battle. Witnessing this turn of events, Su Jiujiu promptly abandoned her initial strategy and commanded all her teammates to converge around her. This action was ideally suited for the Day and Moon team's turret strategy, and they offered no resistance, instead seizing the opportunity to gather as well. After assembling, both sides tacitly refrained from initiating an attack, plunging the atmosphere into an eerie silence. On the Xingluo team's side, Su Jiujiu's substantial depletion of star power left her teammates hesitant to stray far. The risk of her sustaining injury was a burden they could not bear. Conversely, the Day and Moon team had a different concern. Su Yun lingered in the sky, observing all. Should they choose to strike, they risked being teleported away. If they inadvertently brought themselves within the line of fire, the consequences could be dire. Until they restrained Su Yun, they dared not act impulsively. However, his aerial position rendered them powerless. The current flying soul devices fell short of meeting aerial combat standards, and soul masters with flight capabilities seldom chose to remain aloft, as few could afford to squander their soul power in such a manner. Yet, conventional wisdom had lost its efficacy. They could only rack their brains for a means to draw Su Yun down. This stalemate, however, was not what the audience had come to witness. They craved the thrill of the earlier chaotic skirmish. Soon, discontent began to swell among the spectators, their clamoring escalating to a crescendo that even reached Su Yun's ears. The audience's agitation intensified Su Yun's own negative emotions, having initially intended to conserve her strength. She could no longer contain herself and unleash the full capabilities of Zixiao. Under the watchful gaze of all, the staff in the mech's hand enveloped the entirety of the Day and Moon team once more, causing them to vanish in an instant. However, after a few seconds, the audience still did not see the Day and Moon team reappear on the arena, just as their instructor prepared to lodge a complaint of foul play. A piercing scream echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up to witness all the Day and Moon participants plummeting rapidly, clearly having been relocated to the heavens above. This maneuver took everyone by surprise. Su Sanchi's earlier use of Xinming replacement had led many to instinctively direct their strategies towards Su Yun. Yet, Zixiao's teleportation required neither a substitute nor positional constraints. As long as Su Yun willed it, the transported individuals could materialize anywhere within her perception. This revelation left Su Jiuzhou sighing, her teammates displaying expressions of trepidation. Many had previously experienced this tactic during training. Due to the 1-to-7 disparity, Su Yun soon found herself overwhelmed and resorted to indiscriminately teleporting anyone who approached her to random locations, an occurrence dictated entirely by chance. If they merely fell through the air, the physical prowess of a Soul King would likely prevent fatal injuries. However, colliding with a teammate or landing on training apparatus could yield unpredictable consequences. The Day and Moon team quickly adapted, bracing themselves for the impending impact, but in the instant before they touched down, a flash of white light illuminated the scene, and they found themselves soaring high once more. This teleportation sequence transpired 3 times before the Day and Moon instructor voluntarily conceded defeat. Even if the mech's energy were to deplete, the velocity attained by the Day and Moon team would soon become uncontrollable, leading to severe injury or even death. From the moment Su Yun employed this strategy, the outcome had been irrevocably determined. Chapter 14. The Great News, followed by Greater News. Su Feng's expression was grimmer than that of a bitter melon. To his teammates, it appeared he was lamenting a tactical failure. However, his true concern lay not in victory or defeat, but in the complete collapse of his meticulously concealed plans due to Su Yun's reckless actions. Following this grand competition, even if the Star Luo Empire were to proclaim its technological inadequacies, other factions would remain unconvinced. The mecha presented an overwhelming advantage against any power below the Soul Sage level, and even the Soul Sages found it challenging to secure victory. Relying solely on numerical superiority would only lead to a one-sided demise, as evidenced by the current situation. Based on its demonstrated capabilities, Zixiao could undoubtedly be classified as a strategic-level weapon. The astonishing power of Zixiao, manipulated by Su Yun, left the Shrek team distracted during their afternoon duel against the Heavenly Soul team. By the time they recognized the implications, the Heavenly Soul team had cleverly relinquished victory, clearly preferring to forfeit their ranking rather than engage in battle with the Star Luo team. Thus, the day of the finals arrived. This time, all the prominent figures of Star Luo City gathered at the venue, including Xuanzi, who had been searching for evil soul masters. He had missed the previous day's match and was indifferent to the strategic soul guide wielded by Wang Yekong. However, it was the finals, and he felt compelled to witness Shrek's remarkable advancement under such circumstances. Listening to Su Jiawei's lengthy and tedious speech, Ning Tian could not help but sigh. Despite her understanding of these overt rules, she yearned for more relaxed social interactions. Did you used to listen to him like this? No, I seldom engaged him in conversation. Ning Tian turned her head in confusion. Noticing Su Feng's odd reaction, he neither avoided acknowledging his identity nor did he exhibit any hint of warmth. Just then, Su Jiawei's speech concluded, signaling their turn to take the stage. Ning Tian suppressed her curiosity and followed her teammates onto the platform. Upon ascending, she noticed Su Yun's gaze fixated intensely on Su Feng, a palpable aura of resentment emanating from him. The other team members sensed something amiss, yet they remained oblivious to the underlying reasons. 3, 2, 1, begin. A thunderous laughter erupted from above, drowning out the referee's voice. The moment Xuanzi spotted the familiar figures clad in black, he attempted to rush from the audience, only to be halted by an ice spear sent down by the Ice Emperor. The ice spear, deflected by Xuanzi, crashed onto the ground below, instantly freezing the surrounding area. Realizing the potential harm to the audience, Xuanzi was compelled to cease his advance. Xian Lao, it's good to see you. What do you hidden evil soul masters intend to accomplish? Xuanzi's words immediately incited an uproar among the spectators. Evil soul masters were perceived as vermin, unworthy to appear in a grand competition attended by numerous titled Douluos. Do not be hasty, Xian Lao, Su Feng replied with an unhurried tone, embodying the very essence of an arrogant evil soul master. We have yet to take any action, even when we previously confined you to your hotel. It did not result in any casualties. Turning truth into falsehood, since the commencement of this competition, the city has seen much bloodshed, and now you dare claim innocence? Su Jiawei's face turned ashen upon hearing Xuanzi's accusations. Thanks to Su Feng's discretion and his efforts to suppress information, very few were aware of the attacks until now. Xuanzi, as a member of Shrek, boldly raised the banner of justice, while the Star Luo Empire's reputation plummeted in the eyes of the public. You misunderstand. I harbor no interest in bloodshed. Those individuals have simply chosen their own demise. Humph. One cannot trust the words of evil soul masters. With so many powerful beings present today, you shall not escape. Indeed, not only you, Xian Lao, but many from the Star Luo Temple are also present, Su Feng remarked. Glancing towards the VIP section beside Su Jiawei, spotting several familiar figures. I value fairness. Given your formidable strength, surely you would permit me to utilize a few minor tactics? As Su Feng's voice faded, a tremor akin to an earthquake resonated from beneath the arena, felt even by Su Jiawei seated in the royal city. Following a brief silence, a sweeping mental shockwave coursed through the venue, as a colossal creature burst forth from the ground, revealing itself to all. The fabricated insect god, meticulously crafted by Su Feng, now emerged into the world's view, characterized by its bizarre disc-like core and countless flailing tentacles, immediately categorized as a manifestation of malevolence. The insect god's appearance was fleeting, as its tentacles swiftly extended outward, targeting the nearest humans for attack. Although the fabricated insect god's size paled in comparison to the genuine insect god, it still towered at over 10 meters, its tentacles resembling massive serpents. The competitors on the platform, being closest, became its immediate targets, on the verge of capture. At that moment, a flash of white light enveloped them, as Su Yun teleported everyone to the audience seats in the royal city. Surely, you have never beheld a holy beast such as this, have you? The power of the Holy Church relies entirely upon its grace. Today, the Holy Church opens its doors wide. All who wish to join may receive the blessings of the Holy Beast. What say you? Such deceptive rhetoric. The speaker was not Xuanzi, but Su Jiawei. With the competition now in disarray, continuing was no longer feasible. If they allowed the opposing side to speak further, the dignity of the Star Luo Empire would be utterly tarnished. Xian Lao, please lend Shrek your strength to help us subdue this beast. How audacious of you. A mere group of mortals dares to offend a deity? With that, Su Feng promptly lifted all restrictions on the fabricated insect god, releasing his mental influence. The brief mental shockwave previously felt was now fully unleashed, nearly engulfing half of Star Luo City. Some lower-ranked individuals in the audience fainted from the overwhelming force, while those who remained conscious endured even greater torment. Strange. What is happening? Su Yun shook her head, declining to answer Su Jiaozhou's inquiry. She, too, had sensed the recent mental surge, but rather than discomfort, it evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if she had encountered it before. Monster, allow me to handle you. Unable to endure the sight of fallen spectators, Xuanzi took decisive action. His earthy-hued soul power rapidly enveloped his form, as massive curved horns sprouted from the back of his head, transforming into pointed spikes aimed directly at the fabricated insect god. Yet, to the astonishment of all, as he approached the platform, the soul power shrouding Xuanzi dissipated, leaving his unprotected body vulnerable to the grasping tentacles, his fate uncertain. Haha. Just so. The majesty of the divine cannot be sullied by mere mortals. No soul power can approach the holy beast. You ants dare to resist the holy church? You are dreaming. Chapter 15. The gentleman loves talent. How is this possible? The assembled titled Douluos were utterly astonished. Elder Xian was already at level 98. Merely a step away from the pinnacle of Douluo, and it could be said without exaggeration that the combined strength of everyone present barely matched his own. If Elder Xian was unable to contend with this monster, it implied that these evil soul masters were utterly unstoppable. The infamous devourer Douluo was relatively obscure, leading most of the students to misconstrue the situation as a mere moment of misfortune due to inadequate intelligence. However, for Ning Tian, everything had spiraled far beyond control. The mental onslaught that was causing everyone unbearable headaches, along with Elder Shin's perilous fate, had transcended the realm of mere theatrics. Hey, what are you all doing? That thing looks exactly like the true form of an evil soul master, Ning Tian questioned, pulling Su Feng into a corner. Speaking in a tone audible only to the two of them, Wu Feng and Xiao Xiao were not among the competitors, so her actions went unnoticed by the anxious participants, who were all intently observing the unfolding events below the stage. Only Su Yun, standing nearby, noticed her and hurried over after retracting her zixiao. What are you doing? Su Yun exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation, leaving Ning Tian at a loss for words. She was uncertain how much Su Yun knew about their plans, after all. Based on the intelligence she had previously obtained from Su Feng, Su Yun should not have been present here at all. What does Princess Su Yun intend to do? This is an internal matter of our Shrek Academy. While I am grateful for your rescue, it does not warrant your interference in our discussion. With her mind racing, Ning Tian quickly devised the best strategy to feign ignorance, thus providing Su Yun with no reason to press her further. Su Yun's face visibly reddened, clearly taken aback by Ning Tian's retort, leaving her momentarily speechless. Yet, at that moment, Su Yun's expression shifted abruptly, her gaze fixated on Su Feng beside Ning Tian, murmuring, "Wait. This is..." Ning Tian then realized a critical issue. Since being pulled over, Su Feng had not uttered a single word. This was decidedly uncharacteristic, and it was suspicious that Su Yun had not followed him. With this thought, she swiftly turned to look back, only to find Su Feng with closed eyes, his body emanating only the faintest fluctuations of soul power, devoid of any semblance of life. Something was amiss. Even Ning Tian, typically so carefree, was now alert. Su Feng's plan was far from what he had initially conveyed to her. He had merely sent a substitute, leaving her in the dark about his true intentions. Princess Su Yun, I am aware of your relationship with him, so I shall be direct. I wish to know how far the Star Luo Empire intends to go before it will relent. Su Yun was thoroughly bewildered by Ning Tian's words, struggling to comprehend her meaning. After a prolonged pause, she hesitantly inquired, "What is your relationship with my brother?" "We are classmates, and one could say we are friends. This matter is not of immediate concern. He is not here." Though anxious, Ning Tian answered Su Yun's question, as it seemed that if anyone could remain unharmed amidst this upheaval, it would be the sister of Su Feng. "My brother, he has never informed me of anything. Sister Jiao hasn't mentioned these matters either. However, I believe she is unaware of the current situation. Just before taking the stage, she told me to be more restrained and to focus on completing the competition normally." Ning Tian furrowed her brow, utterly unprepared for such an answer from Su Yun. There was no reason for Su Yun to deceive her. Could it be that Su Feng truly was an undercover evil soul master, tasked with assisting in the destruction of his own nation's capital? Such a notion seemed far too absurd. As the two girls stood in a state of confusion, Su Yun's wrist bracelet suddenly began to glow. Startled, she looked down to see the power emanating from it enveloping the two of them, and in an instant, they vanished. How are you all considering the situation now? By joining the Holy Church, you two can attain power comparable to Elder Shin. Why not give it a try? After Elder Shin was engulfed by the simulated insect god, none of the titled Douluos dared to act recklessly. They merely stood atop the royal city walls, unleashing attacks from a distance, all of which vanished without a trace as they neared the arena. Such an unusual spectacle left them too fearful to even take to the skies, lest their powers dissipate and fall prey to the monster. Amidst the stalemate, the simulated insect god suddenly reacted. All its tentacles ceased their wild flailing and began retracting inward, its disc-like core swaying as if under internal assault. Finally, before the watchful eyes of the crowd, Elder Shin emerged from the mass of tentacles. Upon escaping, he sprinted toward the city walls without a backward glance, wholly disregarding his own image. Only when he sensed his detached soul power once again did he soar into the air, returning to the VIP section. Elder Shin. What on earth transpired? This monster concealed attached soul power, which led to my unintentional capture. However, I soon realized that its abilities could not target my internal being, and its attacks could not breach my soul strength and physique. Relying on this, I swiftly broke free from its grasp. Although Elder Shin spoke nonchalantly, no one among the titled Douluos was a fool. They had all witnessed his disheveled state. Truth be told, relying solely on this soul-sealing ability, the monster was beyond their capacity to handle. If it were in a soul beast gathering or some remote town, it might have been manageable. But here in Star Luo City, they had to eliminate the monster to ensure the safety of the citizens and competitors. With this thought, a shadow of dread loomed over everyone. Since this monster failed to harm Elder Shin, does that imply its physical strength is not formidable? Su Jiawei posited, glancing at the silent offerings. No, it possesses at least the strength of a soul beast that has existed for 40 to 50,000 years. However, this creature seems devoid of intelligence, relying solely on brute force, which is why I encountered no mishap, Elder Xian promptly replied, not to mention 50,000 years. Even a typical 10,000-year soul beast possesses physical strength that is hard for humans to rival, capable of effortlessly demolishing iron and stone. To find a weapon capable of breaching its defenses in a short time, one would likely need to procure a fixed-position soul-guiding cannon from the military. Su Jiawei felt an urge to compel the offerings into combat. If this continued, their morale would undoubtedly plummet. Yet, just then, the figure cloaked in black spoke again. Since you all are unwilling to lend your talents, I suppose the Holy Church must rely on itself. I hope Elder Xian and His Majesty the Emperor will not be too displeased. Elder Xian momentarily failed to grasp Su Feng's words, but Su Jiawei quickly understood. Turning his gaze toward the participating competitors and bellowing, "Everyone, quickly leave your positions and seek the protection of the teachers." But it was already too late. Beneath the black cloak, Su Feng quietly activated his abilities, a blinding white light illuminating the entire venue, enveloping numerous competitors. When those around them looked again, they had vanished without a trace. Farewell, everyone. I hope you enjoyed today's performance. The sacred beast is now yours. Please, do not feel too grateful, Su Feng declared. And with that, both he and the Ice Emperor disappeared within the brilliant light, leaving behind the rampaging simulated insect god and the visibly distressed titled Douluos. So many competitors had been taken away, and they could only watch helplessly. No matter how powerful they were, they could hardly fathom the discussion they would face next. Chapter 16. The Tremor of the Continent. How infuriating. A group of incompetent fools, and they call themselves titled Douluo. Not a single one dares to intervene. They are even reluctant to pursue. Your Majesty, please remain calm. The wanted notice has been prepared and will soon spread throughout the Star Luo Empire. Additionally, news has been relayed to other nations, and they are joining the search for this villain. A wanted notice? A foe that even titled Douluo dare not confront? Is this not mere self-deception? And as for the other nations, do you suppose they will first seek out that evil soul master for retribution or come to me for accountability? Such matters are not for the likes of servants to comment on, thus the eunuchs surrounding Su Jiawei fell silent, allowing him to vent his frustration. During yesterday's finals, that evil soul master summoned a monstrous creature from an unknown origin, instilling fear in all present soul masters, rendering them powerless to act. It was only after the creature began to show signs of collapse, post the evil soul master's departure, that the Star Luo army arrived late, using siege soul-guided devices to eliminate it. Yet, this was not the worst of it. The creature had hardly moved, resulting in casualties limited to a few nearby civilians. What was truly unacceptable was that the evil soul master had abducted the tournament's emerging talents, including the two princesses of Star Luo, Dream Hongchen from the Sun Moon Empire, Ling Luocheng from Shrek Academy, and even Princess Vina of the Heavenly Soul who had merely come to observe. The abducted individuals were all significant figures from various nations, leaving no faction unperturbed. In a bid to rescue these captives, Su Jiawei had repeatedly commanded the worship hall to seek the whereabouts of the evil soul master. However, instead of taking action, they all retreated into seclusion, terrified of drawing the evil soul master's attention. Rationally, Su Jiawei could understand their fear. Even the venerable Xian Lao had been subdued. If others faced the same fate, they would likely falter against a creature of such terror, let alone contend with two evil soul masters who may rival Xian Lao in power. A search could not be conducted in teams, as encountering the evil soul master alone would leave no opportunity for rescue. Speaking of that creature, it began to malfunction and was soon slain after the evil soul master's departure. Yet, Su Jiawei dared not act hastily. Instead, he isolated the arena, allowing willing soul masters to conduct research. Although proximity no longer sapped their strength, only Xian Lao dared to approach, even daring to sever some tentacles for Shrek's study. As Xian Lao was present, Shrek Academy refrained from criticizing Star Luo's security, but this was not the case for the other three nations. The Douling battle team, having suffered no casualties, maintained a relatively calm demeanor, while the representatives from Sun Moon and Heavenly Soul were eager to confront Su Jiawei with accusations. These representatives claimed they would call for domestic assistance, but once aid arrived, they would undoubtedly demand compensation from Star Luo. It seemed that all the tournament's earnings might be needed merely to appease their wrath. But why should this be so? Su Jiawei grew increasingly enraged. Was the attack of the evil soul master his design? With the current communication methods across the Douluo Continent, news was only just reaching the capitals of various nations. To everyone's surprise, the Heavenly Soul Emperor remained remarkably calm, forwarding the letters to the envoy from the body sect. Jing Hongqian erupted in fury, disregarding the hierarchical decorum, storming into the Eastern Palace to demand an explanation from Su Tianran. Meanwhile, the true orchestrators, the Holy Spirit cult, and their colluding Su Tianran, were utterly bewildered. If the Holy Spirit cult possessed such convenient war machines, why would they need to hide across the continent? The envoy sent to gather intelligence at the tournament. The netherworld Douluo had been thwarted by Xian's relentless patrols and had not even entered the city, remaining oblivious to the unfolding events. However, when Jing Hongqian presented an image of the fabricated insect deity before Su Tianran, his expression shifted dramatically, only to revert to confusion shortly thereafter. Dispersing Jing Hongqian, Su Tianran immediately penned a letter, dispatching it along with the photograph to his confidants for the Holy Spirit cult. Despite notable differences, he recognized that this monstrous entity shared a common origin with the creatures they had been studying. Given his inherently suspicious nature, he was not only contemplating how to punish the Holy Spirit cult for their covert maneuvers, but also prioritizing the acquisition of this weapon at all costs. If he could not secure it for himself, he would not allow any other faction to wield such a formidable soul power assassin. What could this mean? Upon receiving the letter, Zhang Liwu exceptionally summoned all elders, urging them to witness the information Su Tianran had provided. The creature, clearly originating from the same source as the insect they had encountered, possessed a terrifying ability that even Xuanzi, a level 98 titled Douluo, could restrain, leaving them feeling as though they were trapped in a dream. Master, this matter is not the doing of any within the sect. Rather, it appears someone is deliberately sullying our name. The elder who spoke felt a twinge of strain himself, as despised evil soul masters. They were encountering someone impersonating their identity for the first time. How can one be certain? Although it was merely one strike. The cloaked figure had employed ice abilities against Xuanzi, corroborating the intel regarding the attack on the evil wind. Perhaps during that incident, they had acquired the power of the monstrous insect. Are you suggesting they transformed something that took us less than 3 months to study into something capable of contending with Xuanzi? The elders remained silent, for initially, they had harbored little faith in the creature's potential and had chosen to abandon further research. Now, not only had they gained nothing, but they were also being scapegoated by their adversaries, leaving them at a loss for words. Enough. A voice imbued with overwhelming pressure emanated from behind Zhang Liwu, causing everyone present to kneel instantly, unable to gaze upwards. As a titled Douluo, their willingness to join the Holy Spirit cult largely stemmed from the protection offered by the Supreme Elder. To kill them would pose little challenge. Debating who was right or wrong served no purpose. The immediate task was to root out these imposters. Regardless of their identity, they would not be allowed to survive. The title Douluo represented the pinnacle of strength within this world. Hence no one present dared to question this directive, only feeling pity for those oblivious to their impending doom. Had they chosen to ally with the Holy Spirit cult rather than oppose it, they might have become the foremost under the master. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy on the opposite side of the continent, Moan, also a titled Douluo, exhibited a far less ruthless demeanor than Yu Shishui. On the contrary, upon receiving news from Xuanzi, his state plummeted, the scant hope he held nearly extinguished. Old Mu, I am sorry. Xuanzi's tears brought no solace to Moan. Instead, they deepened his despair. Without Xuanzi, how could Shrek contend with the ambitious Sun Moon Empire and the Holy Spirit cult? Originally, with Xuanzi's level 98 prowess, there was room for negotiation after achieving the pinnacle. However, with the creature's capabilities, it seemed Shrek might not stand a chance against the Holy Spirit cult, risking the obliteration of their millennia-long legacy. Xuanzi, from this moment on, you shall meditate beneath the golden tree. You are not to leave until you have reached the pinnacle. Xiaozha, Shrek has already lost too much and is far too weak. Moan's tone lacked its usual commanding presence. He now resembled a weary elder more than ever before. Reputation and glory could protect no one, nor could they punish any evildoers. I do not have much time left to live. Before I depart, Shrek shall not undertake any surveillance tasks. All students and teachers must return, focusing entirely on cultivation. Remember, it is not our past glory that proves Shrek's supremacy on the continent, but the tangible strength we possess. Do not linger on the worthiness of endeavors, nor engage in internal strife. Resources that remain untapped are rendered futile. All capable students should contribute their accumulated knowledge to the academy, enabling everyone to swiftly enhance their strength in preparation for the assaults from the malevolent soul masters. I recall a child from the outer academy who has awakened a radiant martial spirit. Henceforth, you shall personally guide him. With that said, Muin averted his gaze, staring at the ceiling as he murmured to himself, Old friend, are you still unwilling to forgive me? Chapter 17. Siblings as the various nations on the continent found themselves in disarray due to Su Feng's assaults, the mastermind behind it all, Su Feng, journeyed to the far north with his captives. His self-constructed base was still within the Starfall territory, where certain unique soul techniques could potentially locate these hostages. However, the far north was a different story. Even if Moon were to arrive, he would be utterly lost. Thanks to his connection to the Purple Sky Mechanized Knights, Su Feng no longer needed to be escorted by the Ice Emperor, but could instead utilize a more convenient method of teleportation. Although Su Yun could activate the Purple Sky, its power was far beyond her capabilities. In the world of star relics, merely 7 mechanized knights were sufficient to oversee an entire planet, demonstrating their might. Upon arriving in the far north, with the aid of the Ice Emperor, Su Feng swiftly established a refuge, releasing all the hostages. At that moment, the students remained unconscious. Su Feng took some simple precautions to prevent their escape before departing the sanctuary. As he stepped outside, he saw the Snow Emperor joyfully conversing with the Ice Emperor, inquiring about the latter's condition. Though they had only been apart for just over a year, it felt to the Snow Emperor far longer than the centuries they had previously spent in seclusion. Upon noticing Su Feng's emergence, the Snow Emperor ceased her warm inquiries and turned her gaze to this transformed human. "Your strength has grown," she remarked. "Indeed, I have acquired a fragment of the legacy. Yet I am still far from attaining divinity. At present, I require your assistance. Could you seal off the far north, prohibiting human entry and exit? That is feasible. But there are scarcely any humans in the far north to begin with. What is your intention?" The Snow Emperor's demeanor shifted to one of caution. Her impression of Su Feng had lingered on the mysterious and formidable, and now, his sudden request to restrict access to the far north stirred a sense of foreboding within her. He has stirred up trouble outside and seeks refuge here, in essence. He is a man who dares to act but not to bear the consequences. You may interpret it as such, but regardless, I implore you, Su Feng replied, not wishing to engage in a debate with the Ice Emperor. The impending reaction from humanity was his primary concern. Su Feng's lackluster response disinterested the Ice Emperor, who took the Snow Emperor's hand, preparing to depart. However, before returning to their residence, the Snow Emperor paused and turned to Su Feng, stating, "I am aware that you possess some peculiar means, but the far north is not your territory. Whatever your intentions, you must not disrupt the normal ecology of the far north, or I shall not assist you." Su Feng nodded, watching their figures vanish into the snow and ice. Estimating the passage of time, he returned indoors and made his way to Su Yun's chamber. At that moment, the influence Su Feng had imposed had dissipated. He merely clapped his hands, awakening his younger sister from her slumber. Su Yun slowly rose, but upon seeing Su Feng, her consciousness sharpened instantly. She curled her legs to her chest, turning toward the wall, overtly displaying her reluctance to engage. "Yuner, turn and look at me." Su Yun remained motionless, as if she had not heard her brother's words. Su Feng let out a long sigh and continued speaking to her back. "I understand you have many questions for me, but my answers remain unchanged. You do not need to know these things. In contrast, your predicament is far more dire. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the trouble you have caused? I entrusted you with the Purple Sky to ensure your safety, not to provoke chaos at your leisure. If it were merely to show it to our people, that would be one thing. But with so many spectators and competitors from other nations at the tournament, your actions were excessive. How do you think others will perceive Starfall? Who will believe we would not wield the Purple Sky to incite war? Had I not taken you away, your royal brother would likely have needed to station the Temple of Offerings to watch over you day and night to ensure your safety. You need not concern yourself with that." Su Yun mumbled in a barely audible voice, yet Su Feng discerned her words clearly. "I understand your anger, but I was disguised during my visit to Shrek. I could not afford to be conspicuous in meeting you." Su Feng was acutely aware of his sister's issues. As she matured, Su Yun had not developed greater independence. Rather, she had grown more reliant on him. He was uncertain whether this was due to the influence of the star artifact or simply her innate disposition, but such a trajectory was undoubtedly detrimental to her growth. He had refrained from bringing Su Yun to Shrek partly to foster her independence, yet it seemed to have backfired. Despite having lived alone for a year, her emotions appeared to have intensified, as if she would tear him to shreds should he dare to leave again. "I am not your entire existence. You should have made some friends at the academy, correct? Even in my absence, you can still lead a joyful life, can you not? Is that what you think? That is why you have so many girls fawning over you?" "What?" Su Feng failed to grasp his sister's implication immediately. "I mean to say you are enjoying life at Shrek, are you not?" Su Yun finally turned to face Su Feng, shouting, her eyes reddening as if tears were about to spill. "No, I do not know what you perceive, but my life at Shrek has been exceedingly dull. I cannot compare to those who are surrounded by friends. Then who is that sister of yours? What is your relationship with Ning Tian? Did you not claim to have concealed your identity? Why did she tell me she knows you are my brother? Su Feng was at a loss. Caught off guard by his sister's sudden outburst, he contemplated numerous justifications. Yet he never anticipated that Su Yun would be upset over his fabricated sister. Perhaps the thought of their relationship had triggered a sense of crisis within her regarding her own love being divided. Su Bing, she is not like you, Su Feng replied with a wry smile. What makes her different? Is she more likable than I? No. It has nothing to do with such matters. Between the two of us, she is the one who protects me. You may think she is a substitute for you. But she is not even human. How could she ever replace you? Not human? If you wish to know, I can reveal her identity, but you must not disclose it. You are still deceiving me. Su Yun's voice gradually diminished. As the individuals who understood each other best, she could distinctly sense Su Feng's evasiveness. As he had skirted around the core issues, why he had left Starfall, why he sought Su Bing to impersonate a sibling. Su Feng fell silent, and after a moment, he stood up, opened a door, and exited. The misunderstanding was not one that could be resolved. Rather, it was one that should not be unraveled. Rather than allowing Su Yun to remain in anger, revealing the truth was something he sought to avoid at all costs. The more she knew, the more susceptible she would be to the continent's fate, and this sudden participation in the tournament might very well be a push from destiny. Upon stepping outside, Su Feng observed Ning Tian fiddling with the door leading to the outside world at the end of the corridor, attempting to leave. Upon noticing Su Feng's emergence, she set down her tools without a hint of guilt and inquired, "Have you finished speaking with your sister?" Chapter 18. The iconic night. This is not something you should concern yourself with. Indeed, however, I suspect that what I wish to know is something you will not divulge. Perhaps we should discuss lighter topics instead. Ning Tian's tone bore no trace of the anxiety one might expect from a kidnapping. Rather, it was as natural as their previous casual conversations during recess. Regrettably, you are mistaken. Have you confirmed the status of the others? They should be waking up soon. Please gather everyone. I have something to discuss with you all. Ning Tian did not refuse. She left the exit and walked from room to room, summoning the hostages. Although everyone except Ling Luoqing was unfamiliar with her, once the Seven Treasures glazed tower was revealed, Ning Tian's words immediately gained credibility, and persuading them to leave their rooms went smoothly. If anyone was truly terrified of the current situation, it was Ling Luoqing. The relentless assaults from the evil soul masters had left her nerves frayed. Rather than being persuaded by Ning Tian, it could be said that she complied out of fear of the unknown evil soul masters. However, upon exiting the room, she was greeted by the sight of Su Feng sitting at one end of the long table, which eased her anxiety somewhat. After everyone had gathered, Su Feng cleared his throat to ensure he had their full attention before speaking. You all must have numerous questions for me, and I will address them one by one. First, I must inform you of your predicament. To the outside world, you have been kidnapped by evil soul masters, and your fates are uncertain. Who are you? This question was posed not by someone from another country, but by Su Jiujio. Though she understood that Su Feng harbored many secrets, she could not reconcile that he could be capable of such a mad act. In contrast, she would rather believe that her brother had fallen under the control of the evil soul masters. Regrettably, sister, I am indeed Su Feng, without a doubt. If you do not believe me, my martial soul should be unmistakable, should it not? As he spoke, Su Feng summoned the star artifact, which floated in the center of the long table. Sister? The others echoed in unison, turning their gazes towards Su Jiujio. Ling Luoqing was taken aback, while the others seethed with anger. If Su Feng was not lying, did that not mean they were now imprisoned by the Star Luo Empire? No need to keep looking at Jiujio. She knows nothing. You, how could you have possibly fallen to the evil soul masters? Meng Hongchen accused bluntly. Perhaps due to Su Feng's youth, it somewhat alleviated the tension, and she sought to seize the initiative in the conversation. I find your shouting rather distasteful, Su Feng replied, shaking his head. With a gesture toward Meng Hongchen, a terrifying gravitational force suddenly pinned her to the table, rendering her immobile. This serves as a warning. I hope everyone can maintain a calm demeanor and refrain from acting like arrogant princesses. Seeing Meng Hongchen's plight, the others immediately tensed. They had not even sensed Su Feng utilizing his soul power. Meng Hongchen's strength was second only to Su Jiujio here. And given that Su Jiujio had exhausted her star power, they were essentially on par. This implied that if Su Feng wished to deal with them, they would be utterly defenseless. Su Feng, have you truly joined the evil soul masters? None wished to be the first to speak. But ultimately it was Su Jiujio who asked. From certain mannerisms, she sensed that the boy before her was still the same precocious, enigmatic brother she knew. Evil soul masters? No, I am in fact mortal enemies with the Spirit Hall. While you may perceive my actions as similar to those of the Spirit Hall, I have not indulged in wanton slaughter, nor do I possess any malevolent powers. Then what is it that you are doing? Is kidnapping us your means to achieve peace for the continent? This is merely to draw attention to the actions of the evil soul masters, not to coerce the nations. You are all unharmed, are you not? You are not engaging in some kind of double act, are you? Princess Vina, who had never met Su Feng, interrupted. She had no prior rapport with anyone present, thus her suspicion was heightened. Though a princess, she had entered the body sect early for cultivation, adopting some of its straightforward characteristics. I am pleased you are willing to speak, for we have never met before. Communication is the first step toward understanding. And that is what I wish to achieve with you. Su Feng, who are you? Ling Luoqing inquired hesitantly. I possess many identities, son of the last emperor of the Star Luo Empire, a chosen hero of the Star Artifact, and a student of Shrek. As for now, Su Feng chuckled softly before continuing, I suppose I can be considered the leader of the Iconic Knights, an unfamiliar faction. You may understand it as the inheritors of the Spirit Hall, which was destroyed a millennium ago. We are the guardians of the continent, protectors of the land. The Spirit Hall. Ling Luoqing gasped. For every Shrek student, the history of Shrek's rise a millennium ago was a fundamental lesson. And the Spirit Hall was undoubtedly the embodiment of evil. I can surmise what you are thinking. But I am not some fool who stumbled upon the Spirit Hall's legacy and sought to instigate a restoration. I merely admire the Spirit Hall's methods. Everyone seated here is not a commoner. Apart from Ming Hongqian, they all possess some knowledge of the Spirit Hall, and their gazes towards Su Feng brimmed with caution. If memory served, the Spirit Hall had once sought to unify the continent and establish a theocracy. And Su Feng's endorsement of such ideologies rendered him a madman in their eyes. Let us return to the Iconic Knights. I have brought you here to encourage you to join us. Why? Because you all possess exceptional talents and noble identities. But primarily because I am currently a lone commander in need of assistance. What if we refuse? Vina inquired. Then you may find yourselves here for quite some time. Fear not. I shall ensure your living expenses are covered. Are you not concerned about being pursued by the nations? I am also among the missing. Who would pursue a 12-year-old child? The continent currently believes this incident to be the work of the evil soul masters. So it would be impossible to trace it back to me. Su Feng remained calm and composed, relishing in the blame being placed elsewhere. Now it was the Spirit Hall's turn to fret. I still do not comprehend the significance of your actions, Su Jiujio said anxiously. Uncertain whether her concern was for herself or Su Feng. Where did you acquire this power, and why target the Spirit Hall? To my knowledge, the evil soul masters are not as formidable as you have portrayed. A good question, sister. This touches upon the fundamental reasons behind my actions. The Spirit Hall is currently far from the beleaguered state you envision. On the contrary, they are thriving, and even Shrek is no match for them. Would you not agree? Miss Ming? I do not know what you are speaking of. Ming Hongqian's gravitational restraint had dissipated, yet the suffocating feeling lingered in her mind, causing her demeanor to diminish considerably. You may be unaware, but your grandfather should be informed. Su Feng did not expose Ming Hongqian's deception but continued along that vein. To my knowledge, the Sun Moon Empire is currently collaborating with the Spirit Hall to obtain the high-level soul master powers you so desire. What? As Su Feng's words echoed, the others turned to Ming Hongqian, disbelief etched on their faces. If what Su Feng said was true, the equilibrium of the continent would soon be shattered, and war would be imminent, something no one wished to witness. Dreaming of the mortal realm, she lowered her head, remaining silent. Which, in the eyes of others, was tantamount to acquiescence. In an instant, the minds of all present began to race, contemplating the implications of this matter for their respective nations. However, your motives remain elusive. Ning Tian was the quickest to react. Voicing her query, the evil soul masters are to be dealt with by Shrek, as long as you can prove that the Sun Moon Empire is indeed collaborating with them. The nations of the continent will take action. The nations of the continent? No, merely pressuring the Sun Moon Empire to abandon its collaboration with a half-hearted approach is insufficient. It is imperative to eradicate the evil soul masters entirely, which demands wholehearted cooperation from all nations, rather than fragmented efforts. Are you aware of the names Yishi Shui and Long Xiaoao? Observing the confusion in their eyes, Su Feng shook his head in resignation and began to recount a tale from a century ago. In summary, both Yishi Shui and Long Xiao are limit Douluos, with Yishi Shui even being a dual limit. With their presence, even Shrek would find it impossible to annihilate the Holy Spirit cult. The truth that Su Feng revealed was so terrifying that the initial reaction of the group was disbelief. Yet, gazing into Su Feng's earnest expression, they were compelled to entertain the possibility that it might indeed be true. What makes you think you can resolve the issue with the Holy Spirit cult? Thus, I will seek assistance and also aid you in enhancing your strength. However, I suspect you may find this hard to believe. Perhaps I should demonstrate it to you now. With that, amidst their astonished gazes, Su Feng seized Ning Tian's hand, and the radiance of the star artifact enveloped them both in an instant. Chapter 19. Fusion and incandescent radiance enveloped Su Feng and Ning Tian, isolating them from all means of inquiry. Although none of them were deprived of their soul power, they chose to remain obediently in place, wary of Su Feng's potential for manipulation. While Su Feng engaged in altering Ning Tian, they began to observe their surroundings. They appeared to be situated in the hall of this edifice. The chamber where they had awakened was located on the right side of the second floor. On the ground floor, several tightly shut doors loomed, their destinations unknown. The decor of this room was peculiar, bearing no resemblance to any nation on the continent, possessing instead a simplistic style reminiscent of a laboratory. A glance around revealed no windows through which they could discern their location. This immediately apparent information held little value for the group. They yearned for a deeper understanding of their environment. However, the only one among them who had explored was Ning Tian, who was now subjected to Su Feng's enigmatic powers. Thus, they exchanged furtive glances, silently agreeing to discuss matters further later. As they exchanged glances, the luminescence of the star artifact gradually diminished, revealing Su Feng and Ning Tian. Su Feng exhibited no emotional fluctuation, while Ning Tian gazed incredulously at her own arm, still reeling from the recent transformation, just as the others were engulfed in confusion. Ning Tian suddenly raised her right hand towards the light fixture on the ceiling. Under the illumination, her arm began to morph, elongating and ultimately transforming into a crystalline spike. The light penetrated Ning Tian's arm, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the table. "What have you done?" Su Feng approached the table, surveying the scene before speaking. "As you can see, I have transformed your body." All were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. They could scarcely fathom how a living human could metamorphose into crystal, especially since Ning Tian appeared entirely unperturbed. "Is this the effect of a soul bone?" Su Jiao inquired slowly, seeking an understanding she could grasp. "Not quite. You must learn to accept the reality, sister. For instance, Princess Vina. As a member of the body sect, you should know that upon awakening one's body martial soul, certain changes occur within oneself, and Ning Tian is no exception." "Are you investigating me?" Vina's complexion shifted. The news of her entrance into the body sect was known to only a select few. Even many of her peers were oblivious to her identity. Think what you will. In any case, Ning Tian's current condition is analogous to the awakening of a body martial soul. She is the Seven Treasures glazed tower, and her transformation into crystal is only natural. Su Feng's explanation did little to alleviate their concerns, rather it intensified their apprehensions. Regardless, this did not resemble a method one would expect from a typical soul master. "I feel very light? No, rather vibrant?" "That's not quite right," Ning Tian mused, examining her arm. The essence of Su Feng's transformation was a profound fusion with her martial soul, enhancing her adaptability. For those with beast martial souls, this was not an unfathomable concept. Each time they utilized their martial soul, their bodies underwent subtle modifications. However, for those with weapon martial souls, this was a novel experience. "As long as you agree to join the Holy Knight, you will receive my unreserved assistance." "What kind of assistance is that?" Miss Ming inquired. "You can experience it firsthand." "After all, you wouldn't believe anything I say, would you?" Observing the silence among them, Su Feng rose from his seat, a smile gracing his lips. "I hope you all contemplate this seriously. For the time being, at least until the Holy Spirit Church takes its next step, I must trouble you to remain here." With that, Su Feng vanished into the white light. "What do you think of his words?" Once she ensured there were no prying eyes, Vina spoke first. The others harbored their respective reservations, yet she was singularly focused on escaping control. "Which part?" "About his invitation to join the Holy Knights. Otherwise, he won't let us leave." "Honestly, do you think he genuinely wants to establish such a force? Or is he merely toying with us?" "I don't trust him," Meng Hongchen said, rubbing her arm, still sore from being pressed against the table. "After all, what he has done is no different from what a malevolent soul master would do. Does he think himself charming by recruiting subordinates through abduction? You certainly dare speak. Given your collusion with the malevolent soul masters from the Sun and Moon Empire." Su Jiao instinctively defended her brother, noting that Su Feng had not harmed any of them, while the malevolent soul masters had indeed caused countless tragedies. The Mind Hall has no connection to the malevolent soul masters, Ming Hanshan shouted, glaring at Su Jiujiu, regardless of her disdain for the Douluo Continent. She would not condone aligning with the malevolent soul masters. However, the imperial decisions were beyond her influence. Even her grandfather, Jing Hanshan, maintained a tacit agreement of non-interference. So, the Sun and Moon Empire is indeed shielding the malevolent soul masters? Once His Majesty learns of the ambitions of the Holy Spirit Church, he will undoubtedly expel them. Who knows if this is the ambition of the Holy Spirit Church or that of the Sun and Moon people? Enough. Arguing over this is utterly futile. Venus slammed her hand on the table, unable to bear their behavior any longer. What we need to consider now is not how to deal with the Holy Spirit Church, but how to address your brother. Upon hearing this, Su Jiujiu fell silent, staring at the table, lost in thought. What about Shrek? Don't you two have anything to say? Regrettably, Su Feng concealed his identity when he entered Shrek. We are equally distrusted by him. If anyone knows the truth behind all this, it is likely only Su Bing, Ning Tian responded. Who is that? Due to the Ice Emperor's role as a booster for Ling Luoqing during the competition, they were unfamiliar with the Ice Emperor's circumstances. Su Feng's sister. A once-in-a-millennium genius possessing the ultimate ice martial soul. Although, these claims are likely fabricated. However, since Jiujiu Princess does not recognize her, it suggests she is connected to Su Feng's hidden side. Your hand is turned to stone, yet you appear entirely unafraid. I thought you were already aware of everything. Upon hearing this, Ning Tian realized she had not reverted her hand back. Closing her eyes to concentrate, she quickly regained her sense. And the crystal began to gradually clarify and soften, ultimately returning to its original form. Observing Ning Tian restored to her former state, Su Jiujiu finally spoke. What has Su Feng done to you? Do you feel anything unusual? I do not know, but it should not be a bad thing. Ning Tian reflected on her recent experience, explaining to the others, I merely passively released my martial soul, and then the 7 treasures glazed tower fused into my being. I can still unleash my martial soul, but I can also opt for a form akin to martial soul possession, causing my body to transform into crystal as you have just witnessed. The sensation of becoming the 7 treasures glazed tower was immensely pleasant, even liberating. As Ning Tian carefully chose her words before resolutely stating, it felt as though using my martial soul was once encased in a membrane, shackled by heavy chains. And now all those restraints have been cast aside. Ning Tian's description left the others bewildered, without first-hand experience. They found it challenging to comprehend what it meant to be restrained, much like individuals dwelling on a planet would not ponder breaking free from gravity. Chapter 20. Emergent Su Feng departed from the sanctuary, where he had established multiple seals and deployed mechanical insects for surveillance, thus negating the need for his personal watch. The individuals he had captured were not fools. They would not easily acquiesce to his propositions. However, this was not his primary intention. It merely served as a rationale to prevent their wild imaginations. The modification of Ning Tian was a casual endeavor for him, aimed at both instilling fear in others and satisfying his own curiosity. In altering life forms, Su Feng was required to select a template. For soul beasts, it was humanity, while for humans, it was their own martial spirits. Yet, when it came to beast martial spirits, even those of the plant variety remained within the realm of life. Weapon martial spirits, however, were an entirely different matter. Su Feng hesitated to experiment on himself, as he had certain expectations regarding the outcomes. The final step of the divine rite for the star artifact entailed merging with it. Should one commence this fusion prior to completing the rite, the mind would be incapable of bearing the power of the star artifact, leading inevitably to collapse, leaving only fragments of consciousness within the artifact, awaiting the next chosen one. Su Feng was relatively satisfied with Ning Tian's result. The essence of the 7 treasure glaze tile was neither particularly strong nor weak, making it a suitable match for Ning Tian's integration. What surprised him was that Ning Tian did not exhibit any distinctive traits of the 7 treasure glaze tile. She merely transformed into a crystalline being, which contradicted his understanding of the significant changes typically observed post-fusion. Su Feng harbored 2 hypotheses regarding this situation. The first posited that the form of the 7 treasure glaze tile was inconsequential. The crystal itself harbored the unique abilities, and transforming into the 7 treasure glazed lamp would yield similar results. However, Ning Rongrong's evolution of her martial spirit from 7 to 9 treasures indicated that form was intrinsically linked to the quality of the glazed tile. The second hypothesis was simpler. Ning Tian had not completed the full transformation, and thus, she could not entirely alter her form, preventing many of her abilities from manifesting. The Ice Empress could wield the full power of the Ice Blue Scorpion because she inherently possessed those capabilities, while Ning Tian, being only a three-ringed soul master, could not achieve complete transformation. Until Ning Tian's cultivation improved, Su Feng's conjectures would remain unverified. If he could locate the Qilua tulip, perhaps he could find answers to this quandary. However, the yin-yang twin eyes were currently under the watchful gaze of Tang San, and he had no intention of testing the disparity between himself and the God King, despite being situated in the far north. Su Feng had not relinquished his grasp on the continent's dynamics. He had left mechanical insects to monitor the vicinity around Shrek City and Star Luo City, ensuring that any movements of tidal Douluo would be reported to him immediately. To his astonishment, no tidal Douluo had made a move, as if the individuals he had abducted were of no consequence. Su Jiawei's inaction was understandable. After all, the highest-ranked individual in the Star Luo Empire was the healing Douluo, a support-type soul master. Encountering them would likely result in certain death. However, Shrek's lack of action was perplexing, not to mention Muin. Even Xuanzi could easily resolve the artificial insect god issue without any need for hesitation. Su Feng's misjudgment stemmed from a skewed perception of Muin. As the only known limit Douluo on the continent, Muin's psyche was not as formidable as many presumed. On the contrary, he harbored guilt and even fear towards Yushishui and Long Xiaoao. If Muin had a longer lifespan, this bond would not deter him from eradicating the evil soul masters. Yet, he was acutely aware of his impending demise. Taking action would not resolve the continent's crisis but would only exacerbate Yushishui's hatred, leading Shrek to face even more frenzied reprisals after his death. Shrek's conservative actions had also influenced the movement of other factions across the continent. In a moment, all nations began to consolidate their forces, preparing for the impending warfare. Yushishui, however, bore no such reservations. Su Tianran's demands had long since been discarded. The most pressing matter at hand was to identify the two individuals daring enough to impersonate the spirit hall. Despite her determination, Yushishui was at a loss for leads. The only traces left by Su Feng and the Ice Empress were the extermination of the aberrant insects in the Star Luo City. She had scoured the towns within the Heaven Soul Realm, finding no traces, and in her desperation, she resolved to venture into Star Luo City. Though no force within Star Luo City could impede her, Yushishui opted to conceal her presence as she entered, encountering minimal scrutiny. The tournament concluded amidst chaos, leaving the populace in a state of anxiety, and travelers hastily fled the city. Thus, even Su Jiawei refrained from imposing a lockdown, fearing greater panic. Was this the monstrosity birthed by those individuals? Yushishui stealthily infiltrated the arena, scrutinizing the corpse of the artificial insect god. Despite its demise, she could still glean much information, notably the fragment of meteorite located at the creature's core. For reasons unknown, Xuanzi had not removed this fragment, thereby granting Yushishui an opportunity. Utilizing her soul power to part the insect god's tendrils, she swiftly approached the core. Here, the biological form was no longer discernible. Instead, it was replaced by bizarre mechanical conduits and energy circuits, unmistakably showing signs of artificiality. Yushishui carefully surveyed the area, confirming the absence of any residual beacons before summoning her martial spirit, the Blood Soul puppet. Merely departing with the meteorite fragment would not suffice for her. She intended to transform this creature into her own puppet. Although puppets generally possessed lesser strength than their original forms, and she sensed neither blood nor soul within the creature, even replicating a fraction of its capabilities would render the endeavor worthwhile. Due to the absence of any resistance, Yushishui's crafting process unfolded seamlessly. Within 2 hours, her soul power had commandeered the entirety of the artificial insect god's limbs. Strangely, even so, she could still perceive no trace of a soul, as if this creature had been devoid of life from the outset. Despite her myriad questions, Yushishui did not dwell on them. The entity that Xuanzi had managed to escape unscathed from posed little threat to her. What delighted her further was that, upon gaining control over this monstrosity, she could sense numerous life forms with similar auras scattered across the continent, all devoid of any soul power fluctuations. In the past, she had lacked effective means to investigate such entities, relying solely on mental force for a rudimentary scan. Now, she possessed a far more convenient method. Let me see. How does this creature operate? Though no one dared approach, a contingent of soldiers remained on constant watch over the movements of the artificial insect god. At this moment, under the fearful gazes of the military personnel, the shattered limbs of the insect god began to reassemble autonomously. The once grounded, disc-shaped core, supported by tendrils, began to rise, swiftly ascending to a height of several meters. Draped in black, Yushishui appeared above the creature's head, slightly gauging her surroundings. Paying no heed to the approaching tidal Douluo, she levitated the artificial insect god, transforming it into a streak of light that vanished in the blink of an eye towards the northern horizon. Chapter 21. The unexpected guest at a training ground on Sea God Island within Shrek Academy. Ho Yuhao finally mustered the courage to inquire, "Teacher, why do you prohibit us from leaving the academy?" After being privately tutored by Yin Xiaozhi for several days, he could no longer suppress his curiosity. Though he resided in the inner court, he was aware of the academy's recent unusual activities, as Wang Dong had been granted permission to visit him on the island. Despite his desire to focus solely on his training, the two entities within his spiritual sea insisted that significant events were transpiring on the continent, urging him to acquire more insider information. Since embarking on the path of cultivating the light power, Ho Yuhao's demeanor had become increasingly approachable. Yin Xiaozhi, observing the inquisitive expression on Ho Yuhao's face, found it impossible to deceive him. "Very well, sharing this with you should not pose a significant issue," he conceded. The immense burden Yin Xiaozhi had suddenly shouldered weighed heavily on him, and discussing it with Ho Yuhao provided a small respite from his inner turmoil. During the recent Soul Master competition, a sudden attack by evil Soul Masters rendered everyone, including Elder Xian, helpless, and they even abducted key figures from various nations. Shrek should have taken responsibility to eradicate these evil Soul Masters, but our esteemed leader is unable to take action, and we alone cannot contend with the evil Soul Masters," he confessed, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he involuntarily retracted his martial soul. "You must find it astonishing, Yuhao, that Shrek, once the unrivaled power of the continent, has been forced into seclusion by these evil Soul Masters. If our leader were not still alive, the downfall of Shrek would likely be imminent." Ho Yuhao's expression reflected disbelief. In his mind, Shrek was an esteemed institution, even loftier than the three great empires. The thought of it being on the brink of annihilation was unfathomable, prompting him to voice his skepticism. How could this be? Hasn't the Academy always been actively exterminating evil Soul Masters? How can such a malevolent force threaten Shrek Academy? Refusing to accept reality is merely a manifestation of cowardice. Our focus should be on how to respond. Of course, these matters need not burden you. The Academy will act accordingly. If you wish to assist the Academy, concentrate on your training. Your strength will be vital in the fight against the evil Soul Masters. Ho Yuhao yearned to inquire further, but Yin Xiaozhi's expression shifted to one of alarm. In a grave tone, he instructed, "Yuhao, return at once. Today's classes are temporarily cancelled." Without waiting for a response, Yin Xiaozhi vanished from sight. Once Yin Xiaozhi departed, Ilex and Tianning finally began to converse with Ho Yuhao, immediately delving into a discussion regarding Yin Xiaozhi's revelations. Did he truly mean what he said? Is there indeed an enemy that Shrek cannot withstand? Though merely a soul beast, I possess some understanding of the continental situation. The sea god's leader he mentioned must be a limit Douluo. Even among ferocious beasts, he would rank among the top 5. Who could instill fear in him? I am not a native of this world, so I cannot gauge his true power, Ilex replied. However, from my years of observation, it is evident that your teacher has no reason to lie. This sudden decision to cultivate Yuhao makes sense. External threats are pressing, and they must rapidly enhance even the slightest strength. Tianming paced within the spiritual sea, contemplating the potential implications of these developments. On one hand, Ho Yuhao's newfound significance was undoubtedly advantageous. On the other, the threat facing Shrek warranted concern. Should Shrek fall, they would be unable to find a more suitable environment for Ho Yuhao's growth. By the way, why did Teacher Yin leave so abruptly? Ho Yuhao attempted to shift the conversation to ease the tense atmosphere, but Ilex and Tianning exchanged glances and silently chose to remain quiet, amplifying his discomfort until he withdrew from the spiritual sea. Ilex and Tianning refrained from mentioning that not only had Yin Xiaozhi sensed something, but they too had felt the terrifying aura emanating from outside the academy. It did not seem to be a precursor to war. Otherwise, the pressure would not have been concealed, only perceptible to tidal Douluos. As Ho Yuhao made his way back to his dormitory, Yin Xiaozhi had already ascended the walls of Shrek City, gazing at the imposing figure clad in black with striking golden eyes. Although the individual had deliberately suppressed his aura, the thought of his formidable prowess caused Yin Xiaozhi to break into a cold sweat. Your Excellency Emperor Tian should recall the agreement with Shrek. Currently, humanity has not violated the treaty. You ought not to be here. You are not yet worthy to address me. Summon Muin. He should still be alive. Came the calm yet chilling response from Emperor Tian. His tone suggested triviality, yet Yin Xiaozhi understood the underlying menace. Yin Xiaozhi stood silently upon the walls, contemplating how to discreetly dismiss Emperor Tian without inciting his wrath. Given Shrek's present state, they could ill afford the costs of a conflict with the Star Luo forest. Xiaozhi, return. Allow me to converse with him, Muin's voice whispered, audible only to Yin Xiaozhi and Emperor Tian, compelling Yin Shaoxia to yield his position. Golden light emanated from the golden tree, swiftly coalescing into a humanoid shape before Emperor Tian. Despite his weakened state, Muin's form exuded an aura surpassing even his peak condition, almost rivaling that of Emperor Tian. You will not survive for long. Yet, as long as I draw breath within Shrek, I shall protect this place, Muin declared. Foolish. Emperor Tian retorted, dismissing Muin's sacrifice without further discussion and directly stating his purpose. The agreement between Star Luo and Shrek clearly prohibits soul masters above the Super Douluo rank from approaching the core area. Yesterday, someone crossed the line. This was not an act by Shrek, Muin asserted. However, she is human. I care not for your quarrels. This is your responsibility. Had she merely brushed past the boundary, I would have said nothing. However, the puppet she brought intrigues me. I must know where she acquired that corpse. What is its true nature? The news of Yu Shishui taking the fabricated insect goddess corpse had not yet reached Shrek, as she had chosen to avoid the Academy's path, leaving Muin unaware of Emperor Tian's inquiries. Nonetheless, a singular recent event had stirred the attention of a powerhouse like Emperor Tian, involving an enigmatic creature. That said, Muin had no intention of divulging this intelligence, for even if the validity of his conjectures were uncertain, exposing his frailty was something he desperately sought to avoid. Should Emperor Tian forge an alliance with the Spirit Hall, Shrek would be devoid of hope. I do not know. I have not left the Academy for a long time, and my body does not permit me to monitor every aspect of the continent. Regarding puppets, I do recall an old friend, but she has long since passed. Muin's words were a blend of truth and deception, intended to confound Emperor Tian, yet the latter appeared to see through his ruse, retorting, employing human rhetoric to deflect me is futile. However, this information suffices. In exchange, I offer you a warning: upcoming changes in the continental landscape will be staggering. And the source lies not with you, but in the sun and moon. Those capable of altering their fate are presently within your academy. Seize this information and strive for survival. I hope that the next time I return, I shall not encounter another group of humans. After leaving this enigmatic statement, Tian vanished from Moon's sight. Chapter 22, The Beast My Lord. I have encountered the current leader of Shrek, and he is utterly oblivious to this matter. From my perception, the human who traversed the core area possesses only limited strength, devoid of any divine aura. If Shrek is unaware, it seems that only a personal encounter with that woman could unveil the origins of that puppet. That will not be necessary. A cold, feminine voice reverberated in Emperor Tian's mind, rejecting his proposal. He exhibited no dissent, bowing slightly before departing from the shores of the Lake of Life. The Silver Dragon King retracted her spirit, reflecting on the aura she had sensed the previous day. She had encountered divine presences numerous times, whether as adversaries or allies. The most recent instance was a millennium ago, when multiple humans ascended to divinity on Douluo Continent, which did not elicit any apprehension within her. However, this situation was different. It was not merely a subtle difference in aura, but rather the perplexing fragility of the divine, to the point of being slain, left her bewildered. Although divine beings cannot easily interfere in lower realms, their power is not significantly suppressed upon descent, making it implausible for them to perish at the hands of mere humans. Moreover, there was something exceedingly strange. The aura emanating from the puppet did not resemble that of a human, or even any biological essence. It bore a resemblance to the recently emerged soul devices. If soul beasts might still have a chance to re-enter the divine realm, how could a machine cultivate or attain divine power? As a fugitive from the divine realm, the Silver Dragon King was most concerned about her exposure, rendering her exceedingly vigilant towards anything unexpected. Her refusal to accept Emperor Tian's proposal stemmed from the concern that this creature might be a bait crafted by the divine realm. After all, Emperor Tian had yet to ascend to divinity. Allowing him to act could lead to disastrous consequences. Should we not seek to investigate? No. Since the other party has not lingered at Star Luo, they likely remain unaware of the anomalies here. Taking action could inadvertently confirm the suspicions surrounding Douluo Star. However, if left unresolved, it would be challenging to ascertain when the divine realm might cease their search. Ultimately, was that entity truly a construct of the divine realm? The Silver Dragon King flipped over at the bottom of the Lake of Life, resting her chin on her hand in a contemplative posture. The absence of a connection to divine aura, coupled with its feeble strength, raised doubts. It was claimed to be a divine artifact yet exuded a life essence. And while it possessed vitality, it did not conform to any form she had previously encountered. That woman was equally perplexing, despite her insufficient strength to wield divine power. She exhibited no backlash. Was it due to someone aiding her in suppressing the creature's power? The Silver Dragon King murmured to herself, ultimately relinquishing her thoughts. The brief sensation of divine power she had perceived did not suffice to grant her a comprehensive understanding of the events at hand. As the saying goes, by remaining unchanged, one can counter myriad changes. As long as she concealed herself here, unless the divine king personally descended, no one could discover her. She had survived this way for countless millennia. However, while the Silver Dragon King opted for a conservative approach, Emperor Tian did not entirely endorse this strategy. A short distance away, on a grassy patch from the Lake of Life, he summoned the ferocious beast of the Star Luo Forest to discuss countermeasures regarding this matter. Did my lord truly say that? Do I have any reason to lie? Damn it. The Bear King slammed the ground, causing the trees around them to rustle ominously. Are we to simply permit humans to invade the Star Luo Forest at will? The living space of soul beasts has already been relentlessly compressed. Are we now to be disregarded? The other beasts were accustomed to the enraged Bear King's outbursts. Whenever significant matters arose for discussion, he invariably advocated for war against humans, with the most moderate of his suggestions being the massacre of cities. Typically, they would dismiss his proposals, but this time, their lord had chosen to maintain peace, which only intensified his frustration. The lord has his own decisions, it is not our place to interfere. The strength of soul beasts pales in comparison to the divine realm. If we were to overstep our bounds and attract divine attention, it could lead to the worst possible outcome. Emperor Tian's words prompted nods of agreement from the ferocious beasts present, as they were willing to maintain peace with humans solely to ensure their lord's continued tranquility. Ultimately, in this world, the combat prowess of soul beasts held little sway. Only beings of divine caliber could contend with the might of the divine realm and alter the fate of soul beasts. What exactly is that thing? The query did not come from the ferocious beast but from the quietly observant three-eyed golden lion. As a regal beast, she had the privilege to participate in discussions concerning the core affairs of the Star Luo Forest, though she primarily remained a listener. Typically, the matters requiring the attention of the ferocious beast revolved around human excesses and slaughter, imbalance in the soul beast ecosystem, or rare conflicts among ferocious beasts, none of which pertained to her. However, this instance was different, as a favored child of the realm's destiny. She distinctly sensed the world's consciousness rejecting that creature and its immense influence on the fabric of fate. Emperor Tian cast a surprised glance at the regal beast and explained, "The Lord did not convey this to me, but the attention it has garnered likely pertains to an item related to the divine realm, perhaps a legacy of some deity." Could there truly be such a deity? Did you not say that creature is under the control of a human? Does this imply she has been chosen by the divine realm? I cannot say for certain, but that woman does not fully control her puppet, which suggests she has not received the divine legacy. As the foremost cultivator on Douluo Continent, Emperor Tian's strength approached the threshold of divinity, allowing him to perceive details that eluded Yushishui. While Yushishui could not sense the consciousness of the constructed insect god, Emperor Tian could, due to its semi-mechanical nature. The soul of the constructed insect god was vastly different from the life forms of Douluo, resembling more of a data stream carried by electrical signals. Yushishui, being a level 9 soul engineer, had dissected numerous life forms due to her abilities, but this had led her to a blind spot, mistaking the consciousness fluctuations of the constructed insect god for normal biological activity. The Silver Dragon King had also noticed this anomaly, but she interpreted Yushishui's lack of complete control as an indication of divine intervention and thus did not regard it as unusual. However, Emperor Tian held a different perspective. The fact that Yushishui could not fully control it implied that the master of the creature was someone else, yet eliminating Yushishui would yield no results. Our purpose is to alleviate the Lord's burdens. While we must tread cautiously, investigation remains essential. I cannot leave Star Luo, so I require you to trace the whereabouts of that woman." Upon hearing this, the ferocious beast remained silent. Departing from the territory of soul beasts was not customary for them, and concealing themselves to investigate a human exceeded their limits of tolerance. Even the mild-mannered Bai Ji displayed hesitance. "I shall go." As the other ferocious beast remained mute, the three-eyed golden lion suddenly spoke, her beautiful golden eyes brimming with anticipation. Having been under the comprehensive protection of Emperor Tian since birth, the regal beast harbored little disdain or fear towards humans. Rather, she was filled with curiosity. Grateful for the rare opportunity to leave Star Luo, she promptly volunteered to undertake this mission. Chapter 23, The Extremity with Yushishui's Formidable Strength. The journey from Xinglua City to the extreme north should take less than a day. However, due to some inexplicable issue with the creature's body, she was unable to store it within the Tower of Death, forcing her to carry it along. Nevertheless, Yushishui arrived at the boundary of the extreme north within just an additional day. Is it hiding here? Shui had relied on the connection with the mimic insect god and the mechanical bug to guide her, hence she only acquired a vague direction. It wasn't until her arrival that she confirmed the presence of the entity, which indeed concealed itself within the gathering of spirit beasts, much like the Holy Spirit Church. Reflecting on the intelligence regarding the ice Super Douluo, Shui halted her flight. Although the strength of a Super Douluo cannot be compared to that of an Ultimate Douluo, the fact that the former could hold its own against Xuanzi suggested that it was nearly on par with the ultimate level, given the geographical advantages. It would be improbable for her to easily subdue her opponent. Moreover, the audacity of the entity to hide here likely indicated a pact with the Snow Empress. As the third evil beast, the Snow Empress was certainly more powerful than she. Should the Snow Empress intervene, retreat would be her only option. Yet, relinquishing her pursuit was evidently contrary to Shui's character. After some contemplation, she resolved to delve deeper into the extreme north. Having refrained from making a move on the continent for a considerable time, it was probable that her adversary had not devised a specific countermeasure against her. Even if she could not overpower her opponent, escaping would not pose a problem. However, as she ventured several hundred miles deeper, the raging snowstorm suddenly obstructed her path. Shui remained composed and halted before the tempest, awaiting the appearance of the challenger. Depart, human. The extreme north is not a place for you. Is the Snow Empress present? Might I request an audience? Unnecessary. I have no business to discuss with humans, since the Snow Empress harbors disdain for humanity. Allow me to eliminate some of the sneaky creatures lurking here. I assure you, I will not disrupt the peace of the extreme north. I have made myself abundantly clear. Leave this place without negotiation. Shui fell silent, and just when the Snow Empress presumed she would comply, Shui suddenly smiled. Discarding her previous humble demeanor and spoke unabashedly, it seems my conjecture was correct. The Snow Empress indeed has ties to them. It is impossible for me to depart so easily. Mere projections cannot deter me. If you wish to avoid future entanglements, refrain from meddling in human affairs. With that, Shui's aura surged, platinum phoenix flames erupted around her, swiftly clashing with the blizzard conjured by the Snow Empress. In an instant, Shui consumed the soul power and the tempest, forging ahead towards Su Feng's sanctuary, in the core area of the extreme north. The Snow Empress felt the dissipating essence of her soul power and furrowed her brow. When Su Feng had instructed her to seal off the extreme north, she had thought it an unnecessary precaution. After all, few humans dared to tread here, not even those from the human sects dwelling on the fringes of the extreme north. However, this was not what troubled the Snow Empress. What truly astonished her was that Shui, upon hearing her warning, disregarded the risk of provoking her and instead threatened her against intervening. Despite the distance, the Snow Empress could distinctly sense that Shui concealed no hidden strength. She was indeed an ultimate Douluo, and in prime condition. You merely left for a year. How did you attract such significant trouble? The Snow Empress directed a reproachful tone at the Ice Empress, who was munching on snacks while engrossed in a novel. What is it? A human at the level of an ultimate Douluo, unafraid even of me, has directly sought her out. Get up quickly and help me. Is there truly an ultimate Douluo? I thought you were jesting. The Ice Empress was taken aback. She had always believed Su Feng's claims of the Holy Spirit Church harboring a level 99 human to be exaggerated. After all, even the illustrious Shrek Academy boasted only one aging ultimate Douluo. If the Holy Spirit Church were indeed that powerful, it could easily dominate the continent without regard for the opinions of various nations. To the average human, an ultimate Douluo might seem merely an elevated existence. However, the recently ascended Ice Empress would not entertain such a naive notion. The significance of an ultimate Douluo lay in the very word ultimate. It represented the pinnacle of this realm, beyond which neither humans nor spirit beasts could transcend. While factors such as lifespan and race might create disparities in their strengths, all were capable of overwhelming those who fell beneath the ultimate threshold. After a moment of contemplation, the Ice Empress sighed and set aside her snacks, rising to her feet. To avoid revealing her human identity, she transformed back into her true form as the Ice Blue Empress Scorpion and followed the Snow Empress as they departed. Su Feng's location had already approached the core area of the extreme north, so despite the Snow Empress and Ice Empress setting out later, they arrived beside him before Shui. Glaring at Su Feng, who appeared unperturbed, the Snow Empress reproached, "Did you anticipate this predicament?" "Of course, otherwise. Why would I have requested your assistance? You are utterly reckless. An ultimate Douluo? Even I cannot confidently declare that I would triumph over her. Were we to remain passive? Do you intend to await your demise? Without your assistance to persuade you, I would not have chosen to provoke her at this moment. Furthermore, I must caution you, she is not merely an ultimate Douluo, She possesses dual martial souls, is a level 9 soul master, and wields an array of techniques far more challenging than your average spirit beasts. A rare look of surprise graced the Snow Empress's beautiful face. She could not fathom why Su Feng would choose to provoke such a formidable adversary. Clearly, he could have opted for self-preservation, diligently cultivating to the ultimate level to overpower her. Instead, he exposed himself in a time of weakness. How do you understand her so well? Is she perhaps a relative of yours? Su Feng was left speechless by the Ice Empress's bizarre conjecture and, after a long pause, retorted, "If you share no connection with her, why do you know her so well? And why must you draw her out? I have already stated, the Holy Spirit Church possesses something I must reclaim. If left unchecked, the calamity of the alien insects will obliterate the entire planet." What are alien insects? Did the Ice Empress not inform you? No. She began resting the moment she returned. And I have not shared the events occurring in the extreme north with you. 3 months ago, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm returned to the extreme north to seek the Ice Empress. Heavenly Dream? He dares return? Upon hearing this name, the Ice Empress became immediately agitated. Though she no longer required the Heavenly Dream's essence to enhance her power, she felt compelled to settle the score for the time and energy she had expended in the past, as well as for the distasteful remarks he had made. Who is the Heavenly Dream? Merely a good-for-nothing relying on luck. If you wish to know, I can tell you later. For now, you should first explain what you have been doing this past year. Before the Snow Empress could finish speaking, Su Feng raised his hand to interrupt. Gazing into the distance where a figure was gradually becoming clearer, he softly stated, "She is coming." Chapter 24, A Peaceful Resolution? Your Majesty the Snow Emperor. Waging war over a single human is hardly wise. The far north is merely inhospitable to humanity. It is not an isolated realm. Should you insist on protecting them, I assure you that my next visit shall not be in solitude. Upon encountering the Snow Emperor, Yushi Shui chose neither to depart nor to engage directly. Instead, she sought to persuade him to retreat, mirroring the earlier approach of the Snow Emperor himself. Although alone, Yushi Shui adopted a condescending tone, which irked the Ice Emperor, prompting him to retort, "It is you who should depart. The far north is no place for your reckless antics. If you wish to avoid demise here, be gone at once." No, Ice Emperor, it is not necessary to escalate to such extremes. What astonished Yushi Shui was the audacity of the figure in black to openly defy the Ice Emperor, who, along with the Snow Emperor, seemed to tolerate his insolence as if he were the master of this domain. Who are you? Typically, one would introduce themselves before posing such a question. However, since I am acquainted with your Majesty Yushi Shui, there is no need for you to introduce yourself. Su Feng's words caused Yushi Shui's expression to gradually fade, her demeanor turning icy as she regarded him. The fact that he could state his name indicated he was no fool but rather well prepared. There is no need for such astonishment. Your tales with the esteemed Mu In and the illustrious Long Xiao are quite renowned across the continent. A mere century has not sufficed to erase them from memory. Did Mu In send you to undertake these actions? Not at all. Otherwise, we would be meeting at Shrek. Not here. My identity is inconsequential. Even if I shared it, you would likely disbelieve. If you must inquire, you may refer to me as Xing rather than my identity. What should concern you is the elaborate measures I have taken to draw you out. If you are about to advise me to abandon the spirit sect, spare your breath. No, Su Feng shook his head. Your intentions are of no concern to me. What I desire is an object you possess, the meteorite. What meteorite? Feigning ignorance is futile. Since you have brought it with you, it is evident that the spirit sect still covets the power of the alien insects. I sincerely advise against this course. Such forces are beyond human control. Yushi Shui clearly disregarded Su Feng's warnings. To her, all but herself were unworthy of trust, mere instruments to be used. Though she refrained from direct action, the puppet of the insect god she had ensnared slowly drifted toward her, its intent unmistakable. The capability of the blood soul puppet is indeed formidable. Even I would hesitate to allow my soul power to intertwine with it. Yet, your Majesty Yushi Shui, did you truly not suspect this might be a bait? Yushi Shui frowned slightly. She did harbor reservations regarding this entity. Yet multiple examinations yielded no remnants of soul power or consciousness, compelling her to swallow the bait. To be cautious, she refrained from using her own blood soul to refine it, opting instead for preliminary control with her soul power, ready to sever the connection at any moment. You seem quite knowledgeable about these creatures. Somewhat, certainly more than the spirit sect. Otherwise, you would not possess that entity you carry. If Senior Yu seeks information regarding the alien insects from me, I fear you shall be disappointed. These beings bring only calamity to the denizens of Douluo Continent. And you are no exception. After all, their impending doom does not discriminate between evil soul masters and ordinary folk. Ultimately, you have shared nothing of value. Is this how your mentor instructed you to converse with your seniors? Seeing that Su Feng showed no inclination to cooperate, Yushi Shui resolved to cease her hesitations. The blood-red soul power enveloped the insect god's corpse entirely, its tendrils moving under her command as if revived. Meanwhile, golden flames erupted from her form, and a pair of resplendent wings unfurled from her back, the pressure of a limit Douluo manifesting without reservation. Regrettably, I have no mentor, only friends. And my friends are not particularly reverent of authority. Ideally, I would prefer this matter to be resolved amicably, as we are all human. You are not standing alongside humanity now, Yushi Shui retorted with sarcasm. The humanity I refer to stands in contrast to the alien insects, all life on this planet. In relation to them, is of a different race destined for extermination. I shall ask once more, are you truly unwilling to surrender the meteorite? Yushi Shui remained silent, responding instead through her actions. Flames of the phoenix erupted from her being, engulfing Su Feng, as the functions of the insect god puppet she controlled were forcibly activated. The soul skill confinement barrier fully engaged, instantly enveloping the three of them. The Snow Emperor, poised to extinguish the flames conjured by Yushi Shui, was taken aback to find his released soul power dissipating silently, astonishment etched across his face. Yet, the flames did not descend upon them. The Ice Emperor intervened. The power of ultimate ice demonstrating overwhelming dominance over the phoenix fire, reducing the flames to naught in the blink of an eye. As expected, Yushi Shui murmured to herself. Given that the opponent dared to conjure such an entity and leave it behind, they surely possessed a countermeasure. Yet, the Snow Emperor's expression seemed genuine. Could it be that only the Ice Emperor was complicit, while the Snow Emperor had only just been summoned? For beings of limit level, both human and soul beast, this level of attack could only be considered minor skirmishes, mere tests of strength. Should they engage earnestly, their onslaught would extend across hundreds of miles. However, what unsettled Yushi Shui was that, despite being flames, the phoenix flames were still flames, and they were now close to the core of the far north, where any fire naturally faced suppression. Thus, executing any ability would require far more soul power than usual. Yet this was insufficient to deter Yushi Shui from their previous discourse. She keenly sensed that Su Feng, whose strength remained ambiguous and likely not a titled individual, was the one most knowledgeable about the alien insects. There was no need for her to clash fiercely with the Ice and Snow Emperors. Her goal was simply to seize the opponent swiftly. With this thought, Yushi Shui retracted her flames, opting to employ another of her martial souls. The soul power of the blood soul puppet stained her hair and eyes crimson. Raising her hand, she sent the insect god puppet charging toward the Ice Emperor, its hundreds of tendrils poised to ensnare him. However, as she sought to leverage the puppet's cover to employ other means, a strange mental fluctuation abruptly invaded her mind, clouding her consciousness in an instant. As a manipulator of puppets, she quickly discerned that someone was interfering with her psyche. She could not afford to be careless, abandoning external control entirely to expel this mental intrusion. When she finally opened her eyes again, she found the insect god puppet had broken free from her control and was now drifting toward her. Yushi Shui's expression transformed into one of shock. From this seemingly lifeless corpse, she sensed signs of life anew, and the wave that had invaded her mind was entirely consistent with it. Senior Yi, one cannot afford to be distracted during battle. Su Feng's voice echoed from behind Yushi Shui, prompting her to realize the peril she was in. She summoned her soul power without reservation, a pair of wings appearing behind her as she soared into the sky. Yet Yushi Shui's actions were too late. The ice prison had completely enveloped the surrounding space, leaving no escape routes. No matter from where she sought to flee, the Ice Emperor would intercept her. To confront both the Ice and Snow Emperors in such a confined space, even as a double limit, would soon prove overwhelming. With their opposing stances, the intensity of battle escalated to its zenith from the very outset. In just a few brief moments, Yushi Shui exhibited signs of exhaustion. Following yet another failed escape attempt, she voluntarily restrained her spiritual energy, descending to the ground with her hands raised high, signaling her surrender. Is this truly how it concludes? Human, were you not just brimming with arrogance moments ago? If you now concede to my previous terms and kneel to acknowledge your errors, I might consider sparing your life. Have you truly come to believe yourself invincible after merely 1 or 2 centuries of existence? Perhaps we could resolve this matter through peaceful negotiation. No, Su Feng interjected, instantly ordering her demise. Chapter 25. The Veiled Truth. Su Feng's words left both Yushi Shui and the Ice Emperor Snow Emperor in astonishment, struggling to comprehend his sudden shift towards aggression. Although Yushi Shui found herself at a disadvantage during the recent battle, she still had another martial soul yet to unveil, and her soul power had not yet reached its limit. rendering her far from a desperate fight. Her decision to concede stemmed largely from the unfortunate incompatibility of her abilities in this contest. The strength of the Blood Soul Demon puppet heavily depended on the puppet's own prowess, yet no matter how meticulously refined, it could never reach its peak, making it easily countered by the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor. Moreover, her target had prudently concealed itself behind that monstrous entity. And the sight of the Ice Emperor's recent soul power failure lingered vividly in her mind. She was unwilling to squander her century-long accumulation of strength. Why? Yushishue's voice, seemingly influenced by the frigid air, was imbued with an icy chill. If the other party truly understood her, they would not provoke a limit Douluo evil soul master without assurance. While she could not slay the Ice Emperor or Snow Emperor, her capabilities were sufficient to wreak havoc upon the creatures of the extreme north. Unless these two ferocious beasts had lost their sanity, they would not heed his words. I am a rather selfish individual, often opting to observe matters from a distance. Feng emerged from behind the insect god, nonchalantly uttering irrelevant remarks. The evil soul masters had been eradicated by Shrek, and the ambitions of the sun and moon were countered by the three nations. Should I intervene to assist them? Perhaps the situation on the continent would swiftly return to peace, but such matters hold no relevance for me. The sole aspect I cannot tolerate is the presence of these alien insects. In truth, even if Yushishue were to surrender the meteorite, I would still harbor reservations. After all, it had fragmented, and it is only natural for the Holy Spirit cult to conceal a few pieces. Those who have witnessed the insect god would never relinquish such power. It is human nature. And what of you? The results achieved by the Holy Spirit cult pale in comparison to your own, do they not? Yushishue unreservedly pointed out the flaws in Su Feng's logic. Those who voice doubts render themselves increasingly difficult to trust. Firstly, I possess no ambition requiring the power of these alien insects, and I am acutely aware that they cannot be controlled. Perhaps you could utilize your martial soul to refine them into puppets, but as long as the meteorite exists, the original alien insects will continue to manifest. Would you accept the destruction of the meteorite? Yushishue refrained from responding, yet her stance was unmistakable. As an evil soul master, they could hardly concern themselves with whether power was vile or harmful. They only cared if it was formidable and could be wielded. Secondly, and this is what I wish to clarify with you, I do not need to rely on the power of these alien insects to accomplish my desires. Thus, there is utterly no necessity to resort to such inferior assistance. I regret to inform you that the alien insects lack the ability to seal soul power. And the insect god was not created from them. I merely infused a modicum of alien insect genes to bait you. In fact, after achieving this goal, I eliminated the alien insect components within it, which subsequently facilitated my control over it. This is purely a divine being elevated from the machine insects, a weapon that obeys my every command. Su Feng extended his hand, revealing a peculiar sword resembling a key. The machine insect god was no ordinary creation. Even with a stellar artifact, controlling it still required the power of the stellar key. He gripped the sword hilt firmly and plunged it forcefully into the core of the machine insect god. The stellar key was merely a construct simulated by Su Feng's martial soul and lacked physical form. Yet, upon contact with the machine insect god, a torrent of information surged into its core, orchestrating the movements of the otherwise mindless creature. A terrifying alien mental force swept through the icy barrier, causing even the Ice Emperor to clutch their forehead, overtaken by a desire to retreat. Is this your trump card? Even in such a disadvantageous position, Yushishue chose not to submit. Instead, she posed an ambiguous question. At this moment, bereft of the protection of soul power and relying solely on her aging body, Yushishue found it challenging to withstand the extreme cold, and it was evident to all that her condition was deteriorating. Perhaps yes, perhaps no. Even if you feign this disposition, you deceive no one. Why subject yourself to such discomfort? Upon hearing Su Feng's words, Yushishue ceased her performance of anguish, standing upright to face Su Feng. Although the power of the machine insect god had impacted her, a limit Douluo was not so easily vanquished, if she desired. She could forcibly unleash her soul abilities to attack, let alone protect herself. You were the one to first declare your intent to kill me. Yet the opportunity lies before you now, and still, you refrain from striking. Yushishue narrowed her eyes, attempting to pierce through Su Feng's dark garb to discern his visage. But to no avail, as though she understood that any attempt to act would result in failure. I have stated that I possess a profound understanding of you, Yushishue, and I am well aware that your power does not suffice to suppress a limit Douluo. Though you stand alone, you likely carry a considerable array of soul-guiding devices. Soul-guiding devices are ineffective in battles of this caliber, save for what lies beneath your feet. How can one know without trying? Su Feng countered. Since you have yet to attempt it, it only underscores your confidence in your ability to escape. Yushishui scoffed, tacitly acknowledging Su Feng's assertion. This operation had utterly failed. Neither direct assault nor feigned weakness had borne fruit, her actions completely unraveled, rendering further efforts meaningless. Once more, golden flames began to envelop Yushishui. Yet she appeared entirely unaffected by the machine insect god, her momentum surging, soon enveloping her entirely. When the flames dissipated, Yushishui had transformed entirely into her martial soul's form, a golden phoenix stretching approximately 2 meters in length. Without waiting for them to act, Yushishui charged fiercely into the barrier created by the Ice Emperor. Unlike her previous attempts, her flames consumed not only soul power but also her life force, swiftly melting a sizable hole in the barrier. Accompanied by a piercing phoenix cry, she flapped her wings and quickly vanished into the snowstorm. As Yushishui departed, the others also ceased their exertions. Su Feng suppressed the machine insect god, forcibly inducing it into slumber, while the Ice Emperor reverted to human form and approached Su Feng alongside the Snow Emperor. A pointless farce. Neither you nor she gained anything. Are you satisfied with this outcome? Though she has burned her life force and will not endure much longer, until her final day. You in the extreme north must remain wary of her vengeance, which is hardly a wise decision. No, you're mistaken. Su Feng removed his hat, gazing in the direction Yushishui had departed. She will endure for quite some time. The phoenix undergoes rebirth, and for her, burning her life force is hardly a cost. Moreover, she will not choose to retaliate against the extreme north. She has already tasted defeat once. How could she dare return? I would be content not to trouble her. The Ice Emperor crossed her arms, unreservedly declaring a vendetta. This is unrelated. She still possesses numerous untapped strategies and another limit Douluo willing to sacrifice themselves for her. Your efforts alone are insufficient to deter her. The reason she hesitates to continue is her uncertainty regarding the extent of my knowledge about her and the origins of this information. Should her trump card be countered, she might indeed perish here. The Holy Spirit cult has always thrived on the element of surprise, adeptly navigating the shadows. Having lived for so long, Yushishui would not be oblivious to the significance of intelligence. Until she unravels my identity, she ought to remain compliant for quite a while. Chapter 26. The Divine Beast enters the city. Master, are you truly allowing her to go? Why not? Humans are often greedy and cunning, while the Divine Beast possesses an inherent innocence, making her susceptible to danger. Did you not provide her with the reverse scale for protection? Moreover, with your prowess, who can harm her except for that nefarious being, the Evil Eye? Emperor Tian displayed a hesitant expression. He was well aware of these facts, yet unease lingered. His concern was not solely for her safety, but rather for her mental well-being. Having traversed the continent numerous times, he understood the civilization that humanity had cultivated and the allure it held for a divine beast that had never encountered the outside world. But there is no but, interrupted the Silver Dragon King, speaking with an undeniable authority. Even if you were to prevent her from leaving now, do you truly believe you could extinguish her desire to venture forth? Allowing her to experience the outside world is imperative. Without trials, her character shall remain incomplete. However, she has no need for such experiences. The Stardo Society will always safeguard her. Even if she knows nothing, it matters not. The Silver Dragon King's sigh echoed in Emperor Tian's mind before he resignedly continued. Isn't your stance merely depriving her of her rights? A cage bird, no matter how melodious its song, is not in a healthy state. Rather than fostering passive growth, it is better to encourage her to learn actively. Emperor Tian fell silent, no longer opposing the notion. After paying his respects to the Lake of Life, he departed. In a serene meadow, he spotted the divine beast idly toying with her belongings. The master has consented. Upon hearing Emperor Tian's words, the three-eyed golden lion sprang to her feet, her face alight with excitement as she gazed at him. Now transformed into human form, she appeared no different from a girl of 15 or 16. Her golden hair and eyes were striking, initially evoking a sense of majesty. Yet her carefree demeanor undermined that impression. Do not be so elated. I have merely permitted your outing. Emperor Tian added, once you are in human territory, be sure to conceal your aura, avoid stirring trouble, steer clear of places where formidable beings may reside, and remember your mission. Your safety must come first. Human society is far more intricate than that of soul beasts. Do not reveal your curiosity, as it may attract malevolent individuals. Ah, I understand. You have repeated this several times. If you go on, I might never depart. Very well. Emperor Tian's eyes reflected reluctance as he cautioned, you must remember. Regardless of the troubles you encounter outside, do not fear. Your mission is secondary. Living well is the greatest contribution you can make to the Stardale. This place is your true home. Yes, I am not leaving forever. I will return in no more than 2 or 3 years, quite soon." The three-eyed golden lion waved her hand dismissively, signaling her comprehension. Observing the distracted divine beast, Emperor Tian could only helplessly indulge her whims. The lion hoisted her belongings onto her back, humming a cheerful tune as she ventured beyond the great forest, rarely having taken human form. She longed to completely immerse herself in human life. "What is your name and its origin?" 3. From the 3 lives I, hailing from the Douluo Empire. She almost divulged her true identity, an unwise start for the divine beast. The guarding soldier furrowed his brow, glancing at the divine beast before recording her name. There were plenty of oddities across the continent, and this name could only be deemed moderately bizarre. "What brings you to Star Luo City?" "Tourism." The soldier raised his head, scrutinizing her closely, causing the divine beast to feel a twinge of guilt, yet she maintained an exterior calm. "Tourism? Are you aware of the current time? What of it? Does Star Luo impose restrictions on tourism during specific hours?" The soldier observed the individual before him, seemingly unaware, and muttered in a voice that was not overly loud. "There are no such regulations. However, arriving at this time for tourism is certainly peculiar." With that, the soldier tore off a section of paper and handed it to the divine beast, saying, "Here you go. This is your official proof of entry into the city. You may need to present this in certain areas. I cannot guarantee what may happen if you fail to do so. Additionally, as a personal suggestion, if you merely wish to enjoy yourself, it would be wise to avoid the royal city, especially areas heavily guarded by soldiers. Enjoy your visit and leave promptly to avoid complications." The divine beast nodded, though she paid little heed to his advice. Her purpose in this city was to investigate matters. How could she avoid such places? However, she reasoned that it would not hurt to indulge a little before commencing her mission. Surely, even Emperor Tian and the Master could not reproach her for that. Having finally infiltrated Star Luo City, the divine beast relaxed her taut nerves and began to hum a tune to herself. The passers-by around her hurried along, their expressions mostly somber. Yet she paid them no mind, believing this to be the norm for human society. "Let me think. The first order of business should be to find accommodation." Emperor Tian mentioned he provided ample funds. "Surely, I can afford a luxurious hotel." The divine beast scanned her surroundings, but none of the shops pleased her. After careful contemplation, she resolved to head toward the city center, hoping to find a more upscale establishment. At the terminus of her route lay the arena of the Soul Master competition, as well as the hotel that once housed all participating teams. Such a well-constructed hotel could not be discarded immediately after the competition. Su Jiawei had intended to gradually transform this area into a commercial street to boost tourism. Yet, fate had other plans. The competition concluded with an unexpected outcome. And rather than thriving, Star Luo City began to witness signs of local populace decline. Were it not for the risks posed by fleeing and encountering evil soul masters, it was likely that even the normal lives of Star Luo's residents would be adversely affected. As the divine beast approached the royal city, the surrounding architecture grew increasingly advanced. She even glimpsed soul-guided streetlights, a concept that surpassed her comprehension. Having never truly engaged with humanity, her understanding of soul guides was limited to storage soul guides. She had never even encountered combat soul guides, let alone such public amenities. Thus, amid the curious gazes of onlookers, a seemingly noble young lady frequently approached various facilities, observing and nodding with fascination, exclaiming in wonder as if she had never seen anything like it before. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of self-preservation, the residents of Star Luo City made no effort to curtail her actions, allowing her to meander toward the area where the competition had recently taken place. Spotting the distant security line and the clearly newly established housing, the divine beast recognized this as her target, sharpening her focus. She quickly noticed the presence of a hotel nearby. Its proximity and elevated position rendered it an ideal vantage point. With this in mind, the divine beast confidently approached the hotel entrance. Chapter 27. Unfortunate departure. Make sure to provide me with the finest suite you have. The illustrious creature, known as the divine beast or the three lives eyes, exhibited no concern for the desolation surrounding her as she boldly pushed open the door and entered the hotel lobby. Identifying herself as a wealthy heiress, she casually tossed a bag of gold soul coins onto the front desk, embodying the demeanor of a nouveau riche. Since the conclusion of the grand competition, the establishment had seen no visitors, thus the receptionist was momentarily taken aback by the sudden display of wealth. After a brief pause, she managed to inquire, "Dear guest, do you wish to stay here? What else would I be here for? To bestow you with money?" "No, that is not my intention." The receptionist replied with a wry smile. "I merely find your choice to come here rather unexpected. To be frank, I would recommend you to other hotels in the area, as we are currently facing some inconveniences. What inconveniences? Is the room full? Is there a shortage of staff? This place is so empty. How can you refuse a guest? That is not the case. In fact, we still have several esteemed guests currently residing here, so it cannot be deemed desolate. However, the proximity to that location raises some concerns about potential repercussions. The divine beast had come to investigate the arena, and she had no intention of retreating due to mere rumors. However, she understood that revealing her true purpose to the receptionist would likely result in her being taken away by the officials of Xingluo. Fear not, for my martial soul is impervious to such curses. In fact, I am quite curious to ascertain whether the curse or my martial soul is more formidable. If you are worried about my finances, feel free to state your demands. Well, if you insist. The receptionist shook her head, letting out a soft sigh. She was not only advising the guest, but also advising herself. Yet, despite her position in such a prestigious place, she lacked any background. Abandoning this job would likely lead her to struggle for survival, leaving her no choice but to remain and hope that the evil spirit masters would not strike the same location twice. This is for identity registration. Please fill it out. If you have any special requests, such as a meditation room, please include that as well. Although the hotel felt eerily deserted, it was, after all, constructed to the highest standards and offered comprehensive services for soul masters. The divine beast perused the brochure handed to her by the receptionist with keen interest. Despite her cultivation progressing even while she slept, the amenities available to humans stirred her curiosity. What is this outdoor meditation room for? Is it for soul masters who, much like the Beast King, enjoy basking in the sun? Before the receptionist could complete her explanation, she was interrupted by the divine beast, staring at the confident young girl. The receptionist found herself at a loss for words. The Beast King is a venerable tree, don't you know? One could interpret it that way. But comparing a soul master to a tree seems rather inappropriate. In any case, if you have similar needs, do not hesitate to voice them. Forget it. I merely wish to take a look. It is a rarity for me to step outside, and I do not wish to force myself into further cultivation. The divine beast set down the brochure, swiftly completing the identity registration form before handing it back to the receptionist. After concluding this task, she began to survey the hotel's decor, nodding and displaying curiosity at intervals. The receptionist felt a pang of anxiety under the scrutiny of the divine beast's gaze, contemplating whether she should turn away her first guest. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately relinquished the tempting thought. Although her superiors had advised her to exercise caution and had mentioned the preference for not accommodating outsiders for the time being, she felt an inexplicable trust in this girl and could not bring herself to refuse her entry. Given the current state of Xingluo City, few hotels remained open without complications. Your request for the finest room has been fulfilled. It is the innermost suite on the top floor. You can access it with this room card. The nightly rate is 3 gold soul coins, payable upon your departure. I must also inform you that some rooms on the top floor are currently sealed, and there are other guests in residence, so please be mindful not to disturb them. Understood. The divine beast swiftly accepted the room card, ascending the stairs without a backward glance, leaving the receptionist to smile wryly as she returned to her post, lost in thought. Although it was highly improbable that any guest would arrive, she could not engage in activities beyond her duties, for being dismissed would leave her without a place to go. Upon reaching her room and setting up protective measures, the divine beast immediately peered out the window. Fortuitously, the vantage point afforded her a clear view of the arena. Perhaps due to the removal of the monster's remains, the guards had become somewhat lax, and she even observed a few soldiers idly playing cards. The soldiers' misconduct was of little concern to her. Her primary objective was to gather intelligence on the creature. After meticulously examining every detail of the arena, she sighed in frustration as she realized she could not ascertain the monster's origins. There were no claw marks or other signs of soul beast attacks, nor any fur or biological material for her to examine. It was only logical. Humans were not fools, and such evidence would undoubtedly be taken for research purposes, leaving her with no leads. However, the absence of direct clues did not equate to failure. As the sole emperor divine beast of the entire realm, she possessed more than mere fortune. In the privacy of her room, her aura began to subtly shift. Her golden hair and eyes began to glow, and a fissure opened at the center of her forehead. Exercising extreme caution to contain her aura, she focused her abilities, and after 3 minutes, her third eye fully opened. Should a titled Douluo have been present, they would have been astounded, for the power of destiny emanating from her was nearing materialization, far surpassing even the most formidable, no, the ultimate titled Douluo. Without lingering too long, The divine beast activated her third eye, once again directing her gaze towards the arena. Under the illumination of destiny, the previously pristine arena revealed subtle, distinct traces. Yet contrary to her expectations, she found herself unable to directly witness the events of the past, indicating that the entity had even resisted her observation of fate, an ability beyond the reach of ordinary ferocious beasts. After a brief moment of frustration, the divine beast quickly conceived a plan. If direct observation proved fruitless, could indirect observation not suffice? Even if the monster could evade her gaze, it was impossible for it to act without leaving some impact on the external environment. By following these traces, she would surely uncover the creature's origins. Humph. You think you can outmaneuver me? Not even Emperor Tian would dare attempt such a feat. A confident smile graced the divine beast's face. Completely unaware that she was engaging in a battle of wits with an unintelligent monster, exerting her utmost effort, tracing along the indistinct boundaries. She soon identified the direction from which the creature had approached. Let me see. It should be here. Ah, wait. At the end of the monster's trail lay the very hotel she occupied, and beyond that, there were no further signs. Chapter 28. The Stay Behind Personnel. Excuse me. Is there something you need? Xiao Xiao's head peeked through the crack of the door, her gaze fixed on the creature pacing in front of Su Feng's room. Are you talking to me? After a moment's delay, the creature finally registered her question, pointing to itself with a puzzled look. Yes, I am. How should I put it? Perhaps I have something to discuss, or maybe not at all, it awkwardly replied, scratching the back of its head. Despite the daylight, its behavior of loitering in front of someone else's door was undeniably suspicious. What's wrong, Xiao Xiao? Before the creature could concoct an excuse, another voice suddenly emerged from behind her, laced with caution. Turning around, it saw a red-haired girl regarding it with piercing eyes, as if ready to pounce at any moment. She has been wandering back and forth in front of our door. It seems she has some intention, the red-haired girl stated. Who sent you? Compared to Xiao Xiao, Wu Feng's approach was far more direct, launching an immediate interrogation at the creature. As a soul master raised in the 9-treasure glazed tile school, she might not possess Ning Tian's astuteness, but she definitely had a knack for assessing situations. The timing of the creature's presence could only be attributed to the sinister soul masters. It could not possibly be an unrelated individual. What do you mean? Who sent me? The creature felt a pang of anxiety but feigned ignorance, continuing, I'm merely a tourist visiting Star Luo City and have decided to stay here. I was just curious about the seal on this door, hence my lingering. If you choose not to disclose anything, that's your prerogative. However, rest assured that your associates would not dare to stir trouble here, which is precisely why they sent you. Wu Feng warned. Let me give you a piece of advice. There are no leads here. Your efforts will be in vain. With that, she brusquely brushed past the creature and returned to her room. Xiao Xiao offered a sympathetic nod to the creature before closing the door, leaving it in a state of confusion. Wu Feng, why did you say that? Once the door was shut, Xiao Xiao turned to her classmate on the sofa and inquired. You can't possibly believe she just happened to be here, can you? Setting aside the hotel itself, no sane person would choose to travel to Star Luo City at this time. Her lies are too transparent. But I feel she doesn't seem like a bad person. Neither is she a good one, right? Perhaps she isn't a sinister soul master, but she is certainly not a righteous individual either. More likely, she is here to fish in troubled waters for some advantage. You haven't seen enough to understand how much gray area exists when situations and individuals multiply. Is that so? Xiao Xiao murmured, half convinced by Wu Feng's assertions. Ever since the chaotic incident at the finals where the sinister soul masters kidnapped the talented individuals, their circumstances had become exceedingly precarious. Both Xiao Xiao and Wu Feng were determined to rescue their companions, but after the news of the school's lockdown shortly after Elder Xian's return to the academy, they found it hard to accept. Lacking any substantial background, Xiao Xiao could only express her discontent through her refusal to return. Wu Feng, on the other hand, had her own rationale for staying. Regardless, I am merely an accessory to Ning Tian. My presence or absence is inconsequential to the academy. And the same goes for the 9-treasure glazed tile school. As long as Ning Tian and the others are absent, returning will only lead to accountability. It is far more comfortable to remain here. As a supplementary sect, the 9-treasure glazed tile school had only a handful of title-holding battle soul masters dedicated to guarding the sect against external threats, making it impossible to send anyone to search for the missing individuals. If Ning Tian was not found within 2 to 3 years, they would likely have to consider nurturing a successor. Given such factors, Wu Feng chose to remain, and fortunately, their instructor Wang Yin, perhaps stimulated by the recent upheavals, also made the rare decision to stay and search for the traces of the sinister soul masters while studying the creature's remains. With Wang Yan leading, they could finally linger here without having to negotiate with the Star Luo authorities. I think we should have a conversation with her, Xiao Xiao suddenly suggested after a moment of silence, catching Wu Feng's attention. Are we not merely wasting time? At least Wang Yin is researching that creature, while we are only making excuses to appear industrious when, in reality, we are achieving nothing. Even our training here pales in comparison to what we would accomplish at the academy. Looking back, wouldn't it have been better to heed the academy's call to return? To Xiao Xiao's surprise, Wu Feng did not immediately refute her, but instead wore a contemplative expression as she seriously considered Xiao Xiao's proposal. You are correct. We are indeed deceiving ourselves. However, the difference lies in that those within the academy acknowledge their ineptitude, while we are ensconced in futile resistance. But ultimately, what can the two of us accomplish? Wu Feng, seldom showing self-deprecation, appeared incredulous to her, a stark contrast to her usual assertive demeanor. She nervously raked her fingers through her hair and continued. You witnessed it during the competition. Even Elder Xian was powerless against that creature. Had it not been for that creature's own malfunction, countless lives would have been lost in Star Luo City. We couldn't even qualify for the finals. What more could we do? All we can do is continue training, hoping that when we encounter them again, we might seize the chance to rescue our comrades. Xiao Xiao found herself at a loss for words. In other circumstances, they could seek assistance, but the issue of strength was an insurmountable barrier. Currently, pursuing the sinister soul masters would be akin to courting death. However, our inability does not preclude others from succeeding, does it? That girl was the only guest in these past few days. Her background must be significant. If we collaborate with her, perhaps we could locate Su Feng and the others. Calm down, calm down. Wu Feng placed her hands on Xiao Xiao's shoulders, urging her to sit back down. Xiao Xiao's intentions were pure, driven solely by the desire to rescue those captured, but Wu Feng had far more considerations to weigh. As a disciple of the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tile School and a student of Shrek, collaborating with an unknown individual could easily lead to complications. Even if the creature was not a sinister soul master, it did not mean she was not an enemy of Shrek. That girl, while I cannot discern her strength, she likely does not exceed the age of 20, which means at most, she is a soul king, just as vulnerable to the sinister soul masters as we are. In my opinion, she was merely dispatched to monitor this location, lacking any authority. It would be futile to engage her. But there are no buts. Wu Feng quickly interrupted Xiao Xiao, fearing she might propose some outrageous scheme. If you truly cannot endure it any longer, I can accompany you back to the academy. While we may face penalties, at least our safety would be assured, allowing us to train with peace of mind. This world operates on strength. The powerful are justified in their actions, while the weak become mere jokes. Wu Feng's words caused Xiao Xiao to shudder, bowing her head in silence. Chapter 29. I have destiny. Hello there? Upon hearing the knock at the door, Wu Feng opened it to find not a servant, but a beaming blonde girl. Without the slightest